Dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day here of the APAC edition of the Overwatch League. It's time to kick off the Kickoff Clash here in Asia. I'm Achilleos, joined by Avril. We'll be holding down the fort the whole weekend long, bringing you guys the games. We are the warlords of APAC. We get to just sit back, talk about the matches, and watch as these teams battle for our entertainment. Starting things off, we have the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the Hangzhou Spark, #1 seed, selecting their opponent that they recently defeated in a map 5.
Yeah, Seth, I'm going to be sitting on that Empress chair, not going to lie, with the thumbs up and the thumbs down going on, depending on how I like the games today. But the whole way through, it's going to be us the entire way through all of the Kickoff Clash here in the East, our top 4 teams from the APAC division. And oh my goodness, we had such great games in our final week, right? Very close series, Shanghai 3-1 versus Seoul, Hangzhou Spark 3-2 versus Fusion, and we get the exact same matchups again with the Hangzhou Spark choosing the Philadelphia Fusion. So, I mean, we just get to run back our entire last week.
Yeah, these teams, as far as prep, it should be somewhat straightforward for them because they say, okay, where did things go wrong in our last series? Let's do better in that regard. So we'll see who has made the most improvements and whether or not our number 4 seed can best the number 1, if our number 3 can best the number 2. We're going to find out here today and set the stage for that upper final. So we'll see what happens here with this lineup, with these 4 teams that are going to be battling across the next 3 days to be crowned the first champions in 2022. Starting things off, though, of course, it is the Hangzhou Spark versus the Philadelphia Fusion. And Fusion, they certainly had their work cut out for them last time, Avril. You and I didn't get to cast this series, but we were sitting back watching with bated breath as this one went down to the wire.
I think it was kind of the comeback game for Fusion in a way, right? They just beat the Valiant in their final game of this first stage. They had to go up against Hangzhou Spark, and they looked pretty good. They looked very solid, much better than the early performances when they got rolled by Seoul. Right, you also had performances where Fusion honestly looked shaky versus Chengdu. They lost that match as well. But now coming against Hangzhou Spark, who I deem to be one of the best teams in this particular region, Fusion played well. Look, they didn't win. It came down to the wire. Some mistakes were definitely shown. Let's not say that Fusion played anywhere near perfect, but they're on the right trajectory. But a team that's kind of leading the pack, currently the team that is definitely in the lead, our number 1 seed coming through from APAC, 5-1 record, our highest map differential as well on +8. That's 4 maps better than Shanghai in the 2nd seed, is the Hangzhou Spark. And Alpha Yi, I think, leading the way for this team as well as the spearhead of this roster.
Yeah, he very much has, but I mean, everybody around him has been performing incredibly. I mean, Guangzhou, only a few map wins for him. It took a while to finally get that locked in, but has been looking better as of late. Whether it's him, whether it's Bernard, it doesn't really matter. The Hangzhou Spark are a very great, cohesive unit squad that can, tap into that hive mind that we talk about often in relation to the Shanghai Dragons. There's times where it looks like everybody is very much on the same wavelength here for this squad as well, which is amazing to see because you do have that slight little mixed language roster going on here with Koreans and the Chinese. So it's good to see that they have kind of fleshed this out. It's been a long time coming for the side of the Spark to get to this point where it looks like the roster is workable, can dominate the region. And right now, it seems like this could be their time.
And they have a head start in terms of being a mixed roster as well, right? Because everybody on this team has got experience playing on a mixed roster previously, including the members coming through from last year's Hangzhou Spark, but also the new Billy guys as well. Super Rich has had a long history playing on mixed rosters going back to CC. He even speaks reasonable Korean to get along and to be able to communicate as well. So things look good as far as the coordination of this roster. But Achilles, we're about to get into this game now, and just before we do, though, I do have to mention, as a reminder, the maps are chosen by the teams. Hangzhou Spark have opted for Oasis as the opening map of the series. The loser will be choosing every subsequent map. Control is Hangzhou Spark's best map. Type against Philadelphia Fusion, 83% win rate, 5-1 all time. They start with Guangzhou as well. I think this is part of Sparks wanting to force Bellisria in the lineup for the Fusion. Bellisria is the less experienced player compared to Fury. The more that Spark can force Bellisria into this lineup for the Fusion, probably the better it is for the Spark. Achilles, Kickoff Clash though, map number 1 starts now.
That it does. Here we go, city center of Oasis to get things started out the gate. Looks like we're going to be having a bit of a mirrored matchup here between the two squads. That's going to be hitting the jump pad first. A little bit of damage there on the fix-up. Will be okay, though, can survive. And Shy just looks to hold it in the low ground for now. Jump up over the top. Gets good damage down to Bellisria. Almost takes him out, but looks like they will be able to push away from each other relatively safely now from the side of the Fusion. Wrap back around the opposite side of the point as they get ready for this to unlock.
Here comes a jump with Bellisria as well. You do notice that Spark is first to the mark in terms of holding that high ground. Point unlocks though, so as the Fusion drops down, the Spark have to come back in as well.
Oh, Carpe with a nice Helix Rocket will find Guangzhou, but he gets traded out. Alpha Yi picking that up, making it a 1-for-1, but the front line now broken down on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. We'll see if that's enough for the Fusion to try to get this cap coming through. Anti out onto Bellisria. Looks like he's being kept alive for now, but then they get him with a sleep dart. Nice little lineup there from Iron. He gives his life to get that kill. Another little trade coming through, but with Fixa on top, it seems like Hangzhou Spark should be set to gain control of the point first and foremost. Recall going to be coming through here from Alpha Yi, keeping himself alive, building up towards that pulse bomb where Zest is just narrowly outpacing him. 6% the difference for now, but just looking for picks, looking to try to open the point. So far hasn't happened. Last second contest now coming through from Bellisria. Yep, that's going to be the jump into the back line now, though, from Guangzhou. The attack visor rolling from Shy. He's got this bubble to keep him protected for a little bit longer. Since the Helix Rockets in, gets some damage there onto Carpe. The Nano now going to be used to try to keep Carpe alive, but Aim God gives his life to use the ultimate. Bellisria has now gone down. Carpe and Zest, though, carrying their weight up over the top, managed to find Irony. Super Rich falling moments before that. Now, with no supports in the fight, it could be a quick flip here for the Fusion.
Multiple kills coming through from Carpe as well, so that Nano is certainly doing work. I mean, definitely was a desperation Nano from Aim God. It seemed like it could have been used into a lost cause as well, but Carpe holds on, defeats Shy, used that Nano to get a bunch of damage in, and it looked like Hangzhou Spark, despite having the initial cap, taking the advantage in the fight, getting a lot of members of the Fusion down, could not kill Carpe, and now he's got his own visor. Shy actually led the visor battle by more than 50% at one point, and now he's going to open to pick on Zest as well, but Carpe also did die in that first fight, so that's why he was so far behind.
Good elimination. Sound barrier now going to be used. Just everybody else on the team here for the side of the Fusion. Super Rich just getting ready to build his up. And Bellisria, he didn't receive that, I don't think, or maybe they melted the shield off him so very quickly, but he ends up dying. So this sound barrier drop not going to pay off at all for the side of the Fusion.
And beyond that as well, Super Rich and Irony have saved their ultimate, so now you have the support advantage going forward for the Hangzhou Spark. Still have the visor available for Carpe. This Fusion lead very briefly. That number on the point will be equalized in just a few moments. The ultimate advantage is definitely in the way of the Hangzhou Spark, and they're also holding up very close as well.
Yeah, and they're just diving all the way into the back towards the spawn room here of the Fusion. Put quite a bit of damage down onto Aim God. Cannot confirm the kill, though. Guangzhou going to be making his exit as the Nano comes out. Helps keep him alive. Helps get him back to safety. Spark for now in the lead at 50%. And there we go. I didn't have audio this entire time, and I finally fixed it.
And Shy's caught up again, so now he's about to get a second visor. Carpe still on his first. When Carpe pops this one, there will be a sound barrier in response from Super Rich. That's if this stick doesn't actually land up. He barely misses that one. Carpe sidesteps.
And that he does, I think, inadvertently so. Didn't necessarily know that the Tracer was behind him, but he just not quite predicting the movements there of the Soldier 76. Pretty difficult at times. For now, though, Fusion trying to retake the point for themselves. Tac visor is going to be opened up by Shy. Carpe going on a bit of a flank. He dives right into the...
What a tricky situation for the Fusion.
Clips both of the supports. They managed to pick up one. Guangzhou falling low, doesn't want to pop the primal here, of course. So, yeah, good staggers coming in here for the side of the Philly Fusion as they continue to chase up, but the DPS ult still a ways away. Alfie nearly with a pulse bomb could open things.
They're buying time, though, and that's the thing for the Fusion, is they were behind in terms of percentage cap, but they're about to hit 91 themselves. This is awful for the Hangzhou Spark. They need to actually initiate onto the point itself. You might have to see Gooseray just pop Primal and touch.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and pop it. Velasquez now doing the same, looking for a target to try to gatekeep away from the point. Dives into the back, spots the Soldier 76, sees the Tracer on the flank. He's not going to be able to really get on top of anybody, at least for now, but Gushway has been finished off. Carpe coming up with that elimination. Now Shy going to be out of the fight. The pulse bump from Alpha E yet again is not going to find any value whatsoever. Super Rich is jumping away from the point, will get hounded down, and that should basically be it, as Alpha E will be finished off. Decent comeback here from the side of the Fusion. Narrow margins to make it work, but they get there in the end. 191% as they take City Center.
I mean, that's brilliant because you see Fusion in such precarious situations. I go back to the Carpe moment, nearly dies, has the nano to save him, and then he actually cleans up a fight that was very early on. I believe that was even kind of the first/second kind of fight there. Both those fights melded together. Another situation where quite get these staggers in there, they can't quite slow down the Fusion, and they end up having to back up. You look at the flip side, Fusion go to kind of pseudo-spawn cap the Hangzhou Spark. They get 2 kills in a row. They kill Gushway as well. They really slow down the respawns. Yes, Hangzhou Spark are like 30% ahead in terms of cap, but they lose that entire advantage by just having to reset, wait for respawns. Gushway has to primal just to touch the point. He's isolated and he dies immediately.
Oh, here comes the contest for the high.
That's a boop. Hello.
Oh my god! I mean, had already used the leap poster, can't get back up. What a boop from Super Rich! Is that a loss from words as I witnessed that happening? I was waiting for the Winston to appear yet again, but no, he didn't have the leap. He just disappeared into the ether. A major first pick to assert dominance on the high ground. A great play from Super Rich as they open up the point now. It's going to be unlocked. Let's see if the Hangzhou Spark can just go ahead and take this. Velasquez has, of course, rejoined the fight, but that initial pick puts him so far behind Gushway. Good opening kill, though. Velasquez looking to make up for lost time. Gets on top of Super Rich, gets that elimination, gets that vengeance. Now Zest taken out by Shy. Good to Helix Rockets in, but it will be a trade on the Genjis. So blow for blow so far. Fusion still fighting back. Shy gets dove on. Protections there from Gushway, dropping the bubbles, trying to keep this Soldier 76 alive. The point will be taken first by the Fusion.
Yeah, that's the 5v4 advantage. They're Shy on critical HP. He went down to as low as 11, I believe that it saw. Bellassria as well has spent most of that fight being quite low. Now, the good part for the Fusion is despite losing Bellassria early, they never lost control of the cap, so they actually still managed to get Bellassria back, fight for first cap control, and actually get that first cap. Ooh. And first nano available for Aim God now.
Yep, does have that. Alpha E falling low, needs to get topped up, still going to be below half HP. Gushway as well taking a beating. Plenty of healing here for the duo on the side of the Spark. Sound barrier first out from Fixa, and 2 instant kills come in as the DPS say goodbye, good night on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Gushway making his exit as Super Rich. He's still doing Super Rich things, comes up with yet another kill, but now is left all on his lonesome, contained in the side room. Just a matter of time before he gets finished off.
It's kind of interesting that Fixer is the one to use the ultimate and not Aim God in that situation as well. So they make the tempo beat play instead of the what would have been a dry nano. That means they're going to have to go for a nano play this time around instead of being able to play defensively. Fusion will be forced to play offensively. This has to be some sort of nano visor or even a dry one to Zest. Nano visor will probably be recommended here. There's a lot to match on the other end. Hangzhou Spark, they might have lost the fight. They're 60% behind, but they are, in terms of ultimates, definitely ahead.
God, just healing through this chip damage up from Gushway. Now turns the sights over to Zest. Nano at the available, could be the visor, could be the blade. Bellassria going to open things up first with a primal. Fixa going to be taken down though. Shy with his tack visor manages to find the enemy Lucio. Carpe pops his own. He's looking for a target. Will get Super Rich moments before he can breach around the corner and keep himself alive. Fighting back though are the support duo on the side of the Hangzhou Spark, albeit only for a moment. They end up getting dropped, and Fusion will hold the point.
It's the kind of situation where it's difficult for Fusion to win right there. 1 ultimate behind. Zest also falls early. So now point control should be going back the way of Hangzhou Spark, but they're having a bit of trouble capping. They actually haven't committed the cap just yet, which means Fusion still have control at 99%. They can still play this one. They are. Zest goes in.
Alpha now trying to match. Deflection going to be used by Zest, and he is just at a sliver of HP, but the Focus Fire comes in. They will end up being traded in the end as both Soldier 76s take down the opposing Genjis. Carpe pulling around the corner. Hangzhou Spark fighting for the flip that they desperately need. Bionate out one of both supports. That's going to be a big opener for them, but Carpe now finds Shy. Alpha E only just now respawning. They can see the point for now as the flip does come in. Hangzhou Spark gaining control, if not for a moment.
And fully out of ultimates now for both sides. Fusion wasting no time, though, actually giving a bit of a chase to Alpha E. They'll get him. Alpha E completely caught out. That's going to be the 5v4. I mean, that could be the map.
Very well could be. There's the flip yet again. Now into overtime once more we go. Gushway's still going to be low. They steadily tick him back up. Irony trying to build that nano boost up here as quickly as possible. Imgod not too much further behind, but crucially fix it with the sound barrier. That's going to be available here in just 10%. Gushway falls low. They yet again need to touch the point. Someone's got to work their way through. Seems like somebody has, but now Super Edge going to be taken down, but it's in an exchange. Imgod and Zest both gone. Carpe eliminated. It seems like off the back of this nano, they might just be able to make this happen. Gushway getting closer and closer, perfectly tied just about here towards that primal rage. As we see Bellisria and Fixa desperately trying to buy some time here on the point, but Fixa, I don't know if he's going to be willing to commit the beat here. He's going to go low. No, he will go ahead and drop it. It's going to be for him and the Winston. Now they look to just try to displace Gushway, but they need their DPS to come back in to try to break down this Scientist. Primal's going to be coming through. Bellisria falling low. Pops his as well. As they go leaping across the point, Bellisria into the back line, juggling onto Irony, trying to get the elimination, and no one is on the point in this last moment. Alpha, you cannot touch in time. The Fusion will take the first map of Oasis 2-0.
And great pressure on the side towards the end there as well, at 99%. He was one being beaten, buffeted away by Bellisria with the two primals going at the same time as well. And Philadelphia Fusion decided not to reset there. I mean, they could have probably reset, saved their double support ultimates, come back in and won anyway, but they had the confidence to say, no, we're just going to take it right now. We will not risk anything further. We're going to commit ultimates, even a two-man sound barrier from Fixa. Fixa, by the way, who randomly kills Alpha E almost solo. No idea how he gets that kill. That's actually an insane kill because it just slows down Alpha E further. 2 deaths in a row where nothing really happens for him. Comes back from the respawn. Cannot touch in time, like you sort of mentioned. And that's going to be the end of our first map. But a brilliant start for the Philadelphia Fusion, especially, I got to say, that City Center was so good in terms of how they recovered.
Yeah, really good stuff, but a little bit scary. We're going to Midtown next, and I remember Philly Fusion playing on this one from last week. They ended up doing a bit better the second time out of the map, but we'll see how they fare now on the third attempt. Hangzhou Spark, this will be their selection, and we'll see how they fare when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. The kickoff clash action continues in just a few. And welcome back. It's time to carry on with our first matchup here in the Kickoff Clash APAC edition. So far, the Philly Fusion able to take Oasis 2-0, start things off with the right foot forward, get that map win under their belt. Hangzhou Spark, though, now have map select. They have elected to go to Midtown to see if they tie up the series there.
And I think that was such a clean start for Fusion. I mean, despite being behind, it never really felt like they were outright. I mean, we've seen Fusion at their worst. We've seen them at their best. This is definitely closer to being their best than their worst so far. The fact that they were behind but still kept composure, kept the ability to come on in. Honestly, personally, very impressed with Fixer on that particular map as well. I have to highlight one of the key differences that I noticed on that Gardens map, and I'll address the substitutions in a second here as well, is that despite Super Rich getting the initial boop kill onto Balasria, Fixer still kept up in ult charge, even though Super Rich had an entire Winston's HP pool of additional ult charge right from second number one. Not only that, but then Fixer and AimGod both got their support ultimates before ironing and Super Rich in that follow-up neutral. So really well played by this Fusion backline in terms of the supports. Now we talk a little bit about these substitutions as well. Obviously, MN3 coming in for the subsequent maps that are not Control. Balasria staying in is very interesting to me because typically you would see Fury here, and you are seeing Bernard on the other side.
Yeah, we'll see what they have prepped for us here on the side of the Fusion. Well, I mean, going for the Winston, going to be a bit awkward. Maybe around second point you can make that work a little bit better because you do have that underpass and whatnot to play around. Leap up between that and the high ground, but we'll have to see what they have as we do go into this. But yeah, Carpe stepping away. I mean, you know, he did a mild amount of feeding at the very beginning there, but he's the messiah for the Philadelphia Fusion. He is the one. He died for their wins. They got this first map win under their belt. Maybe he'll be reborn in map number 3. We'll just have to wait and see. For now, MN3 going to be coming out the gates, and for now is hovering on the Reaper, but we'll see where he lands as they are on the attack first.
Yeah, with Balasria, unlikely to see the Reaper here. I mean, we've seen MN3 potentially snipe here. He's played the Ash. Soldier's obviously a really good pick. Alpha E on the defense for the Torb. Now, this is actually not even a troll pick because we've seen, I believe, a game where Alpha E played this map and actually brought out the Torb legitimately. So, in a way, to me, it's kind of like a less effective Reaper because you are playing anti-dive here. You're expecting, well, you know that Balasria being in means Winston. You know Zest being in most likely means the Genji. You know they're going to dive into you. Torb does have a pretty positive matchup into that, but I think a lot less flexibility than the Reaper. So it is a risk for the Hangzhou Spark.
Okay, walking out the gates. Been to the tube.
It's a Ryan as well.
Okay, where are they going to TP? Okay, TP up onto the high ground inside of the fire department. Working across. Zest looking for a target. Will receive a sleep dart. Put on the ground for now. That'll slow up the Fusion for just a little bit of time. So far, the only casualty going to be the Torb turret.
I mean, this is shades of 2021 Fusion, right? Remember Melee? They played the most brawl. I feel like I'm watching a bit of Mano at the moment with the rest of the old 2021 squad.
Oh,
they actually managed to get
this.
Shy. So really a TP play back and forth. Shy thought he had a positioning, but the TP back was still there.
Yeah, fantastically played here by the side of the Fusion. Let's see if they can capitalize off the back of this. LPE taking quite a bit of damage. And now that they have the point, they can get a nice little defensive setup going here for the Symmetra. TP onto the high ground as they go ahead and take the fight up towards Super Rich. LPE managing to fight too. Oh no, they have overstepped the pounds. AimGod now, or LPE rather, into the back there, finds Fix Up. Cleans up the kills. I mean, he is on a tear. Is he just gonna 5-man? No, he doesn't. Okay, the Bionade will take it away from him, but damn, he nearly had all of the kills.
How does this man do it on every single hero? We've seen him basically do similar things on, obviously, the Genji, on the Reaper for sure, on the Tracer, and now also a Torb. Hello, this guy is just kind of running the gamut of all these different types of DPS currently. And the Torb seemingly working out despite losing Shy, but that was a 4v5 situation that they actually recovered from.
Yeah, well, Alpha Yi, as he goes in his bout for Rookie of the Year, I think he's basically the equivalent of 3 people, it would seem. The guy's been putting up such significant numbers. See Zest just trying to really fortify this position. As they wait to drop down, they will go ahead. Make their way onto the point now, looking for the first tick. Bernard going to be the one that steps up. Continues to contest this, just jiggling around the corner. The Fire Strike not going to connect, goes into the light post there from the side of Balasria. First tick has been snatched up. Nano Boost goes forward onto Bernard. Everybody backs away, not feeding him any extra energy, as it will dwindle down very rapidly. So they just wait this out. Good patient play from the side of the Fusion.
Okay. Should be window in the window here. Should be window for MN3. Out of the window. How many window sections can we get here? Here we go. AimGod, drop it in for me.
First one comes through. There's the tack visors looking for a target. Bernard trying to play around that light post, denying line of sight. as best as he possibly can. Again, the turret going to be the only casualty thus far. Grab comes through, they've gotten the Molten Core, layered down right on top of him. The Immortality Field does not last very long at all. Fixa taken out, and I actually don't even know where the Immortality Field was, because it wasn't in position to try to save the Lucio's life. They end up cleaning him up, now they're disconnected from each other. They get a little bit over that second tick established here on the point. We still need to break through, and they're running out of time. A minute and 12 seconds remaining. Bellisria still has not gotten an Earth Shatter yet.
So this is the interesting part, right? Because now you have half the Fusion team kind of split off from the other half. If the Spark actually collapsed upstairs, maybe they could have cleaned them up, but they'll just allow the respect to come on through. Fusion have now successfully regrouped. We get TP. Shy gets a kill, though. That's a big shatter.
Okay, he does. He managed to find one that's going to be got out of the fight now. That Sound Barrier comes in from Fixa to try to take them over the finish line. Pushing forward, swinging through, looking for the elimination here onto Bernard. The bubble gets popped, and now Bellisria, maybe he's overstepped. He's looking for the pin. Point blank, he cannot get it. Shy picking up 2, but the cap is there for the side of the Fusion, so they do get a second lease on life. Now they have those forward spawns. It's all about draining the time down here in the street space for the side of the Spark.
I think it was a big mistake for Spark not to at least collapse on one side of the map to try and stop the respawners from coming on through, at least prevent the TP, just splitting up the ability for Fusion to regroup, right? But it ends up being a free cap due to the, the Earth Shatter from Bellisria preventing anyone from touching. They already had a tick or so to work through. And now we have the Symmetra ultimate to bring things in.
Okay, that's going to be the barrier going up. As they TP to the top, they are instantly greeted by a nice 3-man Bionade. That's going to force the Immortality Field out. Wrapping around the back, they're looking for a target here to try to get the cart moving forward yet again. Quite a bit of damage there onto Alpha Yi, but Zest unable to find the elimination. Cart continuing now to proceed down into the underpass, but Fixa gets picked off at the back end here by Bernard.
Still a bit of solo pushing happening to the bottom as well. Okay, yeah, he'll get out fine. That's, yeah, it shouldn't be anything to stop him, to be honest with you. This is the sort of positioning now where you have to start considering, okay, how much further do we want to play this sort of Symmetra? Can we get more value on the TPs or not? They have to try and get pushes underway, and they need, I think at this point, I was going to say, something more like a May to get you through the underpass, because Zest on the Symmetra is probably not going to be a good enough job. Good for rotations for a, static point like A, but now that we're playing with a payload, you need something that can defend and play with your team more on a mobile sort of stance, so May definitely the right call.
Alright, so the May comes through. Still stick with the Reinhardt, of course. As they go pushing forward, MN3 going to be antied out, as is Aim God. He's just going to get tucked away. Hiding out in the underground here. As the window comes through, Bernard throws the grab, pushes the core to the right, clicks, and the Kenji just dive in. And they will rip them to shreds. They try to get themselves out to safety. They try to utilize the window, but the Spark do not allow it. A great team kill for them, as it's now a minute and 12 seconds remaining for the side of the Fusion.
It's a great grab. I mean, it entirely prevents the Fusion from using the window at all. That would have been the only real win condition coming through from the Fusion. They need to get some significant damage done via the window, and the grab completely denies that. We also have Aim God, by the way, now moving over towards the Ana. We start to head towards the end, finding that the BAP is not providing as much value. I think the lamps are starting to, really be counter value almost. They just don't really give you enough. The windows are being countered as well. We have a shatter to play through. Should be somewhat difficult to stop the shatter depending on where the bubbles are. At the same time though, Alpha Yi's just going to go in.
Yep, he finds Aim God, no sleep start to connect, so Alpha Yi just goes ahead and he takes a mighty chunk out of the side of the Fusion. Another team kill, back to back, just 40 seconds later. Now it is 27 seconds remaining for the side of the Fusion. A shatter near to a sound barrier, the Blizzard's still a ways away. Can they make this work versus the beat and the visor?
Here's the thing though, Super Rich does have a beat like you sort of mentioned here, so when the shadow comes down, as long as Super Rich is not caught by that, they should be fine. The other problem here for Bellisria is, how are you going to land a shadow when most of the Hangzhou Spark are actually playing on high ground? You want to be pushing the payload into the underpass, forcing the Spark down on the ground with you, and then go for a shadow. And even then, most likely, you just get Bellisria if he doesn't bubble in time. The main win condition here is you need the Blizzard. When the Blizzard's available, that's how you're going to get this.
Bellisria! Somebody's got to save him! Nobody can! The beat comes in from Fixa too late! He couldn't get on top of him! Now they have no tank, now they have no shatter, and Shy is just going ham with the visor. All of them getting ripped apart, no Blizzard, no nothing. They see the win conditions, I'm sure. They know what they need to do in order to get things moving, but Bellisria ends up getting caught, ends up taking so much damage, cannot escape. No one can come to his rescue, and it doesn't make it very far. Just there on the downslope, gravity not even assisting them and sliding it further. And that's all the Spark needs to do in order to tie this. Yeah.
It's actually moving the opposite end of gravity. No, but I think what happens there is that is, to me, not a very surprising place for the Fusion to get held up, because when you think about the Rhine comps, nothing to really take the high ground with. You have to basically fight for the high ground the hard way. And when I say the high ground, I'm talking about, like, you know, the actual overpass. It's not really a bridge, but, you know, that overpass
platform
area above that sort of car wash section, right? You need to take that, but then after you take that, you still have to push the payload. So how do you do both? Because you have to stack as 5. So if you do take the high ground, then you drop down to push the payload. Spark just take the high ground back from you, and you can't really fight them. And you saw how hard it was for the Fusion to push towards the payload when everybody almost completely 5 different people in separate areas of that high ground and on that B area of the map for the Hangzhou Spark. And if you're Ryan, you can't catch them. You do need a sim to try and catch them. However, we also did explain the sim's value is starting to really dip once we get to the escort sections of Midtown. For A, when it's just a static point, Symmetra is great. Now that we're starting to be mobile in the objective, Symmetra's value drops a lot. So that brawl composition just didn't have, I think, the longevity for the map completion. You would have to get past the car wash, the underpass at minimum, to see the brawl composition find value again.
Well, out the gate, not going to be trying to go for any of these Rhine shenanigans, at least not yet. They push forward. I mean, on the side of the Spark. Of course, the Rhine aren't there for the Fusion. And Bernard's going to go for the Winston.
Bellastria's kind of hiding the pick a little bit here. He hasn't shown himself. I think once you see the May, you should kind of know. And probably by now, if you hit tab, you'll see it. But yeah, they should know that something is up.
Bernard going to go leaping across, gets himself into the fire station. Doesn't see anybody here on the low ground, at least. Eyes up the position of Bellastria. Now goes diving into the back. He's looking for Aim God. Even if he can force out something like the Immortality Field, it would be quite nice. And he's playing his limits pretty well here, but Zest will manage to eliminate him. Aim God does end up falling at the same time, though. Shine a bit low. Zest pulling back behind the Rhine shield as the point for now is going to be occupied by the side of the Spark. First tick picked up with 3 minutes left on the clock. This recontest needs to come through quickly here from the side of the Fusion.
Yeah, they're waiting for Aim God, so Aim God was getting taxied back from spawn. Now that he has, Bellastria first for the touch, but 2 ticks has been given up here. No ultimate to speak of just yet. Just going to frontline versus Bellastria so far.
Yep, just jumping up, leaping over top of the shield, putting as many shurikens into the Rhine as possible. Bellastria just getting beaten and battered. There's the dive in. There's the finisher. Great Bionade woven into the fight there by Irony. The Immortality Field far too late from Aim God, but he makes up for it just a bit. Leaps up into the high ground, finds Alpha Yi, but now the visor's there from Shy. He manages to find 2. Fixa will take him down, but then Bernard gets the kill on the Fixa, and it's a near 5-minute needed hold here for the Fusion if they want to move up 2-0.
So consolation prize is they do force out the visor, so that's at least one extra piece of ultimate that is going to be taken off the board, but you wanted more than that. You wanted to shave more time off. 4 minutes.
There's almost a nano blade here for the Spark.
It's just so much, and that's the other thing, right? Because you have used the visor, but everything else is coming online. The good news is there's more to play through for the Fusion as well. The main tool, again, is going to be the Blizzard. At the end of the day, that's your panic button. If the cap is nearly there, you drop the Blizzard on the payload, you should be able to defend it.
Well, the cart for now moving completely unhindered. They're going to have the drop down here eventually as Alfie dives into the back line. It's a good push away initially, but the Immortality Field does not last very long, and I don't know if anyone's going to get the touch. They cannot. The blade comes out, everybody panics, everybody dies, and the Hangzhou Spark just make it look easy as they glide into a win here on Midtown. Fusion again, not finding very much success on this map. Not full health this time around, but still not the result that they're looking for. That's going to tie us up at 1-1. Fusion now will have their map pick, and we'll see where they decide to take us.
I mean, that was insane, right? I mean, you just see this one, lamp coming down from Aim God, killed in 1 slash. Alpha doesn't care. Just slaps out of the way like it's a complete, just minor inconvenience. Like, that thing, no, it's not going to save you, buddy. Not going to do a thing. Talked about the Blizzard for 2 whole halves of Kilios. Didn't see it one time. Very sad.
Very sad indeed. I mean, Alfie, he was straight out of his chair as soon as that round won. I think he just pulled the blades and said, yeah, nano me, whatever, let's just finish this. I gotta go use the restroom. Now he's back, ready to go for map number 3. We'll wait to see what the Fusion have elected to take us to for Escort when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see who can move up to map point after this. And we are back and all tied up here in our first series of the Kickoff Clash. As, the map pick of Midtown for the side of the Hangzhou Spark paying off dividends as it was a fairly one-sided affair, I think it's safe to say there. Avril, now we have the Fusion making their first map selection coming into this. Watchpoint Gibraltar is what they've decided on as we get ready to go into Escort.
I don't think it's too surprising as well in terms of how dominant each particular map looks, with the maybe... I'll excuse the Oasis a little bit here. I think that doesn't quite count towards the point I'm about to make. But when you do have teams picking when they're, teams who lose picking the next map. So Spark get to then pick Midtown. They look much better on Midtown. Oasis technically also was a Spark's pick. If that was more of a neutral map, maybe we'd have a different discussion about it. But because now Fusion gets to pick their own map when we head towards Watchpoint Gibraltar, I'm expecting more out of this team. And especially because they are picking specifically a map type that favors keeping Ballasria in. Because if they really wanted Fury in, they would go towards Circuit Royale. I think that's the best escort map for an off-tank player. And then Burnout would probably stay hidden as well. But they're going to force Guangzhou to come back in for them now. Maybe... if I read into this a little bit deeper, it could be the opposite thing where I sit on Oasis, maybe it was Hangzhou Spark's kind of idea to play maps that would keep Ballasria in. Now the opposite is happening where Philadelphia Fusion want to keep Ballasria in and they want to force maps where Hangzhou Spark have to put Guangzhou in.
Well, I mean, you gotta think back to Guangzhou getting his first map win of the season. Guess what map that was, Avril? It was this one.
Uh-oh.
It was
Watchpoint Gibraltar.
What does it mean?
He's won quite a few since then as well, including the last time that these two teams actually matched up. So the kind of like, Guangzhou is a curse, he's not winning maps kind of deal is definitely over for now. As I get it, that jump is it can be pretty tricky. I've certainly failed a few times on my own. But moving forward, when you look at this series, you look at these two teams, how close it was the last time they met barely a week ago. Yeah, I mean, this is the type of game that should be close, that should be going back and forth the entire way through. Gigantic nade to start things out.
Yeah, I was going to say, really bold of Ballasria to continue leaping forward onto that that high ground walkway, because we have seen Winston's immediately play towards this position and then get annihilated in the first few seconds of the round. Guangzhou instead going to be taking a defensive leap back over towards point A as he was anteed out on the high ground. Doesn't want to stick around and find out, so goes ahead, pulls away. MN3 playing in the underpass, is trying to track Shy, sends a shot his way but cannot get a hit.
So that opening kill to Super Rich actually gives Fusion an unbelievable lead because now they have both underpass control. See, the payload's already starting to push down. They also have high ground control, so they get to have their cake and also eat it too off the back of one kill. And that's even with the fact that Irony landed the initial nade that set up the play for the Spark, and they were the ones that first lost the player.
Well, speaking of eating it, Aim God, he bit the dust there. Shy, nice little headshot, taking down the enemy Ana, opens things up a bit, spots MN3, knows that he's going for the jump shot. Ooh, narrow window to be able to get that headshot where he can't quite make it happen, but you can tell he was looking in the correct position. Try to get rid of the opposing sniper. As MN3 just putting a bit of damage there into Guangzhou.
This
Irony, though, surging ahead.
This stall is really good for Hangzhou Spark now, as Fusion have just completely slowed down. They may be waiting for MN3 to land shots. Shy has hit the majority of the shots so far, when we look at just the difference of where that ult charge is, but MN3's response is fantastic here, so that's going to be the 5v4 that allows Fusion to walk forward as soon as their nano is also available for Aim God. Yeah,
he was listening to what you were saying, and he said, okay, fine, I'll just kill him then. Guangzhou is just zapping away at this man who has got no support whatsoever thus far. He'll go grapple down onto the low ground where he can receive some healing. Alpha Yi anteed out, the chase coming through. Ballasria tries to get that kill, can't make it happen. Blade gonna be pulled first and foremost here by Zest. Dashing in, gets both of the supports, doubles down for another one there onto Alpha Yi. Now the sleep dart chasing forward, the headshots connecting, the Bionade is there. It's a brilliant delayed team wipe as they will go ahead and push this through. Fixer's dashing over to the side for some reason, and Aim God says, okay, fine, I'll bring the cart forward. Split spawns now.
Some bad spawns as well. This is just going to slow down Spark even further in terms of regrouping. Adds more ult charge towards Fusion's ult bank, which they actually had an advantage on. I think that comes from the fact that they kind of won the first pseudo fight. I say pseudo fight because it's basically just Super Rich going down and Fusion walking forward. But enough early damage being done by Zest that he had the Dragon Blade lead, so Alfie could not respond. Shy also died to MN3, so everything that Fusion needed in terms of small individual micro things happening, that kind of did happen in very small ways, but that gives you a lead to work with.
Bellatrix, I mean, playing off the info here from MN3 quite nicely. Got into the back lines, took down Shy instantly. Where that initial shot did not connect. Now AimGod finding Gushe and Alpha Yi, I mean, antied out, nowhere to go. Fixa will kill him off screen. The Primal now going to be popped as Bellatrix says, like, yeah, I've got two people cornered, and I'm just going to push them up the stairwell and juggle them around. The rally from Super Rich does keep Irony alive, but now he falls lower and lower. Will get eliminated. And Zest is there for the alley-oop, comes through to help finish off the supports. MN3 dead in the meantime, but it doesn't matter. Fixa got that elimination, and while they got slowed up at point A for a considerable amount of time, they now have 4.5 minutes to push this final stretch of Gibraltar.
And now you start to see why Bellatrix is here and why they want to keep him in and want to play this map here as well. He's actually had a phenomenal A to B sort of scale play in terms of having that front in control. You talked about playing off the information from MN3 as well. He solos double supports. Irony actually missed the sleep. Now that actually is very costly. If Irony lands asleep, the two supports of Spark can actually help their team make a counterplay, but the two supports of Spark instead caught up in a corner. Free cap coming on through. 4 minutes plus into C is unreal. This is going to be a pretty damn good time bank.
Well, if they can get the finish. This is a difficult point to cap, so could get stopped up a bit. Blade now going to be pulled going into the back line. Swipes in. Shy going to go down. Dashing through. Trying to get on top of Super Rich, and Zest will get the elimination. Alpha E with a blade of his own, though. Finds AimGod. He's looking for a little bit more, but there's just too much pressure being applied from the side of the Fusion. They hound him down. He only gets one for the blade, and that was the only ultimate that they had available there. The next closest thing is going to be the Primal, which will be decent, and then otherwise the Infrasight.
Still waiting for the Primal from Gushue as well. It will be matched by Bellatrix. Look at the payload positioning. Again, still 3:30. In the last 30 seconds, we've made plenty of extra mileage on this actual payload itself. Alpha now coming through on a Tracer and struggling to get too much done. Already has to use the recall.
Yep, Zest is right here looking for him. Misjudged the recall positioning just a bit. Otherwise, he might have been able to get an earlier punish there. Still taps him down quite low with a headshot shuriken. Now has to dash away. Primal does come through. Gushue looking to open things up a bit here for his squad. Bellatrix in the meantime just looking to go ahead and gatekeep the rest of the team back into the spawn room. Has to leap out to his safety. As, yeah, bubble will come up. He takes a little bit of a nap. Gushue, like 1 HP right there for just a moment. Does manage to stay alive. A little bit of scary margins that he's playing around. The Infrasight's up now for MN3, looking for a target.
You can see that they were just respecting the fact that, okay, Gushue's also popped the Primal rather here. They are respawning. There's been an Infrasight being played in. MN3 now responding with an Infrasight. Finds that kill to Alpha Yi. With the Nano on the Gushue, that's going to be the last stand. I mean, if this Nano doesn't get value, it's over.
No, it's not, because he's going to be taking a nap inside of his bubble. Now he's going to have a bit of a rude awakening. Has to leap back over to the spawn room, trying to stay alive. Super Richie gets the rally, but it's not in time. They're trying to keep Irony, and he cannot get enough healing. His Irony was dead. There was nobody there to try to pop him back up, so Zest with a blade manages to find the other support. The right click taking down Gushue, and now it's just a matter of time as Alpha Yi. Yeah, he will fall. MN3 with some fantastic headshots on this final stretch. 2 minutes and 5 seconds, the finishing time here for the Fusion. And knowing what we know about Gibraltar, that's a pretty damn big time bank.
And it's a giant gap in the DPS department here as well. It's not just the fact that, Alpha Yi compared to Midtown, it's a completely different game. It's like there's one good team between both of these two teams, and they trade places between who's going to win and who's going to lose across these maps. And I did say, look, when map choice comes in, it is going to make a big difference, because you are going to end up being able to choose maps that you are favored on, and we're seeing that in full force here with Fusion dominating their opening attack here. 11 final blows for Zest. Only 1 final blow for Alpha Yi. It's not been a good time for Hangzhou Spark, and it's not just Alpha Yi. The entire team got kind of dumpstered there on that defense. Staggered all the way through B. Didn't even really get to pop a blade. I believe that one kill actually came through from the blade. How long did Alpha Yi have to hold on to that blade for? Quite a while. Didn't get to use it until C. Hangzhou Spark never got to set up a fight. Irony and Super Rich barely got to play the game. Bellatrix kept them cornered for most of that B push. It was an entirely free B push. How many times do you see a B cap come in the manner that Fusion did it? Completely for free. Doesn't happen. Yeah. So, Spark, a lot of questions need to be asked here, because we're heading into match point for Fusion otherwise, and it's looking very likely it will be a 2-1.
Well, we've had full holds on this map. We've had people pushing to the finish with some decent time bank. We'll have to see what happens now for Fusion, because sometimes you get that really strong attack, and then they flip over to the defense. It's like, oh, actually, we can't hold at all. You know, we only can attack. Let's see if that's going to be the case for them here. But either way,
that's how you get those
really well practiced.
That's how you get those 8 Anubis kind of maps, right? Those 11-11 Volsky maps coming through that you play for 3 hours on one map. So I see it. I get it.
I know that some people miss, we're not big fans of that, but I, for one, kind of miss the old 2CP. I wish that they would bring it back.
Good memes. Good memes.
Give me a special game mode, you know, like a week where you add it back into the competitive queue. I think that would be wonderful.
1.5
anyway.
CP. 1.5 control points.
You only have to get half the tick of the point to win. Shy, jump shot over the top. Instantly does dump Bellis Rhea. Takes him low. Aim God going to be taking a nap. Seems like, though, with the peel coming through for Bellis Rhea in the back line, no one able to get on top of Aim God to get the punish. So he'll be woken back up and it's right back into the fray.
Slow innings for Spark to start things out with. Again, a little bit of focus on the actual payload itself, just trying to move it through the car wash and maybe up the hill. This time you're not going to see, or unless Shy lands a shot, you're not going to see this insane opening pick come through that forces the defensive team away instantly. In fact, Fusion are doing a great job of holding onto this high ground so far, making it very difficult for the Spark to actually walk forward in there. No longer actually even getting payload distance or high ground control, so they're losing on both fronts of map control.
And Bellis Rhea identifying exactly where Shy is at. Takes him low, can't get that kill. In the meantime, MN3 does find Alpha Yi, though. Bellis Rhea still playing a bit boldly. Gets Anti down to 150. Will manage to make his exit, though. Shy taking a nap. No one really going to be able to get on top of him, though. The whole team of the Hangzhou Spark is there. So he will safely wake up.
Okay, it's nano time for sure now. This is what we've been waiting for. The Spark have been waiting for ultimates because they don't have anything else. Bellis Rhea goes in first. Now, you'll notice that Bellis Rhea is playing super aggro. He can because he's got the primal. He's always going to be able to bail himself out. Gushray now has a primal here as well. This is also putting a lot of pressure onto Shy to give MN3 the space to work with instead.
Just dropping down, zapping everybody that he can. Falls down to 30 HP before popping the primal. Now goes into the back line, juggling the Genji around a little bit. Nano goes on him as well. Oh, no, it doesn't. Never mind. That's just his primal. Little zappy zaps going around his fists. And he'll leap back in. A little leapfrog. Just over the top to get himself back, joined in with the rest of the squad. The support's off of the flank. Anti goes out. They get the push back there off the whip shot. He's chasing. He's looking for Aim God. And it has to come through, down to Gushway rather, jumping forward to be able to get that elimination. Otherwise, the Blade was not going to be finding too much. But they set up enough damage for Gushway to find the kill. Rally now rolling his Fixa, tries to keep himself and the rest of the squad alive, but Zest going to be taken down. Alpha Yi finds that.
Oh,
Fixa
99.
getting a little bit of revenge, but now he's low. Antied out, has to wait for the rest of the squad to join in. Shy gets taken down by MN3, but MN3 falls to Gushway. Cart now pushing forward, just a couple meters left to go here with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Anti out from Irony, not going to connect. Fixa blocks that one with the shield. Nano at the ready. Anti just going to be clearing the Venom mine. Not finding really any targets other than Gushway, who has since exited, and they get them to reset.
Spark just back out. Yeah, they completely back out. They actually could have forced a Nano Blade there, but they back out. If they put a little bit more pressure on the payload and onto members respawning, I guarantee the Nano Blade is forced out. And look, Spark probably lose the fight, but in terms of resources, that would have been hugely in their favor. 2 forced extra ultimates out. Now there is still going to be the potential, but with Zest being taken down, the Nano's going to be forced onto Bellis Rhea instead.
Yep, like we're going to have to be here. It's Bellis Rhea. Yep, there we go. The Nano goes out onto him, still hovering around half HP as he tries to hold the cart in position. Just 4 or so meters left to go here to get that bump up on the time bank. 2.5 minutes to get added in. Dive into the back. He's looking for Shy, but the healing is going to be good. They get the Slingshot down onto him, but now here comes the Blade. But Zest instantly gets evaporated. Super Rich gets on top of him. The Anti was there from Irony. They find the punish on the Genji. Shy, however, now going to be out of the fight. Bellis Rhea pops that Primal Rage and gets on top of Irony, taking their own Nano out of the fight there. Stick through from Alpha Yi, gets the kill on the MN3. They still look to try to get this across the finish line, but Zest returning now over onto the Tracer, instantly finds the kill onto Alpha Yi, taking him out of the fight. The rally going to be rolling from Fixa, trying to keep everybody else alive. Leap up into the air from Gushway. The touch comes back in, Super Rich with a rally of his own. It's going to be taken out of the fight. Aim God shuts it down with a Bionade. Zest now gone. We are in such a back and forth brawl, but someone's got to touch the cart, and Gushway, he dies before he can hit the floor. He does not contest, and the Fusion will full hold their map pick, paying off wonderfully as they now take the lead 2-1.
And just being able to bounce on and off that payload to be able to maintain control and contesting it from the defensive side of things. Irony dying at 99% was the kill that secured that one, on top of actually killing, Super Rich and denying the rally as well. Both those supports dying at that critical time is massive in Fusion's favor. Irony didn't get the Nano off at all. You could see him in the background trying to come back from spawn, but poor Ana, very slow character. She's old, she can't move very quickly. The Nano never came on through. If that Nano comes through for Gushray, I think there's a fair shot that Spark actually continue to fight that one and maybe even cap. But could they finish the map? Extremely unlikely. I said straight away, looking at how dominant that attack was from the Fusion, even if Spark get towards B, I don't think they finish with the map. They finished the map at all. If they do finish the map, the time bank will not be good. So Fusion, off the back of a successful attack, definitely had that one in the bag, and it deserved 2-1.
Well, there you have it. 2-1 the lead now for the side of the Fusion, but if we've learned anything from these map selections, that we very well could be going into a Game 5. Hangzhou Spark looks like they're electing to take us to New Queen Street for our push map. We'll see if they can tie this up yet again, extend it into a Map 5 series, or if the Fusion can put their foot down, get some revenge, and take it cleanly with a 3-1. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a few. And we are back and going into what very well could be the last map in our initial match here in the Kickoff Clash. The Fusion currently leading 2-1 over the Hangzhou Spark after they close out with a full hold on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Now we set our sights on New Queen Street to see if the Spark can tie it up yet again.
And push is maybe a dangerous territory here. There's only two options, so this is probably one of the situations where getting map pick doesn't feel as impactful as maybe getting map pick for, say, Escort, where your choices are plentiful in terms of where you can go to, and there's very distinct playstyle changes depending on what map you go. Like I've already mentioned, Circuit Royale heavily favoring off-tank players, and then Gibraltar heavily favoring the main tank players in terms of the hero pools, right? New Queen Street, it's probably, look, if you're going to go to a push map, this is probably the better one overall in terms of how good it is to play. I just don't like Coliseum. I'll put it out there. That's probably not a hot take. Most people probably agree. But is it good for Spark? I mean, hard to say. They did lose Coliseum to Philadelphia Fusion the last time these two teams met. We're not actually playing Coliseum now. Got to be playing something here where, looking at the fact that Bellisri is still in for the Fusion, it says to me the possibility of a Ryan like we've seen from London so far, proving that Ryan is actually a pretty strong pick here. There is a possibility just to play the Doom, which I don't think is very good. Most teams that have played Doom on New Queen Street haven't actually done well. Or Bellisri just plays a Winston. Pretty standard, pretty neutral, but we do know 100%, pretty much 100%, that Bernard is going to be playing that Zarya. So if Bellisri wanted to go Ryan, I think it's a reasonable matchup into the Zarya if that's the thinking and the strategy from the Fusion department right now.
Well, let's see what they have prepared for us as we get ready to go back into the action. Carpe, of course, rejoining with MN3 sitting on the bench. Looks like it's just going to be the Soldier 76 from him. I thought maybe we would see the Reaper. It looks like they will do a little bit of a mismatch as Zest is currently on the Tracer. 10 seconds left the swap, though.
And the other thing I have to comment about Hangzhou Spark on a push map as well is that they typically have Alfie on a Reaper, whereas Zest will most likely, you know, the last time they played, Zest actually played the Genji, but the Tracer option is also pretty decent here as well. Likely will be swapping off the Tracer eventually, though, because Tracer into Zarya, not a great matchup here, so probably we'll see the Genji eventually. Alfie's Reaper is good, but I feel like it doesn't have the same pop-up potential as his Genji, so that is part of the worry for Spark playing this specific composition. However, the Reaper does punish the Winston of Bellisria, so if that ends up being the area of success for the Hangzhou Spark, they can definitely win.
All right, well, Wraithwalk going to be forced early here. Alfie rejoins up on the high ground, just playing around the side of Statue, gets on top of Bellisria. The anti goes out onto him as well. And that's going to lead to him jumping out of the fight. Zest inches forward the bot for just a little bit here. Gains a whole almost 2 meters. Big distance as the sleep connects on the Zest. He wakes back up. Doesn't have a recall, but he's got the healing there from his teammates to keep him safe.
1.89 meters. I mean, that's not even as tall as Johnny, I think. So let's see what we get there. 198. That's a bit. I think, is that taller than Johnny? I'm pretty sure Johnny's like 5 meters tall, but in any case, he's actually a Titan from Attack on Titan, if you're wondering.
He's pretty gigantic, as they have now bested them by 8 or 9 meters there. Or 0.09 meters, I should say. Okay, enough about the math. So I'm just going to focus on yelling about the kills that come through, because we have a couple. Alfie and Irony going to be out of the fight. They do trade Aim God, but it's going to be a nice trade up for the side of the Fusion, a 2-for-1. A little bit of an extended there, as Bernard does manage to find Aim God, try to allow for Irony to catch back up towards that nano boost charge that has been surging ahead. Aim God at 94% already.
Yeah, the death really helps Irony to catch up a little bit here, but Shy's actually ahead in terms of the visor. That's the important part. They won't be able to nano visor, but they can just throw the visor out there before there's any real response from the Philadelphia Fusion. At this point, we're not seeing a huge amount of distance, 25-ish meters, okay, still reasonably far away from the actual checkpoint cap itself. Bellisria going in deep, still waiting for Shy to pull through with the ultimate. Somebody's going to use an ult at some stage, because Fusion's banking them up as well.
Yeah, just leaping into that back alley there. Bellisria trying to pressure the back lines. Wraithwalk going to be used. Oh, he tries to go in to get the stick as soon as he exits out of Wraith form. Cannot do so. Fusion still keeping the bot quite far forward as Carpe goes on a bit of a flank here with Bellisria through the interior of the building to try to get an angle. Sound barrier going to come through in response to the visor pop here by Shy. Nano's out on him as well. Manages just at the very end to get Aim God as that shield barrier goes away. Super Rich will be traded out, but it's going to be a trade up for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. We now start shifting the bot back to the opposite side of the map. Fix as well going to be going down as they look for a little bit of an extended team wipe. Don't think they'll be able to find it unless they can get on top of Bellisria, which they do. The Carpe has well exited the building in the vicinity. So bot now going to be pushing. We'll see how far they can go.
We've used so many ultimates in that last fight. The only one remaining ends up being Carpe's Visor, which didn't get used in the last fight. Despite the desperation Nano coming on in, we actually saw from Shy's POV, he wasn't able to find targets. He gets Aim God as the only kill, and Aim God still gets the Nano down, but no further kills off the back of the Nano from Aim God to save the day for the Fusion. How can they use this Visor now? It's pretty much just going to have to be laid in there for Carpe.
He TP's right in behind them, and they are not prepared for it whatsoever. 2 kills quickly picked up. Carpe taken low, finished off by Shy at range. Fixa trying to stay in the fight, but cannot. Shy will find that elimination, and that is going to be the team kill coming through as the Hangzhou Spark can very well make it to the second checkpoint here.
It's brilliant initiative coming through from the Spark as well, because you see that Fusion, hands in pockets there, not too sure what the play is. They aren't really committing just yet. Carpe still holding to Visor. Alpha E takes it with his own hands, pulls the trigger early, dives in, TP in with the bubble for the Death Blossom, super successful. Talk about the potential for capping the checkpoint, not quite there, and this is where Fusion need to make their stand.
Ria looking for the short hop there into the back lines. Bionane thrown down by Irony, just keeping everybody topped up, and he's nearly got the Nano online now. Will be ready to go. Doesn't have a great recipient for it other than maybe Bernard, if he can get to high energy. Otherwise, Alpha Yi could be the recipient here, and he will be. As they go ahead and set the stage for it. So they go ahead and throw that one down. Yeah, the grab out, and it's just going to be an absolute flood of pink in the kill feed as they just come up with a massive win here in the team fight. That's the last one staying alive, but eventually will fall, and the bot didn't make it very far away. Hangzhou are right back in control, and this time they will get the checkpoint.
I thought maybe Burner put the grab on top of the Jim Borden's club there, but it ends up being the Jim instead, so we'll take that one. It's a couple of kills. Again, not a lot of responses coming through from the Fusion side of things. Still really slow to pull trigger here at all. They had no support ultimates, obviously no sound barrier to protect themselves. Cap is near, but still not quite enough to actually... Do they have the cap? They do.
Oh!
Huge double.
I don't even think he got the stick there. I think he just threw it on the wall and they both collapsed on top of it, but that's a major opening here from the side of Zest. As the bot is moving forward, Alpha E just going over towards the bot, delays it here for a moment as they look for the reset. They will be given it. Now it's about 30 meters to take the lead once the bot gets to pushing yet again.
And there should still be one more fight available here for the Hangzhou Spark before the checkpoint can be unlocked and capped by the Fusion. Now, the good news for Fusion, that time actually saving ults helped them because they get double the massive alley on the double kill on the Pulse Bomb. Everything else gets saved. Finally, the Nano Visor comes on through. This is still, by the way, the first Visor the Carpe has had the same Visor since the start of the game. We'll finally see it this fight, hopefully.
Okay, well, there's the Nano so far. No Visor. He's looking for a target. He's seen absolutely nothing. They absolutely just scatter away from him like cockroaches into the shadows as soon as the lights come on. They run away. Shy desperately trying to escape. Carpe.
Get him!
Or shot to him! Just shoot him! Just shoot him, Carpe! No, Fixa says, okay, fine. I'll do it if you cannot. If you're not willing, I will be the one to end this man's life. He takes down Shy. Now they look for a little bit more. Alpha E going to be Wraith walking out. Makes his exit. Sound barrier going to be dropped.
Interesting beat.
Putting that beat onto himself, onto Carpe. He will now finally be using the attack visor, but it's an instant beat in response from Super Rich, and now Ria has died because he didn't receive any of that sound barrier. Carpe is going to be dead. Aimgod's sticking out of the fight, and the Hangzhou Spark, they take the pot right away from the Fusion yet again.
It's a confusing beat because in some ways I'm like, I guess it's a tempo beat coming through from Fixer. However, it doesn't even get onto every single member, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then Super Rich just counter beats anyway, so I don't know what that was all about. And then Carpe visors during the beat. Did he visor with his own beat or did he do it after? I can't. The entire thing is just jumbled brains at this moment. It's not very clean from the Fusion.
Okay,
that, however, is much better.
Yeah, finding a big value pick, doesn't get the stick, but it's fine. Puts it at Irony's feet, and he cannot get away from it. Now follows up, gets an elimination on the Alpha Yi. Yep, Zest is saying, you know what, I will fight, I will drag you guys kicking and screaming back across the opposite side of New Queen Street if I have to. Fix it there as well, trying to pack him up. Gets the elimination on the Shy. Now Super Rich going to be taken down, and it's the Fixa and Zest show as the bot will be shipped across towards the Spark side of the map yet again. Still 7 meters that they need to close out if they want to get the lead, and there's only a minute remaining, as you say.
Well, to be fair, in a minute you can definitely get... It's one fight, right? You get one fight, you cap, and I actually think they win off this. So this final fight is actually for all the marbles. If you do actually get this fight win and you get over 57 meters, very unlikely that Hangzhou Spark can come back in the OT. So whoever wins the fight and gets control of the payload during the actual OT, probably the team that will... Whoever has the lead, rather, during the OT, is probably the team that takes it at the moment. Zest, I don't know if you can tell, but he really wants to win today, so he's hoping that they can be him.
Grab Blossom is available, though, so they have to be careful here. No way, obviously, to deny that grab away. Just have to try to play around as best as possible. The Nano going to be coming out as Carpe's out on the high ground. That's in response to the Graviton Surge. Carpe, while locked into that, will find Irony. The Blossom comes in, gets one, but Zest, again, hungry for the victory. Comes over the kill on Bernard, now gets Shy. And looks for another target. Alpha Yi sat here on the bot, as is Super Rich. Is antied out somehow. Lasted quite a lot longer than I might have anticipated, but they will fall. As
oh my god.
It's just Zest and Fixa continuing to find these kills, and the Fusion might have just now brought it back. The Doomfist is there to contest. Stops them from making to the checkpoint. Obviously, they still need to push through from there, but now Bernard, going to be eliminated. The bot makes it through, and now they have to wait it out. He takes his little break, rubs his shoulders, make sure he's ready to start pushing yet again.
Fusion's got it.
Dive for it. Visor comes out. Yeah, Carpe finding one. Irony now going to be gone. The pulse bomb not going to get super rich, but he cannot get over to the bot. As...
No, I think Fusion won.
They should have.
I think Fusion won. They had control of the payload in the OT.
Yes.
So they win.
Yes, they did.
Right?
They had to have.
Congratulations, Fusion. Surely they won. What an interesting... Not that one. No, surely. No, that's definitely a Fusion win. It's got to be. Come on, we can't have Boston Uprising winning again.
The only way that would not have been is if they all left the bot. I think that is just a coding issue.
No, that can't be it.
I think that might
surely
just be a little bit of beta.
Everyone's saying GG's. Everyone's saying GG's. Okay, Fusion did win. Fusion did actually win. Okay. Calm down. We got there. We got there. Fusion, in fact, have won. Even though the thing didn't say Fusion won. We noted that they did.
Okay.
Let me comment really briefly on something that happened in the final fight before we move further forward. Interesting grab choice by Burner. He solo grabs Carpe on top of that tram bus thing. And he was unkillable. Yeah. Carpe was like unkillable. And Alfie's like, I guess I have to Blossom to kill one guy. He does Blossom. He does kill Carpe at the cost of 2 members of the Spark going down. Spark thought they could end it there. Spark thought if they just get this fight win with the grab and Death Blossom, which probably they should have if it wasn't just all used on one person and then traded for 2 in response, maybe Spark could have had that map. We would have been to a map 5. But Fusion, they have an ultimate advantage despite losing Carpe. They have a player advantage despite losing Carpe. We're heading to the final fight at OT. Burner comes back on a Doom, instantly dies, and that's the end of that. Fusion, 3-1. Beautiful display today. Or maybe forget about the Midtown incident. It's always that map, isn't it, Kilo? It's that Midtown incident. Same thing against Chengdu, but yeah, wipe that one from my memories, and the rest is fine.
Yeah, it really is. I realize, people are probably panicking now because just given the delays and whatnot, that this is when things are starting to be confusing. But yes, they win this. Fusion make it happen. I mean, so much cleaner here. The Midtown incident, we will just completely ignore it. I don't know what that map is. That didn't get played in this series at all. We just kind of skipped over that and awarded a win to Hangzhou Spark out of the generosity in our hearts. But yeah, Fusion looking a hell of a lot cleaner today. And, we were back and forth initially trying to figure out who could be the player of the match here. But after that last map of New Queen Street, it could only be one man. It is Zest. He showed that he has a fire and a fear in his belly, and he did not want to lose this series at all. The Genji plays from him, clean with the blades. The Trace are there, pretty much immaculate on that last map.
On every single map, I think Zest performed admirably. I think maybe only Midtown, where Zest was kind of forced onto awkward picks. Like we saw the May coming on through, we saw the Sim coming in through again. If we forget about the Midtown incident, the rest of Zest gameplay across the board, brilliant stuff. I mean, that includes Oasis as well. In a sort of series where a heavy talking point was Alpha Yi, especially on Midtown. Alpha Yi was really pumping, but when push comes to shove, and we really look at, plays like that, the double pulse bomb kill, that one double pulse bomb really gave Fusion such a major advantage in turning around the fight. So we talk about, I don't know about the rest of Fusion, but today Zest really wanted to win. Yeah, he definitely wanted to win if he got there. He pulled that team across the line.
Yeah, absolutely did. I mean, 6 kills with the Dragon Blade here on the Genji, and I think he got pretty darn close to that number as well with Pulse Bombs. I think by the end of that New Queen Street, he had at least 4, so was putting up some significant numbers here for the side of the Philly Fusion. And this is a guy who, at the very start of the year, came out the gate swinging, impressed all of us, immediately started the conversation of, Rookie of the Year, kind of centered around him, around a lot of the rookies on the side of the Philly Fusion, and he has continued to deliver. And now in his first series in the Kickoff Clash, his first proper tournament here in the Overwatch League, he's able to very much help carry the team to victory over the Hangzhou Spark. So that sets them up very nicely. But the question now, Avril, becomes, who does he have to best next? Who else does he have to carry the Fusion on his back to beat? We're going to find out in just a few minutes, because we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about this series, what it means, what we can expect from the Hangzhou Spark moving forward as they fall down to the lower bracket, etc. But we do have the Shanghai Dragons versus the Seoul Dynasty on the horizon. They're playing for a chance to go up against the Philly Fusion in the next side of the upper bracket. We'll see what happens in just a little bit when we come back, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And we are back before we jump into our second series of the evening and our first day of the Kickoff Clash here in APAC. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the matchup we just saw. Philly Fusion, I think, shattering a lot of people's expectations. This is a rematch, as we said at the top of the show. These guys just recently played against each other last week, went the distance, went to 5. Can't make it happen this time, the Spark. I mean, they elected to pick the Philly Fusion, thinking that they were going to be the weakest opponent they could go up against to kick off this tournament, and now they've suffered a loss. Now they find themselves in the lower bracket. What does this mean for the Hangzhou Spark moving forward, Admiral?
I mean, it definitely hurts in a bracket with so many good teams, right? Because now the next game is going to have to be against either Shanghai or Seoul. They've beaten Seoul before, but they didn't beat Shanghai last time, so that might be a bit rough. And even then, I think both Seoul and Shanghai have leveled up since those occasions in which Spark actually played against them. Now, Spark choosing Fusion isn't out of the ordinary. I think it actually is a fine choice to make because, A, they probably are on paper the 4th best team out of 4 here. That's considering that Spark had a 5-1 record going into this and looked pretty dominant. That shakes things up now a little bit, viewing that Fusion actually won this map against Spark. If you actually put Fusion in your pick'ems, that's a fine choice as well because you can just kind of flip coins for all of these games and everybody can beat everyone. We don't have a situation where there are teams that are clearly outskilling and much better than other teams currently. I think all 4 teams have the capability to beat everyone else. So it's a close tournament. It's going to be a close affair all the way through. Every single match could go either way, which makes things exciting, but even unpredictable as well, which is in the best way, I believe. So props to Fusion for making the run back possible. You know, they get the rematch. They probably felt like they should have beaten the Spark last time they met in that 2-3 loss. And now that they get to prove they are the team that were meant to win, and they get the 3-1 victory instead. And I would say in a much better look as well, far cleaner than what we saw last time when these two teams faced off.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is something that we kind of talked about forever ago. Once the Philly Fusion kind of started having their initial decline in performance, you know, coming out playing against the Seoul Dynasty, getting swept there, was that you do have to give them a little bit of time to continue to build this energy, to get warmed up, and to be able to play against these teams. They need to kind of feel them out. Obviously, Midtown, I know we said we won't talk about Midtown. That is still a very big issue, and I think that pretty much anybody who plays against the Fusion in the future is going to look to take them to that map if they have that choice to pick. So that's something that definitely needs to be improved. But for every other map, for the team cohesion as a whole, we're seeing it continue to grow. I think they had just a really hot start. They had a little bit of a dip. They got, had their wake-up call. They got slapped around a little bit by the Dynasty, and now we're seeing the fruits of their labor, their efforts, their grinding that they're putting in really coming to fruition. They're blossoming.
Final
so we
comment.
have to just go ahead.
Final comment would be, I think the Midtown is recoverable as well because it came down to them taking a risk and a gamble on Rhine-based compositions. They've learned their lesson now, and maybe it's not the answer. Okay, we're not the London Spitfire. We haven't had enough practice on this composition. Yeah. There are weaknesses here that got exploited. They don't have to go back to the Rhine as well. So even that Midtown, I think, is a recoverable situation for them.
Oh, I completely agree as well. I think it's just something that they need to put to practice a little bit more since, they can't, ban it away or anything. I think they've shown their weaknesses there, and I think that they should expect that teams are probably going to try to attack them with that map pick. So, just need to strengthen that up. And if they can do that, then I think they're in a very good position. But, yeah, I think it's just a little bit of that early season roller coaster going on for the Fusion with this new roster and whatnot, with these rookies coming together. And right now, it's looking good. We'll see how they fare in their next matchup. But first, we have to figure out who they're going to be playing against, because it's either going to be the Seoul Dynasty or the Shanghai Dragons. That matchup is getting ready to happen in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have a quick little break, and then we'll get right back into the action. And welcome back, guys. It is time to go into our second series here in the Kickoff Clash, and this one is pretty much always a banger between these two squads, as they have long since fought for dominance, long since fought to the throne here in the APAC region. It's the Shanghai Dragons up against the Seoul Dynasty, and who really knows what we're going to get? I mean, you were just talking about how anybody can kind of beat anybody on a given day, but with these two teams especially, it feels like things are constantly up in the air.
And I just got an interesting factoid. We'll see this when we get into the game as well, but these two teams have actually played each other a total of 19 matches all time. I don't actually have the match record for that. I'll have to find that out at a later date. Maybe in the next broadcast I'll give you the answer for that when Seoul and Shanghai, if they meet again, which I think it's likely they do meet again. Because as much as I say that anybody can win this tournament, anybody can beat anybody, there is still a bit of a minor tier list, and in my mind, Seoul and Shanghai are the two better teams of the four teams that we do have in the tournament so far, as far as experience goes, veterancy, pop-off potential, and individuals, mechanics, everything. They've got it all right. This is why currently I think these are the top two teams in our region in APAC, and they deliver, I think, the best games as well.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups here, see what they have prepared for us, see if they throw any curveballs, but something tells me that it's going to be pretty stock standard from both of these teams. There you go, kicking things off. Yeah,
no way, Smurfs playing tank?
Oh my god, I can't believe it!
No way.
No experimentation here with Prophet trying his hand at the Zarya or anything like that. We'll just be sticking to the DPS lineup. Smurf, of course, they're the lone tank player here for the side of the Dynasty.
They've only played Stalker one time. And I think
it did not go well.
But I believe they lost that map. He only played Tracer. It is one of his better heroes, although to be fair, that was during Seoul's kind of experimentation phase. Smurf's playing a whole bunch of different heroes. Fitz is on the Sombra way too often, and not even to try and counter the Doom. So we're out of that phase now. Seoul Dynasty like, no, here's our 5 players. We know what our comps are. We know what we're good at. This is what we're going to do. Take a look at the other team here as well. Shouldn't be too surprising. Flitter does play some of the opening maps, but it's actually going to be Who Are You, because we are going to, we'll find out in a second, it's the control of Oasis, I believe. So the Genji to bring things out early. I think the real chance to see Flitter will be on the push map, either Colosseum or New Queen Street, depending on who picks it. And that's probably when you see Flitter for the Reaper, unless you just keep playing Who Are You on the Genji. I mean, we're still in the Genji meta. You could just keep playing the Genji if you want to. So,
and I don't mind it.
Shanghai to me is starting to figure it out. Because you'll remember Shanghai as well. I think in the early games, they got 0-3 by Fusion, shaky matches, map 5s all the time. Great thing about Shanghai is they don't lose those map 5s. And now, as scary as they are, they're even scarier because they've been improving every single game.
Now they have been. Well, I find it fitting that Who Are You is the only one who still doesn't have a picture to really just go with the whole name theme that he's got going on for himself there. But
he is a dragon. He is a dragon.
He is just actually a dragon. He is the embodiment of the Dragon Blade. Well, Oasis will be our first map as we get ready to go into this best-of-5 series between these two titanic forces here in the APAC region. It will be Garden to start it off. We'll see what they have pieced together for us, but with Who Are You in the mix, you can always anticipate it's going to be a Genji.
More maps, more matches against each other than any other teams in the league, 19 all time. Exactly.
That's incredible.
It's insane. It really is. It's partially because when we had the sort of APAC in a split, the East-West split, both Shanghai and Seoul are obviously in that split, and when you are usually the good teams, you end up playing each other more because of playoffs and because of tournaments, etc., right? So it does also make a lot of sense to me, but I also think it's just an exciting rivalry. I mean, we've got plenty of rivalries in the APAC region between different types of teams, but at the top level, this is one of those, like, here's the #1 versus #2 team type of rivalry. So let's kick things off. Head over towards Oasis Garden. It's going to be a mirror match on both ends, and the Winstons dive on in.
Yep, the Prophet Genji versus the Who Are You. Smurf and Prophet already taking quite a bit of damage, but it's going to be Fitz who draws first blood, and then Prophet manages to cut his way through Lee Jae-gon, finding another one, and it is going to be a fairly one-side affair here in the opening volley as Vindheim comes up with 3 of the final blows. A team kill before the point even unlocks, Avril. And I like the pace being set here by the Dynasty. I'm just hoping that the Dragons can answer back in kind, because I'm all about this back-and-forth playstyle between these two teams.
Well, I mean, Fate got taken down pretty early, right, because he took a bunch of damage. The cleanup was there. We are going to have a pause coming on through for whatever reason. We'll find out what that is in a moment. Just a little bit of history lesson, a very minor one. We only have to go back a few days at this point, less than a week even, is that Seoul and Shanghai in their last meeting, first of all, it was a 3-1 finish for the Shanghai Dragons, but we did start it with Oasis, and that was a 2-1 victory in favor of Seoul on that particular Oasis as well. So in terms of starting here, it's Shanghai's choice as the higher seeded team to go to Oasis. So they're actually going to go to the map they lost against Seoul to start things out within this series.
I mean, you know, a lot of times you drop a map to somebody that's going to be your focal point when you're doing your prep, when you're doing your VOD reviews and whatnot. So it seems like they think, okay, we've got a good read on how Dynasty likes to play this map now, and now we feel comfortable taking them to it yet again. We'll see what happens, though. It's a quick little pause. Just go back into the action as we get some initial skirmishing here.
And Seoul also did, by the way, win that Gardens as well. I don't know if you remember, but Creative ended up finding a sleep dart onto Huayu's blade and the double Bayonet kill. That was good times coming through. This time, Fate just dies again as the first pick coming on in, so Fate's not having a great day.
Ooh. Neither is Who Are You. Takes the Helix Rockets, Fit's got the follow-up shots, they finish him off, and it's a great start here. Confidence certainly instilled right now for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, and his Prophet just going to be sitting up in the middle, poking and prodding where he can, trying to get that Dragon Blade online. Every time, yes.
Fun fact. Shanghai Dragons currently have 0 final blows and 0 eliminations.
Oh, beautiful. That's not a very fun fact. Well, there you go.
Oh, that's the first one. They have one now.
It's been undone. Who are you? I was about to mention he was actually outpacing.
Fact, they now have 1 final blow. That's the new fun fact.
Is that going to be enough, though? Fitz going to go ahead, pop the tack visor with the nano, layered in on top of it. Gets a little bit of damage, and he's trying to find Who Are You. Instead finds himself back facing the enemy support there. We'll pull away from Izayaki, who now we'll go ahead, invest the nano out onto the lip, who pops his own tack visors, looking for some targets. Looks like he will get smurfed by the end, so Shanghai Dragons cleaning up the fight will be able to get this flip. Fitz just going to push forward, go for the reset. Does manage to take Lip down with him. Get a little bit of extra percentage, but there's the flip at 77%.
They'll be banking the sound barrier there as well. I think there was the option for Vindane to use, but opted against it or maybe just flubbed it. We're going to be in a situation now, though, where Who Are You is more than likely going to be blading this one, so the sound barrier will definitely be coming on through. That can also support Prophet's own blade, as EJGON does not have anything to use. So there is an opportunity for Seoul Dynasty to flip once more. Both of the tanks have primal, so I think Fate will try and delay as long as possible.
Anti was thrown in, doesn't find anything, and oh boy, he gets body blocked in the stairwell, does Prophet. Fate just going to be able to zap him to death, and I think without the Genji, Dynasty just going to look to poke and prod where they can, otherwise play safe, go for the reset, so they will pull back towards the spawn.
Wow, that was a quick win for the Shanghai Dragons. Didn't cost them anything either, just a nice body block to the Prophet. Like you said, here comes that blade from Who Are You.
Yep, instantly finds Fitz, dashes in, looks for the support, he'll get one swipe out onto Prophet, one on the Smurf. Smurf again just jumping away, trying to stay safe. Fate playing forward. Knows that he's got the primal if he did get himself into a dire situation, but he was going to be just fine. So yet again, 1 kill, 1 reset, time bought.
It's in some ways a great ultimate from Who Are You and the Dragons to get a free fight win. It's a percentage, but it doesn't force anything out from the Dynasty. You want to force these sound barriers, you want to force a primal. You are going to get the blade now.
Yep, but it's going to be forced back as it's that anti. Doesn't have enough reinforcements there to try to keep him supported, so instead has to abandon it. The blade not going to find anything. Lip will cut down Prophet as he tries to make his exit. Follows up for another kill. Now getting Fitz. Now Smurf 3 for Lip. As the nano onto him from Izayaki pays dividends. Now that is the Dragons taking the lead at 83%. And they still have a sound barrier and a visor.
And they play through the sound barrier of Vindane as well. Vindane popped the sound barrier. I think it hit definitely more than the 2 people that I saw towards the end there. Still was enough. They're going to go for the touch here in terms of what's left on the Seoul Dynasty. Still plenty to play through. Nano Visor coming on board, but the sound barrier being there for the Shanghai Dragons can be a game winner. EJGON has held on to this one. There is going to be a perfect moment to use this.
There's the touch. EJGON solo beat.
Farrakhan blocked.
Oh my god, yeah, he can't get anybody else. It's just going to be a solo beat there on EJGON. Now Fate going to be taken down. EJGON somehow manages to survive despite the fact that he was antied out. Gets the kill there on the Fitz. Cutting him down to size. Smurf trying to play up onto the low ground. The boop there from Vinheim. Massive. Displaces them. Saves Smurf's life. Now the flip comes back in for the side of the Dynasty. They are in control of the point. They're ticking up now at 90%.
Oh my goodness, this is still going the way of Seoul. This can definitely be a Seoul win currently. Seoul plays alive, 4 versus 4, but players respawning. No tank for Seoul really hurts them at this stage.
Yeah, the leap is there from Fate. He touches the point. He goes low. Manages to escape at least for a little bit longer. Tries to get the mega pack. He cannot. Prophet hounds him down, but now Creative's going to be out of the fight. Vinheim, the lone support here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, trying to keep them in this fight. Smurf has rejoined the fight. Jumps up into the front, puts the bubble down in front of Lip's face. Chips away at him. As Prophet uses the recall, still holds onto the pulse bomb, doesn't have it yet. Lee Jae-gon falling low. Izayaki gonna throw the nano, goes out on the lip now. Lee Jae-gon gonna be eliminated. The pulse bomb after Prophet, not gonna find anything. Izayaki strikes him down. The fight is being won. The point flip is there. The Dynasty cannot recontest, and it's 199% as the Dragons will take Garden.
I thought for sure Seoul were going to get that one when they blocked Lee Jae-gon's beat. He only used a sound barrier on himself, and I think the only way that can happen is either A, he got knocked back into an area where the sound barrier LOS didn't see anybody, or Smurf bubbled it. Smurf had to have bubbled it, in my opinion. There's no way Lee Jae-gon otherwise would have had a solo sound barrier. I don't know if we're going to ever find out what happened there, but that was an insane play from Seoul Dynasty in either case to what I have to assume forced Lee Jae-gon to solo beat there. However, the fact that Dragons got Smurf down in that trade, I was thinking it was probably still fine for Seoul, but the lack of a tank meant that Seoul couldn't contest for ground as effectively as Shanghai Dragons with Fate. And eventually, when we get down to it, Nano onto, I believe it was Lip. Lee Jae-gon might have died, but Dragons still end up getting all these kills. They recovered, they just clutched out. It's the clutch Dragons again.
Well, it's Lee Jae-gon doing Lee Jae-gon things. Just going to be dead off the rip as Dynasty look to win the initial fight yet again. Nade goes out. Who are you? Going to be anti there for the moment. Fate falling low. Push around the corner. They're looking for the elimination. The jump forward from Smurf. But oh boy, he gives his life for the kill. Now Vinheim, who chased forward with him, ends up falling as well. Fate, or Lip rather, finding two. Who are you? Getting another. That's going to be the trade up, and that is going to be the first cap going to the Dragons.
And Lip just really, I think, outperforming Fitz so far on this map, and that's been kind of the story throughout the season so far in 2022. I mean, Fitz had been trying to catch up to Lip for, I think, the better part of a year and a half, if not 2 years now, but Lip just always seems to be that slightly ahead in terms of where his output is, even on the Soldier today. So, here we go, first fight win for the Dragons, despite losing Lee Jae-gon. That's what I'm talking about, they clutch on out, 4 versus 5, they still get that win.
Yep, Fate diving into the back. Bubble going to be used. They need some peel for him. Still will help lead to a kill on a Vinheim, as well as Creative. The supports out of the fight is Who Are You slices and dices his way to those eliminations. Who Are You himself under fire, now dead. Means the flip can come through as the team kill is achieved. 37% online here for the side of the Dragons as Dynasty gain control.
And it's the double supports down for the Seoul Dynasty, but between the DPS and Smurf, they managed to trade back lines. And more effectively as well for ultimately a 3 versus 2 where Who Are You is the only damage dealer remaining. Getting Lip down, I think, was the key target there for the Seoul Dynasty. Had been putting out so much damage, you've got to take him down as a primary target. If that can happen, suddenly things look a lot better. Fitz, who didn't die, because he's alive, will end up getting the visor first.
Okay, well, they're going to use the blade first and foremost. Hold on to the visor for a little bit longer, but actually, Who Are You just shuts them both down. Prophet and Fitz dead, now the blade from him. Gets rid of Creative. Who Are You? Putting the team on his back. Doesn't quite get the kill there on the Smurf. Lip says, hey, I'm here. I need to do something as well. Cleans up the other two, but it's a team kill in response. And Dynasty, they get close, but they can't even take the lead. It's right back into control of the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because you have a situation where Seoul probably have the opportunity to actually push on in, get something done. Also, Nano Visor as well, right, if I'm not mistaken there, but, you know, Who Are You will still outplay it. I think Who Are You might have also been nanoed. In either case, Who Are You comes out as the superior Genji. That matchup, and now it's Lip's turn to go hard.
The Visor going, Fate going to be taking a nap. Lip running out of targets here as Smurf into the back lines, is trying to get this elimination on the Izayaki, but the beat is perfectly timed there for Lee Jae-gon to try to keep everybody alive, and can also maybe outlast this anti-nade, but it seems like no, Fits with the Visor. We'll find Izayaki. Fate popping the Primal, now going to be taking a nap. Over on the side, Slip will clean up Prophet. Who Are You? Sliver of HP remaining, makes his exit. Lee Jae-gon getting the boop here on the Smurf means that he cannot pursue any deeper. He looks for a little bit more, and we're hitting dire straits now for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, who need to get this flip imminently.
Not quite there just yet.
Okay,
finally. I mean, 85% for the Shanghai Dragons. They're not quite on final fight territory just yet. They need to build up some more ultimates as well, so we're into a bit of a rebuilding phase for the Dragons. It'll take a fight or more to get there. Creative can definitely win a fight off the back of this nano if it is applied to probably, I would say, Prophet yet. But I mean, Dragon's neutral game is pretty darn good as well. Izayaki is very steadily catching up on that nano as well.
That he is, just 13% away, couple tags, and he'll have it. Prophet falling low, drops down into the pit, grabs that mega pack. Now at the Fitz, pushing the corner, looking for some kills. Sleep down onto Lip, and he gets woken right back up. Now Fitz going to be juggled into the corner, and Lip will find two. Creative and Fitz both going to fall, and he says, you have overstepped, Seoul Dynasty. Cuts them down to size. Smurf locked in the corner, trying to exit with the likes of Vinheim, but they will not be allowed. They get up to 79% or so here. The flip will come in 80. There you have it. And the Dragons retake control yet again.
Lip waking up there is like an Illidan you are not prepared moment, I swear to God. Just the 4K coming on through, doesn't even to pop the visor. Final fight now for sure off the back of 1 nano. It seemed like, again, Seoul could have been in the lead there, but Easy to catch up with the nano. That sort of posthumous nano coming on through was enough.
Prophet dead,
Smurf
woken up, and yeah, put right back down on the ground. Who are you with the 2 final kills there as the Shanghai Dragons, I mean, he's talking about it. You drop this map to the Seoul Dynasty, you focus on it, you figure out their play style, you say, okay, we can win this now. They do. 2-0 for them. Very back and forth throughout the 2 rounds, but they get it fairly cleanly there on University to close it out and start things off 1-0.
Oh, that. You guys at home didn't see it, but the play of the match there, as dictated by the Overwatch client, it was who I use Dragon Nanoblade shutdown on Prophet as well. Seeing it from his POV, oh, okay, that was pretty hot. That was well deserved. And for Dragons, I mean, compared to where we were before, last time, Seoul Dynasty win Oasis, 2-1 scoreline Oasis as well. This time, 2-0 for Dragons on Oasis, and were they behind at various points? Absolutely. Did they manage to recover and clutch anyway? Yeah, that's the Dragons' MO. That's the Dragons' identity. You can never really just safely get them down. It always seems like, even if you have an ultimate advantage, even if you have a player advantage, it's not enough. Dragons still win.
Yep, and Lip, he might be on the ground, but he's taking a nap. You got to kill him and leave him on the ground, because if he gets woken up, then it's like hitting the second phase of a Dark Souls boss when he didn't know it was even coming. The guy just wakes up and absolutely tears people apart. They ran out of flasks, they had no way to heal, and they ended up dying, and now they have to go again. Seoul Dynasty will have their map pick. I believe it looks like they're going to take us to Midtown for Hybrid. We'll see if they can get the win there. Maybe have some Prophet May coming through as well for them. We'll have to wait and find out, though, as we go into a quick little break. But don't go anywhere, guys. The back-and-forth action is going to continue in just a few. And we are back and about to go into map number 2 here in our second series of the evening. 1-0 lead now for the Shanghai Dragons as they somewhat cleanly take Oasis with a 2-0. Now we turn our sights over to the map pick of the Seoul Dynasty. They have elected to take us into Midtown yet again, so we get this in our second series as well. But I'd like to see how this looks for Dynasty. Obviously, they're going to be feeling confident going into it. Can they do to Dragons what Spark did to Fusion? That is the question.
Well, it depends. Is anybody going to play Ryan out of these two teams? Smurf could probably go there if he wants to, but if you really want to unlock, I think the good parts of this roster, keep Smurf on a Winston, keep Prophet on a Genji, right, I think, for the Seoul Dynasty. And just as we head into this map as well, I mean, talking about the tank players, I actually want to highlight a very small micro play that ended up having a huge difference as well on that last map when we were on University. But when Lip got slept and was on basically 1 HP, first of all, the nano damage reduction helped him survive, but Fate actually also dropped the bubble on top of Lip that blocked Fitz's damage from getting the execution. So in terms of killing Lip while sleeping, they tried, but the peel from the Dragons was unbelievable. So that definitely helped Lip and get the Dragons over across the line for that massive clutch towards the end.
Well, big plays and great coordination there from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, just showing that they are, in fact, the hive mind still. And Lip hits the floor, everybody comes to protect him because they know that Lip, always a pretty good win condition to put your money on. Now we'll enter into Midtown, though, see what they got for us. Who are you? Is showing the Echo for a moment. Looks like he's just saying, nah, we just keep playing the Genji. It's been going pretty damn well. We'll stick with it.
No reason to really change too much here. I mean, when I look over towards the Seoul side of things as well, do they want to maybe change something up? They could take a risk, but it is a risk. Opening a lineup here for Izuyaki as well, just trying to line it up with all the flying vehicles ahead. So, maybe like 10% extra ult charge if that lands properly.
Okay, Smurf
does not.
Looks like waiting for a call. Looks like it will be the Winston coming through. Prophet, I thought maybe we would see that May Reinhardt here from the Dynasty on the attack. Not to be.
Hard to practice that. I mean, that's the problem for, I think, with a lot of the APAC teams, is like, it's practicing Rhine. It's just not the region for practicing Rhine, similar to how last year in NA it wasn't the region to practice the ball, right? Tracer, however, for Prophet is one of his greatest hits. I think this is where most of Seoul's success has come from. Despite being pretty good at the Genji, Seoul has played a lot more Tracer than Genji so far.
Well, Smurf will find an opening kill. Who are you going to be taking down? Lip was also slept in the meantime, so they can't get the punish. They take Smurf down to about half HP. For now, though, he will be rejoining in with the rest of the squad very shortly as the respawn has come in. Recall used now by Prophet. Gets in on top of Fate. They find the elimination at the cost of Fitz. They can start making their way to the point here perhaps, but as I say that, Lip, well, yeah, he's just going to go ahead and shut it down. So Smurf now gone. No point presence whatsoever found for the Dynasty yet.
I mean, look at the ult charge difference between Lip and Fitz as well. Namely, Lip did actually kill Fitz in a 1v1. And that's going to cost Fitz a lot of time to get back and to start charging again. So the Vice is going to be up soon. It's going to be a Nano Vice because Izuyaki's also ahead of Creative. With the trade of the tanks, I mean, that makes all the difference. You get Fate down, but you can't lose Smurf. If you lose Smurf, then you don't have an advantage anymore. You're at the sort of stage now where a minute 30 gone, not a tick taken, Shanghai solid, and the Nano already used.
Smurf needs some help here, it would seem, as he tries to just hide behind the pillar. Will manage to stay alive. The Nano Boo's going to be committed to the fight there, and he gets right in on top of Lip. Shuts him down. Now they have a window of opportunity to get onto the point where that Tackflizer is not available for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. The rest of the team still playing forward, but now Fate going to be taken out of the equation as well by the pulse bomb from Prophet. They leap off of the point, though. Anti goes out onto 2. As they hide inside of the fire station, they will be okay. First tick now coming up. Fate going to be coming back. Primal Rage at the ready. We'll see if they can try to turn this or if they even want to take the fight, because right now they're not committing to it.
I mean, Fate has to be here, right? So they've given away 2 ticks for the fact that Smurf can return. Well, rather, Fate can return. Vice being popped by Lip here. Fate still has a primal. We're waiting for Vin Dame to maybe use a beat here to save the day.
Oh, Izuyaki, he was getting juggled around, but actually manages to connect the sleep as well as the anti there on the Smurf. Take him down to about half HP. Now it's going to be beat for beat. Ichigon using his just a little bit sooner. And who are you? Absolutely gets destroyed. Everybody gets right on top of the enemy Genji. They find the elimination, and Fitz narrowly survives. And somehow to push back out onto the point here. Looking to take down Lee Jae-gon. He's playing fairly elusively, but with this Prophet's duo, they will eventually get on top of him, get the other support, and get the cap on point A. 3 minutes 45 in the time bank.
I mean, all this because Lip oversteps with the Nano. That actually seemed like a bit of a mistake. Okay, you want a Nano Lip, but at the same time, at that, he's just kind of front-lining, right? He runs towards the rest of the Seoul Dynasty. They respond with their own Nano, and then Lip gets chased down, killed by Smurf and everybody else from the Seoul Dynasty. That entirely will cost you the point. It's good that Shanghai Dragons came back, gave away 2 ticks, force ultimates, right? But they lose so much more for that, and the snowball continues at this point with Prophet's opening kill.
Yeah, I mean, Prophet starting to get these sticks on the regular is a pretty terrifying thing if you're a Dragons fan. 3 minutes remaining as they go ahead and they make their way down into the underpass. Prophet just going to be guiding the cart along as they gain control of the high ground. Free pushing.
And they have underpass and they have the high ground. I mean, they have everything currently because that 1 kill. Dragons have to pop backwards and Nano will save Fitz.
And it does. Can he get the kill, though? They take Fate low. The anti's out on him. He's got a sliver of HP remaining, but now who are you? Going to be nanoed up with the Dragon Blade in hand. Boop back there from Vinheim as he tries to stay alive. Or you just, again, trying to get right on top of him, but he cannot out-damage the healing that's coming through, it would seem. So Cart still contested there for the moment, but Vinheim eventually will fall as Lip rejoins.
I mean, yeah, that's the other thing as well, right? Because your main tank is on low HP. There's not going to be another contest there. You're down members now. Okay, the Dragon Blade, the Nano Blade from Who Are You doesn't find the most members, but because Lip also converts one, it's enough for the Dragons to maintain control again, and we bleed the timer down further. So despite, I think, Dragons not having the cleanest defense on A after, I think, stalling for a long time, but then overstepping with Lip, this is a clean reset for them where they can have the visor again.
Yeah, still need to try to gain full control of this high ground, but then again, maybe not. Let's get Prophet on the flank. Now dive back in, Lip under a little bit of pressure, Sleep Dart connecting for just a moment, and Smurf unable to leap out, just collides in with the door frame, and he will stay there. Fate going to be traded out, but oh my goodness, Lip. Okay, all right, yep. Some nice tracking. I mean, that's actual, unironic, beautiful tracking from Lip. Comes up with 2 more kills.
Let me drop into, I think this is a pretty fun fact. I was just going to say fact, but all of them are usually pretty fun. Lip has 8 final blows. The Dragons in their entire team so far has 11. So 8 out of 11 is just Lip. Is that like a mega deadlift? I don't even know. He's got above 11,000 damage per 10 as well. Way above everybody else in the server. Lip is pounding currently. Best player of these 10 in the current server.
Yeah, it would seem so. Still holds on to this tac visor that's been in his pocket for a while. Hasn't really felt the need to pop it. Drops down to the low ground, shoves Prophet away, forces him to go collect another health pack. Prophet again going to be pressuring the cart. Really does have that pulse bomb available. Dive into the back line there from Fate. This decent amount of pressure being pushed on the Fitz. He's going to have to reposition.
Nearly 5 ults for Seoul. Both teams, actually.
One now coming up, a second one going to be used. The Nano as well. They're just going to dump everything, it would seem, other than that pulse bomb so far. Falling low is Smurf. Sleep out, has to get himself to safety. Manages to stay alive at least for now, but now picks up 1. Who are you going to be taken down? The advantage very much there for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. It seems like they should be able to complete this push right here, right now, but Fate trying to buy some more time. The Primal's still going to be rolling from him for a little bit longer. The stick is going to be good, but Lee Jae Gon says, I will take you down with me. The bloodthirsty support, he doesn't care if he gives his life for it. As long as he gets the kill, he's going to be satisfied. He gets that elimination on the Prophet, and that is enough for the Dynasty to say, okay, we have to disengage.
But there's 10 seconds remaining, so they have to go back in. Smurf survived the entire time, so they survive against Lips. Nano Visor, or just a Visor even, because Smurf took the brunt of the damage, doesn't go down. Here we go again, though. That Prophet self-death from the push bomb ends up being pretty big. Oh no, you're right.
The boop is absolutely beautiful. Smurf tries to leap in. They say no. Lee Jae Gon denies him access. And even if they could get to the cart there, the Dragon Blade was just pulled from Who Are You. There's no support ultimates to work with there to try to survive that. So who knows what could have happened. But that is great gatekeeping from Lee Jae Gon. He shuts that down.
And even, again, you go back to Lee Jae Gon's conversation here, he shut down 2 things. He shuts down the touch, but he also, again, kills Prophet with his own pulse bomb. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And as we start to head to OT, the payload positioning is so far forward that now the defensive team of Shanghai Dragons actually have a respawn advantage, especially in the OT. So we're looking at a situation where, despite Seoul kind of winning the fight, they reset at about 15 seconds remaining. Which sucks. You don't want to have to do that, but they had to. You see all these Shanghai members coming back to spawn. And that's one of the biggest Shanghai-isms that we have in this sort of matchup where you just have... We'll see this boop again, by the way. This will be the final boop coming in it, which is that even when you're winning against Shanghai, are you really winning? Because it still feels like you're losing. It still feels like you haven't quite done enough, and Shanghai somehow still win when they're losing.
Well, Wonderfully done there. And you can see through that replay the communication coming through. Lee Jae-gun, he's moving up to the high ground, getting ready to have that very same boop versus Smurf. The call comes in that he's approaching through the underpass. He rotates down, gets the boop off, stops the touch. Wonderfully and perfectly done. Let's hit the lineup from Creative. It actually does end up connecting through it. I think a little bit late, but it seems like Who Are You still going to get clipped by it in the end.
So no changes in terms of composition here. Prophet still staying on the Tracer. Tracer Soldier combo versus the Soldier Genji combo. And really, I think when you look at the Dragons lineup, that's kind of best across the board in terms of what they want to be playing. Maybe only for Izayaki to go into Zen will be a slight improvement in terms of what he would prefer to play. See how this attack goes, though. Noticeably, Lip has been outpacing Fitz, but Fitz gets to defend his position here, where he gets, you would imagine, superior line of sight.
Well, for now, Lip is still ahead. Not by too much, but Prophet, I believe, actually getting slept there by Izayaki. They get the quick pick. That's a big opening now for the side of the Dragons as they get ready to assault the point. Smurf on the flank, now going to be tagged low. Antied out, he's dead. Who Are You scoops the kill. Lip finds Fitz. And that might just be point A here in near record time for the side of the Dragons. They'll start making their way forward. Creative taking a couple tags on the back end.
Izayaki just opened up the entire point. I don't know if it was a sleep dart onto Prophet, but he certainly got the kill onto Prophet. Then the nade onto Smurf as well confirms that one. And really, when you have a team like this, everybody looks like a playmaker. Already one tick coming on through. Still waiting for first ultimate, but Izayaki's way ahead of Creative now.
Okay, good pressure on Lip. They managed to find that kill. Be a lot of damage now taken out of the fray, and as they get on top of Fate, it seems like the Dynasty may have just recovered this. Who Are You? Pressured out as well, get some good damage on the Prophet, but he's got the recall to rely on. And Who Are You? Cannot find the kill. Smurf will get him in the end. That's 2 minutes, 23 seconds now left for the Dragons.
So you're going to need to see a fast nano play coming through from the Dragons here. Creative should be able to respond. So as long as the Seoul Dynasty can sort of take the initial brunt of the nano, they will be able to respond very quickly. Other ultimates are looking pretty even. Prophet with the Pulse Bomb is also pretty large here as well, because we can drag this fight towards a point where Prophet can do something with that. But he is actually looking for a backstab.
Oh, he's sneaking, and then he gets it. Yep, Izayaki going to be taken out of the fray before he can use the nano. So just good time by as they look for some additional staggers. Hitting his head there on the top of the banister is Fate, but he will make it out safely.
A good play to slow things down. I mean, that's going to buy a ton of time for Seoul Dynasty to get ultimates. Now they have nearly 4 ultimates in the bank. A couple still coming online for the Dragons soon. Okay, they've spotted Prophet. They've not just spotted, they killed him.
Yeah, Who Are You? Getting the elimination is absolutely massive. Fate's still low for the time being, but it's not under fire, so still
Fate
feeling comfortable enough. And oh man,
he
takes it so low before he pops that primal. Fate, limit testing just a little bit there. Manages to push it just about as far as he can possibly go. Has the rest of the Dynasty zoned into the back. Takes a little bit of damage and will get hounded down. Good chase comes in. Yeah, Fitz finding the kill. Now they're out onto the point. Prophet rejoins, nearly dies, but has the recall this time. Keeps himself alive. The nano onto Fitz. Helps shove back the Dragons. They buy more time due to the Dynasty. A minute remaining here for the Dragons, but so many ultimates available.
That seemed like a weird play from the Dragons, because Fate had to, I guess he was forced to Primal, plays a Primal pretty deep. Shanghai starts to take positioning, but no further ultimates. They don't try nano play, they don't try nano visor, they don't try and get offensive at all. They had no actual kill pressure, so despite staying alive for a while, no ability to get frags. As Seoul Dynasty dragged the fight back towards the point, Lee Jae-gun could have sound barrier, save Fate, then play the nano into one of your offensive abilities, and a fight can start for the Dragons. Instead, everyone just slowly dies. Fate dies, Lee Jae-gun dies, and Dragons reset.
Okay, well, there's the nano. It's not going to go onto one of the offensive abilities. It's actually onto Fate yet again to just try to keep him alive. We didn't see it last time. This time, it does keep him in the fight. Second tick getting ready to come through here from the side of the Dragons. As the Dynasty can still try to play onto the point. Bionade goes down. Who Are You? And Fate going to be clipped by that. Now the sound barrier comes in. The attack fires are going to be layered in. The Dragons are throwing everything that they have
no kills
at this point to try to get some eliminations, to try to open it up. And so far, it has not bared any fruit for them. Fate instead is going to be the one who falls and gets traded out. Smurf will go down. Who Are You? Just dashing around, just trying to stay elusive, trying to find an opening kill, but so far has been unable to do so. Lee Jae-gun and Izayaki under fire. Izayaki falling lower and lower, but Lip turns his sights to the side, finds Creative. Now Fit's going to be eliminated. The Dragons might just be able to push through. They're looking for Vinham. Who Are You's got him off the back of the damage there from Lip. Prophet going to be forced to recall. He tries to buy some more time, but Lip punches him in the mouth, puts him down on his rear, and the point cap will at last come through for the side of the Dragons. 2.5 minutes added to the time bank.
Super winnable for Seoul, though, because we dragged that one into the OT. That's exactly the goal for Seoul. If you can't get the A-hold, you are going to go for the maximum time burnt off the clock, which is to push into the OT. And great plays by Smurf, I gotta say. You know, Smurf did the most that he could there. You see the dive coming on through from Fate and Who Are You. Smurf counter dives the opposing backline. Lip has to spend his entire visor just on a Smurf. We trade both tanks, and then in the neutral, that's when Lip and Who Are You win the fight overall for the Shanghai Dragons. Now, opportunity again. Nano online first for Creative. Iziaki trailing by 15.
Smurf just playing up here, tucked away in the high ground, poking and prodding where he can with his little zaps. Not getting too much and does get poked back in return. Cart starting to shift its way down to the other pass. Prophet moves forward, keeps it contested at least for the time being. Pulse bomb at the ready. He's going to dash forward. He's looking for a target. He's not going to be able to get it. Maybe Lee Jae-gon was going to get clipped there in the end. He does not. Nanovisor goes through for Lip. He's looking for a target. The first one's going to be Fitz. Finds the elimination. Prophet making his exit. His Smurf now is stuck in no man's land. Ends up falling down. This is a massive opening for the Dragons on the push.
And they might get one more here there as well. Creative spotted. No way they let him get away. Surely, okay, they can't chase any further than that. Great job by Creative to stay alive. Prophet can't say the same. I think he went aggressive there. It looked like he died on the backline, going for a kill or something onto Iziaki. Maybe he was trying to stall the payload, but it cost him his life, and we're about to enter the final fight. 2 ultimates into 3 ultimates potentially online for the Dragons. Far less for the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, they need Vinham to get this sound barrier up quickly. If he dies in this fight before he can drop the beat, then that could be absolutely devastating for them. Fate pressured low. That's going to be the primal pop now as he tries to keep them contained inside of Grand Central. Who Are You? Down to a sliver of HP. Prophet tries to pursue for the elimination, but he cannot get it. The cart in the meantime, 1.21 meters left away. Vinham just gets the kill. Lee Jae-gon, he's going to be taken down. He can't get the beat out. Oh my god, it's absolutely massive from Vinham. Gets the initial pick now. Who Are You going to be taken out of the fray as well? Fate has fallen. The Dragons need to reset right now. They have one more opportunity.
That was the most insane outplay. How did Vindane do that? Lee Jae-gon straight up Ajax this beat. There was no beat. It got cancelled. Vindane killed him mid-beat. Holy crap. Who Are You now has to save the day. Fate comes out on a boulder contest. That would have been Shanghai's win. They had the sound barrier going into a blade. Everything working in their favor, but this is now dire straits.
He rolls up, he gets a touch. Smurf going to be there. He does have the primal range. Blade's going to be pulled from Who Are You first and foremost. Smurf goes in with the primal, says, okay, I've got the Soldier 76. I'm juggling him around. I'm trying to get the eliminations, but he is not playing the cart, and they're going to need him there in just a moment. Lip goes down, though, so does Fate. Dragons might not be able to make this happen. Lee Jae-gon going to be eliminated. The Anti is out. Oh no, Who Are You? They just need to get the Genji. He will get Vindham. He will get Creative, but he cannot get the map win. Prophet will celebrate by killing himself off with yet another pulse bomb here at the end, as the Dynasty will successfully hold in front of point B, and they will go ahead and tie this up.
My goodness. My heart skipped a beat.
Oh,
that was, again, you're not going to see this, but we're about this. Oh, no, we're not. We just... Could this be it? We're going to get it. Yeah,
that was
just
it.
Flies in. I can tell you what happened. You won't see it in the replay just yet, but Vindane literally just flew into Lee Jae-gon and killed him. I think it was a combination of
beat.
like... Yeah, he drops his own beat, fires a bunch of shots, speeds into Lee Jae-gon, has a punch there as well, and then kills Lee Jae-gon. I don't think he planned to kill Lee Jae-gon mid-beat and get the Ajax in there, but it just ended up happening because Lee Jae-gon was going for the beat at the same time as Vindane flying on through. That's what wins Seoul the map. That is ultimately what will win Seoul the map.
Well, utterly incredible, and on the slimmest of margins, and the heroic plays of Vindham that I think shocked even himself. They managed to make it happen. They successfully hold in front of point B. Their pick of Midtown working out for them. Now we find ourselves tied up at 1-1. Looks like Route 66 is going to be our escort selection, though, for the Shanghai Dragons. We'll see if they can take a lead or if the Seoul Dynasty can catch them by surprise when we return. Well, here we are, tied up 1-1. These teams seemingly fated to go to the distance, and I hope that it absolutely happens. Crazy map, and Vinheim's heroics really getting them across the line. Lee Jae-gon, giveth, he taketh away. He gets the denial on the contest there on Dynasty's attack, and then he ends up dying with a beat in his hands. But Vinheim looks good, and I tell you what, Avril, when I have a kid, I want to send them to the Seoul Dynasty Toby Center for kids who can't play Lucio good and want to learn to play Lucio good and other stuff too. It was wonderfully done by Vinheim as he continues to make a fantastic name for himself and put himself in contention, keep himself in that conversation for Rookie of the Year.
Oh, could a main support player ever win? That'll be amazing. It'll be amazing because we have like 1,000,001 amazing DPS players in that rookie position. Well, as a rookie this year, so a lot of competition. It's like the best year to be a rookie and the worst year to be a rookie because everyone is so good as a rookie this year around. But
yeah,
well, it is so ironic that the defense of Lucio in the final fight on B is the one that ends up making the difference. Like you said, Lee Jae-gon on his B defense, Vinheim on his B defense. I also have to kind of give credit to Seoul overall for how long they stalled out A. They forced until the OT, so there wasn't a lot of time for Dragons to get across the line for B. If Dragons had another minute to play with without the extra stalling that happened, then okay, Lee Jae-gon Ajax's beat, lose the sound barrier, they reset the fight, but it's still Dragons. They get to come back for one more fight, maybe they can still get it because there's no more time left due to the fact that they lost all the time on A. That also contributes to the difference there as well. So a couple things compounding into what the final result ended up being.
Well, now tied up 1-1, and with the map pick coming through for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, they've elected, as mentioned, to take us into Route 66. So can still probably anticipate a lot of that Winston v. Winston matchup here, especially, you know, around the first 2 points, even in the point C, if we can get that far. Still a decent potential to see that matchup. So that Smurf v. Fate front line very much going to likely continue in the same way that we've been seeing. It's all about who can execute the dives a little bit better. It's been back and forth in that regard. Prophet looking overall great there on Midtown, not finding as much value when he's playing the Genji versus, you know, Lip and Who Are You. So we'll see how they fare going into this third map and who's going to be able to move up 2-1 in the series.
And I think as well, when you look at a map like Dorado, one thing I like about Smurf in this lineup, not that there's an alternative realistically for Seoul, is that when you get to the C point and Winston's value starts to diminish greatly, you can actually go towards the Zarya, which Smurf has shown plenty of proficiency on so far. And that's not something I think that Fate will be able to do, being that the Dragons have still kept Fate and Void's hero pools pretty separate in terms of Fate sticking to all the main tank heroes, Void sticking to all the off-tank heroes. Escort is Shanghai's best map type against Seoul, though. 72% win rate overall, 13-5 all-time. That's an insane stat scorecard.
Yeah, and you have to kind of question how many of those 5 wins were against the 2018 Dragons, you know, for the side of the Seoul Dynasty.
The 040, yeah.
When did that kind of come to, you know, where did they accumulate those numbers from? Because something tells me that the more modern iteration of Dragons is where the lion's share of those wins came from, and the old version of the Dragons is where the majority of those losses came from. So if you kind of were to compartmentalize or disconnect the 2018 season, I think that looks like an even more dominating figure than the what it really shows in the overall perspective.
I'm going to point out one thing here, and that's that Lipper's not going to start on the Widowmaker on defense. I think most of the hitscan players prefer to actually start on the Soldier, a lot more stable, and more consistent overall. If we had gone to maybe Circuit Royale, you would have probably have seen first of all Void being subbed in, but also then Lip play the Widowmaker. So there's going to be another Soldier battle. Prophet will go off the Tracer, back on towards the Genji for this map.
All right, let's see if we can have a bit more impact, because kind of got diffed a bit there by Who Are You on Oasis. Seemingly, though, the blood's been flowing now for the side of the Dynasty. Maybe just needed that initial map to try to wake up a bit. For now, the deflect is going to be used. Who Are You under a bit of fire, and Vinheim will go ahead and get that opening elimination. Lip again going to be taking a nap here on the high ground. There's the dive, there's the execution. Vinheim finds the final blow yet again. And now Fate will fall, and that is basically cracked open point A here for the side of the Dynasty.
And currently, Vinheim has the most final blows for Seoul at this exact moment in time. So if we just pause and freeze here in the game right now, Vinheim currently has the most final blows in the entire server. So it opens up on both Lip and Who Are You. Just let your Lucio get the 2 frags on the the star DPS players and Dragons. It just happens.
Well, they're looking for the recontest. Just a couple more meters left to go as Who Are You? Playing the cart for now. We'll be joined by Fate. Big Bionade out there onto the high ground, though. Clips onto 3. Flip, Who Are You and Izayaki all need to hide. Looks like they will be able to survive here for a little bit longer.
Fate's
Fitz very much outpacing towards this visor. And there's the dashes. Prophet getting the resets, getting the kills. Lee Jae-gon, Who Are You, now dead. Now he moves up to the high ground looking to further contest as the cart will get capped. And it's just shy of 5 minutes remaining here for the side of the Dynasty on this push.
Lip going down late here as well by, still being in a position to be dived. Although I think, to be fair, he probably wasn't going to run far enough away to get out at that stage. But you can see the sort of flowchart there. Shanghai Dragons, they got triple or quadruple bionated. Most of them had to hide. Fate built up a primal in the same time, so he ends up primaling, but 2 members go down anyway. Had members from Shanghai Dragons survived, they could actually use the Fate primal to maybe either A, force ultimates from Seoul, or B, even turn the fight around and win. But now Seoul cap A for free, and they get a primal, and they got 5 ultimates. So Seoul are really far ahead, like extremely far ahead.
Yeah, and Fate looking to push up onto the high grounds. Great boop there from Vinheim to deny him access. Fitz with the visor. He's looking for the 5K, and he is going to get it. Absolutely tears them to shreds. 2 ults, 5 kills, no problem. The math adds up right there for the side of the Dynasty as the cart continues to move unhindered.
I love the emote as well because, once you get the ace, you got to do the emote. Lip's done it when he's got the ace as well. Fitz is like, it's definitely my turn. Also, Fitz is like, yeah, we're not going to let Vinheim, the main support Lucio player, have the most final blows. It's got to be the soldier, soldier. The DPS has to be the star, you know what I'm saying? So, here we go. Blades available now. Ultimate starting to come online for the Dragons. Finally,
that sleep,
in the final
not
hour.
Not going to connect. Smurf's still going to be sit for now. They put that sleep dart on cooldown. Primal going to be popped as he just shoves them back into the interior. Heart just 1.79 meters left to go. The beat going to be coming through second for the side of Vinheim. And Prophet gets a 2-for-1 special with the blade. He looks for a 3rd kill. Lip will cut him down with the Helix rockets, but the damage is done. Lip is the only one limping away from the fight. It's 4:45 moving into the garage, and Lip dies at the back end, so there's some further stagger.
I feel like we're watching a different team now. Like the Dragons that just won previous maps, they're not here currently. You knock on the door, no one's currently home. There's a total of 1 final blow from the entire Dragon squad. And that's on Lip so far, this entire defense. So that's got to change pretty quick snap. 18 final blows total for Seoul Dynasty. It's been a complete roll through. Dynasty have barely had to do too much. Who are you finally getting some kills?
Yeah, finally getting his hands put to work here. He'll come up with 4 kills for himself. Yeah, very nicely done. Off the back of just basically, Nano being invested
You know what?
So they will stop the cart, but it's still 4 minutes to chew through.
It will be the most Seoul and Dragons thing in the world right now if Dragons actually complete a hold on the C despite there being 4 minutes. That would be the most classic Dragons thing. You get rolled on A and B, but you somehow just still win. Even when you're losing, you're winning. That's the Dragons' MO. But Seoul give themselves a brilliant opportunity here to actually finish capping with a good time back.
Okay, the blade's going to be pulled, but there's nobody really playing forward, and I don't think Who Are You wants to go that deep in. Bionade will go through clips onto Vinheim, and it helps keep Who Are You alive, but otherwise the blade is not going to find too much other than to zone back the members of the Dynasty, so they'll say, cool, glad you used that, thank you so much.
Good disengage. That's what you want to see.
Anti down on the Fate, they're going to try to force the Primal, they will be able to do so. The Sleep Dart not going to connect, so now they have to deal with the Raging Monkey. Scientist, sorry. Is at the ready. Not pulling the trigger on it yet. Instead, counter dive comes back through. Fate going in a bit too deep, but Izayaki will manage to find Vinheim. And Who Are You? Gets on top of Creative, so that's the support side of the fight. So even though they lose out on Fate, they still manage to trade up.
I think that's great because, Fate will give his life away, but the rest of the divers from Shanghai Dragons will connect anyway. You can see from Seoul's POV, their game plan is, all right, we will receive Fate, his primal will end, we'll deal with him, and when that's done, we're going to go back in and play our ultimates, namely the Nano Visor here. But they didn't expect the Who Are You flank as well, coming from the right side, from deep in his POV. That gets to kill the Creative, and Dame's already dead, and suddenly the fight's over.
They start making their way in, Fate having to leap out. Just get steadily healed up here by Lee Jae-gon, who wants to have that sound barrier online, take another crack at it. He himself under some fire. Fitz trying to get that elimination, but yeah, the cart for now moving up unhindered. And Who Are You trying to get up onto the high ground to contest? He's just going to fall over. Now there's no deflect to help defend here. Bionade out onto the supports of the side of the Seoul Dynasty, but nobody can get into the back line to try to take them out. Fitz just keeping everybody locked in a position, but now Lip is going to try to counteract this. Moves forward, finds through with attack visor of his own. And Fitz now is out in no man's land, playing around the Mega Pack. Will be able to grab it for just a moment with the re-arrival of Who Are You. They get the elimination. The cart now going to be halted once more.
It's like I said, even when Dragons are losing, they're actually winning. That was a player advantage for the Seoul Dynasty. They pull the trigger when they need to as well. Fitz gets the opening kill, 5 versus 4. Nano Visor running on in. Shanghai play patiently, bide their time, waiting for respawns. Then Lip finally has a Visor coming in through, and he just wipes the floor with the Seoul Dynasty. This can't keep happening.
Okay, there's the blade out. Izayaki tries to get the sleep dart through, but it does not connect, and Profit now unleashed. Cuts down 3, looks for a little bit more. Dive into the back, they look for Lee Jae-gon. He does hold on to the sound barrier, and he needs to survive. Were he to get staggered, this would be catastrophic for the side of the Dragons. Now they have one more chance to try to contest this card. Limited
Reaper.
ultimates, though. The Reaper does get swapped in.
Coming back on the Reaper. Sound barrier should be the play here for sure. That's what they've been waiting for. Lee Jae-gon didn't want to use the sound barrier versus the blade. It's going to have to come out now. They're waiting for the ball to pop. He's dead. What the hell was that?
Smurf just cleaves down both the supports, and now he may not even get to use it at all. Fake does have his primal rage. He's going to pop that, trying to buy some more time here for them to rejoin, but he's getting focus fired. He's got to exit out around the back. He recontests there for just a moment, leaps away. Now the blade's in for Who Are You? The sound barrier does connect to the 3 members that were alive. Who Are You, though, fishing for a target. Can't find a damn thing, and Fitz will cut him down to size. 0.62 meters left to go. His Profit will be traded out. Lift with the Reaper. Finds Creative. Suddenly, it seems winnable here for the side of the Dragons. Another one as Fitz will fall. Vindheim finds that elimination. Now Smurf going to be antied out on the cart. There's so many people from the Dragons that are here. 30 seconds remaining. They managed to stabilize yet again.
This cannot continue happening. This is that Aaron Paul moment where he says they can't keep getting away with it. The Dragons, they should have been done there. That would have been it. Lee Jae-gon's dead. Somehow comes out, still saves everybody. The Fate Primal Rage actually buys a lot of time. Why you gets nothing on the blade. Great boot from Vindheim, but Lips Reaper. The rest of the Dragons still get enough kills to stabilize. They stabilized off nothing.
Okay, it's going to be a nano onto Who Are You? No blade, obviously, to speak of here, and he's going to get focused by the hell down. His Fitz, he's got a nano of his own as well as the Visor. The Helix Rockets find the first. Lip goes down. Now there's no DPS, rather, in the fight here for the side of the Dragons.
Should be the cap.
Personal. They get the elimination. Yeah, it seems like they should be able to make this happen, and they will. It happens in overtime, though. So yet again, it is fantastic time buying on display from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. This time bank could have been so monstrous for the Dynasty, but they drain it down to 0.
And even then, I think there was a reasonable cause as well for belief that maybe Dragons could have even maintained that defense, prevented the time bank at all. But when you consider the stakes at hand in terms of what did we have on the Seoul side coming into C? 4+ minutes, more than 4, right? A lot of ultimates in the bank, and it still ends up being Shanghai Dragons pulling it down to in overtime. So Seoul, they get the cap deservedly. They do get the cap deservedly because they did so well in A and B, but almost none of that transferred onto C. Like, that was a massive reset. Dragons at one point, like, they were sitting on a collective 1 final blow versus, I think, 18 final blows from Seoul. That was the stat line that I read out. And that completely flipped the script quite quickly. And now, you know, it's not like Dragons have caught up yet. They're still only on 17 and Seoul are on 34, so that's literally double. But for how difficult that was, Dragons seem to, like, turn on and off that heat just with a light switch. Just boom, instantly. C defense looking pretty good. So if they can start now, if they can start the attack now with, you know, some fire in the belly to begin with instead of kind of having to find that towards the end, Dragons can cap. And the scary part is, if they cap with any sort of time bank, they've actually had a more successful attack than the Seoul Dynasty, who walked through A and B with no issues.
Well, they get greeted by an anti-nade as the door is open to the diner. Creative just getting as much of a lead as he possibly can, but Izayaki's already very quickly caught back up. Cart now going to be brought around as no one can really play forward on this corner. Just wait for them to just go ahead and crest around the side. Lip going to reposition, moves down to the low ground here along the ledge. Starts charging forward as the bubble's going to be broken for both these Winstons. Anti out onto 2. Fate somehow escaping with his life. Fitz will find Lee Jae-gon, though, cutting the healing down significantly, but it's at the cost of Profit. So 1 for 1, and a significantly closer run back here for the side of Lee Jae-gon. Cart for now, though, gonna just be stuck in place as they look to contest the high ground. Jump up on top of Big Girls. They will displace them. And Who Are You? Antied out, and they're managing to find the wet shot kill. Look for a little bit more. Fate going way out of there. Has to inject himself.
I'll tell you what, though, I mean, this is helping Izayaki build the nano up. He's only barely ahead of Creative, but it could make a small difference here. Now that we have Who Are You back as well, I mean, 1 minute is gone, but the payload has been steadily making some progress. It's been stalled out now by Smurf being on the payload itself, so the nano should come through this fight very soon.
Lip and Profit exchanging some shots there. Fitz just a little bit further ahead. with the Fitz, I should say. A little bit ahead. Nanobu's going to be used on a Who Are You, but now Fate in a bad spot, falling lower and lower. Doesn't have a Primal to try to bail himself out. Pulse bomb from Prophet. Not going to find anything. Not quite sure who he was sending that one at. Either way, doesn't find a sick, doesn't find a kill. Fate still somehow, still alive. He's trying to maybe deny them jumping on top of the Winston. Says, well, you'll die if you try to go for it. But either way, Midtown going to be taken out. It's at the cost of 2, though. Who Are You and Fate both have fallen. Lip not finding too much value here with this tack visor. Has to drop back down to the low ground there. Heal himself up with the biotic field, and now has to try to make his exit. He's playing along the ledge, and well, Smurf, he won't send them sailing off the side. He'll just cleave down 3 in the back end of the fight.
Well, thankfully Smurf survived against Prophet's Pulse Bomb. That's good that team damage isn't enabled in this game. But now we're in a sort of situation where, okay, we do win a team fight for Seoul. 2 minutes expended here. It is costing a lot of time for the Shanghai Dragons, and when we compare that to where Seoul are at in the same stage, Seoul have already been on to beat at this stage on their attacking phase. There is an ultimate advantage on the side of the Dragons now. Sound barrier available, Primal held onto, Primal used by Smurf. Vindame has a rally, but the sound barrier should ultimately be more valuable than the rally.
Dive on the high ground there from Fate again, trying to contest, and he just gets Vindame at the rally and everything, but they just couldn't keep him alive. Not sure where Creative was, but trying to get that peel. There's a Creative just setting up for a sleep dart on a Fate, but a big opening now as he's going to have to run all the way back over here towards point A to help with the contest. Rally can arrive.
See the reset, by the way.
He gets there.
You can't even really go for a fight if you're Dragons because the entire Seoul Dynasty team is just disengaged. So they don't want to be into fight right now. They want to go for a final contest. Here come all the ultimates though.
Sound barrier is going to be used, and they still have the visor to use in the back end of this. Rally's currently rolling for the side of the Dynasty. Lift's going to be taken down. Izayaki cut down as well. Prophet dives in with the help of the rest of the team, and they will just wipe the floor with them. They don't even need to use the visor.
No. I mean, the best part about what Seoul did there is, I think, Smurf's positioning, if anyone cares to rewind back and watch, he was hiding in that sort of tunnel that we can see down in the middle of our screens here. So no one actually chased Smurf out, because if you're Dragons, you can do a couple of things. Should we chase anybody else that's not Smurf? Should we focus on the payload push? Do we just dive on Smurf and try to get that kill? Hindsight would say maybe just try and get the kill onto Smurf here, because he had the backline control. So as soon as Seoul want to start the fight, Smurf's already on that backline. Izayaki's dead instantly, so no chance of Nano left.
Nano Blade coming through. It's going to be a Nano on a Fit to try to keep him alive. Visor rolling. Looks for a target. Fate going low. Pops the Primal Rage just in time to stay alive in the fight. Now needs to create some space for his squad. Lip as well, getting dangerously close to having another Visor available. Who Are You backs off, antied out. The cart now advancing forward here in overtime. Prophet finding one before he goes down. Lip claiming that kill. Now they're disconnected from the cart. They cannot contest it. They will be able to glide through. They get that bump up on the time bank, but they need to storm their way to point B. And right now they're suffering some staggers. Creative will fall down, though. That sends him to the far spawn point as Midtown continues to scuffle it out with Lee Jae gone a bit.
This changes the sort of directive for Shanghai slightly, as they're not even really fully in control of spawn just yet. Vindame still gets a kill on his way out, so that will slow things down a little bit for the Shanghai Dragons. They had to wait until OT to actually get that cap, which means now as we go through the rest of Dorado, it is both unlikely that they actually finish the map, but if they... Oh, sorry, Route 66. I forget. It's a nighttime map.
Nighttime
map
now.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they change which map is nighttime, and that just, that flubs everything for me. But yeah, it's unlikely they actually finish this map, but if they do, they have to do the OT as well, so it's likely we maybe get a double OT, both teams in the OT, 0 minutes to work with.
Could very well be. A little bit of a battle back and forth, but Midtown comes in, he upsets the Winston 1v1. Breaking the rules there, gets himself involved, finds the elimination. So with Fate going down, that's going to allow for Prophet to have his respawn rejoin, because now we have to have the reset for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and this is costing them precious seconds out of the time bank. 1 and 15
Can't
left.
afford this. Because you're at the sort of stage now where even capping B is going to be an OT, which means you have a 130 to cap C with, and if you only have 130 in C, you're only allowed, I think, 1 reset to finish the map, and even getting 1 reset means you're probably going to be bad on economy. So at this stage, speaking of economy, Seoul still haven't been forced to use all that much. They have all the control right now in terms of positioning, ultimates coming online. Dragons very much struggling. This is looking like a Seoul map.
And it is Smurf now into the back line. It's going to be taking a nap here. Miraculously, nobody has woken him up, so there will go the Primal Rage. Fate with his own gets on top of Fitz, finds an elimination, but Lee Jae Gun and Who Are You have both fallen. He continues to zap away. Prophet arrives from the flank. They get the cleanup, and it's a Primal for a fight win here, as Fate is just going to get staggered on the back end of this, you would suspect. Just nowhere to go. They get that elimination here. Now 25 seconds remain. The cart rolling back. Dragons, they need to have that hive mind activate. They need to get on the same page here.
It's the economy that's the factor, though, because even when Seoul are winning, they're not having to spend ultimates. And Vindame's getting in the kills department too again. Fun fact, Vindame has more final blows than any single member of the Shanghai Dragons, including Lick. Vindame's on 12, the highest final blows in Dragons is on 9.
Well, here we go. Overtime coming through. Somebody's got to touch. I was just about to say,
No.
somebody has to touch the card! Nobody touches the card!
I don't think they were winning anyway. That's maybe pessimistic of me to say, but yeah, they could have touched the card.
It doesn't matter.
Spent ultimates, maybe. Oh yeah, you're right.
You at least play it out!
Oh, I know, I'm aware. You do at least play it out. I'm aware, but I think, on some level, I can appreciate the Dragons just said, you know what, just save it for the fans. We don't need to waterboard the fans with another 3 minutes of us not doing too much here. So you just get ready for the next map. Sometimes it's respectable. You take the respectable L there and you say, yeah, we probably lose this map. It's whatever. We go next. Seoul in the lead now, 2-1. Who knew?
Oh God, I like the way that you phrased that. It's very. Very poignant, but
look, if there's a way to forfeit the map and type /GG, the Dragons just did it, right there.
Yeah, you guys can't see my face right now, but I'm at a loss. We'll never know what would have happened, what they could have gotten done with all of those ultimates. It was like 4 ults versus 4 or 5 there on the side of the Dynasty, but we'll never know what the result would have been. And that's going to go into the what if category in the Overwatch cinematic universe. Oh, dear, for a series that we will never produce.
I think they would have lost.
Yeah, I mean, I happen to agree, but this is a team who we praise for being so clutch in these moments, Avril, that you have to kind of consider that they possibly could have won it out. But the Dynasty, they've been on a hot streak. They storm the map, they take it to the end, they get an OT, and then the Dragons drop the spaghetti here at the very end. There you go. Dynasty up 2-1. Now at match point. This is not how I expected any of this to go. But, okay. We'll see what the hell happens as we have New Queen Street coming up next. That could be the decider. If Dynasty can win there, they clinch the series. They move on. They stay in the upper bracket. Shanghai Dragons, they need to shake off this big old Charles IX. They need to focus back up, come into this next map, and win it if they want to take us to a Game 5. And we will see if they can do that, because that is a hell of a move to recover from. But don't go anywhere, guys. That map is coming up in just a few. Just a reminder, everybody, we don't talk about Midtown. We don't talk about Route 66. That's just the way that things are after today. We're just going to go ahead and ignore it. Never happened. Never happened. We can talk about the Midtown from the second series, but we don't talk about the one from the first series. Never occurred. Route 66 wasn't played here. Dynasty now at 2-1. They find themselves at match point yet again. It's going to be the map pick here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and they have elected to take us into New Queen Street for push.
And as a reminder as well, the last time these two teams met, this is actually where the series ended 3-1 for Dragons. It was on Coliseum, and we had probably one of the best comebacks on a push map ever seen, where, just to go through it very briefly, what was it, like, 2 people died, Lip and Iziaki died, Lee Jae Gon taxis 2 of them back to the point, and then they kind of clutch it out as a 5-man unit again, despite being down what is effectively 3 plays when Lee Jae Gon has to go back to spawn and they're pushing into enemy territory. So one of the craziest comebacks on a push map, a map that isn't super favored for comebacks, but the Dragons did it anyway. So we're going to New Queen Street, not Coliseum. That is going to be the map choice of the Shanghai Dragons, and I do wonder, look, we're going to see more of those kind of clutch moments coming on through. I think Dorado was not Dorado, again, the night maps are throwing me off here. Route 66 is a big outlier for the Dragons' performance. That was not a good performance from Dragons at all. Seoul deservedly won that one. C9 or not, I mean, Seoul were definitely ahead in all metrics, so Seoul, I would say, demolished Shanghai Dragons on Route 66, and now look firmly in the lead to maybe clean this one up. It would be a 3-1 after Dragons have gotten their 3-1 win, but it is the Dragons, and maybe they can still make that comeback.
It would be a major reversal, and one that I think that even the Seoul Dynasty fans didn't necessarily think was going to happen. Because this team, the Dragons have for a very long time kind of been the kryptonite of the Seoul Dynasty when they are looking hot, when it does seem like they are the best ones in the region. And when it seems like they should be able to best the Dragons, they often can't quite get it done versus this squad. So this could be a huge pickup for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, is, again, this keeps them in the upper bracket if they can close it out right here, right now. And given that they would go up against the Fusion, while the Fusion have been looking better in their last few series, they can already say, like, well, we comfortably bested them. We swept them 3-0, so we should be able to really understand the tendencies of this team and potentially make our way into that grand final of the Kickoff Clash. We'll just have to wait and see, though, because they still will have their work cut out for them. The Dragons, if nothing else, while they do have these Shang 9s from time to time, have proven that they are a team that can kind of shake off those little mistakes. They can refocus back in map over map. So we'll see if they can do it here. We'll see if the Hive Mind can make its return, or if the Dynasty will just be able to get that 3-1 in reply from last week's matchup.
We've seen Dragons down in this kind of position before. They had the reverse sweep against the Guangzhou Charge in the regular season. We've seen them in positions where they're down 2-1. I think Valiant were up 2-1 against them. Tragically, the Valiant couldn't close that one out. That is the Valiant, though. Seoul's a different type of beast, right? Seoul is definitely a team that's capable of closing out the series, and that would be what you would expect here. It would be quite tragic for Seoul to not be able to get a 3-1 victory or even a 3-2 victory, but Dragons will have to do it with a couple of substitutions. So Void coming in for the push map. As you'd probably expect, Zarya pretty damn good here. Flitter to come in to play the Reaper. He's hovering the Genji, but most likely will be the Reaper, because if you wanted to play the Genji, you would have kept Ryu in.
Yep, exactly. So we'll see what they land on at the very end, but Void sticking with his Zarya almost assured. Smurf, whether or not he's going to match, we'll just have to wait and see. Or if he just wants to stick with the Winston, because he's been playing the Winston pretty damn cleanly today. So honestly, wouldn't mind it if he just sticks with this pick, and it seems like he's going to.
And this is where Prophet has to think about how much value Trace is going to get as well. We said Zest. I think I said the same thing about Zest in our previous match. He ended up doing quite well, but now you're playing up against, I think the Void Zarya should be a little bit scarier.
Well, there's the prio target for everybody who plays against the Shanghai Dragons. Taking down first and foremost is Lip will fall. Fitz gets a nice kill. Fleta taking a nap there for just a moment, but will be safe as we still wait for the bot to unlock. Nearly get the push off the side of the map there. Void going dangerously close to the edge. Won't manage to stay alive. Smurf going to be sleeping, woken up immediately by a right click from Void. As he just continues to zap away. Prophet going to drop down, start getting the bot moving here for the side of the Dynasty.
And Dragon's still waiting for the opportunity to walk on it. I mean, this could be it. Smurf's low HP. Flitter feels like he's got an advantage. Yes, cuts out Smurf's escape, but Smurf still gets a lot of healing back from his teammates anyway. Ultimate's starting to come online now. Fitz fire hit a Lip, which didn't really happen for most of the series, but he firmly is in that position currently. Bot's been reset here by the Shanghai Dragons, so Seoul Dynasty need to find control again as their ultimates start to come online.
Yeah, Vindham and Profits swinging around the flank there. Will manage to stop the bot and extract before he can get too much damage. Looking for the stick, not going to be able to find it. Can't get any damage off of it either. Profit, the near miss. Vindham going to get picked off. Lip make his return, looking to catch up here to Fitz with that tack visor. And he's doing a damn good job of it now as Creative will go down. The bot's going to start pushing for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and they'll take a lead.
Good individual outplay there by Flitter as well. He dodges the sleep dart from Creative via the shift, and well, now they'll be able to push on further forward after getting a number of kills that are unresponded to, and that's even with Seoul coming up to ultimates slightly faster. Lip should be able to catch up now to Fitz. Namino Visor on both ends will be pretty scary. I mean, as Flitter gets towards Death Blossom as well, we saw what Alpha E did last time is in the previous matchup, looking for those flanks to get those Death Blossoms in. Unless Vindham Creative can shut it down, it will be pretty deadly.
Nano going to be used. Fitz now charging forward with the Pack Visor pop. Does get antsy, but he still manages to pursue deep enough to come up with 3 kills, and somehow he does not die. Fitz and Profit will clean it up. 4 kills here for the Soldier 76. Profit getting void as the team wipe out as the bot, shipping back across the opposite side of the map. Now we'll see how far they can go, though. Need 26 meters to try to match.
Oh, extremely well protected Fitz was, and a note as well, Lip didn't actually pop his visor, so didn't feel confident challenging. Lead check on was 99%, I believe, towards Sound Barrier, so couldn't counter that one either. Profit just saw briefly there was on the back lines, and Shanghai have noted that but can't do anything against Profit right now. They just want to prevent the Seoul Dynasty from being able to get the checkpoint. They have the ultimates to do so.
Damage flying out. Profit looking for another pulse bomb. Almost has that built up as we will hear the visor getting popped there by Lip. He's getting quite a bit of damage in return, though. Not finding too many targets, so won't be able to find any kills. Grab comes down, I believe it's a solo on the Fitz, who has so far been kept alive. Fleta goes into the back line with the Death Blossom. Finally will finish him off, but it's the cost of Izayaki. Lip, though, helping them trade up, will find Smurf. Vindham, again, finding a nice little kill. Fleta will fall, but the bot is going to be shifted away, and Profit, yeah, gets taken down. Nice shots from Lip. Find the elimination. Will get eliminated by Creative in the end, but Creative is going to be staggered as the bot is getting closer and closer to being able to push yet again here for the side of Shanghai.
That martyrdom kill from Creative onto Lip will actually put a bit of pressure on the Dragons, though, because they don't now have that soldier in the front lines already dealing some damage, waiting for Lip to come back in, so it's not going to be a clean re-push from the Dragons just yet. So far, Killers, this has been a game of resets and, well, rather disengages, because you have Dragons throwing all ultimates in, Seoul disengaged, they re-engage with their own ultimates, Dragons do the same thing, and they end up winning the fight.
Profit again looking for the pulse bomb, but again not going to find anything. Comes up shy there of the mark. Can't get the eliminations through these seeking. A Creative and Smurf going to get dropped. Fitz and Profit just taking the bot forward as much as they possibly can. They'll get close to tying it up, but eventually have to make their exits. At least keep the bot away from the pushing side here. For
that is actually huge, because Profit kind of denying the bot movement and also just sneaking the payload away and resetting it means that Seoul will have another fight coming in, and that's huge. So now you see it, the bot's back to where it was when Shanghai won the fight, except they've made 0 progress. Seoul Dynasty get a very well-timed fight. Shanghai lead by only the 2 meters at the moment.
Oh, he tried to use the prediction there off the Helix Rockets, cannot, but he has the attack visor available, but there's no support for him. Manages to at least to help set up the kills onto the enemy support. Smurf now falling low, trying to retreat, keep himself at arm's length from Fleta. Manages to stay alive, but Vindham now is going to get dropped. So 1 support out of the fight here for the side of the Dynasty as they try to win out this fight. Bot shifted back here in Dynasty's favor, as Void will just go ahead and grab it up for themselves yet again.
3 minutes now remaining. No team's taken any sort of serious lead. It's rare that you see a game being so close that 36 meters is currently the maximum lead that we do have, with Fitz over Lip in this particular fight. So Dynasty looking at another 5v4. There's been no ultimate response so far by Dragons, so they'll be looking for a reset here, especially so with Fleta down.
Yeah, Profit with a nice kill. And Void now quite far forward. It's going to end up getting dropped. It's going to be a reset on his energy. Still going to be 20% away or so from that Graviton Surge. Bot moving up. They should be able to get some distance and take the lead here, should the Seoul Dynasty. Just about how far can they go is the question.
It's the Void kill. I think that made the difference there. Void, unfortunately, not fast enough to get away. It's a Zarya, not a Winston, can't leap.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a late contest coming through from the Dragons. And like you said, reset energy on the Zarya really does hurt. Although I don't think Void's really had a lot of energy anyway. You're mostly using the bubbles to enable Fleta and Lip. You'd love to also do some of your own damage, as most of the ultimates are online now for the Dragons. They have to be looking for a fight with here, or at least make it costly for Seoul.
Yeah, if you can have that triple threat, it would be huge. Flutter, though, being one of them, goes ahead, drops the Death Blossom, will find Fitz. Takes him out of the equation pretty early on here as Lip spotting Benheim up here on the high ground narrowly. This is the opportunity to get that elimination, so Benheim will live to fight another day. But for now, the Dynasty, they're kind of contented there. They say, okay, let's pull back, let's reset. We've got the lead, and let's just go ahead and fight them before they can contest the push again.
You can see how both teams are very concerned about economy here. Neither team wants to overcommit. Lip doesn't even pull out the visor, sees that there's not that many targets, to be fair. Sound barrier coming through from Lee Jae-gon. Does Vindane respond?
Okay, well, he has to. The Bionade connects on the 3 people, and the visor was there from Lip, so he goes ahead, drops the beat, puts the shielding out. Prophet finds Void. The grab has been used, but I don't see it anywhere. I'm not sure who he caught, if he caught anybody at all. Either way, it does not lead to any kills here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. The bot now being shipped yet again back across the Shanghai side of the map. Seoul Dynasty just maintaining control of this as we dip below a minute remaining.
It looked like Smurf maybe got caught in the grab there, as you'd expect. No solo grab onto the Winston is probably what you're going to get in the most of times. Smurf went down to 1, didn't actually die. And that's the critical thing. We didn't actually get a trade there. Void dies. Smurf does not. One ultimate still on the field here. It is Fitz. We're heading towards the OT, and I mean, it's not a big lead, but Seoul do have the lead. And as we saw in the previous game, you only need a little bit of a lead to actually get the win here, even over the smallest margins. And currently, Shanghai need to charge up something. They're way too far behind in economy.
Flat up, making his exit, taking the Wraith form out there to safety. Fitz playing around the back. Deep long sight lines now as he looks for a target. This tac visor has had it for a considerable amount of time. In the meantime, Izayaki has managed to get the nano boost available now. Flat finds Smurf. Major pick off, but Prophet could undo that with this pulse bomb if you can actually get a stick to come through, but instead Dynasty just going to wrap back around over to contest this push where if we go into overtime, the Shanghai Dragons have to keep this moving.
Yeah, there'll be one final fight here. Good move by Seoul Dynasty not to contest early. Beautiful stick by Prophet.
Yep, Lip out of the fight. They couldn't get a bubble on him. He was not playing within line of sight there of Void, so couldn't try to keep the soldier in the mix of things. That's going to delay the attack visor here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but now it's going to be the visor out from Fitz, looking for a target. Flooded just going to be dancing around in Wraith form. They shove them away from the bot. At least for now. Now they come in with a recontest. The Blossom nearly there, as you say. Flooded just 5% away from this one. Lee Jae-gon nearly has a beat as well. There is no ultimate to work with for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. They have to just try to win this out naturally. But Benheim is going to be the first one to fall. Now the sound barrier dropped in from Lee Jae-gon. Flooded again, ready to pull the trigger on this ult at any given moment. 2 meters left to go. Smurf playing forward. He's trying to get the Primal Rage. He dives into the back. He's just a couple % away, but he cannot get it. The bot again inching forward. His Prophet is the one contesting, but now he has gotten dropped. The bot is going to move in. And the Dragons will make it happen. They push through. They managed to make it happen here in overtime yet again on New Queen Street. And we are not done yet. We keep going.
That came down as such tight margin. Literal 2v2, by the way. Even towards the end there. Wasn't entirely sure. Was it Dragons that stepped off? Was it Seoul that couldn't contest? Indeed, it was Seoul that could not contest. Dragons, they nailed it. And I don't even think we end up seeing the Death Blossom just hiding that trump card up the sleeve the entire way through.
Use it at the end to celebrate.
Using it to finish. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's a celebration, Death Blossom at the end, because you didn't need it. Lip, finish things off. And this is what I'm talking about, where Seoul Dynasty, 5 versus 4. Pulse bomb onto Lip in the final fight. The most important member of the Dragons, the highest damage dealing member, easily probably the best player on that team, and maybe across both teams, taken down straight away. It's not any just 5v4, it's a 5v4 with the best player gone. And still the Dragons clutch that one out. So when I say Dragons are winning when they're losing, that's what I'm talking about. They're down members, they should be losing fights, and yet they still clutch. That kill to Smurf was everything that Dragons needed to turn things around.
And again, it just reaffirms why it's so frustrating to see them not be able to contest that card on Route 66, because they can pull rabbits out of their hat. They can make these fights go their way when it seems like the deck is stacked against them. But they had those ults on the way. They crucially build them up during the fight. It buys them enough time, and even with that 2v2 there at the end, deny Smurf from buying enough time, from staying alive long enough to get the Primal. Because I think if Smurf gets that Primal up, obviously the longer the overtime goes, the faster it's going to drop. He could just beat and bat them away from that bot. They don't give him the opportunity to do so. So the Shanghai Dragons, they keep moving forward. It was always fated to go to Game 5 here, as we are in a tournament now, and it's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. Seoul Dynasty, they have their map pick here for the end. Control, it looks like it's going to be Lijiang Tower. So that's coming up in just a few minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere, because this ending is bound to be explosive. And we are back. It seems like these teams were fated to go to Game 5. The road that we took to get here was a little bit different than what the Nav said, but it's okay. We're arriving at our destination. Lijiang Tower to decide. Oh, yeah, we took the scenic road. We took some back roads. There was no signs. We weren't sure if we were going the right direction, but we got there in the end. Lijiang Tower to decide it all between these two squads, guys. Whichever team you're cheering for, whether it's the Dragons, the Dynasty, or if you don't have a horse in this race, if you just want to cheer for somebody, give them your energy in the chat. Because both teams need it right now. But yes, we as viewers, no matter what, win in this scenario, no matter who you're backing here, because this is some entertaining action between these two squads, vying for a spot to play against Fusion in the next round of the tournament.
My goodness, I mean, wasn't that push map of New Queen Street, I think, is the most quintessential Dragons we refuse to lose map I think I've seen so far this season. We've seen some Dragons refusing to lose moments, but that is by far it. They had no business winning that last fight. Seriously.
That and the Icon Vault 0.05 contest. Those are the two for sure.
Oh, that was... Okay, maybe that. And it happens against Seoul. It's always against Seoul. What's going on here?
Yeah, Seoul just refuse to lose. Unless it's Route 66, in which they choose to lose. But again, we don't talk about Route 66. I'm breaking my own rules.
I choose that narrative. But maybe, look, I don't know. Whatever. I heavily doubt they were going to win Route 66 from that far behind. But we're way past that now. Seoul deserved that win. They play phenomenally better. A and B was solid from them. They got the cap. Whatever. I was about to say Lijiang Tower, but really it is Lijiang Tower. We're going to Lijiang Tower. That's Dynasty's choice as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Which interests me greatly.
This is a bold one, because we have seen him and the rest of the team just completely take over this map, but again, one of those things where Dynasty probably thinking, like, we know your playstyle on this map, we know what to anticipate from you, and we think that we can outdo it. We'll find out as we do get loaded up into this fifth and final game. Control Lijiang Tower to decide it all. And it looks like we're going to be kicking things off on Gardens this time around, as opposed to Garden on Oasis.
See, that's the difference, right? You can call submaps the same thing, but the extra plural there just makes all the difference. So
it does. You know, just like how a lot of people say Command Center instead of Control Center. It's Control Center. Learn it. Learn your map names, fools.
Command Center is that thing that we had on the other streaming platform back in the day, where you get to see the different POVs in the top down.
It's true.
But, you know, maybe one day we'll get the Control Centers. How about the night markets? It's like more than one market. No one's home during those night markets anyway. It's day market now. Let's see what compositions we're going to get. So Fate's back in, Huayu's back in. Genji, Winston dive, pretty standard. I think the thing that will interest me the most is when we get to Control Center. If we get to Control Center, if it is the next map or not. Do we stay on the Winston? Are we going to the Ryan? Because I think Fate's kind of shown that. Smith's shown a little bit of that. We're not going to find that out just yet. The other thing that's quite interesting is that other teams would probably offer to maybe go Echo here. These two teams not playing Echo. None of that.
Yeah, Fate, okay, yeah, he's just dead. He leapt in. There was no peel whatsoever. No healing for him. And he ends up dying. Smurf will get traded on the back end, but yeah, Vinham with a nice boop finds a third kill as they chase forward to get Izayaki for a fourth. So very much handedly winning the initial fight yet again here on Control or the Seoul Dynasty. This will be nice for them to go ahead and lock down the point first and foremost. We'll see how the Dragons pilot the re-attack.
There's a great shutdown coming through, right? I mean, you get Fate down, you knock Lip off the map as well. It's exactly what you need. Shanghai Dragons now looking for White Room control, as we'll just kind of flip the sides of the map in terms of who's got what. No one's really got a major lead in terms of ultimate charge yet. I mean, maybe Fitz over Lip, but Lip will surely catch up in a hot minute. No one's close to an ult, as tanks are taking a bunch of damage.
Diving to the back yet again. Fate getting chunked out, makes his exit this time as Who Are You just plays forward, spamming out these right clicks looking for a target. Vinham trying to take him off the side of the map, is unable to do so. He's still under fire, and whoa, he narrowly grabs the edge. Got the dash.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, playing on the slimmest of margins. Walking the tightrope there is Who Are You, but he manages to get his balance back. Prompt in the meantime to build up a pulse bomb, and he puts it right into Fate's mouth. It detonates, he goes down. Izayaki now out of the fight. It seems like the Dynasty, despite losing the point there for just a moment, and the Dragons taking the lead, will just regain it.
And also Dragons split their sort of focus as well, right? You see Who Are You going towards the dojo, the rest of the Dragons still playing around White Room. So as long as you keep Who Are You out of the fight, who had to use cooldowns, double jumps, wall climb just to keep himself alive from running off the map, the rest of Seoul Dynasty can focus on the Dragons still kind of caught, coming on towards the point. Lip once again can't find enough value. Ultimate's coming online first for the Seoul Dynasty. Profit with a stick as well. Everything going the way of the Seoul Dynasty so far.
There it is, jumping to the back line. Nano now going to be thrown onto Fitz. He's going to pop the tack visors, looking for some targets here. So far hasn't found too much. Lip's going to pop his own visor. Doesn't have the Nano to go with it, but now he's going to be shielded up by that sound barrier from Lee Jae-gon, who pulled the trigger second, crucially.
Yep.
Getting that second beat often leads to success. You get the eliminations flying in. Smurf not going to last too much longer. And the flip will be there for the Dragons in just a moment. Prophet goes forward, looking to delay as much as he possibly can. Pops the recall, makes his exit, and the flip will come through. 68% now established for the side of the Dynasty.
And you're right, it's the slightly delayed ultimates coming through from the Dragons that actually made the difference. The slightly later sound bear from Lee Jae-gon absolutely making a huge difference. But Fate also had the primal, Smurf didn't. Smurf dies on 100, but his team was already gone by that point.
Oh, okay, who are you going in? Pops the blade, but was instantly antsy, and the focus fire is going to be great there from the side of the Dynasty. They only lose out on creative. They pick up 2 kills. Now they go back over the point, look to contest this, look to get the flip, and maintain their lead. Prophet on the hunt, looking for another target that he can put this pulse bomb onto. It's also quite low. Rotates around the back, sees who are you, takes him dangerously low. And now with Lip falling, who are you again going to be pressured out. They can finally flip this back into the favor. Now 70%. Back in control, back in the lead.
You need to go back. Need to see Genji again. I don't think this is going to be good for Who Are You at all. He's not nearly as known for his Tracer as he is for his Genji. Also playing into Prophet's wheelhouse here in terms of who the better Tracer is historically. So not a good matchup, I think, in terms of individual output there. But that's the bid that currently Dragons are making it as final fight territory anyway. Dragons do not have ultimates compared to where Seoul are. If Seoul don't flub this one, they should be able to get the point.
Ticking up, 5% left to go now as we get ready to go into OT. Not going to be able to get the stick. Doesn't get too much damage on the Izayaki as well. Fate playing forward. Smurf going to be taking a nap at the back line with a Primal Rage pop. Now wakes up, turns his sights back over onto the members of the Dragons. And Fate will fall, as does Lip. The cleanup is coming through, and yeah, they have it in hand. Lee Jae-gon taking down a celebratory sound barrier here from Vintame as it's 100% to 60. The first round of Gardens going the way of the Dynasty. Just need one more.
And what you're also seeing here stat-wise as well is that Fitz is actually performing above Lip now. I think for most of the series, Lip stats has looked above Fitz, even in cases, well, maybe minus the Route 66, we'll forget about that one, but the other maps, Lip had been either competitive or above Fitz, and now, you know, on this Lee Jung Tower so far, on that Gardens map, Seoul Dynasty, they had the initial cap, they won the initial fight, Fate down early, Lip moved off the map, and it didn't feel like Seoul Dynasty were ever out of control. Even when they let the cap go for brief moments, they never really lost too much control there. There was like one good fight win from Dragons with a later sound barrier coming through from Lee Jae-gon, but aside from that, Dragons were behind on basically everything else. And great dives from Smurf and Prophet overall. It's that Smurf, Winston, Prophet, Tracer that's been so deadly.
Izayaki off the opener here, taking quite a bit of damage. Taking back up the full HP though. These Dragons for now occupying the point. Looks like Prophet going on a bit of a right-hand flank there. Lip going to be looking to do the same on the opposite side. Rotates around. The pack is there for him to play off of. Instead, will pull back, throws down the biofield. Keep himself sustained, get himself some additional ult percentage. But Fitz finds a narrow window of opportunity there. Spots Izayaki, gets the elimination. The Helix rockets go flying. Fitz will manage to come up with another kill. Lip now going to be taken out of the fray. Lee Jae-gon still alive though. And yeah, they're losing members though. Now they don't have their front line. So Lee Jae-gon is going to have to make his exit. Who are you? Still trying to play forward. Takes the dash out to the side, sliver of HP remaining on him and Lee Jae-gon, but they will survive for a little bit longer. But yet again, the Dynasty get the cap first and foremost.
Yeah, slim margins there, but it comes down to Fitz getting the opening kill. A couple of trades that come back the way from Dragons with Lip down early again. I mean, Seoul have been so good at shutting down Lip now on this last map.
The ult charge.
It's a huge difference, yeah. Fitz has not only had better stats so far than Lip, but Lip's also just been shut down by multiple players.
Yeah. Well, it's a good pick off on the Smurf, though. Playing a little too close there to the spawn room of the Shanghai Dragons. Ends up getting isolated and taken down. Window of opportunity, perhaps, for them as Prophet. Not going to be able to get the stick. Just another one. One characteristic here today from him with those ultimates, but otherwise his damage output on the Tracer has been looking good. Then him going to be eliminated. Who are you? Find the pick off as Prophet looks for another target, but he himself is operating with a very low amount
Nano's
of HP.
Coming.
Another push up over the top. Who are you? Going for the flank. The Nano's going to go out. Fitz popping the attack visor, but the focus fire is just too damn good from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. They don't even visor in response. It's just the Nano from Izayaki. Lip finds that elimination, and now they find the flip.
And that's the kind of situation where Seoul are trying to be the clutch team themselves. They're saying, okay, we're in a losing spot here. We're 2 players down. Once Prophet dies, that's when you have to decide, Seoul, is this really still worth popping into? Because Smurf is on his way out as well. Fitz goes for the nano vice, but dies instantly. Smurf couldn't primal in that last fight because he didn't have it. Now he does use the primal, but Shanghai don't really care, so this has got to be a primal for nothing.
Izayaki might care, though. He gets juggled around, gets set up. Fitz scoops the kill, but now the blade comes out from Who Are You, and he's looking for a little bit more. Gets one. Looks like the blade's just going to be resheathed. The flip did come through in the meantime, through all the chaos. Dragons did lose control, but they're flipping it right back into their favor here in just a moment. Who Are You? Looking for a health pack. Can't find one. Vinham going to drop the beat. That's only on the 2. It's himself and Smurf, and Smurf has been focus fired to hell and back. It's absolutely destroyed.
Saving Visor.
And the point still being held here, and Lip still holding onto this Visor, just has not felt the need to pop it. Continues to fall low. Fitz gets on top of him, but as the kill comes through, Fitz himself does die. They managed to hold it up to 75%, so overall not too bad here from the side of the Dynasty, but health economy looking a bit healthier there on the side of the Dragons.
Well, that's because Dragons are trying to play like a tighter economic game. You see Lip there holding onto Visor the whole time. He'll even die, but won't use the Visors just because they know they have the confidence to win that. Who Are You really thriving in chaotic moments on that point? He was as low as 50 HP, couldn't find the health pack, but still comes in and gets kills. Prophet actually accidentally kills each other. That was on Fate.
Yeah, I think he just dove a little too close to the Lucio there, but he'll be more than happy to get that elimination. Fate popping the Primal in response, obviously there. Now has that out of the fight. Tac Visor going to be popped. Prophet trying to play elusively. Breaks line of sight just in time to avoid the line share of this Visor. Ends up dying to Lee Jing-gon though, so cannot stay in the fight. And now with Smurf falling yet again, it's going to have to be a reset for the side of the Dynasty, you would expect. Bionade goes out onto Lip. Creative managing to weave that one through, but it's going to be the Dragons now taking the lead. Creative going to be taken down. Vinham with a sliver of HP trying to survive, trying to play around the back point. Will have to make his exit, and he does so, but we're getting into final fight territory here for the Dragons.
Yes. It's a lot of staggered death as well, right? Because you have Seoul Dynasty still trying to hold on, maybe contest. Players not going down there until quite late. Fitz still has a Visor available. Nano's coming online. They desperately need this Nano Visor to work. In fact, Fitz might just have to go for this before the Nano's available. There's no time. Someone has to touch.
Yeah, first they got to get the touch, and they will manage to make it happen. Fitz falling low, and he's going to be eliminated. Lee Jae-gon comes around the corner like a bit of a jump scare. Gets the kill. The point being flipped now. Lee Jae-gon makes his way over, but he cannot deny that from coming through. So for now, the Dynasty are in control. That buys them a crucial amount of time, but Smurf is going to be dead. He cannot pop the Primal. He dies instantly. Now they dive in on top of Creative. I thought they finished him off there for just a moment, but now they will get the kill. Vinham is taken down. It's Fitz and Prophet, the only ones alive, but can anyone touch the point? Fitz is the closest one. No, Prophet is. Comes in from the back lines, manages to get that tag. Visor's out. Fitz trying to buy some time, trying to find some targets. Falls low, ends up dying to his own Helix rocket. The pulse bomb from beyond the grave. Prophet will find Lip. Smurf returns. Primal Rage rolling. Gets his Izayaki. The blade is here from Who Are You. He's not going to be able to find a damn thing. Now he's looking for Creative. Can they actually make this work? The dash is still available.
They got a beat.
Gets himself back up onto the high ground. And yeah, they have a beat available, but do they even need it? Flip starting to come through. They win out the fight. The Dynasty managed to clutch it.
The huge clutch coming on through. Both Creative and Vinham dead. That was what Shanghai needed to win. They got rid of the Nano. They got rid of the beat, but they stalled long enough. They being Seoul Dynasty, Prophet coming in a touch. That Creative still gets a Nano. He had nothing else to use. He purposely Nanoed Vinham because he was the only target.
Now the beat is in. Lip got taken down upon entry. The Tac Visor not going to be in the fight. They need to try to buy some time here for him to rejoin. Smurf going to be taking a nap. Pops the Primal Rage, but he's going low. The beat comes in from Lee Jae-gon. They keep him alive. Lip now back alive, sprinting over towards the point. The Nano going to be used on the Fate to try to keep him in the fight. Smurf finding Izayaki, but Creative and Fitz have both been taken out of the fight now. 3 members left. Smurf falling lower and lower. Ends up going down. It's all on Vinham and Prophet. And I don't know if they are going to be able to play forward onto the point. They have to surrender the touch. The flip goes in, Prophet plays forward, but then gets back in, dashes onto the point. He's trying to play loose, he's trying to play elusive, but they manage to get the eliminations, and Vinham is going to be taken down by Lee Jae-gon. And despite the wonderful clutch from the Dynasty to be able to take it to 99, to nearly win it out, the Shanghai Dragons, they buckle down, they wait. Lip dies, doesn't matter. They get the Nano onto Fate, they buy time, he comes back in, they close it out. One more round to go.
That was insane. Clutch from both ends. It's literally Seoul clutching and then Shanghai clutching on the opposite end. Seoul, Nano, Boostio. Again, a purposely used... That's, I think, the first, real time that you actually Boostio and you win and you do it on purpose. That's not like, whoops, I messed up my Nano. That wasn't meant to go to Lucio. No, he was meant to put the Nano onto Vinham. Because Vinham was the only target there, and they won off that. But then Dragons come back, Lee Jae-gon finds the beat, Izayaki finds the Nano, and they get it done. I also, by the way, teased the fact that maybe you could see Orion on this map, and Fate's bringing it out.
That he is. Who are you as well? Going to be going over to the May, something that's a bit more in his wheelhouse compared to the Tracer. Let's see if this is going to be enough, though, for the Dragons. Everything to play for right here in this final round as we do go into Control Center on Lijiang Tower. Profit back over onto the Genji. Fitz sticking with the Soldier 76, and Lip stays with the Symmetra.
Symmetra's probably the one here you don't even need here. I mean, you can TP into the other side, but Reaper will probably help you out a little bit more. Fitz down, low, and the lamp will save the rest of the Dragons.
Getting isolated and melted. Immortality Field taken out. They will find Lip off the back end of that one, but now Profit just locked up, slowed, taken out by Who Are You, who's going to boost up onto the high ground. Look to contest him, gets him in the head mid-air. And it's a gorgeous look for the side of the Dragons to kick things off. They get the first cap.
And there's the Reaper swap now coming through from Lip. They're definitely much better into the matchup that we have on hand. Question will be, how does Seoul Dynasty want to respond? No changes just yet. They need to land perfect. Bio nades coming through from Creative, but with 2 players down, I mean, this fight's a wash.
Yep, now they have the pin. They're on a Profit. They're just pushing forward out into the spawn room. Smurf's got nowhere to go. He's going to die. It's extra stagger found. The wall up to block Creative from getting himself to safety. And Dragons are making this point completely unassailable for the side of the Seoul Dynasty.
They're exactly where they want to be, right? Because Dragons, they win a couple of fights in a row. They're now first ultimate. It's really easy to build these windows up as well on this composition. Window just comes straight out.
And that it does. Buy as much time, keep them zoned out. Profit having the dash out. Breaks line of sight to stay safe. Blizzard, though, is available now for Who Are You.
They split up. I mean, they actually split off the Fate Ryan currently, so they need to regroup as 5 and find a fight with this Blizzard because they come up to ultimates that much quicker than where Seoul currently are. So we can see this one being dragged out quite significantly for the Dragons in terms of percentage points.
Fitz on the flank, Vinay on the wall, but he ends up just getting swatted. Fitz dies as well on the back end of that. It's just more time bought here for the side of the Dragons that they don't really have to expend too much for it. Who Are You says, screw it, I'm just going to go ahead and use this Blizzard. We're winning so handedly. I'll just pop this, build another one if I need to. It's 75% now here for the Dragons.
But I think they won the fight anyway. The problem with using the Blizzard here is you actually need to use the Blizzard as an alternate way to counter the Nano Blade. Yes, they do have a sound barrier, but you also need the sound barrier to get rid of the visor and counter the visor, right? The Blizzard is one of those perfect ultimates that puts Smurf and Profit in a weird spot. We are heading towards 90% now. The Shatter is the make or break. If we can land the Shatter for Dragons, they will have the map.
Well, first is going to be the Primal, opened up from Smurf. Vindham is dead. Who Are You gets the elimination. This barrier was just 1% away. Now the barrier comes in from Lijiang, denying the Blade from finding much value. Visor popped, the Shatter, it hits Fitz, and oh my god, it's a catastrophe. It's at 99%. Fitz is eliminated, Creative is gone. Smurf manages to find Who Are You, but they need so much more than that. I don't know if they're going to be able to find it. The beat comes in from Vindham. It's only onto him and Smurf, and they are both going to die. Vindham trying to juggle around the center point of the map, but he cannot do it. They bring out the Rhine. We weren't sure if we were going to see it, and they absolutely pilot it to success. Unfortunately, a bit of a lackluster way to close out what was an incredibly close series, an incredibly close Lijiang Tower. But in the end, the Dynasty put their foot down. They say, no more shenanigans. We win here.
Yeah, the Dragons coming on through. And the reason why I talked about the Rhine composition is because I think it is a serious threat on Control Center. Always has been, says the astronaut to the other astronaut with a gun. But at this point, I mean, yeah, the Rhine is seriously, like, you can see the kind of value, especially when it's kind of like, you know, a surprise pick as well. I'm not too sure if Seoul Dynasty expected it. I'm not too sure if Smurf expected it, but they see it. It's hard for them to play around it. They're not too sure exactly what they're doing there. Who Are You also doing huge damage? That was something that was a bit unexpected because, you know, you don't really think about Who Are You as like this insane May player, right? He's this Genji guy. He's played a bit of Trace in the past. I would actually say Doomfist is his other like signature here that he showed in the past, but the May comes in through huge damage, great picks. He's the one that actually kills Vindham at the end as well with the right click, right? So we deny the sound barrier in the final fight, which is probably the last tool that Seoul Dynasty need to make that comeback happen. The solo shatter onto Fitz just denies the visor, so they end up surviving against everything. And that's even with the extra Blizzard being thrown in, which I thought was a little greedy, but got them towards the 99 anyway. So, yeah, I mean, Dragons very intelligently brought out the Rhyme to throw off the Dynasty. It works, and somewhere out there in North America, Hardy's smiling.
That he is. I mean, good lord. It just seemed like they had no experience playing against us, or no way to kind of counter-strat it, or just even get out of the spawn room. Just at every twist and turn, they were consistently shut down, consistently locked out. I mean, Dynasty looking like they want to maybe open up some scrim blocks, playing some ping, and practice against the London Spitfire perhaps, because they got rolled by the Rhine Comp here in the last round. And that's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker there for the Dynasty fans watching, hoping for that win. They got so damn close, but they just can't quite make it happen there in the end. But it's still an incredible showing from both of these teams in the end. This was the 5-game series that we were hoping for. Maybe not quite as close as we were expecting on Control Center, but still really happy that we got to go through this and that it did not disappoint.
Yeah, that was just... what a great showing, and even with the throw in the middle there from Dragons, we can talk about the scene. I mean, even the Midtown, to be honest with you, was a little bit tragic for the Dragons side of things. But player of the game, outside of that one Route 66 incident, is going to be Lip, who severely, I think, outperformed everybody at various junctures. I think he started to, maybe on Lijiang Tower, not quite diff his opponents as much. I did note that Fitz was not only on par, but actually ahead of Lip. But for most of the early maps in the series, Lip was unbelievable. He was more than deadlifting at various points. I think I dropped a stat line somewhere on one of the early maps where Lip was like 8 out of 11 final blows at one point, and he still finished with, I can't remember if he actually deadlifted at the finish line or not, but his output was unreal. Had more than 11k damage per 10 at various points during the series when Fitz couldn't quite even achieve 10 himself. He was hovering around 9. So 56,962 damage done with a tiny smattering of the Reaper and the Sim at the end. But otherwise, man, dude was just playing this guy the entire way through. 104 eliminations, just by the way.
Yeah, 104 eliminations. Half of those are his own final blows. And he got 47 Helix Rocket kills. Utterly incredible from the side of Lip. I mean, it seemed like the Dynasty finally kind of started figuring out, like, if we kill Lip, we can probably win the fight. That didn't quite happen for them as much, near the end there on Lijiang Tower, that night market. They get that early pick. That allows them to get that one clutch moment, but then as soon as Lippery arrives, he still has the visor. They're able to clean it up from there. It seems like they finally really got the targeting down onto the members of the Shanghai Dragons, but just wasn't quite enough. Lip's presence was definitely felt the whole way throughout. But here is our bracket as it lays after our first day here at the Kickoff Clash. We've got 2 more matches, of course, coming up tomorrow, and then 2 more on Sunday to see who's going to be the Kickoff Clash champion. But, I mean, Fusion versus Dragons. Fusion looking great. You've got rookie status, Zest there on the Genji looking utterly incredible, as well as when he goes over to the Tracer, going up against an absolute Genji legend of Who Are You? And then, of course, we get the rematch of the Hangzhou Spark versus the Seoul Dynasty. The first series that they played against each other, it was the Spark walking away victorious, allowing them to get that higher seed, setting themselves up to be in that #1 position going into the tournament. Now they find themselves down in the lower bracket.
It's going to be an evening of firsts, isn't it? Because Fusion versus Dragons was our very first opening match of the season for all of APAC, and Hangzhou and Dynasty, that was their first game against each other as well. There's going to be plenty of runbacks, some salty runbacks happening for those teams. Dragons are now looking unbelievably good compared to where they were when they lost against Fusion. I'm not saying Dragons are perfect by any means. Don't forget, they still had some wacky moments in today's series. I think it actually does speak well to Seoul, though, because we now look at Seoul under a different light. I knew Seoul was always going to be good, but I'm worried for Spark now, because Seoul looked damn good by taking Dragons that far.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, what an incredible day it's been. An exhausting one. It's only 2 matches, and feels like we just kind of ran a gauntlet right there with how deep these series went, with how many back and forths there were, especially between the Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons. Many highs, many lows, but also plenty to get prepared for come tomorrow, because especially for the side of Fusion, or for Hangzhou and the Seoul Dynasty, you can't afford to lose anything else. You need to win out from here if you want to ride that losers bracket all the way into the grand final and become the Kickoff Clash champions. We'll see who's going to be able to make it happen. We'll see who gets eliminated, who gets auto-seeded into that grand final tomorrow when we do return. But guys, we love you. Thank you for tuning in. Of course, NA is going to be coming up in a couple of hours. I say a couple of hours. It's more like 6. But set your alarms, take a little nap, wake up, watch those games, and then when you need some eye bleach and you need to see some real comps, you need to see some real high-level play, we'll be here for you in about 24 hours. So we'll see you guys then. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
We on the grand stage, beyond the rampage. Don't understand games, we in the plan phase.
Sees Twilight, what in the world was that? Someone call E-Sick. There's no way Happy hits those. Oh my God!
Nero proved me wrong again!
Are you serious, Nero? Nero with the 5k? Okay, there's the smile that I wanted to see. Forget map number 1.
On the court in my range, shoot a shot and it's drained. Hit the left and then change. They're looking like that it's strange. On the court in my range, shoot a shot and it's drained. Hit the left and then change. They're looking like that it's strange. Push it to the limit, on sight. Stick it to the vision, on a mission, a collision, on sight. Ain't no indecision, on sight.
Now rival and a nano-tactical visor. It's matched by Merrick and shut down just as quickly. Hydron with the 4K and Pelican.
Maybe you need to be more selfish than that. Oh my God, is that a Dropper just kill it. Look at him dancing in his carries. No, he's ready. He's warmed up.
Dallas spend the entire round behind a new Queen Street, but it's them at the end wearing the crown. Incredible comeback.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Pre-Show. I am Zoe Schwind, and with me in the party bus is Jonathan Reinforce Larson, and joining us remotely once again to fill the void that Danny and Costa left to, ditch us, to yeehaw it up in Texas, is of course once more Professor Necra. How are you doing, Necra?
I'm doing great, Zoe, Johnny. Hope you guys are both doing well. Wish I could be in the party bus with you, but I'll stick to the box instead. That's all right.
That's all right. We get you in eventually. And it's not that much of a party.
No, it's really not a party.
Yeah, anything?
Telling ourselves lies.
I'm not sure if I should be offended that you don't consider spending your days in a teeny little bus in a parking lot with me isn't a party.
I mean, I got some water over here, and
Yeah, nothing says party like hydration.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Also, nothing says party than good Overwatch. Sure, we'll run with that transition. Why not? Because in the wee hours today, our Eastern Region teams got their Kickoff Clash started. And in case you forgot, and because we absolutely love showing them as much as our graphic team actually likes creating them, let's check in with the bracket to take a look at how it looked like heading into these early morning games. Oh man, we got those were some great matches already on paper, and I feel like they did not disappoint. So let's discuss how the outcome of those went. First up, the number 4 Philadelphia Fusion took on the number 1 seed, the Hangzhou Spark. Necra, I mean, after taking the L against the Spark, just what was that, like a week ago, if at all? Philadelphia, they made some changes, which clearly paid off as they took the series 3-1.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think what's really cool about both of these matches is that they were rematches from the last day of the Kickoff Clash qualifiers last week. So definitely hot off the tails of some experience playing up against the Hangzhou Spark, and so we kicked everything off here on Ilios. Philadelphia Fusion came back ready to rumble, and Fusion kicked off the series pretty strong with a win, despite the fact that the Hangzhou Spark do have an 83% win rate against the Fusion on Control, so that really did set them up for some success. The next map, though, of Midtown, that was the only loss that Philly actually took for the series, but I think it's because they got a little too creative with their team compositions, a la APAC region. They did play a Reinhardt comp, which was a clear departure of the dive that they have looked so strong on all season. But they did go back to the dive for the rest of the series. You can see a couple of pop-off moments from the Hangzhou Spark as well. So this was definitely a tough-fought map and a tough-fought series. But as we went over to the final map of New Queen Street, where the Fusion were able to close it out, it felt kind of familiar because the Spark and the Fusion were tied with the meterage that they had from the push bot. But ultimately, the Fusion did come out on top and will be moving forward in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, really, for an extra treat, the cream on the top of it all, we did get treated to some Torbjorn play as well.
Yeah.
Unironic ones too. So it was we got to see a 4K Torb highlight from Alpha Yi, which I personally always enjoyed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, yeah. Torbjorn is like...
It sounds sarcastic when you say it, but I generally enjoyed it.
Okay, well, it's very hard to say that you genuinely just like love Torbjorn. Just like, yes, fantastic pick. I think that not enough teams on the league, they actually try out this Torbjorn and the Hangzhou Spark today. Very good on them for bringing out the Torbjorn. I'm very proud of them. Really good job. There you go. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Well, now it sounded sarcastic. I generally...
What? That was the most serious I possibly could have... Torbjorn is meta, okay? Yeah. Torbjorn is meta everyone at home.
Everything's meta if you make it. That's where I'm coming from. Anyway, the second match of the day featured the defending champions Shanghai Dragons, which took on the resurgent Seoul Dynasty. And Seoul, I mean, they had a pretty solid year thus far, but it appears that the Dynasty are destined to dine on defeat. What a fantastic line. Thank you, Hex, for feeding me that one. Let's discuss this match. What went down?
I mean, it was everything we wanted from the Seoul Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons. Another map 5 series from them. It feels like every time these two teams just square up, yeah, sometimes it might be a 3-0, 3-1 either direction, but really, it's all the time just a 3-2 between these two teams. Legendary teams in APAC, and they've been for quite some time now. The Shanghai Dragons, of course, they started out a little bit rough so far this season, but since then, they've just been lights out. Who are you here on the Genji? It's been one of the best Genjis in the entire APAC region, and this is what you've been waiting for. If you're a Who Are You fan, well, you've been waiting for like 3-4 years, and finally it's his time to shine. Lip as well, an amazing hit scan player over in the APAC region. So the Shanghai Dragons, they have all the ingredients. They've just had to figure out how to adapt to the 5 versus 5 format. Obviously the tank line, Fate and Void has been a huge key of their success these last couple of years, and now you only have one of them. Seoul Dynasty, on the other hand, again, you have Profit in there, and Profit has been lights out so far this season. Once more, you got Smurf, of course, as a superstar tank for this team as well. So these are just two very competitive teams going head-to-head with each other. Map 5, I think we're absolutely treated to an amazing match here. And I think moving forward in the Kickoff Clash playoffs, moving further to the next couple of rounds, I very much think we could see Seoul Dynasty going for a bit of a lower bracket run, and maybe we'll see Seoul Dynasty against the Shanghai Dragons once more in the Kickoff Clash finals, because that's really the level of play these teams are playing at. The meta has sort of calmed down. Obviously Shanghai Dragons, they brought out some May here as well, some Reinhardt on the control center, but generally they like to play the Winston compositions with Alpha E, or that's Spark, sorry. Who Are You? And Profit on the Genji, some Tracer sometimes, and some Soldier. So APAC has really calmed down, I think, a little bit, and now we're seeing like what are the best teams and what are the teams perhaps punching upwards, like Hangzhou and Philly, for example.
I mean, I'm just really glad to see the Shanghai Dragons have found their footing, because quite frankly, when the season just started, I mean, APAC was all over the place to begin with, which, I mean, what's news, right?
Crazy.
But I was slightly worried that maybe this rendition of the Shanghai Dragons is not going to come out as strong as what we were used to from that franchise all of last season. So it was great to see them dominating once again against a formidable opponent in the Seoul Dynasty. So can't wait to see how the Eastern region will shape up. Now, of course, we understand that there is a lot of great Overwatch League action to consume. And with all those excellent matchups we have in the West, some players out East may actually get kind of lost in the mix. So we'd like to introduce to some of our new viewers some of our best players in the APAC region, our APAC Predators, if you want. So here is our player spotlight. First of all, there is a player on the Dragons who might be, I'm just going to say it, the best damage player in the league. And no, it's not reigning MVP Fleta. It is his partner in crime, Lip.
Yeah, I mean, Lip has been fantastic so far this season. And perhaps a little bit forgotten among all the new shiny toys. Like, this is my PSA to the Overwatch community. I understand there's so many fun new rookies in the league. You got Cest, you know, on the Philadelphia Fusion, Alpha Yi, Proper on the San Francisco Shock, Kilo, I mean, you name it, Parifan, like everywhere, just rookies. Fantastic rookies everywhere. But don't forget the heroes of the Overwatch League that has been here for a couple years now and always provided us some of the best gameplay ever. Lip continues to be just a ridiculously good hit scan player. And when we're going to kickstart those MVP conversations, I know some of you are getting ahead of yourselves, all right? And that's okay. I'm not complaining about that. But when you have those MVP conversations, you need to keep Lip in mind, because the Shanghai Dragons, they are still an elite team, and Lip is showing some of the best hit scan play in the entire league. So if Shanghai are to be dominant again this year, okay, don't forget about Lip in the MVP conversation. Okay, it's not all about proper and all heavy decent rookies. Okay,
I feel attacked
veterans
personally.
are good as
That's
well.
okay. But honestly, I just love the story for Lip heading into this very season because, quite frankly, he was always kind of in the shadows of his partner Fleda. And now it's Lip's time to shine.
Oh, yeah.
The rhyme was
Lip's
not
star.
intentional.
That was benched.
Wow.
Oh, he
I have to
was.
say it. Like, I mean, he is. Yeah, I don't need to say that.
Why?
Because it takes away from Lip being a star. Anyway, Lip is an excellent player and a known commodity, and we all know that. So we won't forget about Lip, don't you worry about that. But there's been another player with such great performances that we're going to double dip and shine a second spotlight on someone who has burst into the league scene with so much zeal. Of course, I'm talking about Zest, even though you wanted to talk about the veterans. But Necro, those rookies, you got to talk about them too.
Oh, you absolutely have to, because they're the new generation of players in the Overwatch League, which will create more stories as we continue to write these chapters of the league. But Zest is just one of those standout players for the Philadelphia Fusion. You know, there's a lot of rookies on this team, and Zest ended up coming up alongside Bellisria and MN3 from Fusion's Academy team T1. And so you can see how that path to pro system has worked out for these particular players to be able to move up. But it's also very obvious how the pre-existing synergy has been able to work in Philly's favor, with Bellisria kind of setting them up so that you could see Zest and MN3 knock them down. But, you know, I think that when you take a look at Zest in particular, you can look at his performance on Genji in just the series versus the Hangzhou Spark, and there was over 12,000 damage for the Genji, even though it was only played for a map and a half. That's still a lot. And then you also had 28 eliminations and 14 final blows on just that hero alone. Whether it's the Genji or the Tracer, you've got to keep your eyes on Zest.
Absolutely. I mean, we're being spoiled in this league. There's just so many good players. But yeah, that is our spotlight on the APAC region and some players whose careers we will definitely follow with great interest moving forward. Now, of great interest to us is, of course, also how are your brackets doing? You know, are you ready yet to burn them or brandish them as proof of your superior intellect, I guess? Well, we'll look at ours and defend or mock ourselves right after the break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Overwatch League. Are your brackets busted? Are they burning right now? Or are they the best? I don't know. We've got a little bit of a mix here, at least on our desk. So it's time to gloat and I guess cry a little. I'll go first because I can, because I'm the host and I can make executive decisions. That's right. So let's take a look at my pretty perfect, actually, at least pick-wise bracket.
Wow.
Wow, look at me go. I mean, yeah, I got most numbers wrong. But the gist is alive. I don't quite trust my bracket anymore, though. And that's solely based on match number 1. I think both the Justice as well as the Shock, they misled me. I feel like I...
Well, you got Shock right? The 3 you're supposed to be...
Yeah, I did, but still. Like, okay, Shock, they struggled way too much against the Justice. Was that just day 1 jitters on stage? Maybe. But it made me worried, because I'm ride or die with this team throughout my entire bracket. But as of yesterday, that ride has gotten some loose bolts, and yeah, now the whole ride feels a little shaky. Especially that this happened against the Justice, which if you're looking at my lower bracket, I had the Justice going out first thing. Now I'm not so sure anymore, in fact, after what they did yesterday. But that's how they get you, right? That's how the Justice gets you.
It's a bit of a 50-50.
They just like have that one day with Happy and DK having a good performance, and then suddenly you want to believe again, and then they hurt you all over again. It's a toxic relationship I have with that team at this point.
Everyone.
So yeah, it's rough, and I just now I have a lot of trust issues of my own bracket at this point. We made those brackets before the games yesterday, mind you. Now Reinforce, I mean, you don't have Shock winning the whole thing, but you're banking on a couple of teams that you think are being slept on.
Absolutely. Yeah, there are a couple of teams, like the Atlanta Reign, for example. I had them beating the Florida Mayhem. I thought it'd be a 3-2. I thought it'd be even. But yeah, I think the Atlanta Reign, as we see here in the upper bracket, I got my 4 matches right. So we got those 4 teams there already. I think Dallas Fuel will make the finals eventually, beating the Shock in the next match. But if we take a look at the losers bracket, I've just completely got off the rails. I didn't think this bracket would be on broadcast. I made this personally, okay, my own pick'ems, okay? So I didn't think they'd be on broadcast, but I got Justice, I got Atlanta going pretty far here, because I don't have full faith in Houston and Toronto, and I think that Atlanta, they're like a good LAN team. Like they're a good stage team. They're just like,
you know, off the energy.
They feed off the energy, and they're just gonna come up and they're gonna do their thing, and I think their star outcomes are pretty good. Washington, I've just been run amok, completely bamboozled here once more, but I just can't help myself. I'm just like, well, if you're asking me about Mag versus someone in the Winston head-to-head, you got Decay and Assassin, you know, playing the Tracer matchups. Necro been talking about Happy as well. Like, Washington Justice are a good team. Now, I did have them beat the Gladiators, but we don't need to talk about that. Necro, what does your bracket look like? What does your bracket look like, Necro? Oh, wait, no, actually, sorry, Necro. I completely forgot. I was supposed to talk about Justice. Well, okay, so my producer asked me to come clean here, and I guess I have to just oblige about the Washington Justice. We have to talk about this. I'm sorry, I tried to avoid it, but I can't. I can't hide it. The Washington Justice. It bears repeating how good this team is on stage as well. And why do I say that? Well, because they know who they are. Okay, they're not trying to be someone they're not. And we're seeing some of these other teams on stage in the Kickoff Clash still trying to figure out, well, what compositions do we want to run? What play style do we want to have? Do we want to be aggressive? Do we want to be passive? The Washington Justice, they just know how to play the game one way pretty much, and they know how to put Happy in winning situations on the hit scan. We're not going to see them change up anything drastically, and having that comfort of playing, having a comfort of like, these are the comps we run, this is the play style, this is how we play with Mag, who likes to be, you know, controlling off his space. We're just going to play around Mag. We're going to play around the tank because we have complete faith in that. And being able to lean back and rely on those circumstances, on that play, it can be very good for the consistency of your play. Whereas if you're on a stage and you're like, well, we're supposed to go aggressive, proactive here, and then fall back, and like you make all these errors, these unforced errors. Whereas the Washington Justice, I think they're a consistent, reliable team on LAN. They just do their thing and teams do mistakes into them.
Right, and it works out
50%
of the time. That was a lot of opium, I'm not gonna lie. Now, Necro, let me ask you what you wanted to talk about with your brackets.
You know what?
I think the only thing I heard when we asked you was a deep scythe. Did you figure it out now?
Yeah. No, not really. I honestly thought we were gonna blow past this because like Reinforce asked and then went back to talk about the justice. So I was like, I am saved, but I'm
Sorry.
not. So here's my bracket. My bracket's boomed, absolutely trashed. I want to set it on fire in a dumpster out back. It's not the Houston's fault. It's not the Gladiators' fault. It's entirely my fault for trying to play too much into the bit yesterday. I felt like I had to back it up in my bracket too, because I knew this was going to be seen on broadcast. So yeah, at least you can see here that I did pred the Los Angeles Gladiators to make it, all the way at least to to the losers finals versus the Shock or something like that. But yeah, essentially,
What?
yeah, I'm just my
Dallas
bracket.
is pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
it's in shambles right now.
Yeah. Oh, it's kaput. It's wow. I love that.
But there's still hope. We don't know what's happening today.
No.
You know, like teams have surprised us.
Dallas can
with
still make
great
it.
and
Dallas can
bad.
still lose.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry yet. Don't set it on fire just yet. Like keep the bits and pieces you have right now.
She's boomed. They hasn't even started yet.
Oh, I
Sorry, Nico.
didn't mean to do that in the
You
beat
can talk
book
it out.
already.
Sorry about that.
Well, anyway, those are our brackets, and depending on how today goes, maybe we'll show them again tomorrow. Maybe not, though, because it just hurts to see how wrong we can get. Now, we'll see. We're just minutes away now from the start of the Atlanta Reign versus San Francisco Shock, though, and we want to find out if the Rising Phoenix can take down the stalwart Shock. We'll get into that match right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all. Our first match in the upper bracket will be fought out between the San Francisco Shock and the Atlanta Reign. And now, heading into this tournament, I mean, we struggled. We really struggled to find a crack in the armor that Shock is wearing. They looked so spiffy clean, yet in their first match in the Kickoff Clash, well, I dare say that match made quite a few fans very nervous. Now, obviously, the Shock, they did bounce back, but their map losses were confusing for those used to the brand of Shock Overwatch that we've seen over the years. Now, that brand has basically been aggression. They're aggressive, they're confident, and even though they rocked into this season with a roster filled with rookies, they kept that confidence, they kept the aggression up. And yesterday, when they were struggling, it was because they were playing slower, and we couldn't really make sense of that because that's not the Shock we know. Those are not the players we know. And backing off after losing just one player early in a fight, that is very unlike them, and I feel like that did cost them a lot of engagement, where it was just very off-brand, I dare say. So yeah, they gained the confidence back. They managed to somehow control the tempo again later in the game, but you know, that was probably a lot of that was on the back of Proper coming back into form or warming up. Like, I don't know what was going on, but he was the one who ended up kind of carrying them towards the later stages back into the game because he was just not willing to lose. It's like, no, this cannot happen. This cannot happen against the Justice most of all. So he put his carry pants on his Tracer and showed us an insane performance with a 52% pulse pump stick rate. Like, so he was on his game, but I still cannot make sense of what happened. Because going up against the Washington Justice out of all the teams, like, you would not have thought that the Shock will hold back. So I'm just gonna brush this off into like first stage jitters on a stage. I don't know what it was, but I mean, those numbers, even though it was a rough first half of the game, they speak for themselves. Like, he still stepped it up, and Improper I can trust. So he's a player for me to watch out for in the upcoming matchups. Now, on the other side of this very matchup against the Atlanta Reign, we do have a player who can also just absolutely take over a map, and we of course are talking about that Kai guy, Necro.
Yeah, we are definitely talking about Kai, and we have to, especially in his performance versus the Florida Mayhem yesterday. Kai's Widowmaker was such a big standout. It put on so much pressure that Florida Mayhem had to invest a ton of resources and a ton of time in order to keep Kai from just absolutely wrecking the team. Even in the very final moments of Gibraltar, someone ended up paying so much attention to Kai that they kind of forgot that there was a payload that they needed to go after. So, you know, if that doesn't speak volumes about Kai's presence in the Overwatch League, especially with his legacy of being a sharpshooter player and how that could play an important role against the San Francisco Shock today, I don't know what will. I mean, overall, Kai had 22 final blows to 9 deaths on Gibraltar for the Widowmaker. And so not only did that particular performance warm him up to ramp up to play the Soldier 76 for the rest of the series yesterday, but it really backs up Kai's confidence in his post-match interview and makes him a huge, huge threat. So San Francisco's gotta watch out for him.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're playing Widow and you turn into monkey bait, you did it for your team. That's really it. That's a lot. Yeah. Jonathan, it may be Morbin time in Texas. Thanks,
Stop.
Danny.
Stop.
Well, that's on Danny.
It's time to stop with the Morbin bollocks. What is that even? Stop.
I mean, at this point, I'm too afraid to ask myself.
It needs to stop. Get Kai's face off here. He doesn't deserve.
It's what the kids say, Jonathan. So we're rolling with it. That's right. I mean, here it's tanking time, right? Should we make that one a thing? I don't know. Transition, something. You want to talk about Hawk?
Anything but Morbin. Yeah, well, wait.
Just Hawking.
All right. Anyway, Hawk. Hawk, good player for the Atlanta Reign. I'm being serious here, by the way. Atlanta Reign, they even mentioned in a couple...
I like it.
interviews yesterday that they are very comfortable on the Zarya composition. I believe it was Emerald, Arctic writer for the Overwatch League, the com website, that asked about the Zarya composition, and they said they were very comfortable on this Zarya. They just haven't had the chance to like bring it out. They're like, London, why are you bringing out like the Reinhardt comps and the Gladiators with the Reinhardt comps? Like, we just want to play Zarya, come on! And so they finally got to show it a little bit yesterday. Hawk, he was fantastic on the Zarya, and we know that he's very much capable of playing the Zarya. So now you get the opportunity to play as some other Winston compositions, and this is where in the past we've seen Winston compositions struggle against Zaryas because Winston is such a volatile kind of composition. You only have that one Winston bubble, right? That's the protection for your team. And so you need to be clinical if you're the San Francisco Shock and go up against Hawk. You can see the stats for yourselves. 8.5 final blows per 10 minutes, 42% average energy, 3.9 graviton surge per 10. I mean, this guy, when he plays this Zarya against teams like the Florida Mayhem, he gets the job done at a very high level. So going up against the San Francisco Shock today, I would even warn a little bit for upset alert here, because I think that Atlanta's compositions, if they commit to these Zaryas, might be something that Shock struggles with. The San Francisco Shock, they need to execute on a perfect level to avoid getting completely dominated by Hawk Zarya here today.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, actually, about the upset potential here, because if we're just taking into account what we saw from both of those teams yesterday, this is a winnable matchup for Atlanta Reign as well. So we'll see how things go. Now, it is time to reveal our picks for the matches today, and I can't wait to see where everyone is going with this. It's been a wild ride yesterday already. Lots of differences in opinions. So let's keep those up, see what's at stake. No surprises in the first one. Are we really that boring?
What?
No, Costa.
What?
Costa, fans in Costa, what are you doing? I mean, this is...
That's interesting. I mean, Costa's really
no one's here who can defend themselves, so that's a tough one
Audience,
to discuss.
defend yourself with the Houston pick. Come on, what's going on here? I actually do think, I really want to double down on the Atlanta Reign could upset the Shock here, because we've seen how much compositions matter in the past, and Atlanta, if they come out firing on all cylinders, like Kai on the Widowmaker or Hawk on the Zarya today, and Shock has some like stage nerves about their executes with Winston, they could be caught off guard. I'm serious.
That's the pick
but
of your heart. Not serious enough to put it in your pick'ems, but just serious enough to cover your behind a little bit on the show, so you can refer back, clip this one. It's like, well, I kind of told
I'm giving Atlanta fans some hope, okay?
We love that. We love
hope. I want
to
give Atlanta fans some credit, okay?
Yeah, and on this note, we're going to end our pre-show. Thank you both so much for joining me for the chats. That's it from us. 4 great matches are ahead of us in day number 2 of the Kickoff Clash, which will start right now.
We on the grand stage, beyond the rampage. Don't understand games, we in the plan phase.
What in the world was that? Someone call E-Sick. There's no way Happy hits those.
Oh my God! Nero proved me wrong again!
Are you serious, Nero? Nero with the 5K? Okay. There's the smile that I wanted to see. Forget map number 1.
On the court in my range, shoot a shot and it's drained. Hit the left and then change. They're looking like that it's strange. On the court in my range, shoot a shot and it's drained. Hit the left and then change. They're looking like that it's strange. Push it to the limit, on sight. Stick it to the vision, on a mission, a collision, on sight. Ain't no indecision, on sight.
Now rival and a nano-tactical visor. It's matched by Merrick and shut down just as quickly. Hydra with the 4K and Pelican.
Maybe you need to be more selfish than that. Oh my God, is that a Dropper just kill it. Look at him dancing in his cabbies. No, he's ready. He's warmed up.
Dallas spend the entire round behind a new Queen Street, but it's them at the end wearing the crown. Incredible comeback.
Day 2 of the Kickoff Clash is here, finally. There's been a couple of spicy games over the last day or so, but today is where we see the real meat and potatoes. We're seeing teams eliminated today, Scott.
We've seen the upper seeds face the lower seeds, but now we're in the winner's bracket. We're watching the top seeds face off against each other. We got some banger of games happening today.
I'm feeling a little different today.
don't think I like this.
No, I don't know. We'll see how this goes a little bit later on. Yeah, we got some bangers coming up. Atlanta Reign versus the Shock. The Shock, #1 seed, surprise, surprise, they won their first game.
Yeah, a little shaky though, having to finish a reverse sweep yesterday. They did have some moments, but some excellence from Proper and the rest of the Shock team got them over the edge. But the Atlanta Reign, a team that a lot of us were thinking were struggling, might not do so well in the Kickoff Clash, had a pretty good match yesterday.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, we were talking about it earlier on today, Scott, just back in the green room, that some of these players haven't really played in a LAN environment before, and they show up like this. You're like, wow, okay, where have we been all this time? Like, Proper is just demolishing on his, well, I was going to say Tracer, but every single pick that he's playing right now.
You could list every hero at this point, every DPS hero at least. Maybe we'll see him on the tank one of these days. Hopefully not. But yes, that's it. The rookies have been exceptional so far for the San Francisco Shock. Slow start yesterday. Let's hope they don't do the same thing today.
Yeah, well, the Atlanta Reign are their opponents. I think we best bring them on the stage, don't you? Please put your hands together for the Atlanta Reign. First out on the stage, Scott. We see the sharpshooter himself. You got young Kai. His Widowmaker has been heating up.
It's been absolutely incredible. Me and you were actually talking about it yesterday, like, does Kai still have it? Is he going to be at that same level of Widowmaker? He put all of our doubts to rest yesterday, absolutely dominating on Watchpoint Gibraltar. But also, I want to talk about Gator and Venom. That's a big indicator of what they're going to play at the beginning in first map. It's going to be interesting because Gator's Winston has been, I guess, tested and questioned. Venom's Trace has been exceptional, but the dive has actually been looking good for the Atlanta Reign. One of the better compositions we've seen from them so far this season.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. You look at the Atlanta Reign and how they actually got here. They're using mainly Hawk. It's like they had Gator in the back pocket the entire time. And ideally, that's how you want to, well, play the, I guess, the overall meta game of the Overwatch League, right? You have 2 tank players on your roster. Why not use one just a little bit? And then when you get to a tournament setting, you've practiced a ton with Gator and have him come out and surprise a couple of people. Their opponent, of course, today, #1 seed coming into the Kickoff Clash, is the San Francisco Shock. I mean, we spoke about Proper already, but that ginormous man in the center, a hulking monster in Kaluge, he's been looking rather spicy too.
The 8'7" gaming warlord being able to show his flexibility on multiple different heroes. He plays the Doomfist, he plays the Winston. Honestly, anything that they've needed from him, he has been able to produce on. And that has really enabled everyone else to show their own flexibility as well. Most importantly for me, they have Kilo starting in the roster. Yesterday, when Sam was coming in, they wanted to play that Reaper, but Kilo makes me think they're going to stick to that soldier in this first map.
Yeah, Kilo's aim and just tracking is unbelievable. Like, we were watching a few of their games, a few of their scrims before the season started, and I was perma on Kilo's POV. I'm not going to lie. And just watching him track people through the air on Soldier, it's like an actual robot doing Lord's work, and you can see why they picked him up. The San Francisco Shock have had such a massive roster change coming into this season, but they're performing like you'd expect Shock last year to perform.
Yeah, they underperformed in expectations of last year, but this new roster, they overhauled everything. 83% of their team are rookies, and they've been performing at the highest level. Some people were wondering, is there going to be growing pains? Are they not going to perform? But they went undefeated. They are still undefeated in the Kickoff Clash. Absolutely ridiculous. But they're going up against the Atlanta Reign, and you can see them here. We talked about their lineup. The San Francisco Shock know what they're going up against. There's going to be likely a Winston mirror. Is the San Francisco Shock comfortable in that? You would expect so. They haven't really stumbled against many teams so far against that composition. Atlanta Reign, they're going to have to step up if they're going to beat the Shock.
They're going to need to. I think a lot of doubts were cast over the Atlanta Reign. Now they've been performing. I mean, Hawk has been fantastic seeing Zarya play, a little bit of Doom here and there, but only seeing portions of Gator's play has been surprising, I think, for a lot of teams coming in, not expecting to see Gator this often. But like I said, sometimes surprises are good. Ilios is the map to start us off.
It's Atlanta falling on that Doomfist sword. They came in early in the season thinking that Doomfist meta was going to be the thing that was going to be dominant. But as we saw the season progress, as the meta diversified, Doomfist started falling out. We saw the Houston Outlaws struggle with that yesterday. So Atlanta Reign have done that late adaptation. Gator may be proving his own Doomfist. We've seen it from a little bit from Kaluj as well, so it might come out in portions, but I expected them to primarily stay on the Winston.
Yeah, signs would definitely point that way, that is for sure. We'll see what the rookie backline the Atlanta Reign can do. Another couple of players that have surprised a lot of people. Well, maybe not everybody, but some people. OG and Ultraviolet. Their Ana Lucio play has been spectacular. Of course, they played together before, so it kind of makes sense. They're just so in sync.
We're going to see them rolling out on the mirror compositions. You're going to see them assume the position on the high ground with both of those soldiers. You need to keep an eye on the engagement of the Winstons and the antibiotic nodes. Those are the things that are going to make the big plays.
Yeah, just fighting over cage control right now. Finn used a nade defensively, and now Proper's just trying to jostle around, first game of the day, around that mega health back. The Atlanta Reign get hit with a fat anti though, with 3 people, Kai, Gator, and OG hit with that anti from Finn, from afar. Finn does die, but cleaning up Gator for the San Francisco Shock here is not the worst. There's a lot less space control for the Atlanta Reign now. The point has been unlocked. Now Shock moving in, trying to make their approach. Still pretty low. Oh, Proper. He's slipped over the edge there. He's good. He's got Regal, thankfully. But it does mean the Atlanta Reign end up claiming it.
We talked about the backline of the Atlanta Reign and Ultraviolet, but Finn opening up that round with an enormous 3-person biotic nade, but San Francisco Shock unable to capitalize. Atlanta Reign taking that positioning back and getting that first cap. So now we need to start looking at the nano boost. Look at the advantage for Finn right now at 80%. They're going to use that as an engaged on Kaluj, but another big biotic nade from Ultraviolet onto the backline and Kaluj.
Something going to hinder the shot. Cluj are going to go in. Pulse bomb throw down by Venom. No one steps on it, so no kills just yet. We've some crazy pulse bombs whipping, but still getting kills. Kaluj goes in with a nano boost, but gets slept. Nice kill by Kilo. Venom was trying to run back to San Francisco Shock, so mega health pack, but got caught off guard. The Shock now with a pulse bomb onto Gator are going to be able to find the flip. That's Reign 40% or 39, not bad. Good stuff.
Venom getting caught off there by Kilo, not expecting that soldier to be there, gets hit by that direct from the rocket. Kaluj, as much as he doesn't get value from that nano boost, able to create that space for the rest of the San Francisco Shock team. And now Atlanta Reign, the shoe is on the other foot. They have the nano boost. Are they going to use it on Gator to engage or Kai for the nano visor?
Looks like Kai. Look at the way Ultraviolet is following him. There is the visor. No bubble for Kaluj. He's finished up by Venom. Oh, Violet. He's trying to boop him back, but he just ends up running into him. The damage boost from the nano is just so enormous. The Atlanta Reign, they end up flipping the point back.
Violet's beat coming in just that little bit too late to save the San Francisco Shock. Kilo double downs with that as well, uses the visor, so the Shock are starting to lose a lot of their grasp on this round. Atlanta Reign already at 50%. And it's counting real fast. Atlanta's coming up to some big ultimates as well. Gator with that Primal Rage, and Kaluj slept again.
Nice sleep again from Ultraviolet. He's going to be able to survive. He has the Primal Rage, so even if he did go low, he can pop it. Might be a good idea to do it now, yeah. Separate the backline from the front. Venom ends up falling to Kilo once more. He really has him on lockdown at this point. Primal Raging on the actual point. OG gets chased away, and the San Francisco Shock try and resume control. There's a little bit of dancing around the bubble there from Ultraviolet. Ends up backing up the mega health pack and surviving, but him just in that duel just takes him out of the fight completely, and the Atlanta Reign forgo the point.
Venom needs to find a way to stay alive. He is getting picked first for the Atlanta Reign, and once you lose that Tracer, you lose so much control over the map. The backline at San Francisco Shock is able to move around freely, so Venom needs to be careful. He just needs to stay alive, just keep that threat active.
Proper with Pulse Bomb. Staring at Ultraviolet, waiting for Kaluj to go in. Again, distraction. Kilo once again, yeah, taking care of Venom. Now it is a 4v5. The Atlanta Reign looks like they want to back off. Yeah, they're not pressing hard for the engagement. They don't really have the ults to back them up, even if they wanted to go in. Nano boosting 10%.
Proper able to hold on to that Pulse Bomb as well. That could put the nail in the coffin for the Atlanta Reign. Ultraviolet's coming up to that nano visor again alongside Kai. It looks like they're waiting for it.
Proper can start this fight off with a bang. Gator's going to jump onto the point. Speaking of bangs, Kaluj takes a hefty amount of damage from Venom's Pulse Bomb. Doesn't end up finding the kill, and Finn just gets a lot of Volt Charge from that. Proper's Pulse Bomb a little bit wide, but the beat is going to come through to try and make this last fight for San Francisco Shock. Kilo still pumping out damage. Kai and OG are now dead. It is 90% for the San Francisco Shock, and they still got a visor at their backs. Kilo trying to run Gator down. He had the nano boost for a brief moment there, Scott, but that was about it. A force recall on to Venom, but they still need to touch the point. The San Francisco Shock are just holding this one down. Venom's just had the worst time on Tracer. He can't get anything done. Kilo staying alive in his healing station and finds another kill onto Kai. The Atlanta Rain put themselves on point using that beat, but the Shock are going to be happy with that. Kaluj coming back with the Primal Rage, takes care of Ultraviolet, and now is only 2 versus 4 on the point. The Shock still have control, and the Rain need to find a miracle to come back. Proper with the melee onto OG, and Gator getting finished off. It is now the Stragglers on the point, but the Shock have this one. First round going to San Francisco.
Kilo managing to stay alive on that point, running away with his tail between his legs on 14 health, able to re-engage and put out that damage against the Atlanta Rain. But the story of that round is once again Venom on that Tracer. We know he's an incredible rookie. He is a Tracer specialist. He needs to have more impact. He's going up against, so far, the MVP candidate of Proper. I understand that's a difficult task, but that doesn't mean he just needs to do more, and he needs to watch out for the sightlines of Kilo. Kilo punished him 3 times in that round early on.
Supposed to kite beaming people from the high. Wow, he got moved down from high and activated the visor. There's a short little window there where you can't shoot any shots off, and Kilo managed to finish him in that small window. All right, gates have opened. Same kind of comms. Let's go.
We're going to have the mirror again. People are going to start taking this windmill, try and hold on to this control, because if you can hold this, you have that high ground. You have the freedom to be able to have those long sidelines. Oh, close boop from Violet, almost pushing Kai into the drink. But there you can see the difference of the Atlanta Rain. They've taken this cage room, and they've got the first pick on Kilo.
Yeah, big boop onto Kilo. Wonder if he went in the pit or off the map. Not entirely sure. Violet trying to go for the 1v1. Of course, Violet not traditionally known as a Lucio player, as many people have pointed out. Double flex support from the San Francisco Shock, but his Lucio has been improving over the last few months.
That's it. We saw it last year in 2021, and we weren't happy with it. It wasn't having that level of impact. He's obviously improved on it this season so far. Gator taking a sleep, getting purple, but managing not quite to disengage.
Kilo once again coming up in the kill feed. Like, he is permanently finishing people off. Like, there's no way the Atlanta Rain can run around them. Oh, speaking about running around them, Proper with the pulse bomb. Sends Ultraviolet though. Whoa, okay. Kobe. Didn't quite land, and yeah, the Atlanta Rain ended up cleaning the fight up. That was a stick. Maybe would have got value, but the Atlanta Rain take that as a go sign.
San Francisco Shock getting a little ambitious after getting that pick onto Gator, moving forward, but it just wasn't enough. So now we're starting to see the ultimate cycles coming up. We have Venom with that pulse bomb. We said he needed to step up coming into this round. This is the time to do it.
Needs to come back quite big. Oh, yeah, little melee. Doesn't do all too much. Still waiting for the Ana to reveal herself. Ana. Oh my god. Collusion Finn did not expect that. Venom is back on the scoreboard with a nice little pulse and the finish on to Kilo. 60% for the Rain and building. San Francisco Shock not had it here in this game.
OG with an insane rejection. Kalush goes in, OG says no, into the pit he goes, and that's a big swing of this round. We already have Atlanta Rain at 70% last fight territory if they win this round, and Shock don't have the nano. They also don't even have the visor, the primal. They haven't even been able to generate their ult so far in this round.
Could be quite a big nade. No, falls a little bit short. Ultraviolet just waiting to apply that nano to Kai. There it is, nano visor. Luckily, there's a lot of terrain you can run behind if it's San Francisco Shock, but Kai has legs and he can run, and he's running all over the Shock. A sound barrier from OG. I mean, it's the end of the round. The Shock need to be able to touch. Proper has the pulse. If he gets maybe Ultraviolet, they could end up turning this, but it's looking rather unlikely. Kalush popping the primal rage to get back to the point in time. Proper sends out the pulse and goes wide. OT ticking through. Violet with the sound barrier does hit 3, but they're going to need a miracle to come back. Venom running back to his supports to get a little bit of healing as he builds ever so close to that pulse bomb. He's got it online, and now we need to target. He finds it straight in the back. Venom just needed a little bit of a warm-up. And the Atlanta Rain, they're going to take well. Violet is the only thing standing in their way. And they tie Iliosa. What a piece.
shake off those nerves from the first round. Venom looking a lot nicer. The entire Atlanta Reign team looking a lot nicer, playing incredibly clean. San Francisco Shock just getting almost no purchase in the entire round, being not able to get any damage. The only time they were able to use their ultimates when the round was almost over. So it's just desperation at that point. Zero value across the board. We move on to Ruins. This is really the map where you see the most diversity on Ilios. Are either the players going to pick up the Widow? We see Kilo on the Ashe right now, Kai on the Reaper. I would not be surprised to see Atlanta Reign walk out on this composition with the Moira of Ultraviolet. They're just going to run into the face of the San Francisco Shock. They know they want to play the hit scan with Kilo in the lineup. If you give them no space, Kilo will get no value.
It's just playing up in their face. I mean, that's what Doom's good at and best at, right? Just playing right up into your face, making sure you don't get any of that space, like you said. Kilo just sits far back. The Dynamite's going to be so devastating, especially to heroes like Tracer. You have to hit that recall. If you get Dynamite, you can't get healed. It can be rather frustrating.
Atlanta's trying to get that positioning. They're trying to get as close as possible to the Shock and wait for that go moment. But they're trying to avoid as much damage from Kilo. I'm interested to see if they're just going to wait for the cap, force the San Francisco Shock to come into them. San Francisco Shock's going to give off the point at the very beginning. So now the Atlanta Reign, they're not forced to go and do anything. They can just hold onto this positioning, but Gator gets left in the middle of the open.
Wow, ooh, nice sleep, followed up by Kaluge. However, that space denied. Kilo had Kai teleporting right onto his face. In fact, Kai is still doing work in the back. Fineds have just fallen, no ability, he's just run and gun. Kaluge at least finding a couple of kills, but ideally you need to get out or, you know, turn the fight, because Atlanta Reign have the points still in 25% and building. And the only ultimate the Shock have, or I say the only ultimate, Violet actually has the beat coming into the next fight, but they got Pulse too.
A little aggressive by Kaluge there. Atlanta Reign lost Ultraviolet. They didn't have the healing to close out that fight, but Kaluge, that misstep, gets punished on the point, and then the Shock have to disengage. They're engaging with the beat from OG.
Finally got interrupted. The beat denied by the Atlanta Reign, by Gator, punching him into the wall. A nice stick by Venom. He has come online over the last couple of maps. Now, no one, yeah, a little bit cold. They're feeling good. The Atlanta Reign on 50%. Denying that beat is massive.
Enormous. Ultraviolet is holding on to that coalescence as well, so expect this aggression coming in from the Atlanta Reign. As soon as the Shock step up, as soon as they see Kilo, I expect that's going to be the go moment.
While Proper still has that Pulse bomb. Ultraviolet has so many disengaged tools though. Doesn't want to pop the coal and then get pulsed, of course. That'll be the worst possible scenario for the Atlanta Reign. There's the Coalescence. Kalu's propping the Primal Rage. No one's going to die instantly. Okay, all right, okay. Kai gets focused out. Violet with a little bit of a... Oh. Well, he didn't get pulsed, but he got pushed off the map. Okay. The Shock mean business. Gator is somehow that far up in the sky.
Well, see ya.
Kalush is going to...
Have a good trip. I assume he's going back to spawn, probably going to switch over to that Doomfist so he can have more of that impact. So far struggling in the map to play the Winston, just too much damage. There's the switch right there coming in from Kaluge. So this makes me think that Kaluge isn't happy with how much damage he's taking when he tries to go aggressive against this Moira, unable to get any value. So now he can play more aggressive, give more space to Kilo on the Soldier.
Oh, nice kill. Venom did not see Kaluge behind him. Still does a fair amount of damage, just the primary fire of the Doomfist. There's the Death Blossom from Kai. Both supports from the Shock now have fallen. The Atlanta Reign are on 84% score. If they flip right now, the Shock are in trouble. They're going to make this last fight territory. Kilo with the visor, no nano to back him up, and Proper's got the pulse bomb once more. Venom's just been so much better at landing these pulse, these sticks, than Proper has over the last couple of maps.
And they're going to need it. Kilo has that visor. Venom has to hunt him down. I would like to see some aggression from Gator as well. Give the team space, and he has the Meteor Strike to get out.
Proper trying to find a target. Rate form already blown by Kai, so that could be one he's after. But Kilo with just the normal tactical visor still finding value. OG just jumped straight into it. Proper holding on to the pulse bomb with his life. Doesn't want to blow just yet. Forcing the fade's good. Ultraviolet now can be hunted down by Proper. So little defensive tools are there. A nice dodge though from Ultraviolet. He stays alive. Coalescence have now been popped, and this is the time for the Atlanta Reign to turn this fight around. Overtime is ticking down, but Ultraviolet just focuses down Violet, and he whiffs the beat again. The Atlanta Reign have denied 2 sound barriers to San Francisco Shock, and they take map number 1.
We talked about on Well, Violet has been impressing us on the Lucio so far this season. That's a bad round to be a Lucio player. Double Ajax in a round, and the chat, the Atlanta Reign is letting him know about it. There's a couple of lulls in chat, a couple of Ajaxes. Atlanta Reign take the first map. San Francisco Shock a little bit shell-shocked at the beginning once again.
how would that have looked if both those sand barriers actually landed? I'm not entirely sure, and I'm thinking shock. Don't want to get in your head about it. It's only map number 1. They can come back, but the Atlanta Reign off to an amazing start. We're going to jump to a break. Map number 2 up soon.
shots, dead in the ground, we ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone, don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back, tell you now, we laying it down, yeah. Bands up, trapped out, I bring the dogs, gang out. Look, don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage, who you?
Atlanta Reign looking a little bit cold to start off the day, but maps, well, rounds 2 and 3, they're on control. Yeah, they ended up working out.
Yeah, Atlanta Reign making it work, but the San Francisco Shock, you can never count them out, Jack, because they've been through so many reverse sweeps. They seem to always be starting slow. So if you're the Atlanta Reign, you need to stay focused. You need to commit, keep finding that value. Yeah. I want to talk about Violet a little bit though. 1.8 sound barrier efficiency, and the league average is about 4. That should just show you how much he struggled so far in this match. Violet, he needs to be a core piece of this Shock team. He needs to turn it around.
Violet Lucio,
OG Lucio right now.
It's about that. It's about that. That much is the difference in the Lucios right now. So we're heading over to Kings Row, Jack.
We are. We've got a couple of substitutions. We've got Venom stepping back, Nero coming in. Also, we have Hawk, so Gator coming back, and Hawk stepping in. So it's going to be Zarya. It's going to be more off tanks more than anything else. And what's been great about, especially Venom in that very start, like, yeah, it was kind of messing up. Kilo had his number, but then he just ramped up on the Tracer. But the Atlanta Reign as a whole, they have such a deep pool of heroes they can pull from for DPS because Nero is unbelievably flexible.
And that's it. The Nero offers so much this Atlanta Reign team on the side of Venom. So what we're going to have, Hawk and Nero coming in. We've seen this look from them yesterday. They're going to play that Zarya Reaper style, trying to play that mid-ground exactly like the Dallas Fuel like to play. While for the San Francisco Shock, Sam comes in. He has been coming in as the Reaper specialist. He tweeted yesterday, Reaper one trick at this point. So I expect to see that Reaper mirror coming from both, but the major difference in this map is going to be potentially Hawk Zarya versus the Kaluge Winston, because we have not seen the San Francisco Shock commit to the Zarya this entire season.
Maybe now is the chance we see that, right? I mean, I think a lot of people, well, okay, maybe not use Outlaws, Jake. Still need a word with you, buddy.
I got to talk to him still. You know, he lied to me.
Got to give him maybe an iron shoulder in the corridor, we'll see. Yeah, maybe this is the time to kind of bring out something new that you've been working on against other teams. Surprise tactics always work in these kind of high-level tournaments.
Okay. A part of you has to think as well, do the Shock go to mental warfare, put Kaluge on the Reinhardt? We know the Atlanta Reign has struggled against that rush composition, against the London Spitfire of all teams. And even the Gladiators made it look easy against the Atlanta Reign. So Shock, if they've been doing their homework, watching those matches, it could be a good look for them on Kings Row.
Could be, and that's exactly what they're doing. Running Sam on the May, Kaluge on the Rhine. Run and gun.
Run and gun. This is Kings Row, the home of Reinhardt. Not really, but if you've been around since 2016, everyone wants to play Reinhardt on Kings Row because it's so narrow. It allows you to just move around the map and clash into the Atlanta Reign. I'm curious to see what the adaptation from the Reign are going to be. Are they going to stick to Hawk on that Doomfist? We know Doomfist has worked well against Rush in the past.
Kai taking a couple of pop shots. I mean, Sam was close there, but they know Kai is just free firing right now. They get picked. Could be bad.
I really like this setup. I like this setup by the Atlanta Reign. Put Hawk on the point. He's sustainable. He's getting healed by Ultraviolet. Kai standing in the spawn, just holding them off. The San Francisco Shock don't know how to respond to this. They're just stuck in the high ground, wanting to rush something down, but there's nothing there. They've already used the lamp.
Yeah, they already used the lamp, and that's 2 ticks now for the Atlanta Reign. The San Francisco Shock need to move. Nice nade, doesn't get anybody, and Hawk gets a double stun. Perfect use of the seismic slam to get away from that charge from the Reinhardt. 2 free ticks from the Reign. I will take that any day of the week. And now the San Francisco Shock have to play on the low ground. Good seismic slam over the shield to try and get the Reign into a bit of danger. But now Hawk has found himself in a very small room with a nice wall at his back, and Violet finishes him off. There you go, Finn with the use of the lamp, stops the nade from doing anything proper, got purpled, and yeah, they can't follow that up. They need Hawk to come back and be that engagement tool.
Hawk getting a little too close, getting caught in the room, but Kaluge is like, oh, they just, that's a Charlie Niner if I've ever seen one. They get off the point, the Shock give it up almost for free, and the Atlanta Reign licking their lips with that one.
Oh my word, 2 free ticks, and then, oh, we'll just take the third, no worries. You're in the court? Oh, okay. Good, thanks. 5 minutes on the clock, not bad. And for a San Francisco Shock, like, roster of heroes they have right now, they want to be brawling up and close and personal, right? But the Reign aren't giving it to him.
Atlanta's they're giving them nothing. Atlanta is just so spread out that the Shock don't have a target to run down. You want to play as this big, brawl clump if you're the Shock with Sam on that main, isolate someone. But every time the Shock looks at somebody, they're running. They're running for the hills. And now the Shock, you have to start questioning, is this going to work? But they're set up in this chokeway now. They've got the cart stalled. The Atlanta Reign is going to have to engage into them.
There's the shadow from Kalush, but it gets interrupted by a sleep. Ultraviolet sleep in Kalush. He tried to go for the shatter. And all the meanwhile, the Atlanta Reign seeing the Ryan on the ground. There's no protection for the backline. OG gets eliminated. Proper on the soldiers, trying to grasp at straws right now. But the Shock are getting run over. This brawl composition that the Atlanta Reign struggled against, they're navigating it right now perfectly.
There's the switches coming in from the Shock. They have the Mail, so they're not going to switch off of that. But Kalush going to the Winston, Finn over to the Ana. You can see them slowly making that transition into more of a dive style. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sam go to that Tracer or Echo. But this first fight, he has the Blizzard. He needs to try and find and isolate someone, but that's been difficult for them so far on King's Road.
4 ultimates for the Atlanta Reign in for this next fight. There's 3 for the Shock. A Visor on the sidelines and a Nano Blade for Nero. Kai's already finished off one. They force the beat. Nero's going to take a step back, knowing he can't really cut through that overhealth quick enough. But even with just the kill onto Proper, that's good. That's an ultimate eliminated for the Shock. Kalush ends up going down. The Atlanta Reign have all the answers and a deflected Blizzard too. The San Francisco Shock getting almost no value with ultimates. There's been 2 beats that have gone by the wayside, interrupted, a Blizzard deflected, and Kalush's shatter negated.
I think it's fair to say the Shock are a little boomed at this point. Everything they've tried to do against the Atlanta Reign has not worked. We see the full transition here from the Shock. They have Sam over to the Echo. Hawk gets left, gets a little low with the Biotic Nade, but they can disengage. OG's beat, they know the Shock have that Visor for Proper. Are they going to engage, try and find an isolate Proper as soon as he tries to pop that one?
Well, they got the beat, they can just beat and speed in. That would be one way they could do it. Hawk has thrown himself to the backline, does escape. Does have Meteor Strike as a get out of jail free card. But look at the space that they're being garnered right now. There you go, instant beat after Proper's Visor, Kalush's antied. And now with 4 minutes to go, the Atlanta Reign want to sink this one home. Sam Kalush dead, the Atlanta Reign. This is a completely different look from this team right now. The San Francisco Shock not looking like yesterday or themselves. Like, what is happening right now? The Atlanta Reign are coming out swinging. 3 minutes and 46 seconds in the time bank.
That's got to be the fastest King's Row attack we've seen so far this season. Atlanta Reign ready for that one. They've done their homework. They've taken their losses and built and learned from them. Opposed to what Matt thinks, you can learn when you lose. It's been great play for them so far. I love the adaptation from Nero as well, knowing as soon as Shock switch over to that dive, get off Genji, switch to the Reaper, make it impossible for that San Francisco Shock team to move around. So now, what do you do? If you're the Shock, what you just threw at them with the rush doesn't work. Do you go back to tried and true Winston dive, or do you stick to the rush? Maybe it'll work better on offense.
Well, if you're going to make adaptations, you've got to make them now, that's for sure. You kind of already know what the Reign are going to run. Well, I say that. Again, so many different shades of Reign, and I love it. We're seeing Hawk still on the Doomfist. Oh, here's the deflection on the Blizzard. Oh, that.
Like a book.
Oh, just red. I'm glad I spoke up Nero at the very start of this series and talking about how flexible he is. Extremely mechanically skilled on every hero that is possibly thrown at him. Still sticking on the Genji, Kai on the Soldier. They think the San Francisco Shock is running the same kind of comp, the rush. They unfortunately don't get the benefit of changing real quick because they are on the defense. It's the Shock that need to make adaptations, like you said.
So they're going to go to Finn on the Moira, something the San Francisco Shock has leaned on a lot so far this season. They like to play that fast run-at-you style with Sam on that Reaper, Finn on that Moira. It's kind of like the rush, but like way faster. You're not as durable, but you can close distance and you can get on the high ground. So look at them to try and isolate Ultraviolet in that top window and force him into a position he does not want to be in.
Looks like they're trying to do that right now with a big rotation up the stairs.
Look at Ultraviolet looking around. He's so scared of where this Shock team is going to come from.
Okay, they're trying to go for a pincer maneuver, a teleport from Sam up to the windows, forcing Ultraviolet back. Proper taking a little bit of chip damage, but he should be good. So OG, with the perfect amount of defense there, can boot anybody that comes forward to the window. Hawk now in trouble, but his healer's on the high ground more than safe. Should be able to help him unless he LOS's. That's exactly what happened. A native follow-up does hit Kaluj, but Kaluj using the seismic slam to get away. The Atlanta Reign still. The defense looking impenetrable right now. 3 minutes for Shock.
You see that death from Hawk and you're like, oh, he can't be dying. But that was actually perfect. He gets aggressive, forces the Shock to make him the target that they have to choose. That leaves Kai and Ultraviolet just shooting freely down from the low ground. Ultraviolet's coming up on this Nano, but Finn's Coalescence, that's going to be the engage tool for the San Francisco Shock.
Shock still trying to play Atlanta Reign's game, putting themselves on the point, getting free ticks, but Hawk is there to deny all of that space and all of the progress. Now Proper goes down. This is not a Shock I expected to see today.
Hawk getting in, that's another hold by the Atlanta Reign. Kaluj getting a little bit too aggressive, so they need to find a way to make that work. Sam switching over to the Genji, unable to get anything done on that Reaper, not able to get close to anyone because they're all standing on the high ground. He will be able to aggressively dive and close that distance on the Genji.
Ultraviolet looking for that nano boost with the visor. The Coalescence is coming. It's not going to do well though. Not against the nano visor. Good beat from Violet. Doesn't get interrupted this time as Kai ends up falling. A 3-man stun from Hawk doesn't result in much apart from a little bit of damage, but Kaluj is still taking the majority of it, but surviving with a couple of HP, allowing Sam to pick up these kills. Violet kills Ultraviolet in the back line, and now the Shock. They planted their feet firmly on that point. They unlock it, get the payload going. Very different tempo though from what the Atlanta Reign did. They got it so fast, and well, the Atlanta Reign, they have the blade to back them up. It's all upon Proper's pulse bomb now for this next fight.
We're going to see Ultraviolet switch over to the Moira, recognizing against this hard dive composition from the San Francisco Shock. It's almost impossible to live on that Ana. So the major difference is Kai on this soldier. He's going to be pumping out so much damage. Shock need to find that tempo. They've got the card moving. Atlanta Reign want to engage on this corner with Nero's blade.
There's the pulse on. He's looking for it. Wants that triple blink straight into the pub. Still taking an awful lot of damage from OG. The blade's been pulled by Nero, gets a little bit of damage done, but that's about it. He hasn't got the nano to back him up. Like you mentioned, they switched over to the Moira. Kai still doing a fair amount also. You just got to keep Kaluj alive and Proper alive too on this payload, and you should be good, but still the Atlanta Reign clutching up when it counts.
Losing Finn there. They just don't have that healing to sustain. You saw Ultraviolet getting pressured, but Moira is so survivable, able to just live through that fight where the San Francisco Shock could not. So they get to hold it a little bit longer, and the time is dwindling. Look, 3 minutes. They're just slowing the Shock down.
Yeah, it's so scrappy back and forth in these small corridors. Exactly like London, I mean. Yeah. You're getting scraps there, you're not going too far away. But with a charged up punch, yeah, didn't want to let it go just yet. Kaluj trying to do the same thing. Coalescence from Ultraviolet. That slam combo just slows you down. Sam couldn't escape, and it's a perfect target for a Coalescence. Anybody that's slowed, stunned, they're going to take so much damage. Proper takes care of Kai, but it's not going to mean a whole bunch. Kai can just run back from spawn, one of the quicker heroes in Overwatch 2, and the San Francisco Shock yet again struggling to get much done.
It feels like their tempo is a little slow. They're not confident in their own play right now, but they have the ultimates. They have the Sand Blade along with the Finn Coalescence. They're going to be able to go aggressive.
Yeah, Coalescence. Here's the chance to go for the blade, or maybe a pulse bomb from Proper. Meteor strike on the payload ends Violet's life. Didn't try to pop the sound barrier this time. The San Francisco Shock now have lost 2 as Kai unleashes the visor and Finn falls.
The blade?
What? The blade's coming in too from Sam? He lost both supports. He had nothing to back him up in that one. The San Francisco Shock lose the Cole and the blade in that fight. The Atlanta Reign just sort them out.
Just a disconnect from their team. Finn pops the Coalescence, but Sam holds off on pulling that blade. By the time Sam pulls it, Violet's already dead.
Jumping onto the Reaper now, you use the blade, okay, maybe you want to swap, but still I feel like you could have done a lot more with that. Proper's the one you want to look for though, trying to get these big sticks. Just an absolute wizard on the Tracer. Nice beat from Violet to push them forward and push the Reign back. Ultraviolet's nearing that Coalescence though, only 5% away. Proper looking for a target, does swing and miss, and now he's just sitting on the mega health pack. But Ultraviolet and OG now pushing the Reign forwards. That speed boost in the Coalescence very hard to escape from. If Violet didn't have that amp it up, the San Francisco Shock still pushing the payload to be fair, getting at a sizable distance, and no one has fallen just yet. There's a minute to go with the payload rounding this second to last corner before the checkpoint unlocks.
Finn with the Coalescence. They're going to get the chance to go first, but is Hawk going to go early with the strike?
Meteor strike on the back, and Violet dies to it yet again. The San Francisco Shock, are they going to decide to go now or later? It looks like later, but Hawk denies the Coalescence once more, and Kai there with the follow-up damage. The San Francisco Shock They're in shambles. 40 seconds to go, and the Atlanta Reign look like they want to take it here and put themselves on match point.
You saw Hawk pause there for a second. That was a question mark from him right there. Putting in work on that Doomfist right now. They're going first. The Shocker just getting caught flat-footed. So we're going into the last fight. Atlanta Reign have the beat, the Death Blossom, and the Visor. How is Shock going to have to answer proper with that Pulse Bomb? Is going to have to go huge.
Has to catch Ultraviolet off guard, or OG, just somebody. You need a kill here to start the fight. Nero to the back line. Death Blossom, he's got the beat to back him up, so there's no worry about you dying. 2 kills for Nero. Kai falls to proper. There's the Pulse Bomb they were looking for. It's a 3-on-3. Ultraviolet's still alive. Violet pops the sound barrier, hits the 3 remaining members, but the coalescence from Ultraviolet is just too good. Hawk's pushing the rest of the San Francisco Shock back just with the plain punches. Nero, Hawk, they're in the kill feed, and the Atlanta Reign push away the Shock. This Death Blossom has to be big, but look at the Reign. They just play back. They don't need to worry about it. They got the speed and the damage to back them up. Kalusha 1 HP, jumps into the skies with a Meteor Strike, but quickly clean on up. Another Meteor Strike kill for Hawk, and that is it. The Atlanta Reign, 2 maps taken away from the Shock. Match point. And a day I think a lot of people expected to go one way. The Shock picking up dubs. They were first seed coming in, undefeated in fact, coming into the Kickoff Clash. The Atlanta Reign had a couple of tricks up their sleeve. They're playing them right now.
Where was this Atlanta Reign all season? They've started so slowly, they've looked inconsistent, they didn't have that coordination. Today they look like a completely different team. I don't know what they put in the water for the playoffs for the Atlanta Reign. They got to put that in the regular season water, because they are just a different beast when it comes to them in the matches that matter. But hey, we were here yesterday for the San Francisco Shock and they turned it around.
Yep.
So never say die if you're the San Francisco Shock.
They got to come up with something rather special. Look a little bit disconnected right now, but they've got to reconnect to that server and get it going. Map number 3, and potentially the final map as well, Scott. We'll see you in a sec. Private leaderboards are here. Make sure you download the Overwatch League mobile app on the Google Play Store and the App Store for iOS to make your prediction and compete with your friends and share your fandom. You know, I like impressing my friends with my giant brain and my pick of knowledge, and I like seeing what your preds are throughout the day too, Scott, because they were a little bit different in a couple of the games.
Yeah, I went for Florida over Washington just because, Washington,
What's that about?
Washington's burnt me before.
Okay.
So I won't speak so passionately right here about it because we need to talk about this match. But yeah, Florida Mayhem could be upsetting.
It's all right, you can be mad on social media later, that's fine.
That's cool.
Yeah, but make sure you download that app and get predicting. All right, back to the series at hand. The Shock, look, they've done it before, Scott. The reverse sweep. It has to start now. It's got to start somewhere. It's got to start now. They're 2 maps down. The Atlanta Reign looking a dominant force currently.
The person I'm looking out for is the same person who enabled the reverse sweep yesterday. It has to start from Proper. Proper on that Tracer was absolutely dominant on New Queen Street against the Washington Justice. So I want to see him have that performance. He's kind of gone amiss in this series. I can't really remember him having that much impact. But we're heading over to Dorado, and the subs are coming in. We're going back to the first map setups. We're going to have the Winstons, we're going to have the Tracers, we're going to have the Dive. But the thing that might be different on Dorado is the Widowmakers. Kai versus Kilo. Kai is a tried and tested Widowmaker who made his mark known yesterday on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Kilo, the rookie, who's looked good, but can he go and hang with the best?
Yeah, the veteran in Kai. For sure. He was known as for his Widowmaker for, well, since forever. I love a lot of the rookies coming into the season. They are going up against these very veteran DPS tank support duos, and it's good to see how much they can stand up. Sometimes even surpassing, of course, Proper being one of them. One of the best DPS in the league we have right now. Although, currently, to be fair, in this match, ain't looking so hot compared to Venom on the Tracer.
It's as we said yesterday, he just wasn't showing up, and then he flicked a switch. Wherever that switch is, he has to flick it right now. In the entirety of the San Francisco Shock need to flip that switch. It's not just individual players missing out. Them as a team are just not having that level of coordination that we know the San Francisco Shock have. They're going slower than the Atlanta Reign. They're not coordinating their ultimates together. They're just on a different wavelength, and the Atlanta Reign is punishing them for it.
Yeah, they are trying to punish. Now, look, okay, we're obviously going to see Kilo on the Widowmaker. I want to see how they end up setting up. Sometimes you see the teleport from Venom up into the high ground, put Kai up there too with his supports. It's all about juggling the payload too. I mean, the Shock do not want to let a free payload push happen like they still King's Row. They just took it for free. Like, you have to be able to respond to that like ASAP. And Dorado, I'm sure everybody can kind of remember the Dorado rank games, right, where you just kind of let the payload go under the bridge for free. Like, that's bad. You end up losing so much high ground.
It's interesting with the Widowmaker head-to-head, a lot of teams have actually been giving up that front half just so that you had that defensive advantage. You can put your Widowmaker on that back arch, or you can put them in that little window near the market, and what that does is it gives the defensive Widow so much freedom to move around, and it can be hard for the offensive Widow to find those sight lines because you have to expose yourself. And I'm looking at Kai. I think Kai is the person who's going to have to break open this first point, especially because Proper is on the Genji. He's going to be waiting for Kai to come out, and Genji's going to hunt him down.
Pretty early high ground control, at least attempting to, from the Reign. But yeah, Shock seems they're very willing to give that bit up. Kai's just playing main right now on Widowmaker. Like you said, it's all about Proper getting on top of Kai, making sure he has a bit of a rougher time, give Kilo a better time. Grapple shots. Can he find anybody? Nope. Everybody's missing.
It looks like Atlanta Reign's taking control of this market space. They're waiting for that go time. Gators jumping on, just taking inch by inch, and the Shock is giving it to them, wanting to keep that defensive setup. Big Biotic nade coming in from Ultraviolet on Violet, and Proper keeping them low, forcing them back a little bit further. This is a slow attack, but here they go.
Very slow. Gator got slept, and now he's antied. The Atlanta Reign just refusing to back up, though. I mean, they're just, again, pushing the payload for free. The Shock decide they want to take this final fight on the first point. Nice dive onto Kilo. Double pocket, though, from Violet and Finn to keep him alive and well in the fight. But Gator not quite so lucky. Nice nade once more from Ultraviolet. He's hitting these antis, but they're just not getting followed up on. And with Gator dead, the San Francisco Shock have free reign over the front line. So Atlanta Reign, yeah, they're going to go again.
Look at the clock, Jack. It's 2 minutes. That wasn't a 2-minute attack by the Atlanta Reign. That cost them so much time. Yes, it could have gone the other way, but now they're working on limited time. But the ult cycle is up. Ultraviolet with that nano boost. Gator's going to go in with that one.
Yeah, it looks like they want to be able to set up all proper, almost killing Venom. There's the nano in the back line. Gator finding a little bit. Gets Andy, so decides to back away. Now the pulse one from Venom, hits the roof. But the rallies are going to be decent. OG a little bit further behind, and the San Francisco Shock popping their own. Does mean they're a little bit more hardy, but Proper was so low throughout that whole fight, didn't get any backup whatsoever. The sights have been active from the Shock, but will that really change much? They've still lost Proper, and the Nano Blade not really going to end up working out. In fact, they're going to apply it to Kalush to try and open this one up. They need to be able to get back to the point. Finn with the 1v1 on to Venom, and now Gator trying to jostle with the Kilo. The Atlanta Reign not getting too much stuff done. In fact, it's Finn doing the heavy lifting currently. The Atlanta Reign's time back dwindling down.
We talked about the Widowmakers. Neither of them are doing anything, it feels like right now. They're just sort of looking at each other. The Atlanta Reign blew everything in that fight, while the San Francisco Shock and Proper holding onto that blade. So as soon as Atlanta Reign try and play that slow aggression, Proper's just going to find the backline. So how are the Atlanta Reign going to approach this? Are they just going to go all in hard, or are they going to try and bait the blade out from Proper and then punish that?
Proper's onto the left-hand side. Kai's actually peeking that angle. Yeah, you don't really want to be there. We've seen too many reflective kills, actually, on this map specifically, too, from Proper. Still looking for a target for the blade. He spots Ultraviolet in the back line. There's the dive, straight on the Ana, an instant kill. The added damage from Kalush there, just guaranteed it being one. Oh, he's trying for it. Kai, a little bit too wise. Maybe that's where the veterancy comes into play. Scott, 20 seconds to go, and the Atlanta Reign struggling to get anything done.
20 seconds left. Atlanta Reign don't have anything still. They've barely even taken any fights in this round. Venom with the pulse bomb. We saw him do it on the first map. He's going to have to come up big again.
It does feel like a very strange game of Overwatch. Everything's just so slow-paced for these comps that normally want to go rather fast. The pulse bomb hits the shield of Violet, so he's able to drop that one on the floor and then just walk away. Overtime, now here. Finn's still more than happy to stay on the sidelines, and now that is the opening that you want. Violet dead by Kai's hands. Nano boost for Finn, though. Instant applying to Kalush. He's not going to fall and get that primal rage. Nice kill by Proper. The following up of the dives are perfect. This is the San Francisco Shock we expected to show up today. It may have taken them to map number 3 to do it, but maybe that's where they're strongest. Gator still killing Proper is going to be a good sign, and the stall for the Atlanta Reign's good. They come back with a nano boost, or at least 8% away, and Gator being able to separate the supports from each other, but no.
It was looking hard for Atlanta Reign, so we'll call it a half C9 coming in from the Atlanta Reign, but that was the San Francisco Shock, as you said, that we expect. They played so well, even at the disadvantage, that final fight, Kai finally getting a pick, but they're able to use their ultimates to mitigate that lack of healing, and I don't want to be that guy, but the reverse sweep starts now.
I mean, they've done it before, why can't they do it again? That's insane. You get to map 3, like, okay, anyway, we're showing up now, yeah?
There's Proper.
Clocking it, punching the punch card.
We talked about that switch. It looked flipped. I love that he's a rookie, but he had that composure when he pulled that blade with 20 seconds to go. He got that one kill. Me, you, every single person in ranked in DPS would have gone for those extra kills, that second, that third kill.
He backed off.
He had that composure, backs off, understanding that the fight was already in their advantage. If he goes aggressive and gets punished, it's worse for them. So this guy just putting on work, and this is him cleaning up the backline, doing exactly what he needs to do on that Genji.
As a Makubu, phenomenal Genji, just being, again, the patience, being in the right place at the right time, especially as a flanking DPS player. That's a skill that you develop over so many hours of play. And then lining up the Widow, a little right click, a little dash, an instant kill. Okay, with the shot, They're on their attack. Yeah, see Kilo, he's warming up. He's ready to go. Reverse sweep starts here, baby.
Gamer pose, rubbing his hands together.
I love it.
We're going to see Kilo teleport them to the high ground, as everyone does these days. Gator's going to get some ult charge by holding a little bit close, but ultimately give that one up. I wouldn't be surprised to see Atlanta Reign do the same thing that the Shock did. Give them that first half. Try and get ult charge, try and get picks, but at the end of the day, it's very difficult to hold this high ground. Kilo having that impact as the rookie. We said the rookie going up against the veteran and making his mark known.
Oh yeah, double grapple shot. Easy peasy. Oh, don't want to cross. Kai saying it. Not want to put down your shield if you're OG there. You got a very ultraviolet. That was lucky that you didn't lose your honor there.
All right, so now we have the Atlanta Reign. It's not the worst thing in the world. They're just going to have to back up. They entered the small room. Ultraviolet's dead. How is this happening?
There's no way. The Shock are just running. The Shock are just running over a completely different tempo from what we saw the Atlanta Reign do. It took them 2 minutes to kind of jostle around, fight, look for ultimates. The San Francisco Shock have already pushed way past where the Atlanta Reign even got to. There's a couple of meters to go. The Atlanta Reign, they need to touch. They've got no ult, and OG died super late there. Finn has just been popping off, and there you go. Just like that, the San Francisco Shock, the reverse sweep is signed, Scott. The Atlanta Reign had almost no business on Dorado.
That was not close. Somehow Atlanta Reign end up in a small room with Kaluj and a Genji. I don't know how the backline ended up there, but they needed to be more in the open, holding more space, stopping the San Francisco Shock from just walking forward. I don't want to talk for the Atlanta Reign and just the dive style. We know that it is not their strength and the thing that they've tried to avoid playing, but they looked so good on that first map. I was thinking maybe something had clicked, but something about the Dorado heavily struggled so far.
Man, maybe that's San Francisco Shock's map. It definitely looked like Proper's map, that is for sure. Push coming up next after this break. We'll see you in a sec.
San Francisco Shock.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Face with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yado.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
The Shock have reached their comfort zone, I think. They're 2 maps down. Well, they were, till they took Dorado. A full hold on Dorado. They're looking good. Oh boy, I'd be scared about the Atlanta Reign right now, Scott.
Violet said yesterday when they went to 5 maps, he was like, I just wanted to play more maps, you know? Yeah. Maybe Violet's just leaning into that again today. He's been, had some struggles on the Lucio so far in the first couple of maps, but that San Francisco Shock on Dorado was a completely different team to the one we saw in the first 2.
I mean, it felt like the Atlanta Reign was also completely different from what we saw in the first 2. Their fights were so slow. They took 2 minutes. They pushed the payload, well, like a decent amount towards first point, but the fight was never really going. Like, they just kind of stood around, waited for picks. Maybe they were just waiting on Kai to find that crucial headshot on a DPS or a support. I'm not sure.
I will say the San Francisco Shock backline reacted perfectly. Every time Atlanta Reign threw something at them, double pocket. Anyone they isolated, they were getting protected. So you have to give credit there, but Atlanta Reign, they're going to have to come up with answers as we move on to the 4th map, because as we talked about it, they did it against Gladiators, they did it against Washington. The San Francisco Shock cannot keep getting away with it as we start to see the subs coming out for the Atlanta Reign.
Yep, there you go. Nero stepping in, as well as Hawk for the Atlanta Reign. The 2 maps they want, to be fair. They play them both.
It'll be interesting to see what Hawk decides to come out on. He has played Doomfist on this map many a time so far this season, but has been leaning more towards the Xayah as of late. Venom having, Nero having big impact as well. The coordination that they have, that more death ball style. And the San Francisco Shock, no subs. So they decided to keep in Kilo. I would expect him to stay and come play the Soldier. Soldier's been such a dominant hero on this map because of the long sight lines. You can get so much damage down, you can get so much flanking. We've seen some running man moments at the beginning of these rounds getting behind the opposition.
Yeah, kind of scary stuff. But this is, well, if you're a Shock fan, right, you're like, oh yes, we lost 2 maps, can't wait.
I don't think that's what they were saying in comms.
No, they were saying that. You know it, you love it. The San Francisco Shock, the reverse sweep gods, and then you compare that to some of the other teams in the league who end up getting reverse swept. Kind of was bad on the other end, right? But there you go. Coliseum is a bit of an interesting one too, like you said, maybe Hawk switching over to that Zarya, but his Doomfist looked unbelievable. Like, the amount of ultimates that they denied, Violet losing 2 beats on control. You had Nero reflecting the Blizzard, you had them destroying the Coalescence with just a single punch. Like, what more can you ask for from a Doomfist, really?
The thing that I'm interested by for the San Francisco Shock, if Hawk does come out on this Doomfist, we saw on Ilios Ruins, Kaluj was willing to mirror it. So if that does come to bear, Kaluj might not feel comfortable on that Winston and make that switch over to the Doomfist as well. So there's a lot of mind games. Atlanta Reign, when they make these switches, it's very obvious how they're going to want to play. While the San Francisco Shock, their players are so flexible that you can never really expect what they're going to do, and they have that ability to adapt mid-map.
You're definitely going to need some mid-map adaptations. I like this map as well, specifically for the Shock. Proper can just have free run around, like ring around the rosy of the supports. There's so many small little hiding places that you can find as the Tracer. It's good for Soldier as well. Like, the amount of flank routes is kind of insane. Like, as soon as when I first jumped into the map, there's the big long stretch where the robot is and you have to push it down. But then there's feels like 80% of the map on the other side where the robot is not. It's just flank route, flank route, flank route.
There's doors on doors on doors, and more importantly, there's health packs as well, so that gives the Tracers and the Soldiers freedom. But San Francisco Shock, a very different look. Kaluj coming out here on the Xayah, proper on the Hangzhou, something we haven't seen from him so far that much, but Atlanta Reign with the exact same composition.
Yeah. All right, a little bit of Grab Dragons maybe. I haven't seen that in a long time.
A classic.
You gotta love it.
So you're going to see a lot of shooting down this long corridor, everyone waiting for those moments, either the Hangzhou's hitting those big shots or the antibiotic nades getting lobbed down. I would be surprised if you saw anyone decide to go aggressive without either of those things happening. So it could just be a big standoff right now, trying to get control of TS1.
Yeah, they really just want to capitalize, yeah, like you said, on a nade. Can't run up on them, pretty tough. Especially when Kaluj has a bubble to cleanse himself of the anti. They're waiting for Nero or Proper to find a headshot, is what they're waiting on right now.
Yeah, we saw an okay nade from Ultraviolet, force shock back a little bit, but once that's worn off, they take
there you go.
the headshot.
There's the headshot you were after. Now they don't have a Lucio. They have to run real quick because the San Francisco Shock, they know it's go time. That speed boost can be devastating if you're on the receiving end.
They know where Nero is. They know he's on this mega pack at the back. I wouldn't be surprised if San Francisco Shock try and find a way to isolate him. But just that little bit of positioning, I think we go into the same position. Everyone's looking to get those pokes. We go back into the corridor as the Hangzhou's try and hit this shot.
It's crazy, they're just playing around that one arrow, that one headshot. A couple of ultimates coming online though, both Arna's looking at a nano boost or quite close.
Another one.
Not quite so much anymore. Rain lose their Arna just like that. Proper hits ahead. And there you go, Nero cleaned up the shock. Firm control now, firm grasp of control. Grab Dragons coming up soon. There's just so much. They have a wealth of ultimates, almost 6 in the bank for this next fight.
Yeah, this is going to be the big ultimate fight, and this is where it gets hard if you're the offensive team. You got to push it under the bridge, and you can already see the Atlanta Reign setting up on the high ground with that Soldier Hangzhou. So you're going to see the Shock. They're disengaging a little bit. They're not willing to walk through that open plane. Proper though, with the flank. I think this is going exactly what you're saying. They're waiting for this big graviton surge. He plays that side. Kaluj gets the good grab as the Atlanta Reign walks forward to take that positioning, and the Dragon comes from an unexpected angle.
There you go, 99%, boom. Graviton Surge online for Kaluj. Grab Dragons available. However, Atlanta Reign are going to go first. There's the grab. Can they find it? It'll be Kai in the backline with a nano visor. Can they stop any of this damage coming through? Yeah, it looks like it. The San Francisco Shock using that Violet beat to push them around. They caught Hawk in the grab, and the Dragons finished him off, and Proper still doing damage. He wasn't on the sidelines that whole time, Scott, and Ultraviolet dies, and the San Francisco Shock claim control of the robot again.
This is a very different style of push that we've seen from any team. Both teams prioritizing positioning with this composition rather than pushing the bot or ever going aggressive. You saw Kai go with that nano visor, and it had some success, but as soon as the team turns around on him, he just has nowhere to go. There's San Francisco Shock backing off, and we end up in this corridor once more.
Grab Dragons, it's Kaluj that dies. Unfortunate stuff. I mean, the amount of healing, you need a lamp, you need a beat, you need a transcendence, you need something to help you survive there. 2 bubbles is not going to be enough. Nero cleaning up the Shock. Yeah, that's a Reign. They haven't got too far to push, but still, oh my god. Well, I wasn't expecting that.
Nero is starting to come alive on that Hangzhou, and the Atlanta Reign pushes it forward, trying to get to that checkpoint that the San Francisco Shock got as well. But you see the major difference between what the Shock did and what Atlanta Reign is. They've got the high ground positioning. You can see Hawk on this high ground. They got the Ana, the Hangzhou. So the San Francisco Shock have to make a decision. Are they going to try and fight for this bridge, or are they just going to try and force the position on the point? You can see Kaluj running down the bridge.
Yeah, ideally you want that high ground. Nice anti in the back. That healing stage does nothing, but Nero kills Finn. Lack of healing now for the San Francisco Shock, and a lack of nano. Where are they going to choose to fight? Looks like the high ground, Kilo taking control and killing Ultraviolet. And nano was applied to Hawk before Ultraviolet died, but it got next to nothing done.
Ultraviolet on his way out gives the nano to Hawk to keep him alive as well. Maybe a desperation moment. Fortunately, does not pay off for them, and the San Francisco Shock are able to take that space. Look at how many ultimates the Shock have. They need to find a way to position themselves into a better spot so that they can utilize these ultimates, because it feels like they're just stuck on the low ground and only able to isolate one person at a time. But you can see Hawk fighting for it, a Kaluj grab out.
Graviton Surge, there's the Dragons. 2 people are trapped in it, as well as an anti-nade straight on top. Nero OG dead. Violet uses the B at the very end of the fight. Not sure about that one, but at least Proper farming the Atlanta Reign on the Hangzhou. 1 beat available for the Reign here. They know the Shock used that fairly late, so they could use that to push on forward, but that robot is nearing that checkpoint.
Atlanta Reign coming up to a Graviton Surge and a Dragon in themselves, but Ultraviolet finds almost a free pickup onto Proper, and they're not going to get that so important checkpoint on Coliseum and Atlanta Reign. TS1 runs back their way.
The tempo now in their favor. I mean, look, the Atlanta Reign ult bang, grab dragons. It is like grab dragon meta all over again. Waiting for the grab dragons.
I could go pro again. This was my meta, 2016. I'm back in business. But let's see how Atlanta Reign use this one. Hawk is getting up to it. He wants to isolate Kaluj. Kaluj is the big target.
Grab available. Oh, B is actually forced out. The San Francisco Shock have split up. Can they find the kill onto Proper? Yes. Nice Graviton surge. Kaluj doesn't stand a chance. They don't even need to use the dragons because the rest of the Shock were already dead. It was a nice idea from San Francisco, splitting up and forcing the Atlanta Reign to maybe use the Graviton surge a little less effectively, but it didn't work out, and the Reign now have the lead.
Great presence of mind by Nero to not use that dragon to finish off Kaluj. It was unnecessary. Now the Atlanta Reign, they have the advantage, and they've got the checkpoint. This is the big moment. They have the positioning again. How is the Shock going to get this opening? Last time was a big biotic nade from Finn, but it is this time again.
Dragons easily dodged, but Kalush is now on his own on the sidelines. He's so low. A nano onto Hawk, he's 50 energy, a couple of kills. The Atlanta Reign want to deny this reverse sweep from Shock. Are Shock going to let them do it? They've got a couple more fights in them, a minute and 30 to go, but we are at the breaking edge right now, 90 plus meters for the Reign.
Kilo switching over to this Ash to have more damage, but look at how much positioning Atlanta Reign's getting. But great punish onto Hawk.
Big sleep onto Proper, he's 9 HP. Kalu should be able to finish the rest of the team off. He's high charge. The Atlanta Reign have no healing to spare. But we're looking at last fight now, Scott. A minute to go for the Shock. They need to keep themselves in. This was their time to come alive. The reverse sweep potential.
Even though there's 1 minute left in this map, the San Francisco Shock cannot drop another team fight. They have so much way to go, and then they have to push the bot as well. We have Graviton Dragon coming up for the San Francisco Shock again. There it is.
The grab comes out. The Dragons have been earned, but they need it? I don't think they do. The nano boost available from Finn. The San Francisco Shock have ults to spend in this next fight, and Kai used that visor and just got nothing with it. 59 meters for the Shock, 30 seconds to go. The Atlanta Reign trying to buy as much time as possible. Once again, Ultraviolet finding these strange off-the-bat kills.
That seems good for the Shock, but that's actually a great idea by the Atlanta Reign. Get that Graviton Surge out early, so therefore there's a long way to go for the San Francisco Shock, and you can actually see in push, the spawns are so far away. We have Violet coming back for Proper, just so that they can have a clean 5 versus 5 fight, and the Atlanta Reign, they're in position. They have all the control. They just need to be careful and not throw away all their ultimates in this fight.
It's their final chance to come back in the series. The Dragons are going to get unleashed, but an easy speed away from the Atlanta Reign, and now the nano boost on Hawk. He's found an entrance to the backline. Kalush staring right at his back though, but already Kai has done some damage. Proper falls, but Kai does too. It's a 4-on-4, but Kalush with the nano and high charge. He's surviving so much of this damage that Nero is dishing out. A beautiful boop onto OG, sends into the skies and to now heaven. The San Francisco Shock, they've got the bob for this next point. Proper's changing over to a Genji to try and get back in time.
This is going to take a while. Once the San Francisco Shock get onto this checkpoint, TS1 has to sort of take a break. You know, it's been a hard day's work. So Kilo has the bob. He has that setup, that initiation tool. The Atlanta Reign, though, Graviton Surge and the Dragon, they've been getting so much value from it so far. They only need this one team fight to close out this match.
They step off the payload and it's all over, but Hawk is so close to this Graviton Surge. He's got it. Bob runs straight past him, but he runs to the back line. Kilo's in a lot of trouble. Someone's got to save him. The Dragons are going to help finish him off. A 4v5 and a beat for the Atlanta Reign. They now need to just focus down Kalush and stop him getting value from these bubbles. Nero finds a headshot to Violet, and this could just be it. They're going to deny Shock the reverse sweep. Goodbye, Finn. Gets sent over the edge of the map. It's up to Proper, but it's not going to happen. He finds 2 kills, but Hawk is just way too strong. The Atlanta Reign deny Shock the reverse sweep. They take push and take the series 3-1.
The Atlanta Reign coming back strong. Now we're in the finals of the Kickoff Clash. And the San Francisco Shock not able to convert the reverse sweep like they were yesterday. They're looking a little shaky. They have some good moments, but if they're going to do it, if they're going to get to the finals, they're going to have to make the run through the lower bracket.
What a relief for the Atlanta Reign. They thought the Shock may have entered the comfort zone. That Dorado did not go according to plan. But still, with the Reign capitalizing here, not eliminating, knocking Shock down to the lower bracket. A #1 seed to an undefeated San Francisco Shock coming into the Kickoff Clash.
I want to know how many people in the pick'ems had the Atlanta Reign to go to the winners bracket final, win their first 2 matches. They've been struggling so far this season, but as I said, completely different team. Absolutely incredible performance from them today, showing good strategy, coordination, and also they've got their compositions down. They understand how they want to play this game, and someone's got to find an answer for it.
They have a lot of depth in their roster. We've seen Gator, we've seen Hawk, we've seen the DPS swap up as well. It's been a good look for the Reign. The Shock now have to battle through that lower bracket like you mentioned. They'll find out who their opponent is a little bit later on. There's 2 teams going home today too. Got to remember that. That's going to be a tough run. Dallas Fuel and the Gladiators, that's coming up next. Another unbelievable game. Number 2 and number 3 seed facing off.
Sure, the Atlanta Reign's going to be watching that match intently, our next match, because that's who their opponent is going to be. And I don't feel good for anyone in the lower bracket already. I don't want to face the San Francisco Shock in an elimination match. They've done it time and time again throughout the years as a franchise. When they get to the playoffs and when they get to that lower bracket, they're difficult to beat.
I think we've got an interview down on the stage, though, with Danny. It's Hawk down there. I want to have a little word with him myself, I think. Let's have a look what Danny has to say.
Johnson Costa, thank you very much. I am standing right next to OG from Atlanta Reign. Everybody give it up for OG and Atlanta Reign. What an upset. I don't think a lot of people would have predicted that Atlanta Reign was going to beat the San Francisco Shock, but you guys made it happen. How'd you guys do it?
I think they underestimated us a lot, and we've always had this talent to be the #1 team, but what we were missing was just the pieces to make it work, and I think we found that so far at this tournament.
Would it be okay for me to ask what those pieces were?
Yeah, I think our compositions were a little off during the regular season, but we've really managed to clean it up, and I think we showed that today against our win. With our win.
Wow. Interesting. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, you know, you guys had to find those pieces, and you guys always had the potential to be a really great team. Hi, Reiner. All right. I mean, my question is, I feel like, do you actually personally feel like a lot of people are sort of, as of right now, underestimating the Atlanta Reign?
Absolutely. After our loss against our rivals, the London Spitfire, I don't think people thought we were much of a contender to win this tournament, but I hope everyone's minds changed after today. And we're gonna, you know, this loss doesn't mean much until winning doesn't mean until grand finals, because, you know, they can come back and lose this bracket. So we're gonna keep our heads clear.
All right, thank you so much. One last question for you, OG. Next match is, I think, Dallas versus Gladiators, and the winner from that match is going to be your next opponent. Who do you think is going to go up and then meet you guys in the semifinals?
This is a close one. You know, it's really coming down to the supports here in this lineup. You know, if someone gets their beat canceled or something, then everything can go crazy. So it's up in the air.
It's up in the air. You're not gonna. You can't really choose who's gonna win. No.
I'm not sure.
Come on, just pick one team. Gladiators or Dallas? Gladiators. Gladiators it is. All right, that is it for OG. Thank you so much. Let's head back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Danny. Yeah, got a little hot in here. I took off the jacket. I didn't get back on. Whoops, daisy. It's all good. There you go. Come on, you got to say the other team, right? You got to say Gladiators just to rile up the crowd a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I think it's bet this was going to be a close one. I love Danny. Danny just pokes and prods them until they say something, and he comes out with the Gladiators. That's a close one. I think it's going to be a good match, but you got to give credit, especially to OG, a rookie so far in this season, and he's been performing flawlessly. Like, yeah. We've seen so many beats cancelled. You know, he just talked about that, but he's been exceptional. Even when the Atlanta Reign has been down, I think the backline of the Atlanta Reign has been pretty clean.
Yeah, maybe Reiner whispered something into his ear just then, on the stage.
Yeah, there's insider trading going there. Reiner's maybe a threatening hug of, you better choose us.
Well, let's have a look at player of the match, though, from that one. Who are we going to give it to? I think is going to be Hawk. His Doomfist looked so good. He cancelled so many ultimates. Violet just didn't have a good time. Also, Meteor Strike is changed in Overwatch 2. It does a little bit less damage, like with the AoE, but you land on people, it still does a whole bunch. And the amount of times he was picking up kills like that, but maybe for me, it was the ult cancels. Like, absolute beast.
I think it's the Xayah. I think it's Xayah being able to come into these series, into these playoffs matches. Before, when we saw Hawk come into the lineup, we were just like, it has to be Doomfist. He's going to play that style. But being able to make that switch up onto the Xayah makes them even more threatening and make it even more difficult. Here's his Xayah statistics right here. Great gravitons. He stayed alive and he got so many final blows. And that aggression and that positioning really made it difficult for the San Francisco Shock to do anything.
Yeah, really did push them off kilter, that's for sure. And that was one of my favorite things about the Atlanta Reign coming into the season was they had Hawk and Gator still in the roster. They have a traditionally main tank player, and they have a traditionally an off-tank player, which gives them a lot of flexibility going into a game that is 5v5 without that tank, and you're able to just kind of more hyper-specialize. But I think both of them extremely flexible in what they do.
And that's the most important thing. As Overwatch 2 and 5v5 grows, the tanks that are more flexible are going to become more valuable. We've already seen that from players like Collusion, Reiner. The ability to play multiple things is such a big boon for you as a team because you can do so many different compositions without making subs.
Yeah, exactly that. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Dallas and Glads are up next.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello and welcome everyone to our game break. So we're here joined by Reinforce as well as Necra to break down all the action. And I mean, we could say we told you so about the upset, but that would still be disingenuous.
We told you so, but we didn't
predict.
We didn't predict
Yeah, exactly. In fact, only 1% of all our fans have Atlanta win it all. So
well, that's fair.
Yeah. That's still a lot of people, though. We have a lot of fans. You think about
1% is, you know, I don't know how much.
I don't know out of how many, but I'm just going to assume there's a lot of people out there.
Millions of people.
Millions of people. Also, 48% of people have San Francisco Shock take the crown in the Kickoff Clash.
That's way too high. 48% people.
I'm one of those.
Yeah, but
something to say.
Yeah, but 48%, like that's obviously too many. Like, you know,
There's
you were
two
there
of us.
first.
Be careful.
Then they
So okay, so Nick and I, we're okay to pred that, but everyone else like is too much.
Yeah, if you came late to the party, you're not allowed to pred Shock winning the tournament. That's how it is. You got to go to the other teams. Divide yourself up. It's a fire hazard, okay? You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, it's overcapacity on the Shock boats.
Yeah, too many.
Not everyone can be in that ship.
Yeah.
I understand that. However, we do have to discuss what just transpired. I mean, Atlanta Reign, they are looking good. They're looking flexible. They're looking like the team we really wanted to see the last 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And then we finally get to see them, whereas the Shock, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is not first day jitters anymore. They clearly are struggling to show us different looks. Do you feel like they come across a little one-dimensional right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I don't think we really considered going into the tournament, and it's hard to really, you know, kind of see it before it actually happens. But the San Francisco Shock, I mean, they have gotten away with playing a lot of these Winston compositions with Proper on that tracer. I mean, you could argue like, well, they played Sigma on Circuit Royale against the Vancouver Titans, where it's like, oh, all right, well, if that's your argument. But the Atlanta Reign, meanwhile, they're just like firing on all cylinders. There comes a point when you are a professional team where it just kind of clicks, where it's like, okay, we failed in this matter, we failed in this matter, and what are the lessons we've learned? And then you put it all together and you just kind of like hit your stride. And I feel like the Atlanta Reign, in many ways, they have done so. They struggle against Reinhardt teams, right? They struggle against London Spitfire, not Dallas Fuel, LA Gladiators. They played Reinhardt compositions. Well, they don't have to deal with that when they play against the San Francisco Shock for the majority of this match. You kind of just have to pick apart this Kalush Winston composition. And at times, San Francisco Shock, they showed some signs of life, like here on Dorado. But Atlanta Reign, they were in a prime position following that Ilios and following the King's Row, where they were able to rely on the Hawks area. And once more on Colosseo, you could say, well, okay, well, we're not going to pick New Queen Street because we don't want to give San Francisco the chance to play their Winston composition and with all the big flanks on New Queen Street as well. Proper can have a great time on the Tracer. We're going to force it to a bit of a more narrow map so we can play our Star composition with Nero on the Hangzhou because we're very confident in our ability to do so. So the Atlanta Reign, it all just seems like it's coming together for them. Whether it's the Doomfist composition or the Zarya, they feel like they have all the answers and they're confident in their play. That showed very much so in today's series.
Yeah, I mean, Necro, we see that as well when we're looking at their subbing strategies. I mean, they have a very clear idea of what they want to play on which map and with whom.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's really characteristic of Overwatch 2 in general, is that it's a lot more map dependent. You're looking at compositional picks and even just compositional play styles that have to vary based on the positioning and what you're offered and just the natural architecture of the map. And I just want to kind of bring up another point that I thought was really interesting about Colosseo, because as we did see that pick come through and the Zarya compositions come out from both teams, a lot of that map, San Francisco was actually beating the Atlanta Reign when it came to just damage across the board. I mean, I'm looking at Hangzhou and Zarya from Proper, and Kalush was actually out damaging that of Nero and Hawk, so they were outpacing in that regard. Kai was out damaging Kilo, but that was until he switched over to the Ashe. So all in all, Atlanta Reign still got the job done despite having less damage on the board.
I mean, I love that map, actually. Like, for everyone who wants to see some good tactical Overwatch, like, go back and rewatch that Colosseo map, because quite frankly, I think both teams had a really interesting approach. Jaws and Costa did a phenomenal job in breaking that down, talking more about the positioning. Very often at the beginning on those kind of push maps, we saw a lot of more of a brawl, more chaos, a lot of fights, like constant fighting. This one felt a lot more tactical. There was a lot more positioning. There was a lot more usage of the architecture of the maps, as you said, Nika. So yeah, that was a great one to break down for sure. Now Atlanta is moving on, and Shock now has to fight their way through the lower bracket. I am excited at how all of this is shaping up. And our next match, That is a tough one to predict as well. LA Gladiators going up against the Dallas Fuel. Now that is our next match to preview. I don't even know where to start with this one. I mean, at this point, I can't trust my own Preds anymore or my feelings about any of those teams.
Upsets happens, it's okay,
It's true, it's true. But okay, based on what we've seen from both those teams yesterday, Nekra, do you feel like one team really has the edge here?
Oh, that's such a tough call because when you're looking at both teams, they play differently. You know, I think that both teams have quite a bit of compositional diversity, more particularly when you're looking at the LA Gladiators. You can see them run a bunch of different things. Dallas Fuel, they do tend to stick towards the Zarya comp, but I think OG actually was onto something when looking at the backlines of both of these teams. And so my eyes are definitely on the supports and how much they're able to really help initiate some of these engagements.
Who are you keeping your eyes on for this match?
I'm keeping my eyes on the tanks, quite honestly. I don't think. Well, I think that the tanks dictate a lot of what composition you're playing. Like, are you going to commit to like Hanbin Star compositions, or like do you sub in your Winston player and rely on that kind of stuff, right? I think that this tactical prowess of the LA Gladiators will once more be of utter importance against the Dallas Fuel. Because the Dallas Fuel, I mean, they've had their way so far in the Kickoff Clash. They've been able to play their SAR composition without anyone really taking it to them. And they're in this unique position where they're kind of just doing their thing, right? And they're trying to figure out, like, how do we play perfect? How are we ready for anything? But at the same time, it's hard to prepare for everything. So maybe the LA Gladiators, they've figured out, like, what buttons to press. It's like, well, what happens to Dallas if we play Reinhardt compositions? How are they going to react? Maybe that's a flaw of Dallas Fuel's game. Maybe they haven't been able to prepare for that because they've been so dominant, right? So I think for the LA Gladiators, if you don't feel great in the Zarya matchup, just like try to do a bunch of stuff and see if the Dallas Fuel actually weakens to something, if there's something you can expose in the way Dallas Fuel play their Zarya composition. Because I don't truly believe that like Dallas are like this immortal kind of team that like, oh, they're perfect against everything all the time, all play styles, all pressure points. It's like, no, you can find some weakness in Dallas Fuel. No one has found it yet, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, everyone watching, it is a loser's map choice, and that will play heavily into how you can really force your opponent's hands when it comes to certain positions as well, or rather compositions, not positions. So it's going to be an exciting game ahead of us, and we are ready for that one. We're now heading into a very quick break, and then we're sending it back over to Texas.
Day number 2 of the Kickoff Clash already off to a flying start. The Atlanta Reign take down the San Francisco Shock, the number 1 seed here in the Kickoff Clash. They're sent to lower brackets, and the Atlanta Reign move on. We've got the LA Gladiators versus the Dallas Fuel. Whoever wins this will face the Atlanta Reign in a day or so.
Upset in the first match. I don't know if it's going to be an upset if either one of these teams win. It's such a close battle. It's hard to determine which team has the advantage. Very different styles between the two. The Dallas Fuel, with Harbin on that Xayah, really defined how they want to play the game, and a lot of other people have copied that. While the Los Angeles Gladiators, they've almost not played the Xayah at all, but they have so many other tricks up their sleeve. They're very good at the dive. They've liked the Doomfist. They've played a little bit of Rush. So what do you expect if you're the Dallas Fuel?
Yeah, it's a bit tough, and two completely different styles of play, like you mentioned. Like, we've seen a ton of the Fuel play the Zarya, the kind of creators of that comp, and pushing it forward to be kind of, I wouldn't say perma-meta, but more meta than a lot of other comps we are currently seeing. I've loved seeing the flexibility of Reiner on the LA Gladiators. He can play almost everything, like another rookie that has come in and shocked a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. Reiner's been phenomenal, especially with all the flexibility that he has for that team, and that's enabled them to have everything else. And when you have DPS players like Kevster, Paddypan, Arns,
yep,
anything's possible.
Anything is possible, but I think we better welcome one of those teams on the stage. Let's take a look at them, the LA Gladiators. A lot of players that have been around for a long time and a lot of new faces. Kind of, well, that's normal for this year in the Overwatch League. Kevster coming out first, followed by Paddypan, who's slated for the league for so long. This guy took a break, dominated in a different game, came back, and is now dominating on the Glads.
Paddypan dominated me like 3 years ago in World Cup when I went to Thailand, and he's just such, because as you see, he hadn't been playing much Overwatch lately. He had a slow start to the season, but yesterday he had his best match so far, absolutely dominated on that Soldier, and that is important for the Gladiators because that seemed to be that missing piece for them in some of the reverse sweeps that they had to deal with so far this season.
Funny Astra and Shu in the backline as well. Just, it does remind me of old Gladiators. Shaz and Big Goose, an extremely capable backline. That was the backbone of the team, just refused to die a lot of the time too. Like, they were unkillable, and two players that you could definitely rely on, and Shu and Funny Astro fit that role perfectly. And they also have Skewed on the bench. Like, the flexibility of this roster as a whole is unreal.
Shu on that Baptiste yesterday, showing that he can still make magic. If we see Shu go over to that hero today, you need to be afraid because that's a third DPS in the server. So he's just a phenomenal player, but also on that Ana. I'm curious to see if the Gladiators are going to come in with that confidence and if they're going to have an answer to the Dallas Fuel style.
I think the next team is the team that the crowd really want to see. We got the Dallas Fuel, the hometown heroes. Let's bring them out. Please put your hands together for the Dallas Fuel. Coming in as the number 2 seed with 1 loss, 5-1 in the regular season so far. The only loss was actually on land to the Outlaws. They've shaken that off.
Sparking the stage to begin with. We saw a lot of Doha, but Sparkle really made his presence, especially having that flexibility, being able to move over to that Mei on certain maps, always comes in clutch. But then you got to talk about the entire team. Chio, they had a phenomenal series, just keeping his team alive, not dying, and just having impact, getting important kills at important moments in the middle of fights. And that's really enabling Fielder and on top of that Edison to really just control the match.
That's what you need right now in these metas, is an aggressive Lucio that can go straight to the back line, finish people off that are trying to run away that are super low. And Chio is doing just that. Not okay, that and just booping people off the edge of the map. We jumped onto Lijiang, I was going to call it Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower. And Chio was finding, yeah, mad value, but also just, oh, well, goodbye, boop, massive load of ult charge, and building up beats at a record pace.
And that's it. We're going over to Lijiang Tower again as the first map. Spoilers. If Chio can have that same level of impact, it'll be important for them, but he's going up against the Gladiators. Funny Astro on the other side, who's also no slouch on that Lucio.
Yeah, a veteran Lucio player. I casted Funny Astro way back when on British Hurricane, and I'm not surprised at all that he's made it all this way to the league. An extremely aggressive Lucio that just wants to get in your face. It might just be a Lucio off in this game, to be honest with you. Lijiang Tower, like you said, is the first map. Are we going to see different things out of the Fuel? It doesn't really seem like it. We're not seeing Fearless jump in. We know the Gladiators, with this roster specifically, can play a whole bunch, like an assortment of different tanks and DPS. The Dallas Fuel, you kind of know what you're going in for, especially if you're Sparkle and Eddie coming in.
That is the story of this match right now. No one has been able to find an answer to the Dallas Fuel composition. People have tried mirroring it. We saw the Toronto Defiant, yes, they tried to mirror the Dallas Fuel and had some success, but eventually fell over the Gladiators. Are they going to be the first one to crack the code of the Dallas Fuel, of the Xayah Reaper composition? And the Gladiators, they have that bag of tricks that they can keep pulling out. They can play the Doomfist, they can play the Winston, they can even play the Rush. So they have all these things that they can throw at them. I'm curious to see on Lijiang Tower is a map we see a lot of variance depending on stage. What is the Gladiators going to throw at this composition that feels unbeatable?
The hometown favorites.
There they are. I thought you were getting quiet on me, crowd. You know, you guys are popping off in the Toronto Defiant match. They're going to need you for the Gladiators. The last time these two teams met, the Gladiators with a great start, 2-0. We thought, oh, maybe Dallas Fuel isn't going to be the same team. Executed that reverse sweep. I want to see Dallas Fuel to get off to a fast start in this series, because if you give the Gladiators traction, you never know. They might have gotten over their yips of causing these reverse sweeps.
It's just two matches so far. We've talked about teams reverse sweeping or getting reverse swept. I mean, a little bit ridiculous.
Keeps happening.
Gates are going to unlock. Reiner actually coming out of the Reinhardt to start us off.
We were asking what they were going to do to deal with this. This is an interesting map to play the Rush. You can see them going to the point. They know that the Dallas Fuel, they want to play this mid-range. Oh, Anderson's down before anything happens. Gladiators make the rush happen. Dallas Fuel were not ready for that one.
They were not. You've seen kind of huddling behind the pillar. But as I said, Astro wants to go aggressive, and you want just to run at them with this comp, but they did just that, and Dallas Fuel had to back up. Quest take a little bit more time, Scott, to set up on this Echo. He can get a lot of damage in, but finding the angles might be tough.
That's what Dallas Fuel is going to try. Actually, never mind. They're not going to try and do that. They're switching over to the Rush comp themselves. Feeler goes to the Baptiste, Hanbin on the Reinhardt, Sparkle on the May. Something we have not seen much from the Dallas Fuel so far this season.
All right, Ryan versus Ryan. There we go. We don't see this pick at all from Hanbin, really. You normally sub Fearless in if you want a little bit of Winston, a little bit of Reinhardt. Edison, the forward momentum you can get with this Reaper is quite extravagant sometimes. Nice wall onto Paddy. No ice block available. Sparkle gets the better for the like. Nice lamp coming out from Shu. He's just keeping Reiner alive, but he couldn't back up. A nice tactical bites from the side from Kevster, and he gets finished off by Chio, but he's still netted 3 kills in that fight. Sparkle's gone pretty low and can't wait for his ice block. Shu is able to finish him off, and Shu, the 3rd DPS from the Glads, striking home.
Shu on the Baptiste is always there to close out these fights. Most importantly, the Gladiators still have the point. The ticking is still going up at 50%, and the Gladiators, they have that amplification matrix, but so do the Dallas Fuel, and they go first.
Okay, Astro trying to calm in the camera there. Ryan's got an easier time swinging around. Beautiful pin, and Hanbin goes down. Didn't expect that one. Was expecting Ryan to peek his head through the wall, but Walmaria stands strong. Dallas Fuel, they do Chio finds 2 boobs. Astro and Padapan actually end up going down. They should be able to get back to the point quickly. There's still big picks.
Those are very important picks by Chio. He goes back to the spawn, speeding his team forward. With those picks, they might actually be able to just cross this bridge if they wanted to, but no. They're going to opt towards going to the White Room. The Gladiators at 90%. They have so many ultimates to deal with this as well. How are the Dallas Fuel going to break this one open? They only have Chio's beat.
10% away from Hanbin. Shatter. Reiner could just lay it down. He does just that. 2 people on their backs. The Blizzard comes through. Somehow that pin does not connect. But Padapan finds Sparkle in the Blizzard. Deleted the Immortality field, and now it's just a brawl on the bridge. Reiner comes up big, and Padapan just finding these final blows. Overtime ticking down, and the Gladiators 100-0. The Fuel.
interesting. Coming into this first round, the Dallas Fuel not confident in the Xayah matchup versus the Rush from the Los Angeles Gladiators. I do not see this being a path forward for the Dallas Fuel if they want to beat the Gladiators playing the Rush. Reiner, exceptional. Shoe on that Baptiste. I understand getting caught off guard by the Dallas Fuel, but I want to see them going to composition.
Okay, Dallas Fuel, they noticed that wall go up and that was go time.
That's the sparkle I want to see in this series. Struggled early on the Genji. We thought Dallas Fuel with Sparkle on a Genji meta, it was going to be incredible, but he was underwhelming. And we saw them move away from that style, but Sparkle already getting that first pick up on Shu. They need to keep that aggression up. Don't allow the Gladiators to make these kind of plays, get towards the point, and then rush down their backline.
Swift rotation. Chio trying to go for a boom. Was unsuccessful. Sparkle now in the backline. Lamp has been forced, and Reiner's already dead. Chio finds the boop onto Patapan. Chio once again finding these final blows. Look at that. 3K, I'll take that. Astro, you know, he claims his life, but it don't matter. You need to reset anyway.
Ego, that was funny. Astro gets Chio and then jumps off. He's like, my job is done here, and jumps off. But that's the tempo from the Dallas Fuel that you need to get to. Look at the ultimate difference from Chio to Funny Astro. Honestly, across the board, the Sparkle Blade is going to be the thing you need to look out for. Are they going to wait for the Nano, or are they going to try and surprise Gladiators with this one?
Edison TP into the high ground, expecting them to come out the doors, but Gladiators rotated to that mega health pack, and in fact all the way around. Very early ice block there from Patapan. The blade's coming in. Sparkle's not going to wait for that Nano. He just dashes straight through him with tight field. A huge nade to follow up as well. Can they actually get the resets? Yes, he can. The Nano applied. Kills going Sparkle's way. The Dallas Fuel with a crowd behind them wipe the Gladiators off the map.
Enormous biotic grenade from Fielder there, because Sparkle gets out the immortality field, which is great with the blade, but unable to follow anything else up. Fielder puts in that biotic nade, and that's go time for the Dallas Fuel. Now Gladiators, they're starting to get to their ultimates, but they haven't been able to find anywhere to go. Edison's going into the room with them.
In the back, they're all so low, and Edison with a triple kill against 5 members of the Glads. They didn't stand a chance. Reiner and Paddy clean up the DPS of the Fuel, but they'll be able to get back to the point quite quickly. And look at where Humbin's positioned. He's 10% away from that grab, Scott.
He's trying to play on this off angle. The Gladiators are going to have to rush towards the point. Are they going to run into a crossfire from the Dallas Fuel? Oh, the backline. You can see the backline split. Shu doesn't know where to go.
Humbin's got the grab. He's setting up for it. The beat comes through from both teams. A good pin, but absorbed by the bubble. There's the grab. The kill from Paddy, though. And the Gladiators trying to make their stand with this Blizzard. Shu does fall, but Astro and Patapan are cleaning up. It was 99% when they found the flip, so now, with almost no ultimates in the bank, Gladiators need to defend.
Either does the Dallas Fuel, though. And
the bubble, there's the grab, the kill from Paddy, though, and the Gladiators trying to make their stand with this Blizzard. Shu does fall, but Astro and Patapan are cleaning up. It was 99% when they found the flip, so now, with almost no ultimates in the bank, Gladiators need to defend.
Either does the Dallas Fuel, though, and this is where it gets hard when the Gladiators are able to choose the engagement window and the Gladiators are having to walk forward. How do you engage into this fight? Sparkle's almost at this blade. They're probably going to play for a disengage if the Gladiators try and rush. Wait for them to go, wait for them to use that amp usage, and then disengage, go back in with Sparkle Blade.
Nice not using Deflect there. He knows he's going to get Blade soon, so wants to use it when he actually activates it. Fielder's not going to have that Nano, but he goes to Blade anyway. He spots Shu up onto the high ground. Kills the immortality field, and Shu ends up going down. They do trade to support for support as Fielder falls, but Edison marching forward. Reiner, nothing but mint speed now. Paddy falls, and the Fuel are running over the Glads. That Blade and Edison just holding WM1. Kill off Kevster, and that should be it. The Fuel are going to claim the point. A wave goodbye for Edison, and overtime ticking through. Reiner comes back on the Doomfist, but he is quickly eliminated. And now it's up to Funny Astro to see this one to another round, but it's not going to work. The Dallas Fuel with a round in their back pocket. Now we go to Control Center.
And this summarizes what we were saying in the pre-show. What is going to happen? We have 2 very different styles going to head-to-head, and you can see that's map-specific. Dallas feel confident in their Xayah style, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that head-to-head matchup of the Xayah versus the Reinhardt again on Command Center. Both teams playing to their strengths, and here's just an incredible play by Chio, just making so much work, getting so much done time and time again for the Dallas Fuel.
This movement's impeccable, I will say. It's really good. It's really nice seeing good Lucio players, and their movement is just insane and so fluid. Oh, Kevster on the cast. No Cassidy action as we roll out.
We saw him pick this up yesterday and got a lot of work done, especially with that grenade. Really helps deflect that Reaper and the Genji from getting in your face. The advantage from the Gladiators with their speed boost and the Reinhardt. The Dallas Fuel don't want to take that fight in a narrow corridor. They want to get around them, choose their engagement window.
TP into the back for Edison. Him and Sparkle just want to get into the back line ASAP. Unfortunately, with Gio dying, that leaves Glad as such a massive advantage. Attempted deflection of the grenade, but Funny Astro kills Sparkle. Edison also suffers the same fate at the hands of Shu. Gladiators, the point unlocks, and it will be theirs. They'll have Fuel lose that first fight, but look at that ult charge that Hampin has built up. He is 20% towards that, away from that grab, not towards it, away from it.
He's been putting in a lot of work, but Gladiators, they want to force the Dallas Fuel through this choke. Chio needs to be more careful. He can't be getting picked off like that, but this becomes very hard. Patty Pan's waiting with the wall. You can see Edison trying to go in there, bait the wall out of Patty Pan, and then the disengage from the Gladiators because they know that the flank is coming from the Dallas Fuel through the dark room.
Yeah, look at Patty looking to wall anybody that comes through server. TP from Edison's right on top of the Gladiators. Nice nade though by Fielder. Can this be followed up? I don't think so, as Paddy's just holding WM1. Fielder going pretty low. I think Edison made a little bit of a mistake there. You ideally want to turn the ball into the back line. Beautiful grab from Harbin though, and a nano boost on top. He was a bait all along. A 5k for the Fuel. The Gladiators did not see that one coming.
A bit of disconnect from Edison and Harbin there. Edison teleports in, does not get the bubble, instantly deleted. But Harbin, his brain's just too big, it's too wrinkly. He feels the Gladiators getting overzealous and then counters with the Graviton Surge and closes that one out. But all the ultimates up for the Gladiators now.
Blade for Sparkle. Kevster trying to dodge out the way. The rest of his team aren't so lucky though. That's one, that's two, that's three kills almost if he gets Funny Astro. Not quite so lucky, but the Fuel making their stand at the doors.
Nothing left in the tank for Dallas Fuel right now. They have the Beat and the Death Blossom coming up while the Gladiators have everything to answer it. How are the Dallas Fuel going to play this? They need to be careful dealing with the wall as the Gladiators are actually going to route away from that choke into the dark room to give themselves a favorable position.
Shadow coming up. Gladiators have the Beat. They're going to use it to go for this engagement. Kevster doesn't receive it though, and the Dallas Fuel know it. He is so low and taken out instantly. But Shu, again, third DPS for the Gladiators, take out Edison and Sparkle. Humbin now in a whole world of trouble. Shadow right in front of him. He blocks it with the bubble. Can they follow up with any meaningful damage? He's still being kept alive by Fielder somehow in the back. Now 10% away with the grab. He's still doing work. Someone please kill Humbin. Padapano falls, and the Dallas Fuel with maintaining control of this point this whole time. He eventually ends up going down, but not after an unbelievable amount of pressure from the Glads. Edison and Sparkle come back with vengeance and kill off the rest of Los Angeles. 83% now for Fuel.
Unable to get that flip, so the Dallas Fuel keep ticking up, and they're going to the last fight. And Hanbin didn't even have to use that Graviton Surge after putting in so much work in that round. The Gladiators, they don't have many answers for this one, and they just walk into it.
Graviton Surge and a nano onto Sparkle. Dash, 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 reset. Nice pin, buddy. It does end up getting the kill, and Kevster is on the point. Someone had to trigger overtime. They're using the window as a good little defensive tool so Dallas Fuel can't approach them. They find the flip in the end. Feels like maybe that nano was supposed to go onto Hanbin Zarya, but Sparkle did a fair bit of damage in that fight, aiding to a lot of ult charge towards that blade.
Gladiators getting away with that one a little bit. It looked bad for them. Hanbin switching over to the Doomfist and then going back to the Zarya, maybe unsure, maybe trying to come back to the point a little bit faster. But Reiner with the Shadow, he's going to be wanting to play this aggressive style, get that Shadow onto the backline.
Just 5% away, that's one fast, right? Oh, there you go. Shadow's online. Looking at Hanbin. Wants to force those bubbles first. There's a lot of people just jumping around him. Everybody with ODM gear, it seems like. Oh. Nice sleep, though. The Shadow from Hanbin. A Shadow onto Hanbin was good enough to result in a kill. Panahan followed up. 83% now for the Glads. Dallas Fuel need one fight. The Blade is online.
Patty Pan has the ability with his wall and his ultimate to be able to force the Dallas Fuel in the direction that they want. Keep an eye out for that one. And Kevster with the high noon. This is going to be hard for Dallas Fuel to engage.
Extremely difficult. They've got the beat, though. That might be their tool. The Blizzard comes out. Hanbin is trapped. The Deadeye from the side. The Gladiators reach their wall of damage, and 99 will tick over to 100, and the Gladiators will claim control.
A little bit of difference there from the Gladiators and the Washington Justice. Yesterday, Dallas Fuel able to close out those fights with that Graviton Surge. That is the fight that went away for the Dallas Fuel for me. When Khanbin got that triple Graviton Surge, they just weren't able to close it out with that missed nano. Gladiators taking the first map, looking good, and you can see this head-to-head evolving as we go on. Are the Gladiators going to keep continuing to play this rush against this Zarya style of the Dallas Fuel as we go further onto different maps?
Hybrid is up next. I don't want to say it, but we'll maybe bring it up next map. That reverse sweep is possible if the Glads get 2-0 up. The curse is here. I know. Okay, I know. I'll calm down for the moment. I'll do that in this break. I'll see you in a sec.
support. It's true.
Matrix on the high ground. What do they do here? Shu has taken so much damage. He's been pushed down to the low ground, and the aggression is just enough. That's going to be Havana going to the Gladiators, and we are going the distance here. Shu, what is that?
That is so good from Shu. What a beast in the back line.
Wait, they're getting pushed off the point. It's still winnable for the Gladiators.
Certainly are.
He gets slapped. It doesn't even come out. The Gladiators are coming back on the point. No way!
This is huge. And the Gladiators squeak over the line. That's how you get those insane statistics. Shu is just absolutely insane.
Oh, he gets shut down. Shu finds it, Nero. He's in shock.
What a brilliant performance from an MVP candidate here. Take a sip of your milk or whatever that was. You deserve it. And what's going through my head over and over is that Amp Matrix play from Shu. What a individual clutch.
It's going to be desperation now for the Gladiators.
Shu's turning it with his Amp Matrix.
With the Amp Matrix. Jimbo's been taken out. I don't believe that. You have got to be kidding me.
A world-class Batiste player. Shu showing up big once again on that first map. Like, he's in the kill feed, I think, more than the DPS right now, the Gladiators.
Well, funny you say that because he had 12 final boys in the last map, and the next person above him was Kevster at 15.
Yeah.
Everyone else on the Gladiators was below him. He is absolutely getting all the final blows for this team, and he's just so dominant in these rush compositions. That's what he was so good at last year as well. He's just always having those moments, those clutches after clutches. It feels like every time a fight devolves, Shu just somehow ends up being alone and just shooting down on everybody. So absolutely phenomenal play. We're heading over to King's Row with no substitutions, Jack, which means that we're probably going to see something similar that we just saw on Lijiang Tower. Are they going to play the rush?
What's a little bit mad, actually, is that Dallas Fuel, well, they lost the first map, so they chose this one. They chose to go against Gladiators on a more rush-centric map. You can kind of predict what Ryan is going to play. He's going to be playing that Ryan. They're going to be running people down with Paddy on the main.
Funnily enough, in the series that we just watched, the Atlanta Reign versus San Francisco Shock, the Atlanta actually played the Xayah composition versus the San Francisco Shock Rush, and the San Francisco Shock had nowhere to go. If you can play the right way with your Xayah compositions, make it impossible for them to run anyone down, it can work very well. So it's not too surprising from the Dallas Fuel, but they need to prove it's going to work. And it has to come down to it. Are the Gladiators going to try that rush style again on King's Row?
Signs point to yes. That is for sure. We know what Dallas Fuel are running. They're on the defense. So, again, same kind of thing. Edison, Reaper, Sparkle on the Genji. Humpin last round, though. Just the ult charge generation was just absurd. After the first fight, he had 80% towards that grab. Like, unprecedented pace.
He's just getting so much energy. He's so heavily in the front lines that he gets energy and he's just able to beam people down. So the Gladiators, they need to find a way, if Hanbin does that, get that energy to isolate him and get him down. And you saw, Ryan is willing to use solo shatters. They're willing to use Mei ultimates to close it out. Kevs are taking some shots here, unable to get anything done, and it is true. They're going to play the rush style and walk up these right stairs, as we saw the San Francisco Shock do.
Yeah, down to the statue. Trying to, whoa, how did you get that far up in the air? Straight to the spawn for the Gladiators, though. And Edison, Chio, yes, in a sec.
Wow. Okay.
Dallas Fuel tried to dive on the back line. They were like, okay, we'll just return to our own spawn. And hey, how you doing?
It feels like they saw Shu in the back line, decided that they might be able to isolate him before the fight even begins, but Gladiators were ready for it. As soon as they saw that move go by the Dallas Fuel, they come back to their spawn. Dallas Fuel ends up in the Gladiators spawn, and they get a very quick capture. 3 minutes, and now they have 5:30 remaining in the map just to cap the second point.
My word. Very quick point A captures today already on King's Row. Add that to the books. This is ideally where Gladiators want to hold those, Scott. Or not hold, they want to push the cart, but it's very beneficial for the Rhine to be in these small corridors. You want to push up, use that Mei wall to isolate Hanbin.
And Hanbin's got to be careful
with
about
it. Speed boost, wall, boom, instantly killed. Hanbin did not stand a chance. Sparkle already using that deflect. Ryan is just swinging, he's charging, he's getting kills. Oh my goodness, the Dallas Fuel need to find a footing in this game. They've got nothing to stand on. And the Shu and Matrix available. Reiner, he's got Shadow coming up. They've got Visor. The Gladiators could roll onto second quite easily.
And the Dallas Fuel, they need to find a way to get into these fights because it feels like the Gladiators are just running them down before Dallas Fuel has even managed to get energy onto Hanbin. With all these ultimates, it's going to be hard for the Dallas Fuel. They need to get value from this field and Nano.
Shadow might be a little bit tough to hit. You got to deal with the bubbles. Genji's jumping in the air. Edison can use shift. If he just lines them up and knocks them down, should be pretty easy. Dallas Fuel still need to contest. There's the Nano, it's on Edison, but a big shatter hits two. Can they finish off Hanbin? Not quite. He's so low. There's a Visor on the side from Kebster through the window and a Blizzard to isolate the Dallas Fuel. They need to be able to touch the point. There's a 1 meter to go, and Edison is in the subway right now. Had to use the Wraith to get out. The Graviton Surge from the Dallas Fuel is good. Spark is using the blade on top. He's eventually getting the kills. The beat from Astro wasn't quite enough to sustain them through. And the Dallas Fuel, they made their stand on point B.
Poor ultimate usage from the Gladiators there. They used the amplification matrix and the Visor all the way back at this subway station, so the Dallas Fuel were able to just pull back, and then Paddy drops down the Blizzard, but no one can follow it up. So everything was just thrown with no synergy, so the Dallas Fuel were able to sustain through it, come back with their ultimates with the Hanbin, Graviton, and the Chio beat. So now Gladiators, they have nothing to work for them right now. How are they going to route to close the distance on the Dallas Fuel? You see them taking this high ground.
Taking the high ground away. Nice little boot.
Great boot.
Isolates people. Shu in trouble. Has used the immortality field, but Edison's chasing after him. What a fantastic setup by Chio. Yet again, these boots have been supreme. Dallas Fuel still holding strong. Oh,
close to it, Charlie Niner.
Oh my word. I don't think the Fuel would have. I don't think the Fuel would have been able to stand that. If that went through, that would have been disaster of the week.
Especially seeing as the Gladiators are in a bad spot now. They have to close so much distance to get to the Dallas Fuel, and Dallas can set up a trap at any one of these corners. They can choose the engage window, while the Gladiators, it feels like they're just going to have to walk into them. They're going the exact same routing that they did last time. It is a good route because it's hard to... but they're walking very far away, and they've got Hanbin.
I think Hanbin thought the same thing. Maybe he's going the same way. Luckily, there was a small gap in the wall, so he's able to jump around it. Funny Astro going pretty low. Should be fine. The Dallas Fuel backing up, playing the corner. Only one way for Gladiators to go. There's the wall. Hanbin in trouble. Got a bubble, not a second one. Shu using the window for himself once more and taking care of the Reaper. A couple of meters to go. The Fuel need to touch, but they're unable to do so. Point B unlocked. Now, all eyes to the final one. 3.5 minutes to go. And once more, Reiner and Patapan so close to these ults. These are map or round-ending ults. Blizzard near the spawn, you could isolate Hanbin, and then they're good to go.
Dallas Fuel have so many ultimates coming up. They got the Hanbin grab, they got the Genji blade. They're going to look for that combination again. You can see Hanbin looking for it, not wanting to pop it too early. Gladiators are posturing so far back, waiting for this ultimate to go off.
The blade, he eventually gets it. The immortality field is gone. Sparkle with two and another one. Those stats getting padded by Sparkle. Nice combo. They save that grab and the beat for the next fight. A good stand, and what's this? A trap.
We've got Hanbin on the high ground, but hey, well, what's this as well? The Gladiators, they're having a respectful high ground fight right here. Hanbin's waiting for the grab. I don't know if he's expecting the Gladiators to be up here with him.
Oh, there's the shadow, but it's blocked by the bubble. Perfectly played by Hanbin, but unfortunately, Reiner kills Spark with a fire strike in the small corridor. A Blizzard's been used, and Fielder and Hanbin are in trouble. Chio's finished off by Kevster. What was or looked like a nice play from the Fuel and Hanbin was thwarted by Patapan's Blizzard, and Reiner just standing strong with the shield.
Gladiators closing the distance right now, 2 minutes remaining. Dallas Fuel, they have the beat to get out of the spawn door, but the person I'm looking for is Edison. He's going to need to get high value with this Death Boss, because Kevs is going to be pumping out damage from the backline with the Visor.
Astro's got the beat to rely on. Looks like Reiner wants to back up. Hasn't got a lot of shield left, so can't really withstand all that incoming damage. This is their chance to go. Kevster maybe looks for a small flank, but has to be careful. Edison had to Wraithform out pretty early. Wall comes up. Charge from Reiner doesn't find all too much, and a Death Blossom is taken care of. Kevster is making his mark. He's got the window, he's got the Visor, and he's got the kills. Hanbin goes down. A triple for Kevster. And round completion for the Gladiators with time to spare. 1 minute and 40 on the clock.
Edison jumping the gun that little bit too much, using that Death Blossom while the beat was still just lingering on there for the Gladiators and was unable to get any of those kills. And the Gladiators, the thing I want to highlight from them is the routing. They seem to have great understanding of how they want to move around this map, prioritizing high ground and not allowing the Dallas Fuel to set up the way that they want. I don't think I've been playing this game for 6 years. I've never seen a fight happen on that top catwalk on the third point. That has to be a first. Incredible play by the Gladiators. You know that they are prepared and they know how to play this composition against what the Dallas Fuel are throwing at them.
Padapan just makes it just so difficult with the May. You saw, you can not only put the May wall up, you've got Reiner's just standing there with a shield. That top catwalk fight, Reiner got a flame strike. I guess Padapan maybe hit Spark with an icicle too. And the Blizzard was perfect, just throws it straight away. You can see on the HUD in the top right, oh, you can just see them now. Both of them throws trying to get away. Humpin had already used one of his bubbles to block the shatter, so he can't use it for himself to get out, and he can't use it on Fielder to also escape.
Padapan's been so impressive to me on this May. Not just his ultimates and his icicles that are impressive, but his walls. It's a surprisingly difficult ability to use, especially when you have the Dallas Fuel so spread out. You can only really isolate Hanbin, and he's done such a good job of it so far, really making it difficult for the Dallas Fuel. They're going to play the same thing on their offense, confident in their ability to play it, and the Gladiators doing the same.
Nice little wall to, oh, Edison. Would have been quite nice if Edison got stuck there, but unfortunately not for the Gladiators. Now they can march on forward. They can take whatever space they so choose. Hanbin has to burn bubbles. Reiner can just hold the right click.
But you saw that's what Dallas Fuel wanted. We saw the drop from the Gladiators and Reiner onto the point. Now when they rotate up, Dallas Fuel take that positioning. They've got Hanbin on the point already, slowly taking ticks.
They get the first one. Yes, they do. They're actually trying to deal with Sparkle on the side. You can see his blue silhouette.
He has to
trying to run away with Kevster. Wow, he picks up a health pack, so he's more than safe. Kevster is still on a very annoying flank, of course. In this top window, you can just shoot everybody at the back. Reiner's in a little bit of trouble, but Kevster's still pumping out that damage. Hanbin goes pretty low. There's the wall to separate the team, and Hanbin caught on the other side. Fielder did not have a sight line. As soon as that wall came up, you praised him just a second ago, and another fantastic use of the wall by Padapan. The Fuel, they burn a minute of their time bank. They've got a couple of ticks to work with here, which is all good. Can Edison find much more? He did kill the lamp, but that's about it. Kevster actually going pretty low. Fielder comes up big with a nade and just a single shot. Fielder just putting in so much work. He may have gone down, but Edison's going to be able to finish this fight, surely. Nice wall. Oh, wait, that wall stopped Edison getting pinned, and now they're just cleaning up the Dallas Fuel. They're going to be able to claim point A and get the payload going.
Sneaky, sneaky Fielder waiting in those stairs. I don't think anybody expected him to be there. Ends up peeking out, getting that biotic nade, gets the punish, and then hits an incredible sleep. You're going to see it right here for you. What is he doing here? But gets the hit, gets the biotic nade, hits that shot, gets the sleep onto Shu as well. You can't ask for more from your Ana player.
You sleep on Shu, you can't use Immortality Field, you can't use the regenerative burst, the shift. Nano Blade for Sparkle, he's peeking from the rafters. Nano applied, he's got targets in his sight, doesn't want to dive into the window though, but he might have to. Reiner's dead, Shu to follow, there's two for Sparkle. Dallas Fuel all the meanwhile dealing with the fight. Kevster's got the kill, but it don't matter. Edison's gonna clean up. Nice Nano Blade. And Fuel's ultimate economy, once again, looking strong. They only need to use two, and they have three for this next one.
Great presence of mind by Sparkle, not rushing into that corridor. They were waiting for him, waits until Reiner gets low and punishes, but the Gladiators are coming back with so many ultimates. Padapan, I'm sure he's looking for this May ultimate. He's looking for a wall onto Hanbin to isolate him, but Edison on the rafters as well. Why do they keep meeting up here?
Secret meeting spot, not sure. Shatter for Reiner. He's lining up. Spot Sparkle jumping up to the high ground. He wants to be able to find Fielder. He gets him. Fire strike lands, but a perfectly timed beat from Chio keeps him in the fight. Padapan using that Blizzard, but Edison jumps straight to the back and kills Kevster. 2 DPS dead. Make that 3. Padapan falls. And a perfectly executed dive from the Dallas Fuel. Edison making the space in the back. The entirety of the guards look around to try and deal with him. But it is Sparkle and Fielder once again cleaning up house. Fielder slept the May. The May can't chase down Fielder, and Sparkle gets the execute kill.
And Edison coming in clutch with that Death Blossom, getting in so much damage. It costs him his life, but that's what he needs to do. Give that space so that Sparkle and Fielder can do that cleanup. Kevster with this visor, Hanbin with that Graviton Surge. The Los Angeles Gladiators, they want to get 2 fights on this point, so they're trying to hold this corner, but they know they're giving respect to Hanbin. Funny Astro's dead before the fight's even begun.
He's dead. Kevster, desperation, using that visor to try and get some more work done, but a nice grab on the payload from Hanbin ends Reiner's life quick, sharp. The Dallas Fuel, what are they nearing, Scott? Well, I'll tell you, it's a Nanoblade. They got 4 minutes to go, and the final corner has been approached. The cart so close to being delivered.
Cycling these ultimates perfectly. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dallas will go very early when they see them walk out these spawn doors. Nanoblade coming.
Nanoblade, Sparkle jumping in. Padapan goes into the ice block. Reiner's off the map. Does mean Sparkle doesn't get a reset, but it don't matter. There's another 2. Shoes in spawn, and the Fuel off the back of Sparkle's blade once again. They cap 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the time bank. This is what the crowd came here to see.
Doing what he does best. The Dallas Fuel as well showing a perfect cycling of ultimates. They have the Graviton Surge, they have the Death Blossom, they have the Nanoblade, just using them one after another, winning team fight. Gladiators just don't have an answer with the May. If they can't choose the tempo of the fight, they just fall over. If they can't get value from that wall, Hanbin is able to move around freely, and they can't punish anything that the Dallas Fuel is doing. Ooh. The Gladiators looking like they're going to want to come out on the rush again on their attack when they're able to set the tempo. How are the Dallas Fuel going to adjust to try and deal with this? Last time they went for the touch the spawn challenge, did not work very well.
Reiner, oh, he tried to go for the charge. Of course, you can cancel them now, but just B-hopped at the very end. Rough stuff. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on King's Row. Pretty impressive these days. I mean, people have gotten so good at defending that last point, but the cycling ults from the Fuel clean through both point 2 and point 3.
King's Row is one of those maps, though, that once you hit that overtime wick, it starts burning down. It becomes very easy to start snowballing through. So if you're the Gladiators, you just need to win that first fight, start everything moving, and you can easily start getting very, very far and make that 340 not that important.
Oh. Sonic arrow to reveal anybody in the theater, and then a Widow switch. Sparkle narrowly escaping with his life. Lucky Kevs to hit a body shot. Glad's doing the same thing, Scott. But look at this.
So Dallas
also. Theater has been taken. Hanbin in trouble, but Reiner's got his back to Hanbin. Not where you want to be, son. Shio does fall, but with Reiner going down, there's so much less protection for the Gladiators to roam around. Immortality Field used to get Padapan out, who is antied. Dallas Fuel now burning time down. Glads have 60 seconds to go.
There's the adjustment by Dallas. They go aggressive and then they come back, but the Gladiators are coming back fast with some of the deaths of the Dallas Fuel. Reiner's on the point. The Dallas Fuel are being forced back, but Kevs is in their backline, but Edison is hunting him down.
Luckily, he has that healing station by his side. The action is actually happening below him, so he has no sightline on this whatsoever. Astro jumping to the back line, killing a fielder. Shio is nanoed and doing the damage. Why not give it to the support if he's doing things like this? The 1v1 versus Astro, does he manage to win it? A couple of punches will do it. No! Shoes there to the clean, and Gladiators, they do manage to wipe the Fuel, take point A, get the card going, but with almost no time left, the Dallas Fuel need to win this next fight, and they will stop them from advancing.
Chio making miracles happen there, but the Dallas Fuel are slowly ticking up with their ultimates. Importantly, they did commit the Fielder Nano into that one, so they will not have that Nano Blade coming into this fight. The Gladiators, they have the amplification matrix. I think if you're the Dallas Fuel, you need to start playing aggressive, start getting some of these ultimates out of the Gladiators, because if you try and walk in, actually they're going to, different idea, they're going to take the high ground, choose the ability to drop, and they're going early.
Wall's already been used. Padapan tried to stop them going through one window, but they went through the other. Overtime is here. Reiner is separated from the rest of his team. The lamp has already been used from Shu to try and help himself get kills. Sparkle is dead, but the Graviton Surge is good. The follow-up damage is also there. Huge nade by Fury. Next step off the payload. The Dallas Fuel at the very end come up massive. Sparkle may have died, but Hanbin's grab on top of Fielder's nade secured them the payload, and the Gladiators, they know exactly where they need to defend, but the Fuel, with a 3 minute and 30 second time bank, are looking good.
Dallas Fuel showing their smarts. I thought they were going to have to disengage from the ultimates of the Gladiators, but they're mitigating them by taking and routing around them, forcing the Gladiators into a position they didn't want to be in. Harbin, incredible Graviton Surge, and this is very attackable if you're the Dallas Fuel. 330 in the bank. All they got to do is get some of their ultimates up. We talked about the cycling of it before. Play smart. Don't let the Gladiators start running you down, because Gladiators have to go first. They are the rush composition. You can't just allow the Dallas Fuel to maneuver around you. Let's see if the Gladiators have mid-map adaptation that they're going to need right here.
Remember Fielder opened it up last time around. Just sneaky, hiding away where that mega health pack is. Nade, couple of shots onto the soldier, and then sleeping shoe. That's how the Glads, that's how Fuel did it last time around. Glads maybe a little bit more wary this time.
I think Harbin's trolling us, playing the Winston.
A little bit, yes. No, Zarya, TP forward. The game ends here regardless, Scott. Dallas looking to tie the series up.
Getting Fielder onto this high ground. He's very defensible up here. The Gladiators have no real means of getting up to punish him. So the Dallas Fuel, what we saw from the last time is they wanted to get Harbin on the point, but Reiner not giving them that avenue this time. They're stuck on the floor though. Edison getting caught by Kevster though.
Yeah, very early wall. Edison falls. Sparkling a little 1v1 with Astro. Does back away. They've got a lot of time to burn those, Scott. It's not the Gladiators. The Gladiators are on such a small clock.
But 3 minutes 30, that goes away very, very quickly. And Dallas Fuel, they need to be careful. They can't keep getting picked like that.
Nice little flank from Sparkle. Go time. No, that wall, not so great. The rest of Fuel just walk around it. And now Palapan playing back with Reiner. Attempted charge in. Immortality Field burned super early. Edison from the side is going to be able to destroy it, and Harbin finishes the job, killing off Reiner. The Dallas Fuel looking good. Main tank removed for the Glads. Shu nearing the window, but it doesn't matter. Sparkle reset after reset manages to kill Astro and Palapan. Harbin may have fallen, but the point is theirs. The Gladiators are going to have to hold the archway to keep them in this map.
It gets difficult from here. The Dallas Fuel are coming up on all of those ultimates. We said they can cycle them. The Gladiators are going to have to come up with answers. I really like this play by Sparkle. Step up, get that ultimate. You want to get that blade early. And it also makes it slower for the Gladiators to approach. Take as much space away from them so they cannot dictate the idea of how they're going to attack this.
Nanoblade coming up for the Fuel. Could be the map-ending ultimate combo. Palapan's going fairly low. Edison's in the back. There's the Nano, it's on Sparkle, he's pulled the blade, he's found the support, Shu's dead, Lamp gone. Now Reiner has to put himself on the payload, but it don't matter. The rest of your team's already dead. The Dallas Fuel pushing the payload home. They claim King's Row and tie the series up.
Dallas Fuel showing why no one has really had an answer to their Zarya composition. I was a little worried about them against the rush of the Los Angeles Gladiators, but showing how they want to play against it. Interestingly enough, the Sparkle Genji is this weird cycling of the blade, but also he can get onto the back of Shu and punish him. How many times did he get into the back line and force Shu's lamp before the fight had even begun, then isolating Reiner? Phenomenal play by Dallas Fuel so far, and this is looking to be a series that's going to go back and forth.
We've definitely got a series on our hands. It's Glad's map choice up next. We're going to jump to a quick break. This is a series you're not going to want to miss. Do you think you know which team will win the Kickoff Clash? Do you? Well, you can prove it. Submit your art celebrating the team you think will be victorious for a chance to be featured on the fan art gallery. There's a ton of talented artists out there, and a lot of artists in the crowd, actually. A lot of fantastic signs I've been seeing today.
There's so many great signs out here. Great artists. They've all been doing such an incredible job. But man, this match is getting me hype, and it's only getting better, Jack. We're only at the beginning. We've seen the clash of styles, but now we move on to Escort, and this is where it gets interesting because teams start going into their uncomfortable style. I am surprised that we're not seeing the Los Angeles Gladiators take them to Circuit Royale. They've been an incredibly good team on that. They sub in space to play that Sigma, and no one's been able to crack that. But they're actually going to go to Watchpoint Gibraltar, and that's why you're seeing the subs that you're seeing right now. Arn's in for Patipan, obviously to play that Widowmaker. He's been so dominant since 2020, and he's looking to make it happen again. And when you see Arn's, you see skewed here on this map because he that brig specialist for the Gladiators.
Yeah, especially on Watchpoint Gibraltar, a lot of high ground you want to deny, using the whip shot, even using the bash, it does a little boop you back a little bit. But Arns versus Gurio, who's stepping in for Edison. Gurio's Widowmaker yesterday was next level.
Watchpoint Gibraltar is going to be a hard one because we've seen so many Widowmakers go back and forth. And Gurio, as a rookie, is coming up against a hard player to go up against an Arns, but Fearless, the man that we've been wanting more of this season, coming in to play the Winston as we would expect. But from their match yesterday against the Toronto Defiant, Jack, as much as they got the win, it did not look flawless, and they have not been good on this dive composition so far this season.
There's the chance to prove it right now that it is clean and concise. You don't really play anything but dive on Watchpoint Gibraltar. You need control of the high ground, like you need that Winston. Reiner versus Fearless. I'm just excited for the Widowmakers. I'm going to be really honest with you. Gurio versus Arns. Spark will stay in it, so that's going to be nice to see. I wonder how they're going to be setting up. Reiner can... We've seen a little bit... Have we seen Doomfist on this map? Just a little bit. It's been so-so.
It's not as good as the Winston. The Winston has that verticality plus that Winston bubble, which protects your Widows, protects yourself, and allows you to move around the map more. I wouldn't expect either of these players to move towards that Doomfist. The Sparkle Kevster head-to-head is going to be interesting. I think that might be a determining factor as well because Sparkle heavily prioritizes playing that Genji while Kevster prefers to play that Tracer. Will we see a mirror of either of those heroes, or are they going to stick to their comforts, and how is that going to change things? Because we saw in our earlier series, the Genji is a great way to assist your Widowmaker in the Widow head-to-head because the Widow has to always be fearful of that Genji coming from anywhere at any moment. So the dive mirror, I believe, favors the Gladiators. They've been better at it so far this season. They've looked cleaner on it, and they've played a lot more of it, while the Dallas Fuel have very rarely gone towards this look.
Watchpoint Gibraltar, third map. One apiece in the series so far. I would be a little bit scared. I wouldn't quite be fearless if I was the Dallas Fuel.
Jack.
I know, it's good, right? And that's been the big story for me, at least with the Dallas Fuel, for coming into the season and comparing it to Dallas Fuel we've seen previously in previous years. Fearless has always been just an absolute animal on that pick, quite literally, right? But we come into 2022, and Fearless is not really the same as he used to be, whether that's a shift in meta or a shift in playstyle for the Dallas Fuel. We've not seen that same success. And if Reiner matches him and beats him out, like that is another rookie taking down a veteran player.
It's a very different style to what we saw in the 6v6 matchup. You have that other tank to protect you as you engage, to turn for your backline. It feels like Fearless hasn't felt perfectly comfortable playing that style, and the entirety of the Dallas Fuel haven't felt comfortable playing that style. We see Gurio coming out on that Widowmaker. I doubt Arns is going to stick to this Symmetra and Kevster on that Sojourn, but the Widow matchup has been one that has defined the Watchpoint Gibraltar so much. We saw Kai go absolutely crazy and win Atlanta Reign the map almost personally yesterday. Can Gurio have that same level of impact, or is he going to fall to the veteran presence of Arns?
Yeah, there you go. We see the switch from Arns away from the Sim. Just wanted to TP onto the bridge. Small difference there in Kevster Genji versus Sparkle Tracer. But it's all about the Widowmakers on this first point.
It's not what I expected. I was expecting Sparkle to be on the Genji and Kevster on the Tracer. So Sparkle, he has shown a very proficient Tracer over the last couple of years, really making a name for himself with certain plays. But Kevster on the Genji, we haven't seen a whole lot of it, but it's Kevster. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be more than okay. Oh, off screen. Sparkle takes one to the dome from Arns. It's a lot of pressure away from Arns at this point. Gurio, though, taking out Kevster. Okay. Widowmakers already making their mark on point A, Gibraltar.
It's an important kill if you're a rookie like Gurio on this stage. He's had some up and down performances so far, but getting that early pick, that could have easily snowballed away from the Dallas Fuel with that pick from Arns, but slows down that push.
Body shot onto Arns. Does need a lick of healing. There you go.
Someone needs to get on this cart, and it's going to be Arns for them. You need to get this cart pushed so that when you get that high ground presence, you can solidify on the capture. But the Dallas Fuel are getting a little bit aggressive here on the back of Fearless.
Extremely aggressive. Primal. Very early Primal Rage, instantly slept. Sparkle is there actually to protect him. Okay, make sure they can't line up and just kill him. Arns is 30 HP, needs some assistance. Pulse bomb from Sparkle's good though. Takes out Shu. A lot less healing now for the Gladiators. Means Reiner has to play rather safe. Sights active for the Fuel. They're exactly where the Glads are positioned.
Gladiators have their own ultimates now. Reiner has that Primal Rage. He's going to be able to engage. The Dallas Fuel setting themselves up in the server room, and then you have that crossfire from Gurio on the back of these rafters, and what that allows you to do is wherever the Gladiators go, someone's going to be protected and able to do everything. Reiner's taking that space, but the infrasight is done for Arns, and this is going to force Dallas Fuel into the corners. Gurio does not have his active, and this will be go time for Gladiators.
Yeah, nano boost for both teams. Kevster going to light people up if he can. Gets a reset off Fearless with the help of Reiner. The blade comes in. Gurio on the other side and on the wrong side of Kevster. 2 kills for the Genji. The payload still moving. Gladiators have to chew through this rally, but Shu finishing off Sparkle should be good enough. Skewed sitting on a rally of his own. The Gladiators still pushing the payload, but Dallas Fuel with a very close spawn.
The backline of the Dallas Fuel stuck in the server room right now, almost isolated, and the Gladiators coming, but there's only 1 minute remaining, and they only have the rally. They're going to need to rally around each other and move towards this server, because so far they've enabled the Dallas Fuel backline to just sit there, and that's been a problem.
And another body shot to Gurio, doesn't quite find the headshot. Sparkle now trying to dice with the aim. Again, so close to each other, they're just not finding the picks on either. Oh, Sparkle, you only have 92 HP. You've got to be careful still. Huge nade, by the way. Oh my word, off screen, Shu just hit a 3-man anti-Fearless Fielder and Chio were anti-naded. And then Reiner and Kevster just polished that up. There you go, instantly. That one ability ended the Dallas Fuel's life, and there you go, checkpoint A complete, doors are opening.
Using that rally from Skewed to force the Dallas Fuel into a bad position. Dallas Fuel get caught on the rotation by an enormous nade by Shu, and this is just easy pickings from Kevster on the Genji as the Dallas Fuel get those forward spawns. That is an important set of picks for the Los Angeles Gladiators, because as you can see now, they can set up this second point exactly how they want to. The card is moving, and the Dallas Fuel are going to need to use these ultimates to get in. Sparkle throws a pulse bomb, but goes wide. They needed that pick, so now it comes down to Fearless to get something done with this Primal Rage.
I think heal Reiner, but it's meaningless damage if it's going to get healed up instantly. Shu and Skewed on the case. Still, Arns and Gurio really haven't had a strong 1v1. Fearless going in the Primal Rage. Kevster can just dash out if he really needs to. In fact, it doesn't matter. Sparkle's there to defend Fearless as he sleeps, but the Dallas Fuel might want to go again. They have a nano, they can send him in, but Kev's near in this nano blade. They're going to pop it straight away. As soon as he gets it, he's right on top of a beautiful deflect. Heals himself and kills off-fielder. Does he need anything else? I don't think so. The rest of his team are going to clean up. Chio and Gurio end up dying, and the Gladiators putting their feet on the payload and should be able to get point 2 now.
That was a masterclass by the Gladiators of how to attack this second point, Watchpoint Gibraltar. It can be so difficult if you lose that positioning. Fearless comes in with that primal rage. They go back and then re-engage with the nano blade, making it look easy. And once again, the Dallas Fuel are getting caught with these forward spawns. They should have jumped off the cliff, and now the Gladiators taking more and more space, being able to play the game however they want to. Look at the positioning of Arns. This is so hard to re-engage into because he's going to hit these headshots, and Dallas Fuel have got to be careful. This map is slipping away from them.
There's a small change also on that high ground. There's a little bit of cover for you to run behind now if you're a Widowmaker up there. I was just sitting in this room. Ooh, nice little body shot. Can't finish up the kill. Site's active for the Fuel. Everybody's visible. Holding S is the main objective for the Glad. Just wait for this to wear off. You do not want to peek these sites.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just too hard to maneuver around the map when everyone knows exactly where you are. Gladiators doing a great job with that, but they have the ultimates to get into this fight. They're going to try and take this positioning. Reiner's jumping onto Gurio in the bottom right, and now he has that mini room control. The Dallas Fuel are losing time. Fearless tries to take that positioning back on the high ground, but incredible stick by Sparkle.
A double blink. A quick look to the right, skewed shield, unfortunately pointing the wrong direction. A lot of ults for the Glad though for this next one.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing for the Gladiators. They have a lot of time because of how quickly they did the second point, but 90 seconds remaining. They don't have a lot going for them. The Dallas Fuel should have the answers to anything they're going to take. It might come down to the Widows here and the positioning that they can take.
Only 20% away from this blade. Just slowly but surely. Oh yeah, Kevza does not want to try that, nor the Brigitte right next to him. Just slowly but surely the Gladiators are inching this payload forward. Nice engage there by Reiner, but both rallies are going to get activated. Fearless trying to isolate Shu and get skewed away at the same time. Look at this juggle. Is anybody going to go down though? There's just too much healing and the rally's too good, but Kevza and Reiner ends up falling in the back line. Wow, Fearless there, just manhandling 3 people.
I've never seen that before. That was so smart by Fearless, recognizing that the rally is going off for skewed. If he can get close enough to Shu, then there's going to be too much healing for him to get through. Unfortunately, that juggling of the back and forth isn't enough, and they're able to live. But Dallas Fuel, they have the space. There was too many resources invested by the Gladiators to try and keep them alive. And now it gets harder for the Gladiators. 30 seconds remaining. We're going into the final fight. They pop the infra site to give them control, but they don't have any ultimates to get into this fight other than that.
Sights up for the Glads. Arns knows exactly where everybody lies in wait. That was very, very close. Takes the head off of Gurio. Feels like the first Widow on Widow kill we've seen in quite some time. What a shot by Arns. Both DPS eliminated. The Gladiators making their forward march. Reiner clearing up the supports, and now an eagle-eye view for Arns. The spawn doors are no longer safe, but neither is the rest of the map. 2 meters to go. Gurio switched to the Reaper to try and get something done. Doesn't quite get there. And in overtime, the Gladiators finish the map.
Arns coming alive at a very timely moment. They didn't have a lot of ways to get in there, using that infra site perfectly. Gurio not giving that respect right there. And you can see Arns on his face. He's just happy with himself. He knows what he's done. And the Gladiators finish the map. This is a difficult map to finish, and the Dallas Fuel have a long time to go. I'm looking at Gurio right now. He has not had that impact on the Widow that we saw from Arns right there. If they are going to get that push, they can't put all their reliance onto Fearless and Sparkle to make that effective dive.
It's going to be tough. Still with smiles on their faces though, that's the important thing. They're not out of this just yet. Same kind of stuff, Glads, same compositions, no real surprises there. Even yesterday, to be fair, Gurio's Widowmaker on Dorado specifically was just a terror to deal with. Like, how do you even stop a Widowmaker when they're on that like hot streak, right? And I mentioned at the very end, when Arns killed Gurio, that felt like the first Widowmaker kill from either side, like on each other. They've just not been running into each other, and if they have, they've been hitting body shots. Like, this is not what we're used to seeing.
Neither of them really, not just in the Widowmaker head-to-head, it didn't feel like either of them was having that high amount of impact, and they need to look towards this. Fearless going for another old trick in the book, going for the... Maybe next time, maybe next time. Switching over to that dive style again, we're going to see Kevster once again pick up the Genji, Sparkle onto that Tracer, and the attack begins. We saw this in the last map on King's Row, Gladiators finishing the map, but Dallas Fuel able to rally back from that, having confidence in their own play. They need to do it again. Ooh.
Don't test Arns in the 1v1. No, he decides against it. Grapples away. Sparkle was saving his blinks there so he could maybe get behind Arns. Still, though, a crack shot on the Widow.
Dallas trying to push the cart and also control that high ground. It's going to be Sparkle bouncing, jumping up and down on this cart to try and get it moving forward, as the Gladiators do not want to contest it. And the Dallas Fuel slowly walking up to the high ground. Gurio, I need to see him come alive just here. The Gladiators are setting up in the same way the Dallas Fuel did. Get your backline into the server room, makes it so they can't be sniped effectively and they can play protected. Big nade onto Chio and he goes down.
Oh, another fantastic nade by Shu. Rhino suffers the same fate. He's going so low. So close to falling. Oh, dear.
That's time off the clock right there. That's 1 minute. And we've seen how quickly the first point can slip away from you as the offensive team. Just a couple of picks, a couple of bad ultimates, and it can all go away. Kevster getting incredibly low against the Sparkle Tracer, but just not enough. And the Dallas Fuel just getting those ultimates up. Look at the ult charge of Gurio, only at 34%.
Nice headshot, but it's not going to result in a kill. Onto Reiner. Oh, now Sparkle is paying Arns a little visit. He knows exactly where Arns is. He's got the pulse bomb in hand. Arns needs to find something big here. Huge stick from Sparkle to start off the fight. Gurio now is going to have the entire map basically for free if he so chooses. Sparkle does fall, but the Gladiators, a lot of thorns in their side right now. The Dallas Fuel are now moving on. The guys, they can recontest though, Scott. Reiner getting out alive is important. He bought Primal Rage in the back, trying to get Fearless away, but Fearless has just taken them right back to their spawn. Arns is now in trouble. He's gone, slept, he's gotten woken. He is anti, but he's out of there. Reiner popped the Primal Rage super early, Scott, to try and find a kill, but now he doesn't have it for this point. Going low, got anti, but skewed with the rally on the payload. Shu's also getting rally, but he's getting nanoed. A little bit of a raid post. Kevster tried to find an opening, but Fielder closed that door. Arns is dead, and the payload so close to being captured. It's only a matter of time. They just need to focus down skewed. They do just that, and the Fuel open those doors to point B.
Fearless just existing in the backline of the Los Angeles Gladiators. Them not having any ability to deal with him, and they just have that constant threat in the back of their mind. So when the Gladiators were going aggressive, they couldn't get that support. So great play by Fearless, and the Gladiators used almost everything to get that back. Kevster with the blade. We saw the snowball from them on their attacking route. Gladiators need to find a stop here.
There's the blade from Kevster. There's no nano, but it don't matter. Gurio had no shift to get away. A lot of damage onto Fearless, but the quick heal, quick reactions from Fielder. He's going to make sure he stays alive. Another unreal anti from Shu. Stops the Fuel from doing all of too much. Oh! Ooh, Sparkle kills Skewed and Kevster. A nice little 180 stick there.
I will say I hit this yesterday. Sparkle loves to use his pulse bomb on the way out, and it's the kind of thing that we talked about it when it whiffed, it wasn't good, but even when it hits, did that really have that much impact? Gladiators keep the positioning, and the Dallas Fuel aren't able to walk forward, and this was such an important hold for the Gladiators because now they have the position, but an enormous nade from Fielder should get that positioning back.
Shu's so low, but look at that, cowering behind Skewed shield. A nano boost has been earned, and Arns finds the kill onto Gurio. He's up on the top of the ship. Another very, very hard place to get to. Arns in trouble. Needs to go to his healers, but Fearless takes him out. Problem is, Reiner had already popped the Primal Rage and finds double kill. The Fuel struggling, as I think most teams do, to be fair, in this hangar.
Second point Gibraltar is notoriously difficult to push through because once the hold happens and the Winstons are able to hold these doors, the Widow's able to get set up on the high ground, it becomes almost impossible to find a way through this door. Fearless with the Primal Rage has to try and give the rest of his team space to walk in and help Gurio get some space so he can finally start getting some of these picks.
We are seeing both nanos coming online. There it is, applied to Reiner, small corridor, but Fearless just bats him away. Reiner's going to send himself to the high ground. Should be an easy boop. Yes, it is. Kevs doesn't really want to dice with that either. So a lot of healing in that small corridor, and Fearless, he gets slapped, but not before he manages to kill the Brigitte. Gurio now in trouble. Reiner trying to punish these kills, but no. Again, quick reactions from Fielder. to keep Gurio alive. They've got Nano, they've got Rally to follow this one up. They may have lost Sparkle, but they're not going down without a little bit more of a fight. Nice nade onto Shu. Gurio cleaning up Arns. They've finally broken this point open.
Are they going to commit with this skewed rally, or are they just going to give it up? You see with the silhouette moving on, they are going to give it up, and they've got to be careful about getting snowballed here. Dallas Fuel, they smell blood in the water and they're going aggressive.
Another big name. There's the Nano onto Fearless Pulse. Bomb from Kevster. Chio luckily didn't activate that rally in response, but if you're the Fuel, you'll take that. The rally, and now you can use yours. Both Outlaws end up going down. Oh, does he escape? No,
maybe not. You're not too upset if you're the Dallas Fuel. The spawn doors are right there. You will take that rally, you will take those ultimates and come back stronger. Chio, as you said, keeps the rally and they're going to be able to set up that engagement. Now, it gets this long run through this third point. Only 2 minutes remaining. They need to get through this first half quickly because the back half is where the challenge is.
Pulse bomb available for Sparkle, but he's just getting permanently checked by Kevster. It's hard for him to do all of anything. Luckily, there's a health pack behind him, so he can escape back to that if he so chooses. Gladiators waiting to fight in the spawn, though. Sparkle with a stick, lands on the shield, but Skewed still dies. The Dallas Fuel now have an opening. Reiner's going pretty low. He's only got one healer to back him up, but it's not enough. The nade to finish it, and the Fuel now are getting this payload going. They got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go as they try and get to those spawn doors, but yet again, Arch checking Sparkle with a headshot.
Important pick that slows the roll of the Dallas Fuel. Importantly, though, for them, they held on to that rally. They had these big ultimates to be able to get back into this fight, but Reiner wants to go first. He's not giving them any inch.
Oh, nice pulse by Kevster. Gurio trying to get away from his team so he doesn't do any team damage. Dallas Fuel still have that rally, like you were mentioning, Scott. But with Reiner's Primal Rage, you could stop that from really happening. If you isolate Chio, push him off the map, or just push him away from the team, that overhealth isn't going to be as effective.
Going into final fight territory with only 45 seconds remaining, the Gladiators done a good job of playing aggressive, forcing the Dallas Fuel. They don't want to use their ultimates so early in the fight. Fearless is going in with the Primal, trying to isolate the Ana again, but it gets slept by Shu another time.
Whoops-a-daisy, Reiner actually rogue Fearless up. We'll see if it results in all too much. Nano boost onto Skewed to keep him alive. Arns has a nice little high ground advantage. But Reiner, look at this. He's trying to just bully people in this small room. The kills are coming through. Reiner doing a whole bunch of work. No one can move. They all get turned into a smoothie. And the Dallas Fuel, with 10 seconds to go, need to touch the payload.
And you can see the way the Gladiators are setting up. They want to hold close, make it so the Dallas Fuel has to run through them to get the cart. Maybe thinking better of a little bit here with the walls coming out from Gurio, but Arns gets Sparkle again with an early headshot.
A massive pick for the Gladiators. The rally on Fearless to make sure he can touch. They still have to keep juggling the payload, though. A boot from Skewed might just do it. Fearless can't get back. Skewed with a massive shift. Arns standing up. You want some of this? The Gladiators 2-1 up in the series. Match point. The Dallas Fuel need to find something special to come back now.
Gladiators taunting the Dallas Fuel with some C9s in chat. They're starting to feel themselves. That was an impressive play by the Gladiators, but exactly what we expected in this series. The Dallas Fuel have not been looking good on this dive, and once again it shows up. The Gladiators feeling confident in their play right now. Absolutely dominant. Where do you take the Gladiators now if you're the Dallas Fuel? It has to go to push. Both maps are pretty good for that Xayah composition. Surely it should be their map to take.
Surely. This was their map to take too, right? They chose Watchpoint Gibraltar. We'll have to find out where they want to go and who's subbing in, who's subbing out after this break. Do not go anywhere.
The Gladiators one map away from sending the Dallas Fuel down to the lower bracket. The hometown heroes. That Gibraltar game, man, that was pure skill mashup. The compositions were almost alike. You had a Genji and the Tracer difference there. And Reiner just got the better of Fearless at the end of it.
It's just hard, I think, for the Dallas Fuel. They haven't leaned into playing this Winston composition at all so far throughout this season. Every time they have, it hasn't looked that good. They've really relied on that Hanbin, Edison, Xayah, Reaper composition, while the Los Angeles Gladiators, that's been their bread and butter, and you can tell when you see them play, they just understand the matchup better. But we're moving on, and the subs are coming back in. Patty Pan, France, the classic.
Yep, Dallas Fuel choosing Colosseo as our push map. So Astro coming back in. We're probably going to see Shades of Control on this map.
Interestingly for me, we just saw the Gladiators lose on the rush versus the Xayah in that linear style map. Colosseo is very similar to that kind of thing because there's just long corridors, and the Dallas Fuel are going to be able to just sort of disengage every time the Gladiators do try and engage. So I want to see if they're going to make any adjustments, if they're going to play the dive style into the Xayah, or if they want to keep sticking to that rush.
Have to wait and see. Edison coming in for Gurio. Didn't come out the gate hot on the Widowmaker. Edison well warmed up. Reaper play looked pretty good on King's Row, that is for sure. And Hanbin stepping in for Fearless.
There's a sign out here that says, Hanbin is my dad. He is for the Dallas Fuel right now. He is leading the charge, and every time they are getting these wins, it is on the back of his stellar Xayah play and collaborating with Edison. So go back to their bread and butter, find their style, and really just help push them over the line, because they only have push, and then after push, there's control. So they can play this Xayah composition for the rest of this series. So Dallas Fuel should be home. They just need to reset their mental. There's the sign. The legendary sign.
The legendary sign. You need Harbin signing now. I'll be the cherry on top. Just waiting for the players to get into the lobby, and then we right underway. Yeah, the Glads. It's always fun, I can imagine, being on the stage and win against the home team. Fun or scary?
I played against Dallas at one of their home games in 2019. Okay. I got booed. Dallas fans, you got to answer for that first. But I did get booed. The Dallas Fuel are just a scary team at home. They've always played up to their potential whenever they're here. But today, looking a little bit shaky. The Gladiators seem to have had an answer every time they haven't been able to play their comfort composition. So I don't know what the Dallas Fuel are going to pull out on this Xayah composition, and if the Gladiators are going to make some adjustments. Maybe they play the Winston. Reiner has been phenomenal so far this season, playing it. 1.2 deaths per 10 minutes. He's just living forever. They're almost impossible for them to kill him. 19 eliminations almost. He's just putting in that work. He's been a standout player for this Los Angeles Gladiators as a rookie. And not only that, he has the flexibility to play these other heroes like the Doomfist, like the Reinhardt.
Well, we're heading in. What could be our final map? Going to push, Colosseo, Dallas Fuel's choice. It's not quite like the reverse sweep kind of thing we set up at the very start, but turning out to be an incredibly close game. Just want to see what Glads are going to do, because yeah, the flexibility is just paramount.
There are a lot of corridors, so if Patty Pan did want to lean back into that May, it could work. It's definitely worked for them in the past, and we have seen teams do it, especially the London Spitfire on the back of that chatty play. But it has had mixed success, and no one has made that work versus the Dallas Fuel.
Oh, we know who the crowd's behind that. That's for certain. Oh, a little bit Doomfist, maybe. Okay.
Interestingly enough, heading into the season, we did hear rumors of the Hanbin Doomfist. It was something that they were picking up, they were playing around, also with that Sparkle Genji. But it actually feels like right now Dallas Fuel are going to play this Xayah Hangzhou composition that we just saw in the last series, while the Gladiators, they're going to go to something more traditional with their Doomfist Soldier Tracer. Very different matchup right here than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, that Hangzhou comp, like we saw earlier, very slow, just waiting for the picks from the Hangzhou. But Gladiators, they don't want to wait around at all.
We already see Kevster making his way around the side. Look, he's already behind the Dallas Fuel. They're not going to allow them to just free shoot, try and get some of those picks. The cat's out of the bag, though. Edison's looking at him.
Yeah, an unbelievably defensive nade there from Fielder. As soon as that cooldown goes down, it's the go sign, really, for the Gladiators. Just dive into the back line. Still have to be rather careful. Edison, quite a crack shot on the Hangzhou. Can whip round and pin your head to a wall if you're not careful. Already, though, Gladiators not, like, putting on the pressure, the tempo that I thought they would.
I feel like they're just waiting. They're too slow right now. It feels like they're just waiting for Edison to get a pick. They need to find some form of purchase with their dive composition because they're not going to win the long form. But the big nade coming in from shoot.
There you go. Edison falls. Nice anti-nade. Easy clean up. Now Sparkle in a lot of trouble using those legs to get away. Kev's doing a fair amount of damage. Already earned himself a pulse bomb and a slam and a couple of left clicks from Reiner. That'll be the win for the Gladiators on this first fight. Fuel takes Shu down, so Glads can't push this as far as they potentially want to because of Ana falling.
Yeah, you already see Funny Astro running back to spawn to pick up Shu. This is a big pickoff for them, so now the Dallas Fuel should be able to come in, get control of the bot. Edison not finding any value on that Hangzhou and switching over to the Tracer. Something we haven't seen from him much this season, but he is definitely proficient at this hero. Kevster with the pulse bomb, he's looking for something big.
He's looking for Fielder, he spots him, throws it out. Fielder with a fancy feet dodge is out the way, and now Chio is just going to play point guard there, making sure Fielder doesn't get any more, get any harassment from the back line. Nano Visor for Sparkle. Padapan trying to hide behind that giant wall, doesn't end up working out well for him at all. The Dallas Fuel, they are naded in the back, but look at this positioning from Sparkle. They're easily dismantling the back line of the Gladiators. Very little protection for Shu and Funny Astro, with Reiner playing this Doomfist and both the DPS wanting to flank and get some damage in.
Los Angeles Gladiators, that's a tragedy. They use the Nano Visor themselves, but the Dallas Fuel go first. Padapan gets too low, too early, has to start hiding, but Sparkle able to find that kill, and they've got the cart moving right now. Gladiators set up on that high ground, waiting for the engagement, and Reiner's going early with the Meteor Strike.
Straight to the back, maybe way more defensively than I thought. Power blocks up, no one shoots him, hasn't got that charged up punch, and actually the Fuel are going to send in that beat. What an amazing block, whether it was you were meant to do that or you didn't mean to do that. You blocked Reiner's path to escape using that punch. It doesn't do crazy amount of damage if you just get normally whacked by it. So he was unable to escape, and now the Dallas Fuel with a grab in hand and a pulse bomb could be the bigger bang here.
Reiner switching over to this Winston, not happy with how the Doomfist is working out. He's already getting low. He's unable to move around this map right now without just getting absolutely poked down. The Dallas Fuel slowly moving this, but Hanbin with the Graviton Surge, he's looking for something big.
Edison has to set up right beside him or close to the vicinity of this grab. She's checking Kevster. Okay, Kevster is at least called out where Edison is. Edison has a recall, but decides not to use it just yet. Just jostling around this payload. Hanbin looking for this opening with the grab. As soon as Reiner jumps in with the Nano, maybe this is time to go. Hanbin actually turns around, gets slept, and that Nano Winston doing way too much work in the backline. The Fuel trying to come back in this fight with the Nano Visor, but everybody just scattering as soon as Sparkle tried to find targets.
Dallas Fuel getting desperate there, trying to use the Nano Visor after Hanbin gets low. Sparkle probably could have saved that Visor, but doesn't. We see some switches coming in. Edison onto the Reaper, Sparkle onto the Tracer to deal with this Winston switch from Reiner. But look at this positioning by Gladiators. They have everything they want right now. Hanbin throws the grab.
Graviton Surge right on top of Reiner. He's got a bubble on top of him, and now a beat to match. Shio finds a kill on to shoot. The beat from Funny Astro a little bit too late to save his flex support. Hanbin's quite high energy, but Padapan on the side manages to find a Visor. A couple of kills. The positioning from the Fuel just getting torn apart as Padapan and Reiner are going to clean up the rest. They're going to be able to take the lead now.
Once again, Padapan stepping up in the playoffs for the Kickoff Clash. Struggled to get value out of those visors, but he has made it work so far. Chio's going aggressive, just falls on the point before anyone else from his team is here. Maybe thinking they could have got them before the Gladiators reaggress.
He jumped on that payload so they didn't take the lead, but now with only a couple of meters to go, the Gladiators want to be able to get that going again. Maybe that was a smart heads-up play. Puts Gladiators on a timer. Sparkle dying and Edison falling too. The Dallas Fuel kind of falling apart right now. And Gladiators, there you go. They've taken the lead.
I don't like that play to stop the cart. There's still so much time left in this map to go back and forth, giving up your life. And now the Gladiators edging into the checkpoint. That is the big thing that matters right now.
Primal Rage to bash the Fuel back. The Fuel have 2 support ultimates to back them up in this fight. 3 meters to go. Reiner pushes himself to the high ground. There's the beat. It hits only 2, and Fielder unfortunately suffers death. Edison gets nanoed and is able to Wraith walk away. He's got a little bit of damage down, but Patapan on the high ground just raining down so much damage. Edison and Shio end up falling over, and the Gladiators, they're getting this checkpoint. 2 meters to go. Harbin jumping down in desperation. Now Sparkle to try and do something, but with the healing station and just finding Astro existing, it's too much for him to deal with. The Gladiators have unlocked checkpoint A.
You said it yourself, Jack. Desperation, that's what the gameplay looks like from Dallas Fuel. The coordination, all the plans have gone out the window. They're just throwing their bodies at the point to stop it from moving forward, but not trying to actually win these fights. Fielder switches over to Moira to try and live.
Graviton Surge from Harbin, he earns it. Oh, nice kill onto Patapan. Graviton Surge right on top of Gladiators. The sound barrier not enough to keep Shu alive. A pulse bomb though from Kevster's good. Harbin had no bubbles to back him up. The Dallas Fuel are struggling. At least Chio's picking up these kills every now and then, but still the payload, the bot is so far forward for the Gladiators. The Fuel are going to need a miracle to come back. There's a minute to go now.
They just cannot deal with Kepser right now. He's just running circles around them. 1 minute to go. They need to get back to the checkpoint. The card is moving, but already we see Patty Pan go down, but Hanbin to follow.
Edison with a nice kill with the Death Blossom, but no, just followed straight up. You saw the bubble going straight on top of him to stop that damage ringing around the rest of the Gladiators. And now the Fuel push all the way back to spawn. They've got a Coalescence coming up, Scott, but that's just about it.
They're just not playing the same way we know it. Edison forcing this Death Blossom, and the Gladiators are just playing reactively. They haven't even really needed to use ults to deal with it. We're going into fight-or-fight territory, and Patty Pan and Shu almost have their ultimates. That Nano Visor is going to be almost impossible for the Dallas Fuel to deal with unless Chio can get that sound barrier.
Sparkle's pulse needs to be massive. He's sniffed out, so now can just play in a main. He has to get Shu with his pulse.
Has to.
He has to. He spotted one. Pulse goes wide. No, that's not what you want to see if you are the Fuel. They use that Coalescence, though, to push them forward, and a beat as well. The Gladiators throwing a ton in. Tactical Visor with the Nano on top. Paddy's going so low. Harbin deals with him, but the bot is still moving with 5 seconds to go. The Dallas Fuel needed entrance into this fight. Ryan is batting everybody away as overtime is about to get triggered.
This is only the beginning, though. Dallas Fuel, they need to win this fight, and they need to keep it going, but Reiner is just being such a nuisance.
Harbin going low, he gets anti, but still manages to kill Shu. If they can just stabilize with Fielder coming back, they should be good. Reiner just dancing around this bubble with 5 members of the Dallas Fuel right now on top of him. He wasn't long to live. Astro falls, final fight still for the Fuel.
Dallas Fuel need to get some composure here. They need to start cycling their abilities. They don't need to win 1 team fight to win this map. They need to win 2, maybe 3. The Los Angeles Gladiators are coming in and they're getting early picks with Fielder.
Humongous orb to kill Patapan, but Kevster with a big pulse bomb laying it next to Humbin as he sleeps. Kevster from the high ground with an Eagle's Watch is going to run it down Fielder. Fielder's self-regeneration is pretty good, but burning the Fade is not great. Kevster just piling on that pressure. They kill the Moira, they might win the game. The Dallas Fuel are crumbling. Overtime is ticking down. The Gladiators push the robot back. They take control and take the series 3-1.
Kevster at the end there, 25-player kill streak. He was just running around doing whatever he wanted. Dallas Fuel did not have an answer. Kevster once again putting on an MVP performance, and the Gladiators having the composure at the end, whereas the Dallas Fuel faltered.
They still get another chance. They are moving down to the lower bracket. They are not out of this just yet. The Gladiators move on forward. A 3-1 victory on what was a little bit of a struggle from the Fuel, but Gladiators showing their adaptability and their compositional differences. They can play basically whatever. They have a very, very deep hero pool in DPS slot. Reiner can play seemingly everything. It's looking great.
This is the Gladiators that we saw throughout the Kickoff Clash, but it doesn't feel like we've actually had an experience because they had those 2 reverse sweeps. They were playing so well, just unable to close out. Today it looks like they've gotten over that hill. They're playing way better, whereas the Dallas Fuel, they're going to be taking their step down to the lowest bracket, and that's the San Francisco Shock and the Dallas Fuel now that people are going to have to face if they want to make their way to the grand finals.
It is a super scary situation. Number 3 seed knocking out the number 2 seed. Oh, Sparkle, don't trip. Don't want to injure yourself for the next game.
Oh, wow.
Yeesh. I was brave bringing that sign in.
A brave man standing in the crowd full of Dallas Fuel fans, but deservedly so. The Gladiators having a phenomenal performance, and they deserve to have this lap of victory because it feels like they're finally becoming that team that we were promised this year.
Still got a little ways to go though before they get into the finals. Gladiators still looking clean, and man, Padapan also had a fantastic game. Like his May throughout the entire series looked very, very solid. And now where did the Dallas Fuel go? They've experimented a little bit with Fearless going on to the Winston, these dive compositions, and they chose the last 2 maps, but both compositions just not working out. Yes, they are the originators of this Zarya comp, but looks like maybe a couple of teams just improving on it and then beating them out with it.
Washington, Florida, that is the winner they will have to play against. Can they win that matchup, or do they have confidence in that Zarya composition still?
Well, let's have a little word with Shu down on the floor. Danny, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, I am down here with Shu. I think he is excited for this interview. He's already getting his voice ready. Hi, Shu. How are you feeling?
Hi. So good.
So good. Obviously, I'm sure you're feeling great because you just beat the Dallas Fuel as well. I mean, the last time you guys played was, I think it was in week 2 where you guys unfortunately took the L and Dallas Fuel won. But today you guys finally got your revenge. How does that feel? 자, 일단 제가 알기로는 2주였나요? 아마 달라스 팀과 마지막 했었을 때가 경기를 했었을 때가 그때였는데 그때는 아쉽게 패배를 했지만 오늘 드디어 복수전에 성공을 하시게 되었습니다. 좀 어떻게 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
저희가 작년부터 쇼크 좀 강팀들을 상대로 좀 많이 지고, 근데 이제 그 중에서 이제 댈러스만 한 번도 못 이겨봤고 이번에도 처음으로 이기나 싶었는데 역습도 당하고 해서 많이 우울했는데 이번에 복수전을 성공해서 기분이 너무 좋아요.
I mean, since last year, our schedule always had really strong teams such as San Francisco Shock, but it was always the Dallas Fuel that we always lost to, even getting reverse swept sometimes. So that we were really sad about that, but today we finally got our revenge. We beat the Dallas Fuel, so it really, really feels great. And talking about getting that revenge, I do want to ask you about today's match, because you guys are in Dallas, you guys beat the Dallas Fuel. What was the game plan coming into today's match? 자, 아무래도 오늘 좀 달라스에 있고 또 오늘은 또 복수전에 성공을 하셨기 때문에 오늘 경기에 들어오시기 전에 좀 어떤 이제 뭐 계획이나 이제 좀 게임 플랜이 좀 어떻게 됐나요? 오늘 경기에 대해.
이제 게임 플랜은 이제 상대방이 어떤 선수가 들어오냐에 따라서 좀 저희 조합을 좀 바꾸기도 했고, 그다음에 이제 그냥 다 같이 그냥 전부 다 이기자, 그냥 좀 욕을 섞어가면서
욕을 섞어가면서
그냥 부수자 뭐 이런 느낌.
부수자.
네, 이겨버리자 이런 느낌으로 이런 마음가짐으로 다 준비했던 것 같아요.
Alright, I think our mentality was first and foremost win. We even used a lot of strong words, a little bit of cuss words maybe here and there. Really wanted to hype ourselves up for our matches, and also just depending on what the Dallas lineup was looking like, what players were coming out for the matches or for the maps. We wanted to be flexible enough to change our composition and change our play style, and I think that's what our game plan was coming into today's match. And also, she also did mention that they're also another mentality was they really want to just break Dallas Fuel. I think that break thing is sort of like a trend right now. 아무래도 이번에 또 이제 글래디뿐만이 아니라 또 다른 팀들도 이렇게 막 부순다는 얘기를 좀 많이 했거든요. 그래서 이게 좀 트렌드가 아닌가 싶습니다. 자, 마지막 질문입니다. One more question. Shu, I feel like Gladiators are one of those unique teams that are really, really flexible, like you mentioned. Winston Dive, Doomfist, even to rush comps. What is your favorite comp to play and why? 자, 아무래도 글래디가 좀 더 특별한 이유는 이제 굉장히 유연한 좀 이렇게 팀 조합들을 많은 팀 조합들을 쓰기 때문에 이제 뭐 윈스턴 다이브도 그렇고 둠피스트 등등 좀 많은 조합을 쓰는 팀이어서 슈 선수의 좀 개인적인 제일 좋아하는 조합이 있다면?
제가 일단 아나아나 바티스트 같은 걸 플레이할 때 좀 힐보다는 공격적으로 많이 하는 성향이 좀 있는데 이제 우리가 둠피스트 조합을 쓰면 이제 제가 좀 딜을 넣으면서 같이 좀 도와줄 수 있는 역할을 하고 이제 제 공격적인 역할을 좀 더 돋보일 수 있어서 저는 둠피스트 조합을 더 선호하는 것 같아요.
I would have to say the Doomfist comp that we use are my personal favorite because I am a very aggressive player when I play the Ana or Bap, and you know, while supporting the Doomfist, I could also put in a lot of damage to the opposing team, and also sort of I could get the spotlight as well when I'm doing that as well for those compositions. So yes, Doomfist is my favorite. That is it for the interview. Thank you so much, Shu. Everybody, give it up for Shu one more time.
감사합니다.
Costa and Josh, back to you.
Cheers, Danny. Yeah, I mean, the Doomfist comp, it's pretty fun to play around, let's be real. You just go in, hit some sick nades, and then yeah, just get some kills.
I don't think anyone's surprised that Shu is anywhere where I can do damage is my favorite composition because he does it so well, and he's just been so consistent throughout the years. MVP performance last year, putting up another one this year. He's just offers so much for the team, not just in the things that are expected from him of the healing, but also the sleeps, the healing, everything on top of it, the damage that he just seems to, and the clutches on top of that as well. So absolutely incredible play from him and the entirety of the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Yep, and he's going to be our player of the match for this one. On top of that, and yeah, that damage output from the Batiste, like you said, the clutch factor, the amount of times he comes back in, puts the window in front of himself, and then just havoc. Can't deal with this.
It enables the Gladiators to do so much as well. You saw that flexibility. How many different compositions did we see from the Los Angeles Gladiators just today? I think about 3 or 4 different looks, and that makes them so difficult to prepare against. And that's what makes them such a dominant team. If you're the Atlanta Reign when you're about to go up against the Gladiators, how do you prepare for that? We have 2 looks from the Atlanta Reign and about like 7 from the Gladiators. So having that is a massive boon, and why they are deservedly so in the winners bracket finals.
Yeah, Shu at a time back, like in the Apex era, like a lot of the DPS a lot of the support players will play Widowmaker, and Shu was one of those. You can see it in his aim, right? Like, just unbelievable. Helps with the sleep darts too, of course. But like every time, whoa, Nano Monkey, doesn't matter. Shu has a sleep dart. Sleep dart success rate 54%, looking clean, and sleeps per 10 is.
That's
also
outrageous.
Quite ridiculous.
That is an outrageous sleep dart success rate. He's just putting in the work, and you could tell Fearless, especially on that Watchpoint Gibraltar, just struggling. Every time he tried to go in aggressive, he was getting slept, and that, you know, that inherently enables everyone else. Arn's just getting so much value on that Widow. It's incredible to see, and I just want to see more from this guy as he plays against the best teams. But, you know, they're going up against the Atlanta Reign, a team that could be unstoppable.
Could be. We'll have to wait and find out. That's a little bit later. But we're going to jump to a quick break. We got 2 matches to come, Scott. And there's 2 teams going home today. We'll have to find out who they are after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
and welcome to our game break. Zoe here, joined by Reinforce as well as Necra, and we just got to witness another bracket buster, I dare say. Now, Gladiators, of course, we did talk about their compositional versatility, their hero depth from the individuals. And they brought it all out. They showed us a lot of flexibility, and Dallas has just kind of been on the back foot for the majority of this series. Now, Necra, which players really stood out to you?
I mean, is it a cop-out if I just say Shu again? I mean, because to be honest with you, we were talking about how the backline was going to be so important to be able to look at in this series, and I think Shu put on a fantastic example of why we need to be looking at those support players. You know, Shu ended up opening up a lot of advantages for the team, which Los Angeles Gladiators were able to capitalize on, and you can see how Shu is even able to pop off himself, getting a lot of final blows on the Batiste, and also just some incredible sleep darts with the Ana as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite an even match up until the very last map, Colosseo, because we saw the Gladiators came out ready to play the Reinhardt, and it's something that, you know, I talked about going into the series, that like what happens to Dallas if you bring out this Reinhardt against the Zarya. And Dallas Fuel, while they did show on King's Row, for example, that they are still an elite team, they're able to play the Reaper composition with Genji and Zarya to unlock all these different angles to poke and prod against the LA Gladiators backline, getting out those mentality fields and then capitalizing on it. I feel like the Dallas Fuel, they still were on a lot of that back foot, like you said, Zoe. Here on Gibraltar, I mean, Gurio didn't really have that much impact in this entire map. It was mostly Ant running the show in the Widowmaker duel. Reiner as well, arguably, like, out-Winstoned Reiner here. Reiner barely died, as they pointed out on the cast, and Fearless got slept multiple times. Had a couple nice juggles, but overall, I feel like individually, the LA Gladiators just, like, outplayed them on that Winston composition. So we go over to Colosseo, and I mean, this is when you want Dallas Fuel to come to life, bring out the Zarya composition. Again, they talked about it on the cast. Colosseo really lends itself to these Zarya compositions, right? Tight corridors, stuff like that. But the Winston swaps, the Doomfist swaps from the LA Gladiators, it just threw the Dallas Fuel off. Like, oh, we got Sparkle on the Tracer, Edison on the Tracer, Edison on the Reaper, or Sparkles on Soldier. Like, they just shifted so many things up for the Dallas Fuel that, I mean, the wheels came off. Chio just like inting himself onto the bot, and then Nano Visors not getting any value with a grab as well. Like, the ultimate usage was all over the place. So Dallas Fuel, I mean, they were competitive this series, but they're kicking themselves after a pretty terrible Colosseo performance.
Absolutely, and I mean, Kevster popped off on Colosseo as well.
Oh yeah,
His
gotta give him
Tracer
credit.
was everywhere. Literally everywhere, omnipresent. So a scary squad to go up. I mean, if you have an aimer like Shu on top of an Ans in the team, I don't want to be on the receiving side of that, honestly. Not too much fun, even less so now that we have so many less shields on the field to really protect you from all that aggression coming in. So, well, congratulations to the Gladiators, and this means that the Dallas Fuel, just like the Shock, have to fight their way through the lower bracket. And now this lower bracket is starting to look like an upper bracket by our predictions, at least. We all thought that both those teams are going to make an upper run.
Crazy.
Yeah, we just like flip it around, and then my bracket is still alive. Everything is well. Now we do have our first lower bracket match happening now, and that one is, of course, a loser goes home. So it's all or nothing for those two teams. A lot of pressure on the line, and we already saw that the pressure can definitely get to people, can definitely get to our players on a LAN in front of a crowd. We're going to see the Washington Justice fight it out against the Florida Mayhem. Where do we even go with this? Can we still trust our picks? What are your expectations for this match?
No one's picks is safe. No one's picks is safe. I mean, Scott even went with Florida Mayhem, and I think it's a pretty good shout, you know, but the Washington Justice, they're looking pretty sharp. Of course, took 2 maps off the San Francisco Shock yesterday. How much was that San Francisco not looking good? I mean, they've also fallen to the lower bracket now, and how much was that perhaps Washington Justice just like finally showing us what they've got? I think this Florida Mayhem team, again, they're good. Someone's been spectacular on the tank role so far in the Florida Mayhem, and they got a couple of good rookies. So, I mean, I'd ask Necro as well, like, can you really pick a favorite so far in this match, or is it pretty even?
I I think it's even, but I think it comes down to play style differences. You know, we talked about compositional differences in our most recent match, but moving forward, Washington Justice and Florida Mayhem are both gonna probably come out on those dive comps with someone on the Winston, and of course we've got Mag on the Winston. I don't think we're gonna see Orisa today. I'm not confident in that one, but you know, Washington Justice does play a more reactive style with the dive, and I think that if they allow Florida Mayhem to attack first and then react to that, I think that that reactionary style of the dive could really work out in Washington Justice's favor.
Yeah, I actually totally agree with you there, especially because I think that one of the perhaps errors that someone has committed most of the time this season is actually he's over-aggressive, someone. He goes in too far with his lead cooldown on the Winston, and then overextends a little bit, and as he's like trying to get back to his team, it's like, oh, I'm a bit too far. That's when someone gets picked.
He's like limping.
And ends up being a man advantage for the enemy team, right? He's limping back to his team, exactly, yeah. So that's something I look out for. You know that Mag is a fantastic reactionary Winston, like Necro just pointed out. Something to look out for. Is someone going to overextend on the Winston, and does that open a door for Washington Justice to punish this for the Mayhem dive?
Also, Aneka, I sincerely hope that you spoke Orisa into existence for this match. Just
no.
We deserve a treat. No, we deserve it, Necro. We deserve it. Now, I can't wait to see which way this game is going to go. Thank you. Washington Justice or Florida Mayhem, one of the team will advance in the lower bracket. The other one has to actually go home. So let's see how this one is going to play out. We're heading into a quick break once again, and then afterwards we're back in Texas with all the action.
Oh, it's all been fun and games so far, make no mistake. But now the stakes get ratcheted up a notch. That's right, we're here, of course, at our Kickoff Clash. And in our next two matches, they represent elimination potential for all four of the teams competing, Matt.
Yeah, we got two teams going home later in the day here. And you know, both of these two teams in our matchup coming up, you know, between Florida and Washington. You know, Florida, I think probably people favored them against Atlanta, right? Atlanta was not looking good towards the end of the Kickoff Clash. You know, the number 7 seed viewed Florida as the favorite. They end up losing that one. Then Washington goes up 2-0 against the Shock and not able to close it out. So these are two teams that I think the Justice, like, they're probably just happy to be playing better at this point. I don't think Florida expected to be down here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, of course, that matchup against Atlanta, we saw Florida really trying to put themselves into a good position to make those Winston-based compositions work for them. They went to Gibraltar. That was really the key map for them to win in that series, and they ran straight into Kai's Widowmaker, and they couldn't counter it. Yes, the map worked for their Winston setups, but they didn't account for the Widow diff.
Yeah, the Widow diff was massive there, and I think, how are you going to run into a Widow like Kai all the time? No, but they got happy on the other side this go around. So we'll look to see in terms of like map picks if there's something that Washington can do to get some of that Widowmaker action in.
Yeah, we're curious to see how that team's evolving so far. Let's waste no time and bring them out to the stage. Everybody make some noise for Washington Justice.
Okay, little club vibe.
I'm feeling that. Now, we were surprised yesterday to see Assassin in that starting lineup. We said, okay, maybe what's the purpose and what are they sort of relying on him to provide for them? I think it's pretty safe to say we were pretty impressed. There were actually opportunities to see Assassin bust out the Echo from yesteryear, literally, and show us that he's still very much a key part of this team. There was a substitution later on where Decay came in, and that's where things kind of went downhill for this team. So it's a good look to start with for the Justice.
I thought Krillin played like the best I've ever seen him play in the Overwatch League yesterday. Yeah. He was absolutely unbelievable on the Ana. Can you get games out of him like that again? I'm not sure. No, I saw most of the desk. I actually agree with Scott. Personally, I think that the Florida Mayhem, I would pick the Florida Mayhem in this series. I think the Justice, they played extremely well yesterday, but we've seen, the Shock maybe not as good at this tournament as people expected. And also, the Justice on a day-to-day is so hard to judge. I just don't know if they can do it again.
Yeah, and I mean, I spoke to their GM earlier this morning. He said, we went up that 2-0 going into half-time, and he said, guys, this has happened before. We have been reverse swept by the San Francisco Shock. We need to avoid that. We need to put our foot down and get this series done. Unfortunately for them, it didn't happen. They really just ran out of gas there. It's a completely different environment out here in Atlanta. There's so many other factors to account for. This time, they have to have everything tightened up a little bit. Let's bring out their opponents now in this elimination match. Everybody, welcome to the arena, the Florida Mayhem.
I miss the Mayhem with the
palm
props,
tree?
The props,
Yep.
yeah, palm trees. I mean, they're doing everything on the way.
Listen, I don't want to see any of their players looking like props in this series. They need to be very much a part of the action.
You're learning from Jaws with those type of segues.
Yeah, mine now, really. I see. Look, Sir Marjet, again, we talked about Ana, very impactful Ana players yesterday. He was one of them. Again, this is a matchup where those two are going to be highlighted. And I think that someone continues to impress us as his Winston player. It just wasn't enough against Atlanta.
Did you get a sense maybe some nerves for Florida yesterday? Playing for, against Atlanta, right? Atlanta pretty battle-tested in terms of these type of environments. Florida.
Going to Hawaii, getting no points, big travel.
Well, I mean, they're also used to, it's funny, but just kind of like being, villainous, right? Maybe some of the fan bases look at that way. You're not going to get fazed by certain situations, right? Where I think being in front of the crowd and even if they're cheering for you, right? It's a lot going on at an event like this, and I think maybe Florida, it was a little much like taking it in yesterday, where maybe they're a bit calmer today, can bring that game, because the Justice, they looked calm yesterday against the Shock until the wheels fell off at the end.
The influx of rookies this year to the Overwatch League is extremely high, and so getting them in a LAN environment, that's obviously a challenge to have them settle and be able to perform at their very best. Again, we talk about the veteran presence of Arnamo on this Florida Mayhem team, and he's been on a lot of different looking rosters. And look, Hydron got pitted against a really nasty Widowmaker player when we went to Gibraltar. That is a possibility here too.
But he did look very good in the 76 matchup. He did not look kind of outclassed, I guess you would say, in the Soldier 76 matchup. So it's just that Widowmaker that I think you're worried about. You got a sick one on the other side with Happy. So if Ilios to kick things off here today.
Yeah, and a great chance for obviously both of these teams to showcase their Winston-based compositions. I know some people are trying to speak this Orisa from Mag back into existence. It's unlikely we see too much more of that. Again, feels powerful, but once that armor stripped away, you just explode.
Yeah, you're just done for at that point. see if either team comes up with some interesting things. Like we saw Mag on the Doomfist a little bit yesterday. We see some teams picking that up at this event. We just saw Reiner pick up the Reinhardt again. We saw some Reinhardt play. So we're starting to see a little bit more experimentation in the tank role. Arisa yesterday for the Justice. Probably won't see it again today.
I want to remind you as well, it was the Justice that switched to mirror that Lucio Moira setup against the Shock, and that's where Krillin was no longer to have that huge impact that he'd had over the series in terms of dictating the pace on Ana.
Yeah, no, he was fantastic on the Ana. Moira just kind of took his playmaking ability out of the question. So both teams come out the gate. Mirror matchups here. It'll be Assassin on the Tracer going up against Checkmate. I think that's a big battle to watch. I think Checkmate's looked really strong.
He's definitely impressed us this year, getting to showcase much more of those DPS chops. Maybe to the Justice that try to stake their claim to this high ground as both Winstons just try and displace their foes.
What kind of angle are you trying to get here for Florida? I mean, and you're kind of playing on this low ground, but even then Washington has no real visibility either. They have to jump down and they chase someone. So.
Happy would have liked to flank and push further along the top of that lighthouse, but with the dive in from someone, he couldn't do that. Still, they get rid of the Winston, so now they don't need to be nearly as elaborate.
Yeah, just really odd at the beginning, right? Like Florida's playing everybody pretty far back, not really any line of sight for the 76 to do big damage, and quite frankly, just a really bad angle from the low ground up to the high ground on that corner. And someone's the only one that goes in, but he gets dropped rather quickly.
Hydron here, trying to find what poke damage he can, but again, it's someone gets eliminated first. The Florida Mayhem, the tip of their spear is broken.
I mean, 2 fights in a row, back to back, really fast as Biotic Grenade comes in. That just really keeps everybody else alive, so Surmagent connects with one, but still, it's going to be about 40+% on the point by the time this next fight kicks off. Is you gotta see from Florida, you gotta keep someone alive for a little bit longer. He's gotta do a better job about getting back to his team, dodging some of those Biotic Grenades.
Again, he's going somewhat deep there, needs to make sure he maintains that LOS between him and Surmagent. 50% now on the clock for the Mayhem, or rather for the Justice, the Mayhem in that deficit. Assassin sees a recall there from Checkmate. Maybe a chance to go more aggressively here. Attack Visor from Happy will definitely make sure no one accosts him for the next few moments, so there's no real pressure right now on the Justice.
No, and it kind of just spreads them off of the point, and you're going to get the Nano onto Mag. He gets slapped, but you already did the big damage. You got rid of Surmagent. He had the Nano boost coming online, not going to have it in the fight.
Both Winstons getting some work done there. Assassin gives someone a parting gift, though. And the Justice still entirely unperturbed by what's going on. The Mayhem lack the tools to pressure them. They built the ultimate, so this next fight has to showcase the leveraging of these abilities.
Yes, but you may need to throw all of them in to flip the point back, and this is so easily stallable for the Justice, right? You can get them to burn all of the ultimates here, and even if you lose this fight, you're good for the next one.
Attack Visor here from Hydron's going to be a sound barrier, and he chases Happy down. Again, we talked about those ultimates coming out, and you better believe it. They just send them.
I mean, that's to be expected. If you're going to use Sound Barrier, Nano, Attack Visor, if you don't win a fight, I mean, you've done something disastrously wrong. All they pretty much have to do is use those ultimates, push on through, pick up the kills, and it's exactly what I talked about, though. The Justice get it to 99, so just one fight has to go their way.
The Mayhem now need to get it done the old-fashioned way, or rather the new-fashioned way with less ultimates. Happy force back. Biotic Grenade connects. He's able to move forward now. It's only scant seconds bought by the Mayhem from that nade connecting. Already contesting the point now. If they can, okay. Hydron's able to deal with Assassin there. Playing pretty far forward as the Mayhem don't want to allow the Tracer to have free reign to wrap around.
And that's what you gotta rely on is, Biotic Grenade comes in, that connects with Animo. That's huge. That's your disengage there. And also some healing up front is might be able to capitalize on this. That's going to be 2.
Checkmate getting caught there. Like, you can't let that happen. The Mayhem starting to crumble a little bit in this round now. They need to find a little bit more, but the Justice, they can taste the blood in the water. Put it in overtime position now. The Mayhem really economically disastrous in this round. Losing Hydron here is the death knell, no doubt about it.
You do have some players coming back off spawn, so someone going to come back. You have Animo in the mix. attack visor comes down. Yeah, big damage coming in here from Happy on the side.
Oh my word, Happy catches Animo there. And despite what the scoreboard might indicate, pretty smooth sailing for the Justice.
Yeah, it's just that one fight that Florida wins to get that 57%. You never felt like the Justice were in trouble. Like, even if you lose there, you know, you still have another fight or two. So they really get it dominated. The opening sequence there is, I think both teams probably want to keep this comp running throughout most of this map. I think probably even through most of this series.
There's a good chance of that. Like we talked about Mag obviously making a Doomfist switch. Again, that was definitely under some degree of duress. If the Justice aren't being tested in the mirror, why change anything? This comp also works just fine with Decay coming in, if not better. Here we go. So no Echo here for the Justice, which was a possibility with Assassin in the lineup. There will be mirror comps maintained.
You gotta wonder if you're gonna most likely play Tracer like a lot of the time. No, Decay is obviously a fantastic Tracer.
Ooh.
That's going to be checkmate getting an opening kill there.
Yeah, Opener overextends to make sure he lands a boop on someone to knock him off course. Somehow, though, the dive is there, and Mag doesn't have to do too much. He just surfs on the roof while his DPS go to work.
And all you have is Lucio healing currently for the Florida Mayhem, and you have some players that are low. Like, can you cross this large open gap with the 76 just railing down from the high ground and take the point? Because Assassin can just keep this contested, or at least can try to, as he has to step off for a quick second, but Mag on the high ground is doing big work right now.
Assassin's wary of the boop, right? That's going to force a recall instantly from him playing from outside of the point. So now he'll continue to harass from this side. That was a shot that came in from Sir Margin on the high ground. Hydron a little low. Mag also is taking a bit of a licking here, so you see him sitting the top right of your screen. He's slept, in fact.
He actually drops some players to the low ground, and he's actually putting so much pressure up there, trying to not let Hydron get set up. Now drops down onto the point.
I mean, that's perfect. Happy really punishes someone. He finds an angle that someone can't reposition quickly enough on the point. You don't want to be on the point when you got a soldier that has such a sick sideline. Happy dropped down to get that kill.
You feel like it's just a matter of
time
where it flips over to the Justice, and there it goes. So Justice get control. They don't have to use anything to get that. As this next fight coming up, Mitch, you're gonna look like everybody having ultimates across the board. I think like who can protect these 76s on the high ground? Like Mag, you see it on your screen here, doing a nice job trying to take that position already.
That sound barrier for Animo, Matt. He's well ahead of Opener. It can be a key factor, providing it's not broken up by Winston bubbles or sight line breaking.
Enemy here.
Hydron has to keep his head down right now. Right, there's the dive for the Florida Mayhem. They're trying to take the initiative here, but Happy drops down, and he has that tactical visor to work with. Nano on top of it, which means that there was no way someone wasn't going to get mulched. What a sleep. What a finish there.
And Florida ends up using their sound barrier, their visor, and a pulse bomb there. But the damage is so big coming out from Happy with the nano visor early that Hydron just gets deleted. Like before he even gets the benefits of the sound barrier, just basically insta-killed. So now you'll have Primal Rage to keep this going, and you'll have your sound barrier here from Washington. So good set of ultimates coming in here to really push this to probably a one-fight territory.
Being in the lead as well, the Justice love to extend that with a good use of the beat. Open and needs to be careful. Okay, he's able to get the beat away before someone can continue to juggle him. Keeps Opener alive through most of that Primal Rage. Mag will have his as well. Someone has to pull out there and reset.
Yeah, and he's going to get a nano now, someone, and go to the high ground, and he actually gets booped down to the low ground. So someone absolutely in no man's land right now. Can't make any type of play. Like, look where he is on the Winston, just kind of like walking around. Hit with a pulse bomb is... that is really, it's a really nice play by Opener to be able to get that boop, knock him to the low ground, and when he gets knocked to the low ground, that's when Washington Justice push through, kill his backline. And that'll be it, as the Justice, they take map number 1.
Some confident looks there. Mag says, I hope you're looking at my play of the game right now, chums. As Florida Mayhem look a little shell-shocked after that first round. Mirrored compositions, and this is what Florida wanted to force in their matchup against Atlanta, but it's a completely different beast, a different foe in front of them. And they're coming off second best right now. It's going to have to be drilling down on the fundamentals for the Mayhem Plenty more left in this series, plenty more life in the Mayhem yet. Let's see what they can bring out after this. And yeah, it feels real good to be here at LAN once more at the Dallas Fuel Kickoff Clash Tournament. Now, if you guys are here at the venue, and I'm looking at you collectively presently, you'll be missing out on some fantastic in-game rewards as a part of the location-based rewards in the Overwatch League app. Install the app, connect your account, head over to the League Hub tab on the far left in the bottom, and click on the gift icon in the top right and get yourself an Overwatch League Winston skin, League tokens, and some sprays.
We know you guys have phones now.
Yep. We have found that out through extensive market research.
We know you have phones.
Yep.
We see some of you currently now on your phones.
Shout out BPL.
You can do that. Claim those rewards.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. Obviously, the Overwatch League skins are, like the Overwatch League themed ones are pretty hard to get. Usually only through viewership rewards and such. So make sure you get some of those, plus some league tokens.
We didn't even get them coming to the events. Now we can get them.
That's right. Here we are, though. The Florida Mayhem better be collecting their rewards quickly if the game keeps going this way.
Oh, they better have gotten their rewards already with this going. I'm kind of shocked. I thought Florida would like settle down a little bit with, you know, hey, we kind of played a little bit rough yesterday. Like, let's come on, bring it back today. Didn't really trust the Justice yet again, but man, I looked wrong.
I mean, that first map was a bit of a sloppy jalopy from the Mayhem. Very, I mean, losing someone 2 fights in a row first means that they don't have the mechanism to set the pace of the game. Midtown is going to be the second map chosen in this series, of course, by the Florida Mayhem. Let's see what they've got cooked up on this map. It's another one where we see plenty of these Winston comps, and defensively, the Winston comps look quite good, Matt, on that second phase of the map where you can sort of dive down on the attackers.
And I think it's scary for Florida because the type of play style you played in map number 1 is kind of what you want to play, what you think you could take advantage of from the Justice. So to come out on the losing side of that, kind of double down here as you go into Midtown. You'll be able to play a lot of the same stuff. As no substitutions for either team. You're really just kind of looking at the Justice DPS. What's going on there is Decay not in again, so it'll be Assassin. We saw Decay yesterday for a little bit.
It really feels like a different look for the Justice. Like, we don't want to sort of mischaracterize the play style of Assassin versus Decay. We kind of talked about the roles they filled last year when they played together. A lot of the time, Assassin was expected to perform without a lot of resources invested in him constantly, and sometimes the heroes he'd play, like Sombra, for example, were emblematic of that and allowed him to play in that way. Here on the Tracer as well, you can see he's really been there with Mag. Less of like the solo play instinct, it seems.
And that allows you to focus more on Happy. It allows Krillin to make some more offensive plays, right, as we've seen. It'll be the Florida Mayhem on offense. Let's see how they go with their first approach. Play out a grenade from Krillin. Connects with 2 right off the rip. It's like a slow approach to the choke. Is the Tracer in the 76 will want to go towards his alley, try and make a wraparound.
There's a dive from someone, but all it really does is stake a claim to some space here. No one really there to capitalize. A lot of longer range poke happening in this part of the map. You see, obviously, Sleep Dart could be very dangerous for Happy, so he needs to be very careful on that corner. Again, someone misses the mark in trying to dive that Soldier.
And he has to be careful when diving onto the 76 and blocking the line of sight of the fire truck, and is on and not able to heal him. You see right now, has to jump out for a quick second.
Yeah, again, that will definitely limit him. Okay, this is better though. Stays in Margin's line of sight, forces the Justice to play back inside the garage and start capturing the point. It's taken a couple of jumps to get him here, but now the rest of his team can join and start to keep, Happy and Mag caught inside. Mag trying to open things up and jump on out. Another jump off the wall for someone. He could be in trouble. There's no jump cooldown left, but Happy's playing conservatively here.
Yeah, and you have Assassin on the point as he's put big damage down into someone and goes up to the high ground for some healing. It's been quite odd since they moved on to the point. The Justice were pretty much full HP and didn't decide to move forward. Then they lose Krillin.
Now the DPS peeled away from Krillin to try and find a better angle on someone. Krillin was on his own, had to nade himself and still got taken down. Bit of a rotational error from the Justice there. It's tough to play from this position, to be sure. But now they're going to be giving pretty much the whole point up. It's Assassin and Happy moving in with Open, and now 3 players, but they're going to be facing down the tactical visor. The Mayhem have to back away from this. Key ultimate. Soundberry comes half a second too late. That's devastating for the Justice. They need to get it done with 4, and now Hydron is turning up the heat.
And you have a nano boost given on to Mag. He jumps onto the point. You're not close to the primal yet. That's what you're trying to play for here. It's Krillin not able to get in line of sight. As things kind of fall apart for the Justice at the end. Didn't really love how the second part of that fight went.
I mean, you can see how much of those fights were predicated on where the Anas were relative to the Winstons. The fact that Happy and Assassin had to leave Krillin on his own for that split second to get a better angle was what cost them to start the fight. Come back in with Tac Visor, doesn't really give them the result they're looking for.
This could also snowball in favor of the Mayhem rather quickly. Now the Cart gonna move around, get close to this first corner. You see some players trying to take control of this high ground already, but with your sound barrier, your pulse bump, primal rage here is, Mag gets you with a biotic grenade, so he has to give up this top platform. It's gonna be a really fast take here on this second point.
Mag needs to try and regain some of this space now without going too far. Notice he's trying not to overextend, playing on top of the scaffolding there. Checkmate also doesn't want to hard commit too much to the high ground. The Justice tentatively have it, but the cart is moving under them already, so they must drop in a few moments. Nice little boot there to redirect Mag as he tries to start something up.
So it'll be Mag with a primal. He's going to knock these players really far back on Florida, but I don't know if it's going to result in like anything, really. A nice sleep here.
Yeah, woken up.
Yep.
Again, not really much health to work with now. 500 seems like a lot. Not up against Soldier and Ana, just blow you up. Someone trying to pressure Mag. His teammates can't see him, and Hydron forced them away with a tactical visor threat. Opener can't really wall right away from this threat either, and that recall being forced from Assassin. Not good signs here for the Justice. Momentum favoring the Mayhem, and they're making extensive use of it.
Without doubt, I mean, Mag uses that Primal Rage, goes for the supports and the 76, and gets nothing. And he gets so split from the team, they're trying to collapse back on, but some good ultimates here is the Justice looking like they want to touch this maybe, and oh, it's going to be a fast push here from Florida. Going to use the sound barrier, get aggressive, try and fight it before they can even get a chance to touch.
So Margin punishes Opener in a big way there. Bionic Grenade connecting onto the Lucio, follow it up with the sound barrier of your own, and you are in a much better position. Now the Justice maybe want to try and get out alive. Mag.
What are the odds of that?
Yeah, low.
Snag going to get some more payload progress here for essentially free, right?
3:30 on the clock, a lot for the Mayhem to work with here, and an extra sort of contingency against another Mag dive in the form of that Pulse Bomb, unless Checkmate wants to look for something himself. Right now, they're probably content to push. Happy sidelines a little constrained by virtue of the cart being where it is.
It's also probably hard to play aggressive with this tac visor in this position because there's so many areas where Florida can spread and hide. You almost want to wait until they have to turn this corner and come out into the open.
Or just get in their face with the nano, right? Just run at them.
Yeah.
Which we've sort of seen before to break through chokes by some teams. Okay, no recall available for Checkmate, so he needs to stay scarce.
I mean, there's nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really feel like you can go maybe more aggressive with that, but
even if you do, you go around that corner, you can get crossfired
from
different ways.
They nanoed him. They tried to keep Happy alive. It wasn't enough. Checkmate bulldozes him.
It's like you would have loved the nano, like this corner that they're about to turn, where like that home stretch, that's where the nano could have been really effective from Happy. Right, you have the nano and the tac visor here. It's like wide open. They go around that pillar, still open, not a lot of rooms to go into. At that moment, that's where the visor would have been really effective.
These sidelines really start to favor Hydron now, and he knows it. Tactical visor, nano boost, pressure on Mag. Sound barrier has to be used there by Opener. A sleep dart on the Winston. It's got to be a primal from Mag. And even then, he's barely getting out alive. He's low and will be chased out by Checkmate. The Tracer's starting to have some impact. Assassin wants to try and reciprocate, and he's going to be somewhat to fall. A big clutch helix rocket from the periphery from Happy will break the deadlock and give the Justice some room to breathe.
Yeah, so we're on board with Hydron, and he ends up using the visor. Everybody able to get back into the spot and play really deep. So Mag gets the Primal Rage at the right time. So we got here with about like, what, it was like 3 minutes plus you were talking about, like on the clock? You're already down at a minute 30. So pretty decent hold from the Justice here. It looked like it was going to get out of control.
They've been on damage control, Matt, for about half of this map after losing the initiative in that second phase. Now they have a sound barrier to work with here. It's going to be instrumental, especially if there's some pressure headed in Margit's direction. Glancing blow on Assassin. He's forced to play back. A Checkmate is hunting. Pulse Bomb thrown down. It's going to pull the sound barrier out of the Mayhem here. They want to try and dig deep, and Hydron getting Assassin is a great start. Checkmate happy enough for the time being, allowing the Justice to come forth, emerge from their hiding holes, but Happy gets nanoed. Tac visor, though, really gets nullified, and Hydron's in such a good spot to work here. The Justice had players to touch, but they were otherwise occupied.
And they missed an opportunity there. When Happy gets the tac visor out, they spread a little bit, and Animo is right on the corner, and they know where he is. There's two players looking at him, and nobody like jumps on him. Like Mag was right there. He could have just like went at Animo, probably could have finished him off himself, or forced him around the corner, and Happy would have taken him out. They just kind of sit there. As everybody got Mayhem signs today.
It's a lot of bricks.
Yeah, not sure that's the official hashtag, but
well,
at one point,
for a time.
Yeah.
For a blissful time, yes.
Yep.
So 51 seconds on the clock for the Florida Mayhem. And you mentioned, Matt, that about 90 seconds did get shaved off in that last phase of the map. But given how treacherous Midtown can be, I think you're pretty happy with that now as you move to defense. And look, some key moments there as well from Checkmate. He goes hunting, but it's Hydron that connects with Assassin with a big Helix rocket. And that last phase of the map really suits him. It's well within his optimal range. Hard to flank and pressure him as defenders. Good looks from the Florida Mayhem after a slow start.
Do you think you feel comfortable as Florida, though, with that?
Never. Not on this map. Not on a Winston-based defense composition either. We see... It's one of the most volatile, one of the most snowbally
so easy to get punished, yeah.
All that has to happen is a Winston gets put out of position or someone puts a bubble over your Lucio when he's sound barring and everything just, goes the wrong way.
You can get picked off so easy as well by the 76 with like an Ana shot coming in. And
if there's a sleep dart especially or a Helix Rocket Ana shot, it's over.
Yeah, Helix Rocket Ana shot. I mean, it's so powerful.
Mayhem group this high ground here. Obviously very convenient for someone to drop down. It's just Hydron is the issue. Needs to keep tabs on where Margin's playing from. Oh, the body block of the Sleeping Wits. Someone even going to survive that. That's huge.
It's also not a great position for Mag to jump into. Makes it very difficult on Krillin. There's going to be a bubble coming in the way. The bubble's not going to get broken. Can't really do anything in that range unless the bubble breaks in time, gets a nade out. Like, it makes it really difficult for Mag to get any type of healing there.
You have to be an excellent Winston player to find success in situations like this. And speaking of the devil, someone able to dispatch Assassin now, and this gives the Mayhem a bit of a green light to pressure a little bit further under this underpass.
Maybe if you're Washington, do you try and take like the alleyway here? Do you try and go for high ground? It seems like a lot of teams just go for this lower approach, try and maybe poke a little bit, and then get over the opposite side of the fire truck and make a play.
We've talked about this team being on the same page, or rather not being on the same page, a lot. If it's still an issue, it's going to be exposed here. Mag dives towards the garage. Look at the Winston bubble. Cuts off line of sight. That's someone putting it down to make it half a Margin to keep Mag standing. Forces Mag to get out prematurely. The nano on someone, though.
They disengage completely. As soon as the nano comes out onto someone, they run away. So it's going to be Hydron here on a flank as well with a visor.
Happy tries to go aggressive with a visor of his own, but it's the bionic grenade from Margin that shuts him down. Hydron getting rid of Assassin. That's a big deal. He's relatively safe in his position as the Justice are very sporadically distributed.
He goes from the high ground. He actually goes through the subway car and comes all the way around, drops down the opposite side of the choke with attack visor from behind, enough to clean up, finish off a few of the players as the Justice in some trouble now. Minute 35 or so on the clock. You got a pulse bomb, you got a sound barrier here. Might be your only sound barrier of this half.
Decent setup though for the Justice. Got Mag in a position where he can be tended to, and he's able to create that space and put the Mayhem back on their side of the map. That's a stick. Oh, checkmate! Someone order a special delivery? Mag there, primal, getting real angry. No one there to see it at this time though. Now the pressure comes on and Anamo's there with a sound barrier in time as Margin was feeling the heat. Getting rid of Krillin though is someone, and Mag walks away with nothing. Frustrating, I'm sure, for the Justice. Getting Sir Margin though means now this fight goes longer. Someone has no healing available, and the door's now open for the Justice.
You don't have a tick though, so you can regroup here if you're Florida. It'll be checkmate going on, getting a touch, so still not even one tick. Now you'll get that first tick, you're gonna get close to a second one, but you're at full strength if you're Florida. You're also going to have this nano boost, so you can contest.
Florida bide their time. This needs to be well executed though. Someone drops down to the point, they'll bite it, go down to the back line, and Mag is gonna be able to chase Hydron down. Happy has a very safe vantage point now as well. Florida were unable to really scout the position of the Justice players, and that nade ruined their day.
Mag puts enough pressure on the supports where they have to rotate out. They're not able to see someone, so not able to use that nano boost. You end up holding on to it. Maybe you want to hold on to it as well for the 76 on the high ground here. Use it on the attack visor coming in as Washington barely scrapes through, getting that first point.
They start on the right foot here though by having Mag just surge ahead and play pretty safely around that corner. Happy has an excellent advantage once more. Mag, a defensive biter grenade there, thrown in his direction. Assassin's Pulse Bomber could have been big, but it's stuck on the door frame.
A Nano onto Man, this feels real early.
Yeah, I mean, the Mayhem were able to fall back pretty quickly. Now that Nano's expired, this is where we're going to try and pressure and punish Mag a little more. Hydron knocked up there, able to find opener with that Nano visor.
That Nano on a Mag was pretty bizarre. Was not in a position to engage, go in. Didn't catch his health before that. Like maybe just to heal him up, and then they thought he was going to go. The only other thing I can think of is maybe they were actually trying to get Happy rotating around the staircase and get him up there with the Nano and the attack visor, and just kind of Mag walked in front and just threw it all away. It's just a really weird play.
It looks strange.
Yeah.
It was, and the Mayhem were able to disengage with plenty of warning.
Definitely felt strange after he got it. Nothing really happened.
Well, this is going to delay things a little more. Mag hit by the bio. Someone able to get a lot of information playing from this position. And he can make a counter dive attempt of his own here. Look at all the attention he's taking. Well, meanwhile, Mag getting slapped around a bit. Here's that primal range now. Fists are flying. Ooh, the juggling is a little scary. Happy could be in some danger, but Hydron's able to find opener as well. Even better for the Mayhem. Someone gets out and says, the one kill on Lucio? More than enough.
So a few fights go in Florida's favor. So this is a very difficult point to cap because you're also, if you're the Justice, right, you have to get it under the underpass completely, then around that corner where you can really stall out pretty well at the end. If you're the Florida Mayhem, so Florida puts themselves in a really good spot.
That's where you had to see the body block to make it so that someone couldn't actually just jump out of that position. Nice job by the Justice identifying that opportunity to punish the Winston. Player advantage. Kark, though, still needs to move well and truly under this little bridge, and Mag's not able to body block and prevent Hydron from getting back to safety. He has to do the same.
He's going to make it out with his life, though, and 5 ultimates here for the Justice to try and extend this map.
Yeah, so Marjed right in Happy's face there. He's able to get a body grenade onto the Soldier 76, but the sound barrier means the Justice can shrug those effects off pretty comfortably. They burst forth here in this overtime, and they're able to get the advantage. There's no way Checkmate's going to get away with this as Krillin finds a bio just for him, and it will be that second checkpoint here for Washington.
Well, that's one way to do it. Brute force with the attack visor. Some kills here, following up towards the end. Not as much of a stagger as you saw in our first half, but not a lot of time to get this over, to complete the map. In 1:12 on the clock, you're looking at what, 2 fights, 3 fights possibly, with how long some of these go. If you're Florida, I probably consider trying to take a fight early, right? Contest the card, draw them out of this position.
Hard to do though, with anyone but someone. Krillin here. Oh, the nade! Okay, Checkmate was just able to even the legend. There were 2 kills. Krillin dropped down. Checkmate handily dispatching the entire backline of the Justice, effectively stopping that push.
It's huge. You just use that pulse bomb. You're able to stop the push right there. This is going to burn a lot of time off of the clock and put the Justice in desperation territory. And now you're going to force the Justice to run right into you, and guess what? You have that Nano visor. You can give that Nano to Hydron and let him go to work.
Pulse bomb yeeted there by Assassin, with the Mayhem spry enough to keep clear of it. No recall available for Assassin. He needs to wait for just AoE heals by the looks of things. But again, the backline for the Mayhem is gone. I mean, Florida are doing what you kind of asked, Matt, playing fairly far forward, but they are exposing Animo and Marjed to the aggression the Justice have here. Washington, stay of execution.
That's okay, though. If you're Florida, you got out the primal range. That's a huge ultimate in terms of stall and just displacement. You can come back now. You have your own primal. You have your own Nano visor. You might have one on the other side, too, though. I know Happy, we'll see. He's got this. And that's an early kill and a Checkmate.
That's huge. Krillin able to line Checkmate up there. A lot of burst damage taken, but Hydron's looking to make use of that visor now. He's hit with a body grenade for a brief moment, but now he's able to punish. Assassin trying to back away. What a connection with the Helix. But the Wes attack visor is own now. Overtime's ticking, pushing towards the card. Happy fights 2, and Mac gets involved. The Washington Justice digging their heels. And now it's a matter of getting rid of someone. How much time can he buy for the rest of his team? Jumping back in their direction, but a biotic grenade will seal the deal. Thoughts?
I feel like that one Florida is going to wish they had back. They have an opportunity there. Nano visor comes up big. I thought Mag did a really nice job playing around the cart, dodging that. But it's Happy with a great visor. It's also Krillin hitting a biotic grenade
early.
So he hits a biotic grenade. They get rid of checkmate. That's a good point. He hits a biotic grenade onto Mag, onto the payload. As soon as the visor is popped by Happy, it's a primal from someone, sleeps him. They're able to wrap around. They go past him so the visor doesn't just wake him up. And he's like the only healer up for a lot of that time as you lost opener. So sick play again from Krillin.
It's an odd choice of name, considering that his namesake has a habit of dying first in the anime, and he just never does.
I have never watched any anime in my entire life, so I would have no idea about that.
Probably just called himself.
I think one person booed.
I mean, tough crowd, holy.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
I mean, they have the Cowboys here, they're used to booing.
Oh dear, I'm glad I'm up here. All right, a minute 51 for the Florida Mayhem. Again, like you said, probably wish they had that one back in a position to, end the round in that overtime, but Krillin strikes again, taking checkmate off the table.
And you really wonder about the momentum just kind of like on the stage right now. Washington caps it at the end. Florida feel like they probably had it won. If Washington's able to take this point early,
don't say it. No way.
You're able to turn this map back into the favor of the Justice. That'd be tough.
It took them literal eons, the Justice, to really get all their ducks in a row for a successful push. Mag, that biotic grenade, can he slink away? Yes! The Mayhem are so risk-averse right now that they don't follow the Winston that has his healing denied.
Just trying to find an opening right now. Playing a little bit safer. So they know there's an opportunity to catch somebody out here on this high ground, I feel like.
There's another bio. This one hits onto someone. Still tough to find an opening. The Justice again taking their sweet time, but that's something they've got very little of right now. 3 seconds left in the round and they've lost Mag. Assassin has to recall. He was on the point, yes, and he'll be able to trigger overtime, sure. The Justice just don't have the pieces in play right now. Assassin looks to pressure once more. Another recall was there. Happy forced out of line of sight by Hydron, who really has a very target-rich environment. Helix rocket connection. Assassin has to blink through him and will blink no more. Mac just lands on Margit, but there's no chance to touch the point after that. The Justice come away with 0 ticks, 0%.
Yeah, it's a nice biotic grenade from Jed at the beginning. Lands right on top of Mag, and they're he's trying to juggle around his bubble, stay alive. Not able to do so. Things just fall apart there. Once you lose your Winston there at the choke, it's tough.
And now you need to find a way to force the draw. In fairness, both teams were reluctant to get too aggressive. I think the fire truck on point A really poses quite a significant logistical issue for these teams in terms of making sure they can bloody see their main tank.
Yeah, because you try and dive a little bit further than that, there's so many corners that you can't rely on the Ana to just get through the choke alone, right? So it'll just be one tick here for the Florida Mayhem.
Florida need this
map number 2.
They need this map.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
To play as well as they did on their map pick, and to not be able to take it and and get themselves even in this series would be pretty heartbreaking.
It's just a brutal feeling losing your own map pick, right? I guess you feel it's fair to go down, losing the maps that you choose, but still, it's quite brutal in such a, what looks at least this far on this map like a very evenly matched game.
But again, as these teams, if there's an inability to coordinate their Winston dives, it gets exposed big time on a map like this. So a minute 50 to work with, everybody. The Florida Mayhem may be able to cycle into some ultimates, but I mean, not too many.
It's one of the more punishing chokes, you would think, right?
Someone's playing for counter dive positioning right now.
Trying to bait them in a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, so Hydron's trying to guarantee nice wide flank, pretty safe sight lines. Again, there's a lot of rumination that has to occur early in the round. Oh, someone's low on HP. Someone sees Mag looking a little haggard and makes the dive. Assassin gets caught out there in the Mayhem. They pick their spot to perfection. Now it's a matter of sticking the landing. Only one tick's all they need, and a big old bio-nade from Sir Marjed. A perfect 10 from the judges. And the Florida Mayhem even up the series.
not a fan about how the Justice played that on defense. And Krillin so far back, put Mag in a position where he gets really low. They have to drop down. As Florida Mayhem fans are excited now, Mitch.
And so they should be. A good look for them. Again, in those mirrored Winston compositions, Florida look vastly better on this map. They look like they're in tune with each other, and their approach to point A on Midtown was extremely fruitful. Washington Justice now is back to the drawing board. Make sure everybody is aligned as map 3 looms large. The man, the myth, the Luchador. That's right, for just 200 League tokens, you can get the Kickoff Clash legendary skin, Luchador Reaper. On sale now through June 25th. The best hero in the game, Matt.
Yeah?
Very
That's your
powerful.
opinion?
He's very powerful. Yeah. Especially when he comes in from the side, flanking, you know?
Yep. Undetectable.
Unless it's this meta and he just like shadow steps in front of you.
Yeah.
But he has his Zarya bubble, so it's fine.
So we go into the third map in the series, all tied up, one apiece. It'll be the Justice map pick, and I think what's interesting about the Justice map pick, no subs coming into this next one. Ross is going to say the same. They go with Watchpoint Gibraltar. So we talked a little bit about the Widowmaker battle at the beginning of the series, where the Florida Mayhem picked this map into the Atlanta Rain, and Kai on the Widow was crazy good. You got happy on your side if you're the Justice. You probably saw that yesterday and were like, we're going to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And you come in here and pick it. Let's see how Florida adjusts, though. Because Florida, they tried to play the Widow at first, then they started to play some of the Genji Tracer. I wonder what they decided to do early on.
We've been discussing how these teams are using their Winston comps a lot in this series, because obviously that's the only thing they've been playing. And it's quite different than talking through the Zarya or the Reinhardt looks, because there's a really big macro element of like rotations of where your supports are, and also the micro element of like people just being ready to back the Winston up. It makes it like a little bit more in the weeds, I guess, to try and talk about how these two teams are going when it comes to executing those looks. But here, I mean, and as we saw on sort of Midtown, we know what the win conditions definitely are for the Florida Mayhem here, and they are really about Hydron being able to have an impact, not necessarily take Widow duels, but also to sort of punish someone like Opener who has to maybe play towards the ground.
He just needs to be a threat to Happy, right? You can't just let Happy take these sight lines, block it off, dominate them, get headshots.
You have to believe you can win.
Force yourselves into positions. Even if you can't win, just keep it honest, right? Genji for the Justice, so you're going to put a lot of pressure onto Hydron, right? With Genji and Widow.
Yeah, Hydron's going to have to be looking front and center, and of course for any flanking opportunities. Mag with a Bionade hit there. He's going to be covered up pretty comfortably now, as Happy's playing towards the ground right now, trying to be a little bit less predictable about the angles he chooses to take, like this one. Okay, yeah, headshot, very cool. Someone smarting from that one, but the Justice gets slowed up by a triple bio hit.
So they have to slow down for just a second, but having the Widow on the side of the Florida Mayhem, that doesn't allow Happy to just take this position and just sit and dominate this high ground, but ooh, Happy rotates around, finds a headshot on the checkmate.
I mean, Assassin's doing a lot of work there as well. So much poke damage to follow up the dive. The Justice, yeah, I mean, it stands to reason that they feel pretty confident in this setup. And now, for Hydron, there's only so many positions you can actually take here. Those should all probably be, Happy's aware of kind of all of them.
I mean, you have Mag already set up on the high ground. Someone forcing him back, but you have Mag up on the high ground. You have the Widowmaker to deal with, and then also a Genji. Like, there's really, Hydron needs some help to get out of that position.
Someone's sleeping and he's nanoed. Oh my! Stop the clock!
Check him, PC.
I mean, this is what we kind of teased and what we were looking for from the Washington Justice. A Widow player potentially without equal.
It's a good thing we don't have Cussa and Jaws in here. Jaws would have cursed. And that was a wild shot. I mean, what in the world was that?
And this is what Happy provides. A very few DPS players can. Unreal.
A very few.
Flick aim.
Have you seen anybody else do that?
Not really. Okay, Primal Rage here for someone. Again, no singular target for him here, but as much as he can displace, he'll try to. Hydron's taken down by Assassin. It's not a good sign here for the Mayhem. Someone is also getting awful low, and Happy finishes the job.
Can you win a point off of just one kill? I mean, that was just like...
Well, you can win a heart off one kill.
Oh, I mean, that is just... There's nobody who hits shots like that in the league. That is just an unreal... we saw that clip the other day where Happy was getting juggled and hit the Tracer. I mean, that one was even more impressive.
Dangerous times now, and it's a recall. Assassin does see a Brigitte in front of him and thinks better of it. But again, this is enough to keep the Justice moving now. That Infrasight about to time out, still yielding valuable information for Happy, who takes a bit of a strange angle here on the low ground and moves the card at the same time. Assassin lingers a little too close though to someone, and that's the risk with Genji here. Hydron, beautiful. 2 headshots, 2 supports down.
That's big for the Florida Mayhem. You get control of the shuttle up in the high ground, you take away some of those sight lines, and you let Hydron punish. This is where he can really start to turn up, make an impact.
And now he gets to, you know, assume a bit more of a friendly position for Widowmaker, using the contouring of the top of that shuttle to be a little bit unpredictable. Happy has eyes for another though. So Margit inside the shuttle, he was hoping to catch a glimpse of. Oh, Adamo, he turned his shield to the side. Prime opportunity for Happy to capitalize upon, and pretty sure Margit went for a sleep dart there. It's all going wrong now for the Mayhem. They're gonna have to regroup.
This is a map that Florida probably feels pretty good on as well. They ended up picking it yesterday against Atlanta. Where, I mean, I think it's just you're running into, what, 2 of the better Widowmakers in the region, right?
One after another.
Yeah.
All right, Animo here. Hit with the body grenade, but still the rally. Gonna keep him fairly durable now. Assassin. Pressure here as he's not already being looked at. Hydron could be in trouble. Getting worked down by that SMG, but okay, not bad. Shot in the foot. We'll take that. Assassin unable to complete the kill now, and Krillin under a lot of pressure has to bionade himself, and that's not really enough that the card snuck over.
Yeah, the card snuck over. I was gonna say, this is great at the end, but the card's already through.
Frustration bubbling surely for the Mayhem here.
It is tough to be Hydron here. I mean, we've seen him hit some nice shots thus far, but he is under so much pressure. It's got to be so difficult to operate.
All right, Hydron reveals his, but okay, that's just a little obscure, isn't it? That's a sweaty gamer spot. Happy. Okay, all right. Hydron's in the building, and just a half-second more charge for Happy. That could have gone the other way. Very close.
You just got to hit a few of those, right? They scare Happy from taking those really aggressive angles.
Force him to respect you.
Yeah. So both Widows going to have Infrasight. I imagine they counter each other. You just get a little stalemate for a bit. There's one. There's the other.
Defensive Widows tend to hold on to those Infrasights until they hear them. Don't want to be disadvantaged and don't mind too much about having an Infrasight of their own. Okay, Mag pressuring. Hydron is able to hop, skip, jump away, grapple into spawn. Now Open is down. So the Justice, unsure about whether they should sort of proceed, and Mag was on an island.
Someone did a really nice job there, separating the backline from Mag. Mag dives in. He jumps right on top of Opener, ends up getting the kill, but the bubble, it blocks any opportunity for Krillin. And even Happy in that position to get any type of damage down or healing.
Assassin's really just prodding right now, waiting for Mag to open up a chance to follow up with a blade. Checkmate. Oh, that's beautiful! Margit from downtown, a bionade on Krillin. Not a darn thing he could do.
The Justice just seem all out of sorts. No, they were kind of rolling up until this point. And you don't want to say it's easy, but you know, when you're Widows dunking on somebody at the beginning of like every fight, right? Or getting 2 picks, you can move the card pretty freely. You see the angles Happy has to play from now, not taking those aggressive angles. It's a little bit harder to find those entry kills.
Yeah, acute angles from him in an ugly scenario for the Justice as they have a large expanse to cross. A lot of threats waiting for them. Here's the dive, here's the blade. Assassin the type to break down the front door instead of sneaking up on you. And Hydron knew his goose was absolutely cooked.
And the Nanos invested here from the Florida Mayhem. They put it onto someone. So this should allow the Justice to move the card a little bit, but more importantly, Happy should be able to get set up on one of these high ground perches. Just start clicking it as they come out of the spawn. They gotta be so careful here. The defense has been pretty good from Florida, though.
Now the Mayhem are like the turtles that need to make it to the water. You know what I mean? Happy gets to set up and watch them come out of spawn. Big bionade. Hydron tries to go for the Bastion play. And that bio gets shrugged off here. So the Mayhem, how well are they set up? Someone not able to find purchase there on Happy, who's able to get away. Still wants to commit here. Okay. Happy needs to go to his Who's going to get topped up here. Infrasight got to be popped. Hydron doesn't have it available right now.
It's just sick angles, and Hydron's not going to have it because he switched to the Bastion. Goes back to Bastion again, going to come out of the spawn.
Oh, it's a Mayhem classic!
Little wheels mode.
Echoes of Zephyr, but it's not going to get the job done this time. Points for creativity and a big old throwback to yesteryear.
Yeah.
The Justice are going to get what they came for. They get the map done. No time left.
Sure, Mayhem fans would love some of those previous strats to be left in the past.
That was against the Houston Outlaws on this very map.
Oh, the Outlaws fans remember.
Oh dear. One of the more cantankerous events in Overwatch League history.
Yeah, very cantankerous.
What is that?
I agree. It's just extremely cantankerous.
Killing me. Getting the map done there for the Justice, though, feels like a win, especially with how much they got slowed down. And they really struggled for Assassin to find a way to get in position to actually get that Genji in someone's face. Now, Happy? All right, switching over to the Ashe here, Matt.
It's quite interesting. Playing the Ashe here in this position. Maybe it's because they saw that Florida played the Tracer Genji the other day.
Yeah.
Maybe they want to play the Ashe with the Dynamite, can hurt some players up close. Coach Gun, be a little bit more defensive.
Cheers for the Florida Mayhem erupting. See what they can do here. Again, finishing the map is the bare minimum. So it needs to be something a little more than that. No Symmetra play to begin with. Genji Tracer seems to be the order of the day here. A lot of pressure on backlines, and Happy sort of preparing for that in advance.
Yep. It's what they ran the other day. So they ran the Widow at the start, but when the Widow wasn't working, they switched to this. So come out right away. It looks like Hydron going back. So I like this switch. Hydron sees that they have the Ashe. Don't play the Genji. Like, don't commit to the Genji. Outrange this Ashe. Play the Widowmaker. This is an opportunity for you to start taking over some of these angles.
There are definitely some parts of the map where the Widow is heavily favored, depending on the angles that Hydron chooses to take. And you can see that, I mean, with Happy being conspicuously absent from sightlines right now, he's conceding a bit of ground. Oh, okay, Assassin.
And a nice shot.
Body shot's enough to take down the Tracer.
See what the Widowmaker can do here. Just force this positioning, right? And even if you don't force the positioning per se, it makes you so cautious to cross gaps and take routes you normally would take, because just one shot from that Widow is going to seal the deal, and that is an easy point A.
The Justice, I wouldn't even say they lost an intrinsic part of their setup there with Assassin going down early. It's nice to have, but if you can execute a dive of your own, it's fine. Who dies with Mag at that point? Happy's just not in a position to do anything about that.
I also just feel like it's a really good comp switch from the Florida Mayhem. Take advantage of the Ashe play.
Take advantage of Checkmate's Genji as well, which is definitely of some renown.
Now you look at like Hydron and Checkmate. If you can get a pick here early, you can set a really fast time to take this second checkpoint.
Another very threatening biotic grenade there from Sir Marjet. A little easy to hit these, as you just got to get him inside the shuttle.
I wonder if the plan is to
stay... Assassin. Oh, no.
I wonder if the plan is to stay on the Ashe. Ooh, a nice headshot there. That's a grapple up and a headshot on the Krillin. I wonder if the plan is to stay on the Ashe. Hope that you can dive Hydron and give him trouble. That switches him off of that. And then maybe you think the Ashe is a little bit more effective. Because if you weren't going for that, right, you probably would have conceded and maybe have gone for the Widow matchup.
Happy maybe regretting that now, is he's really not had a lot of opportunities to put any form of pressure or have teammates put pressure on Hydron. Checkmate has a blade here, takes note of Happy's position, and there it is! The Widow outranging the Ashe, and Hydron quicker on the trigger finger, apparently. Checkmate tries to take off, and he's blasting off again. It's going to be Nano Boost here on towards Opener and someone. The Mayhem really want to get this one home right now. That Pulse Bomb not connecting for Assassin. That's going to hurt the defensive endeavors here for the Justice. Returning to the card is someone, but there's still a Tracer there to deal with.
And Maga just jumped in really deep, trying to kill Hydron. Finally makes it back to the team, and Happy finishes him off. But the Justice, they barely hold on. Let's see now if they can get on top of this shuttle and lock it down for a little bit. They need to buy themselves some more time. Also, during that fight, Krillin gets the Nano on the opener. The Nano brig is filthy when the fights happen on the cart like that.
No one can hide from my sight.
Yeah, the Inspire healing now, just ticking off everything you do is pretty ridiculous. As well as your legitimate damage threat. Oh, okay, Hydra not ready for this. Oh, it's dangerous. Mag hunting here, but look at that. The Infrasight yields all the information that Hydron needs to complete another crucial kill on Happy.
Well, that's a biotic grenade that's on a checkmate as he pulls out the blade. He's got to be careful. The rally was going.
No fear. He'll chase down Krillin, who's going to get dispatched as well. Here are the Mayhem, well positioned. Everything's going their way. And they've got a lot of time to work with. Still 2:40 on the clock. Sailing this one home. A whopping 4:06.
Yes, I believe Happy going to have to jump off the side. Got that close spawn, not going to make it out. You're going to get a kill on a both supports here. So to give them a little bit of payload progress, not a extremely nasty stagger. Still going to get this cart pretty close to this first corner.
I mean, finishing the map with more than a minute in the time bank is going to be pretty huge. It can still be tough, obviously, hitting that point A, but the Mayhem, the heuristic, their sort of flowchart of who to go for first and how to set themselves up with a crucial first kill has really been paying off. Hydra, no, he doesn't want to be here. No, he's overcommitted. And he just had to go for it there. There's obviously you slide off sort of curved edges here, so he just jumped a little bit too far forward.
It's quite unfortunate. You're going to have to wait for him to make anything happen as you're kind of dry on ultimates here for the Mayhem. Probably looking at what? A Nano onto either checkmate for some extra damage up on the high ground or just someone for survivability and then into a primal maybe.
Happy's still on that Ash, still convinced that it's the answer. Bob will definitely be helpful. Someone is going to be sleeping off that ultimate, much to the chagrin of the Mayhem, and here comes Big Bad Bustling Bob. It's a Winston over the top for Mag, looking to compound the issues rather for the Mayhem. Assassin doesn't find the stick there. The Justice gets some of that breathing room, but it's really a question of what they can do with it, Matt. They did nothing in that previous phase.
Run with a jump shot over the wall, gonna take out Krillin again. He's done that twice now.
Some classy stuff, and okay, there was a big opening there. I think Opener realized that Hydron would have been lurking. A very odd angle to take, and that's what you're gonna do.
Rally use here in Nano.
It's time. Unsheathe the blade. Krillin can't get away in time. He's fallen first in the consecutive last two fights. Mag is low, gets nanoed now. It's gonna expire.
Do you think it was a little bit early for some of those ultimates? He might be able to come back and fight this now for the Justice.
For the Nano maybe. Mag still had to jump out despite the damage mitigation. Now sat on the point, sleep on someone, wasn't actually interrupted. That's crucial for the Justice. They can now make the counter dive work.
He used a lot of the ultimates there for the Florida Mayhem. Maybe you thought that was enough with a body block to get it over the line. As Hydra now switches to the 76. Oddly enough, this is actually where I might like the Ashe a bit better. You can outrange. It's going to be consistent damage from the 76, but you see these pot shots at a distance.
Oh, Happy! That's just bizarre. Checkmate. Not able to descend there. Nice little headshot.
The Ashe can control the high ground a bit. It's a really nice pick into this, I feel like.
Another bot build very quickly for Happy after his previous one, I think, being the first in the round.
He's going to do what he does.
Oh, Marjed might have opened this up in a big way, though. Someone going to drop in here. Primal Rage now. Happy, mindful of the ultimate that he still has. Dynamite to pressure those healing resources. Oh, okay. Great shots from Hydron. He emerges from his hiding place that he was forced into by the Ashe. Catches Happy off guard. Someone is definitely a cause for concern for Happy.
Get hit with a biotic grenade. Killed instantly, and that's going to be 2 kills for Assassin. Turns this as Florida may not be able to finish this off. They looked like they were in pole position. I think they actually used too many ultimates maybe in that one fight.
Starting to run out of a little bit of gas here. 22 seconds left. They come out of the shuttle phase with over 4 minutes of time. That is all but gone now. They're just finishing the map. It's going to have to be enough for them here.
Just look at the Ashe, though. Happy just chunks some of these players down as they walk on in.
Still has the Bob. It's going to be unreal. A 6th player in this next fight, and in comes Bob now. Overtime is going to be beginning. Someone trying to give himself a place to sojourn for a time. Bubble thrown down on the card on Hydron. Nano fighting here, but there's no targets. No one to shoot at. Opener shield's going to get worked out, and Mag has the primal rage, but he's been hit with a bionic grenade. His time may be short, but Opener's the one that gets the nano boost here, and Happy was waiting for Hydron. Bionic field deployed here by the Soldier 76, and Hydron wins out in that duel. That's one. Checkmate. That's 2-1 Mag. Opener under a lot of pressure here, and Checkmate is low as well. The Winston's going to get involved, though, and finally the Brig is brought down. The Florida Mayhem come alive when it counts.
Last fight, they come up clutch. So, man, these, the first map, I think, was definitely in favor of the Justice, but these last two are going down to the wire. Is a minute on the clock for both teams. This is where you start to think even the Widowmaker's even more dangerous, right? Because we know how impactful those first kills are in these fights. If you get one early, whether it's like for Hydron or Happy, that could give you enough payload movement here with only a minute on the clock to be the difference in winning this map.
Some of the most electrifying moments in Overwatch League history have occurred in, you know, overtime, extra innings scenarios on Gibraltar. So volatile. Teams have always had to play Winston-based comps with some sort of long-range hit-scan pressure. And they really make the fights hard to predict. Now, I mean, in Overwatch 2, it's even more volatile. It reminds me of, you know, San Francisco, Seoul on this particular map. You know, throw that back to grand finals of old.
So we'll get the Widow duel here between Hydron and Happy. Yeah, Hydron started to heat up there towards the end. Yeah, when he was starting to play the Widow of his own, starting to really pop off.
It's a huge ask for a rookie, right? Going up against Happy on a map that favors Widowmakers and sort of have that sense of confidence. It's going to have to go big again here for sure. Well, Happy! That's the start the Justice were looking for. And now hunting for more.
Now you try and give the Justice, get this high ground, get even better angles for Happy.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 30 now. Happy again looking for Hydron's projected position. He is correct. Missing that shot means he might want to reposition somewhat. Maybe aid the card and get into the extra progress. And Openers here with a body grenade. Yep, this might be time to go for the Mayhem. Someone also doused with one. He has to back away. Remember, there's no Tracer here to chase down those low health Winstons.
And with the Widowmaker sightlines, it forces everybody into the server room. This Mag's got to jump up. He's here with a biotic grenade. Somebody's got to touch his cart.
Overtime pretty generous here, but still the Justice have to drop someone down. And they do. Hydron! What a time to come alive! Now we can sit back here and punish Opener, who had his shield turned in the wrong direction. A good result here for the Florida Mayhem if they can hold the cart right here. It's Assassin the last one to try and stand up. That'll be that.
Yeah, had Surmajet hit a biotic grenade onto both supports as well on the high ground. This Hydron, though, evens it up, right? That Widow battle, Happy gets the first one. Hydron bounces back. Still not like a guarantee, right? Like where we see this payload progress, it can be tough to get it through that tunnel, especially, I know, if the defensive Widowmaker is locking that down.
One Widow headshot.
Do you think
one biotic grenade could cause this to go either way?
Do you think they'll play the Widow on D now? They came out with the Ashe last time. Do you think they play the Widow?
It didn't look great, but okay, the safe play. Happy locks in the Soldier 76.
Where the payload like box of victory is, like maybe you can play around the Soldier and kind of play like server room and then like the back of this A side point, right, and just block off like the lines of sight and really try and play that like close to medium range damage game. But what are you going to do here on this high ground, right? You can't really contest that.
Yeah, Happy might just want to play for the anti-Winston pressure. If someone overextends here, get blown up pretty quickly by that burst damage, also checkmate will be threatened. Here we go, the Florida Mayhem have a minute to exceed the Justice's payload push. Oh, there's a switch here for Hydron. He's waiting for some scouting.
I think he's just trying to get a little bit of info of what they're running on the other side, so.
He's committed. Spots Mag, no connection. A cart is on the move. At some point, the Justice are going to have to pounce.
Or they might not. They can play that defensive setup like I was talking about. It looks like they've kind of back up and conceded to this. Is they know, hey, we need one fight, right? In this type of position. And what are the Widow sightlines looking like here?
Hydron sneaking that right side, trying to pressure Mag. You can see him there in the wireframe. Okay, Happy now emerges from his hiding place, but Hydron may have got the drop with him. He's spotted by Assassin, who is reluctant to commit here. The headshot, Happy take it down. The Mayhem makes some magic. Mag trying to stall out here, but this is done. It's over. The Florida Mayhem come up with the goods.
It's a big gamble by the Justice. You're playing for that one fight. And Hydron able to get one, and things just spiral out of control. He puts a shot into Happy in the server room, finishes him off. Florida puts themselves one game away from advancing in the lower bracket.
Who would have thought? Widow Superstar Happy the one to opt out of the duel, try and take the safe option. But it's not always the best, especially when you're playing the defensive Winston comp. Well, they opt to let the game come to them, and Florida bring it in full force. Now the Mayhem set themselves up in a match point, elimination point here. The Justice are gonna have to dig deeper.
Florida Mayhem looking pretty tight, pretty coordinated, and individually talented as well. They got me sweating.
Oh, look what's popular. Oh, he sees this there. No, he kicks him as well. Oh, Kevsinger's headshot. A kick and a headshot. This is why Corinne's such a big player. Gets two. Nice. I didn't see him actually on the flank.
The Zip Coalescence coming through to heal everybody up. J-Mag instantly goes down though. Exy at the back. Nice little three-piece. That's what we wanted to see. Make that four.
Literally one feet. You gotta get the heals. They're so unique, they're so creative, and the narratives have yet to be formed.
See how aggressive the players of Florida are. It always seems like Florida's starting the fights.
One last map pick remaining for the Washington Justice. By God, it better be a good one.
Yeah, they got to come up big here. The map pick will be Coliseum. So Florida Mayhem getting back in their seats, ready to play. Looking to close this series out. So starting to come alive. The first map was really all Justice, and since then, 2 close maps back to back, but coming up clutch there in the end. Push, it's interesting. I actually thought more teams, I thought we would probably see like almost all new Queen Street throughout the weekend, but today we've seen some Coliseum. I think we're obviously going to see it in this series. For that long-range hit scan, interesting that it's a Justice pick, because we've seen teams play like the Zarya and the Doom here, and Mag, we've seen him play the Doom, but not really the Zarya. Now there's a street here called Winton Road.
Yep, it's not far away. I did see that post on Reddit. It's meant to be. I mean, these two teams love their Winton-based compositions. Colosseo likely to feature those as well. And hey, look, the Mayhem obviously try to choose that Gibraltar map against the Atlanta Reign. You can see what they're looking to try and do. And again, when Hydron has some confidence behind it, this team can really go anywhere. I feel like the first to fold in that Battle of Widows was Happy. Now, I know a team decision, of course, to choose your composition. But in that case, the discretion, them trying to be a little safer, actually ended up being a greater risk to them.
Especially when you have a player that's that good at that hero, and the other team's gonna run it, you might as well mirror it until it really goes sideways.
You're gonna be thinking about what could have been if you're the Justice there. You've got a player that can turn a game on its head at any point. Happy was not put in a position to do so.
Because he was hitting some crazy shots too. It wasn't like he was missing and getting kind of taken advantage of in that role. Like, it really started to look kind of poor when it was on the Ash, right? Where he was just getting dove constantly.
No, just shooting Winston bubbles the whole time. That's it.
So, Washington Justice, I firmly believe this will probably be the comp that they run. Be surprised if we see any changes. Also, no subs for them today. Yesterday, I believe they brought in Decay at times. Today, we have not seen any subs. All right, so Florida Mayhem, look at this match. They're going to come out with that Zarya-based composition with the Reaper. So, like I mentioned, this is a map that teams play this type of composition on. And the Florida Mayhem probably know that, hey, the chances of the Justice playing this are going to be very low. They're going to play either, like, on the off chance, maybe a Doomfist composition. But
the Justice
really
have the players to do that, though.
Yes.
They have Kalios.
But he's not in.
No, that's what I'm saying, but they just don't want to play that style, I guess. Assassin, though, able to snip Hydron away from the Mayhem setup here. The Mayhem want the Justice to send Mag in first, but this gives Assassin all the time to work around them. Remember, this comp requires you to be a little bit more compact. Assassin, that gives him so much more room to stretch his legs.
Bionic Grenade comes in. Big one from Krillin, but they have to back up as big damage comes down early on. Looks like Washington gonna come out on top and some kills just being traded out.
And you can see they're aware of the threat of that Reaper, and they do lose Mag to it. But they knew they had an advantage going to that fight after Assassin paved the way. They just have to be a little bit more selective about when they make those engagements. The Mayhem can't sit in the corner forever, man.
And they're not going to get that much barrier progress out of this because a bunch of kills come down for Florida. They have the closer spawn. And you see, yeah, Washington, they back up.
Have to. You have to players.
They're going to have to concede some space here, and we're going to get another fight in the long haul again. For the Justice, though, you have Attack Visor already.
That's in one fight? Unreal. Good start for Happy here. on the same hero that maybe have led to the Justice's demise on Gibraltar. An Assassin coming from a familiar angle now. Bubbles exhausted for someone, and Assassin makes sure that kill is confirmed, and that's when he can go for the dive now. Yeah, Checkmate's looking like confused Travolta, really unsure about how to make use of Reaper's close range efficacy without Azaya.
This has been ugly.
Oh man.
Thus far. Krillin, an opener, can push up a little bit, try and get some of this high ground. You see that's where they're trying to set Happy up. Opportunity to land some big damage as players walk back, as you're gonna have to dump key ultimates in here for Florida. It's gonna be a primal already here as Anamos hit with a biotic grenade.
Yeah, a good amount of pressure here. Still Mag not looking to fully commit. They're trying to get the car past this scarier part of the map. It's gonna be Hydron dropping down, starting to take matters into his own hands. But the Justice are gonna be happy with, upwards of 50 meters here on bot progress.
It's an awesome push. We see a lot of teams like get this far, maybe a little bit further, like 70, right, meters, and just kind of call it a day. So we'll see now. It'll be the Florida Mayhem who have an opportunity with this Graviton Surge.
Florida again, they're going to be careful about where they take fights because they have to sort of go uphill. I want to avoid that. Again, Assassin playing from that side angle. These approaches are pretty predictable for Tracer, as there's only one sort of wide open area outside of this central part of the map. Ponderously does that barrier move. Now Assassin, okay, so we find Elimination. It's another one that's set up by Krillin. Nanoboost now being given over towards Mag, and Checkmate is really unsure about where to put himself. He's so spaced out from everybody, and it's an easy sleep dart connection, and he's dispatched.
And they invest a sound barrier there, Florida. And it was so late, maybe it was meant to try and keep someone alive, but it was so late that they got absolutely nothing for it. Is what, if a Grav comes down now, right, you're going to have the sound barrier available for the Washington Justice. And look at this, the Justice, they move the bot up, now they run away.
Again, it's, yeah, you want to take fights inside this central area of the map if you can.
Yep.
Well, this is starting to become familiar. The Graviton Surge comes down here, but it's going to be a sound barrier in response, and Happy is a tactical visor here, forcing Checkmate away. He goes for a Death Blossom. He's able to eat up Happy the very least, but that's a beautiful predictive Helix Rocket, and Assassin's not happy about that elimination.
So you have Checkmate chase down Mag, that's a big kill. Get the tank out of the equation here is the bot pushing the barrier. Closer and closer, you might actually even take the lead off of this.
Yeah, it's about what happens, when the Justice get back and have this just a natural high ground. The drop off of Mag wastes no time getting involved here. Big bite of grenade start for Krillin. Hydron got bubbled there from someone to sort of cleanse that effect off. But Assassin is still a legitimate threat here. Pulse Bomb is going to be available. Beefs that one. And Hydron, though, well, he can't miss, literally.
3 kills for Hydron. 2 of them with the visor is, I guess it's the downside of pushing up Balin, because now you've let Florida take the lead.
Not a good reason for the Justice to suffer so much in that fight, I'll be honest. Hydron obviously good timing with that attack visor, and Margin had a nano boost. But still, not a good look for the Justice here after a pretty decent start. Sleep on Mag, that nano is going to go to waste.
You still will get a few kills here for the Justice. You'll be able to turn that fight in your favor, but you played so lax up until this point. You thought you had enough progress, you get backing out, taking the fights in the tunnel, which we see a lot of teams do. There was an opportunity though where they had a big ultimate advantage. They got to push for a little bit more progress. They don't, and that may end up coming to bite them, because now they're going to have to take another fight just about middle of the map.
We see so many teams get punished for taking their foot off the gas on this particular map. The Mayhem now have a lead, pretty comfortable considering there's only, 2 minutes left in the round. Anamo needs to be careful, he has to beat here, just the Bionade is just too risky. And the Mayhem say, okay, that's all we have to spend, that's probably worthwhile.
And now with the progress they'll get, the bot moves a bit faster, right? Back towards the barrier. If the
Happy! Oh, someone, you gotta love that!
So if the Justice end up winning a fight, let's say, the next fight's gonna take place back in that middle of the map.
and potentially be in overtime.
Right, so you're in a scenario now for the Justice, which is brutal. A minute and 17 on the clock. They're marching the bot towards your spawn. You're gonna need to win what? Like, you're looking at like 4, 5 consecutive fights to come back.
In goes Mag, Primal Rage in his back pocket here. The Justice have plenty to spend on those ultimates, but they have to ration them to some degree. Happy with the tactical visor though, well equipped to deal with this. But it was never a question about winning this fight, no. It was about the consecutive ones now that need to come out one after another for the Justice. This next one, they're going to be going up against a Death Blossom without a beat.
And you're going to have a nano visor as well in this large area. And look how I mentioned you're going to take this fight in the middle of the map. The bot is just going to get there. You're basically going to be fighting at neutral, 30 seconds to go.
Tournament life on the line for the Washington Justice. 30 seconds left in the round, and they need to get another 35 plus meters of bot progress. Not a good situation to be in right now. Florida want to keep the pressure up as well. Look, Checkmate inching towards the front lines. TP into the back. Oh, he's going to bring the house down. Happy at the very least. He's going to drop it. Hydron. It's the other arm of the pincer. Not a darn thing the Justice could do about this one. It's Mag's Primal Rage met with resounding disapproval as the Florida Mayhem pull us into overtime, and Lei will bring the gavel down on the Justice, sending them home.
The Mayhem seal the deal. See how excited they are on stage. I think that's Hydron waving at the Justice, sending them home. So I think this also gives Florida some renewed confidence, right? You bounce back after a tough loss yesterday. You know the quality of team you are. You come in and beat a Justice team who, even today, I thought the Florida Mayhem would win this series. I thought it would be competitive, but maybe not close. I thought this was a very close series with some of these maps. You look at map 2, 3, and even map 4. Washington had leads in those. Florida had to bounce back. They were able to do so.
These are crucial reps for the Florida Mayhem up against a team that wants to play a really similar style to them. Want to play the Winston-based compositions, want to take risks, especially when it comes to defense, and want to let high-flying DPS players take the spotlight. No shortage of those in this matchup. And again, we talked about Krillin, his fantastic performance yesterday. It wasn't enough to get them there, and losing these 2 consecutive matches means that our 8th seed, yes, they do depart the tournament first. No decay today either for the Washington Justice. Makes you wonder, what is the plan there?
It'll be interesting what they look like going into the next stage of our season. Do you start to build a little bit more around Happy, giving him the resources? I bet they would love to see Krillin keep up this level of Ana play. I know, maybe we see a more consistent Justice. Maybe not one with like Decay in the lineup that is really explosive, but one that can put these type of performances out game after game.
The Florida Mayhem here definitely should be filled with confidence. Again, there's still a question mark about how they play into Zarya Winston comps. We've seen a taste of theirs, right? We've seen someone make the switch over towards Zarya. And again, look, it wasn't perfect, right? I think this team is really front and center about their flaws, and their execution definitely at times is lacked, but they've been pressured by really quality opposition in both their games. Just to advance here, they're going up against the Dallas Fuel.
I do think the Florida coaching staff, though, can come up with some things that can give Dallas some trouble. We saw, obviously, Dallas in the series against the Gladiators. The Gladiators are looking lights out. But still, maybe there's some stuff in that series you can look at and say, okay, let's replicate this. Let's see how it goes. Maybe there's some map selections, right, they can throw into that series that can throw off Dallas. I would not count Florida out in that one.
We want to hear from the team themselves. Florida Mayhem advancing in this lower bracket. We're going to go down to the stage with Danny and a player interview.
Mr. Matt, thank you very much. Yes, I am here with someone from Florida Mayhem. Amazing job today, someone, and yeah, I do congratulate for, of course, getting the win today. I want to ask though, yesterday you guys had a, loss against the Atlanta Reign, and you guys today were able to bounce back against the Washington Justice. what changes did you guys make coming into today? And also, like, how were you able to bounce back? 첫 번째 질문은 이제 어제 아틀란타와의 경기에서 아쉽게 패배를 한 후 오늘 워싱턴과의 경기에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데요. 좀 어떤 이렇게 뭐 변화한 점 같은 게 있었나요? 오늘 경기에 들어오면서 좀 어떤 얘기가 오가고 오늘 어떻게 해서 경기를 승리하게 되셨나요?
어제 애틀랜타 경기와는 이제 첫 번째 오프라인 매치를 했는데 다 같이 아나모형을 제외하면 저희 모두가 처음이라서 솔직히 말해서 저희 플레이가 많이 안 나온 것도 있고 조금 더 소극적이게 플레이가 변해서 지고 나서는 이렇게 플레이하면 이길 수 없다. 이제 좀 더 공격적으로 하면서 자신의 플레이를 좀 더 끌어올려라. 이런 말을 많이 하고 서로 많이 다독여주면서 그냥 이긴다는 생각으로 오늘 경기에 임했던 것 같습니다.
I mean, because yesterday's match, it was most of our players' first time offline match or LAN, having a match on LAN, other than Animo. Animo was the only player on our team that had that veteran experience. So there were a little bit nerves, and not only that, I feel like all of the plays that we made, we couldn't really play how we always used to play because it was our first time playing offline. So I felt like we couldn't go as aggressive as we wanted. Not only that, we were playing a little bit more shy. So what we talked about going into today's match was, don't think about all of those stuff. Just go and just give it everything that we got and try to be more aggressive. And I think that really worked out for the Florida Mayhem. All right, my next question, I do have to ask about your compositions. I feel like Florida Mayhem is a team that really almost exclusively uses that Winston dive composition. Does that sort of make you worry about your future matches in the Kickoff Clash? 두 번째 질문은 이제 어떻게 보면 플로리다가 지금 다이브 조합을 메인 위주로 많은 경기를 보여주고 있습니다. 뭐 다른 조합들을 좀 잘 안 보여주는 좀 이런 팀인데 좀 그거에 대한 좀 걱정이나 그런 건 없으세요?
저희가 이제 윈스턴 조합이라 해도 이제 DPS를 조합을 바꿀 수도 있고 이제 플레이 스타일도 충분히 바꿀 수 있는 조합이 많기 때문에 저희는 이제 윈스턴 조합이 물론 힘든 조합이 있겠지만 저희가 잘한다면 이긴다는 생각을 많이 하면서 윈스턴 조합이 그리고 밸류를 많이 뽑아낼 수 있는 조합이라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 윈스턴 위주의 조합을 좀 더 선호하는 것 같습니다.
That was very long. All right. First of all, Winston compositions. So even if we do run Winston compositions, we can always switch out different DPS heroes. Not only that, we could also play our play style as well, or differentiate our play style as well. So changing out DPS. And also changing out or switching up our playstyle, even if using the same dive composition. And I do feel like we are very strong on our dive composition as well. So I think that is why we. Give me 1 second, guys. 마지막에 다이브 조합을 계속하는 이유가 뭐라고 하시죠?
저희가 이런 걸 모두 극복할 수 있기 때문에.
극복할 수 있기 때문에. Alright, so yeah, someone says at the very end, they are okay with running just the dive because they're that confident. Alright, someone, thank you so much for your time, and I'm so sorry about that little trip up. 마지막에 좀 통역이 잘못돼서 죄송합니다. Alright, that is all the time we have. Let's go back to our casters.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Danny. Great to hear from someone there really animated, especially after quite a long game. You can see that energy, that adrenaline that really carried them through Colosseo. A weird map to watch, right? We saw the Mayhem that they opted to try and make this Zarya composition work, and they started really slow. You said it was a stinker to begin with.
That map though is like, that map kind of summarizes the Justice though, right? They were really good for what, 6 of the 8 minutes, and then in just those 2 minutes end up just losing them the game, where it's a tough way to go out if you're Washington.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's talk about our player of the match, though, for the Florida Mayhem. Someone who had to step up in a big way and go up against quality and experienced opposition in the DPS role. Your player of the match is Hydron.
I thought he had a pretty good game today. I thought he was also good in the non-Widow matches against the Atlanta Reign, but today really matched in that Widowmaker, turned it around on Gibraltar. I think on the 76, he was a huge impact.
Yeah, no doubt about it. When it counted, I mean, he stuck to the Widowmaker in this overtime round on Gibraltar. Happy and switched to the Soldier 76, and we saw the Mayhem try and go for something a little more aggressive, right? They wanted to throw caution to the winds, and they trusted Hydron to deliver in an overtime scenario to put them ahead in this series. That means a lot. And this rookie player delivered. Again, over the course of the map, Soldier 76 play was sublime. Really could have asked for too much more. Quite often, Checkmate is, able to go and run wild because of the amount of threat, the amount of healing pressure the Hydron is creating from that Soldier position. Another big step up for the young gun.
And you think this gives them a little bit more confidence to go forward, where someone talked about, like yesterday, some nerves on stage. You think this potentially gives them a little bit more confidence and comfort on stage? Because they're going to need it going against Dallas Fuel tomorrow.
No doubt about it. Speaking of Texas teams, on the other side of this break, we have two more teams fighting for their tournament lives. The Toronto Defiant will be taking on the Houston Outlaws right here. Not a game to be missed, so don't go too far. We'll be back with the Kickoff Clash live from the Esports Stadium, Arlington, after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to our game break. We are back here in our truck. Reinforce joining me as well as Necra to break down the action. And to be a Justice fan, it's a roller coaster. It's an emotional roller coaster. They keep on misleading us, and it's painful. And that's
Don't say us. We're not fans. We're predictors of the Justice. We're not
that's
fans.
True. Also, I went against my own pick'ems with this one because recency bias just somehow hit me. But
at least your pick'ems were right.
At least my pick'ems are alive, but my picks in the show are wrong. So did I really win anything? No.
Yeah.
However, I do want to talk about
pick'ems is alive too.
Are they? Yeah, that's right.
Are they?
They are. Let's go.
Yeah,
Oh,
didn't
that's
you predict
right.
Florida, you
Yeah.
pick 'em? Not today, but pick 'em.
I did. Yeah, no, I did. Yeah, no, my pick'ems are great. My pick'ems are on point right now. We're not going to talk about it. It's just about the pick'ems. It's okay.
Those are popping off. So we have the power here. We can show whichever graphic makes us look better. So that's the perfect.
Yeah.
Also, we're not going to discuss it. Costa is the only one who actually had the Mayhem as his pick for today. So that just never happened. Because
No,
we
he's
bring it up.
he's
Now,
not here.
I do want to talk
to,
about this
defend
match,
it,
though.
So
Exactly. Exactly. He can't gloat, he can't defend. That's just the nature of things. Well, let's talk about how the Mayhem looked, though. Because I do think there were a lot of great signs for that Mayhem squad moving further into the lower bracket here. Hydron definitely impressed me a lot. He did make it as player of the match. And I mean, if you manage to force Happy off of Widowmaker, like you're doing something
All right.
right.
I don't
No,
think.
that's the narrative
I don't think he
I'm
forced.
running
I don't
with.
want to blame Happy for
That's
that.
the
No, that was a
what I'm running
Washington
with.
Justice blunder. Just like, hey, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna play soldier behind walls, and then we're gonna hide. That sounds strategically sound. I don't want to blame Happy individually. He was not a coward. He was.
That's not what I said.
No.
But if I were Hydron, I'd feel pretty good about this.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, yeah. Let's talk about happy things, good things. The Florida Mayhem. I mean, they won. They did. Honestly, though, this Florida Mayhem team, they've been fun to follow so far in the Kickoff Clash because coming into the season, a lot of unknown variables. Again, it was another mission of trusting Gunba, their head coach. Like, well, he put together this roster of players, and they're probably going to be talented because his record is usually bringing in like a random group of people and making them just play together in a very fantastic, nice synergy kind of way. Great cross bomb, by the way. And that's been the story of the Florida Mayhem so far. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. They've been dabbling with some star compositions, but primarily playing someone on the Winston here. And overall, like at this point, you have to say that they're a really good Winston team. I think my biggest concern, like both me and Necro mentioned going into this match, was, well, he might overextend at times in this series, but overall, they were pretty calm and confident, and someone didn't really overextend at all. I think that Checkmate had a pretty good time, just like matching the Tracer duel with Assassin pretty smoothly. So overall, I mean, I'm pretty impressed by the Florida Mayhem's, competence and composure, and not necessarily doing a bunch of unforced errors.
Yeah, well, if you're looking at the other side here, Nekra, why do you think the Justice ended up crumbling in this match against the Florida Mayhem?
I think it's more a credit to Florida. I think going back to the point about someone and that we needed to see him execute a bit more patience, I think he did something really special in this match, which was just separate Mag from the backline. Krillin had no access to Mag, so Mag ended up going down time and time again. And so while at the very beginning we did see someone go down first a few times, Mag was able to kind of switch that around, and so we did see someone kind of continue to separate Mag from the backline, and that was a big key to success for the Florida Mayhem.
Absolutely. Let's see how far they can take it. Now we have another all-or-nothing match coming your way, and that's between the Toronto Defiant and the Houston Outlaws. So another elimination match in our lower bracket. But first, we do have Danny live in Texas with an interview for us.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Hey guys, we have some special guests over here. Pichu from Houston Outlaws. Pichu, it's been so long. I think it's been what, like 2 years, 3, 4?
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a
quick minute, but I mean, I do want to ask because you were probably one of the most beloved players that we had in the Overwatch League. And
you're too nice. You're too nice.
Am I wrong, guys? Right? And now you're a player manager. So how does it feel to, be on that other side of the Overwatch League team?
Yeah, so I'm currently 27 years old, which in pro gamer years means that I lose all motor function. My reaction speed is like about 2 minutes. You know how it goes. So I can no longer be a player. But jokes aside, I really like this transition. It's very unique. I honestly, as somebody who's been a pro and who's only wanted to play games, it was a big change. Not gonna lie. I had to take a year off to just kind of find myself again. It's like, what do I want to do in esports? Like, why do I love esports? and I realized that I really, as like a first generation pro, I didn't really have like a mentor role.
Right.
So I thought I have like very unique experiences, and I feel like I could really help out younger players, and the Houston Outlaws roster is pretty young. Like I really feel my age when I see them around. Like I just kill them, like I just like call them my kids.
Man, here's this guy who's 27 thinking that he's that old. Zoe and I are like 33, 34. That hurts, man. but anyways, hey, talking about you being a mentor for your players. I mean, I felt like this is like a great time to ask you this question, because yesterday, your match against the Gladiators didn't really go as planned, right?
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure your players were feeling a little bit down, and as like you said, as a ex-pro player, you've had some wins, you've had some losses, so I'm sure you're like used to all this. So what kind of talk did you have with your players?
So we really thought we had like a pretty good understanding of the meta right now, and how like what comp counters what. And I still think we still do have like a pretty good grasp of it. But yesterday, Glads was just the better team. There's no doubt about that. They play very well, and we didn't play as well as we expected to. But overall, everyone was like feeling pretty confident. Like obviously, we're gonna be down, right? We just lost 3-0, but we have confidence in like what the coach, like obviously Jake and Jung, they're very smart.
Right.
I think very highly of them as coaches, and as a team, the players, everyone has like very good confidence like of what we think is good, what we think works. So sure, we did our review, but all the players were staying confident, and we're feeling really good about this match.
Yeah, and talking about this match, you guys are going up against Toronto Defiant, and they've been looking pretty good as well. Do you have anything that you want to say to your players or to anybody, to your fans?
First of all, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. Thank you Houston Outlaws fans. Thank you Overwatch League fans. You guys are amazing. And I just want to say I'm very proud of my players. Like, it's a little callback thing for season 1, but I'm very proud of my guys. I think they can handle it. Sure, Toronto's been playing well, but I know what we can bring to the game. So I'm feeling pretty confident.
All right, well that is it. Everybody give it up for Bishu. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you so much, Bishu. And man, I miss Bishu.
He's the best.
He is the best. I absolutely love that guy. And yeah, also, wow, way to make us feel old. Also, thanks for shouting out my age here, Danny. That's very kind of you. That's all right. Let's pretend that didn't happen. You're only as young as you feel. Right?
I feel like 50.
Well, I guess we sorted that out. That's why you're not a pro gamer anymore. That's why we got you in a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a comfortable seat. It's good. Life is good. Life is good. Now, seeing Bishu like being himself makes me feel pretty bad about not picking the Houston Outlaws, because if you look at their squad, like they're very likable.
They
and like
the
people
fans
on their staff as well, like having Jake and Bishu like in their staff is like the most wholesome background you can have. And then
Hotba is super lovable.
Yeah, they are lovable. Like, go Outlaws.
Yeah.
But also, I did predict Toronto Defiant, because they've been looking pretty darn good.
We have to separate the friendliness from the competitive gameplay experience.
Gotta separate that. Now, Necra, if we were to look at that Houston squad, how can they get an edge in this match? Like, what do they need to do to take down the Toronto Defiant?
Well, if we're going to see Houston Outlaws continue to play with the Doomfist flavor, then we need to see them, I guess, protect the Doomfist a little bit more. I feel like Dante just got caught off guard quite a few times by the Ana yesterday, and so when you're going up against an Ana that is as proficient as Twilight, I do feel you need to pay extra attention to when you're sending the Doomfist in and being able to find value with that before getting slept.
Do you think they're going to die on the hill of Doomfist, or do you think we're going to see some Piggy mixed into
I have no idea.
Well?
I really don't know. I think if they try to match the Zarya composition, like, I don't think you'll find the edge in that. They struggle a bit against Paris, although that was a pretty strong Paris. Still, though, I think the Doomfist is just like what they're going to do, probably. And when they play the Doomfist, I think they're pretty good at it. And, you know, they play the compositionally well when it comes to positioning, rotation, stuff like that. Merit, for example, a rookie who's come in this year who is pretty competent at the soldier hit scan. His flanks are like sensational. So if I'm the Houston Outlaws, I know I got the crowd support. I mean, we're in Texas, right? And we saw the crowd, they hit Bishu, like everyone's cheering for the Houston Outlaws. Just like use that for your confidence and just like int in. Just int.
Just int in.
Just int.
Go
if you're
mid.
the Houston
Let's
Outlaws,
go.
you got nothing to lose except your tournament life. But you just int in. That's what I'm trying to say. Dante, he's a really good aggressive Doomfist. Merit can flank around. Like they got some great players in this team.
That's why you're in
They
a
play
truck and
aggressively.
not in a coaching seat, by the way. Like, just
Well,
mid.
I'll prove you
Run
wrong.
it down mid.
Hey, Vancouver, come on! I've heard you got some spots open. Come on, I can prove to the world that you know I can coach too.
All right, well, maybe next season you'll get a chance at that. I can't wait for that to happen. Although you will be sorely missed, of course, here in our truck. Now, we are excited to watch this last match of the day. 3 brilliant ones already took place. And now we're going to find out which of the two teams, Toronto Defiant or Houston Outlaws, will make it further into our Kickoff Clash Tournament. So stick around for all the action happening over in Texas. And afterwards, we're back with a post-show.
Teams have become 7, and we're not done with elimination matches yet today, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Kickoff Clash Tournament, live, of course, on the Arlington Esports Stadium. My gosh, quite the stoush their previous matchup was when we saw the Washington Justice fall short in that lower bracket, and now it's do or die for Toronto and Houston.
And I actually like Toronto in this series. I know it probably upsets some people in the crowd. Yeah, I hear the boos. I don't care. I'm not going to change my pick. I like
played
Toronto.
COD. I mean, come on, he's used to it.
Yeah, I've been booed worse. I really like Toronto in this series. I think Houston the other day, we've seen them run really nice, Doomfist setups, and kind of got shut down the other day. Today they may need to change their game up, and like how much practice have they had on that? I think Toronto's got a pretty solid roster, nothing too exciting. I would favor the Defiant.
The Toronto Defiant, we saw what they were capable of yesterday. A very close matchup against that Dallas Fuel. The first map was really quite exciting. Series didn't quite tell the whole story, but there's another chapter to be written in that tale. So let's bring them onto the stage now. Make some noise for the Toronto Defiant. Now we talk about teams with different looks, different options, right? I think one of the biggest criticisms we leveled at the Outlaws was sticking to that one tank style. This team's got Hotba. Muse, though, in their starting roster, towering over his teammates.
I was going to say, head over. Between him and Kaluj, these tanks are tall.
Yeah. Exactly. You need that imposing presence in and out of the server, Matthew.
I don't know why. I don't remember him being that tall.
Yeah, I mean, these guys shooting up like weeds. What can I say?
People
Feeding
grow.
them well over there.
People grow.
Some people, Matt. Now, Toronto Defiant here, of course, looked very, very competitive, in that Dallas Fuel series. I thought that the grasp of the control map was really good. Hotba was crucial as they worked that Zarya-based composition. We're expecting a different look from them now as it's the same map. We're going to see Lijiang Tower first up in the series, spoilers. So we already see a pivot in approach from the Defiant, and I wonder how much it has to do with their opposition.
Well, they've also allowed Muse to play really aggressive when he's in the game.
He wants to be that kind of player.
And he wants to play that aggressive. And you have an Ana player like Twilight on the roster. You're able to play some of these Winston comps with Twilight on the Ana, with Muse on that Winston playing aggressive. You think good things can happen.
Yeah, good looks for them. But now, they're not the only team, of course, facing potential elimination. So, let's give a good old-fashioned Lone Star welcome to the Houston Outlaws! Crunch time for this team. Getting selected by the Gladiators. They knew where their bread was buttered. They knew what they'd be going up against, but it felt like they really fell on the Dante Doomfist sword yesterday. I can tell you looking at the stage, already a different tack from the Outlaws.
Yeah, it'll be Picky in the starting lineup today. So Picky usually has played more of the off-tank roles in the past. And I also say, I think, quick side note, like Dante on the Doomfist has been very good. It's just teams have, maybe have learned how to play against those Doomfist
We've
comps.
progressed past that point of matching that comp.
Yeah, teams have learned how to play against those comps a little bit better than maybe earlier on. But you have you look at this roster top to bottom, you think they should be contending for some of those positions on Sunday.
I think definitely, Lastro's really adapted very well in his role, in providing a lot of that Lucio presence here. Iris was definitely one of the best Baptistes that we'd seen in the Overwatch League. It's not a role that he finds himself on as much now, with just the way the meta has shifted. And his team's got Pelican, for God's sake. I mean, this roster, obviously, they have probably the hardest team to go up against in their first match. So in their minds, they're thinking, we're here to run this lower bracket all the way to the bank.
Right, I mean, you could make an argument, and I think a really good one, that the Gladiators have looked the best so far this weekend. Right?
Yes.
I mean, Kevser, Ryan, I mean, the whole crew is just clicking on all cylinders. And maybe it's just they ran into the team that's the toughest, right? And maybe that's kind of the story of the Outlaws' first round in that winter bracket. I think, though, Toronto, they ran into a tough opponent as well, and they looked quite good.
Yeah, Toronto having to go from one Texas team to the other in these matchups. Again, a potential hostile situation given the home crowd. The Houston Outlaws, we need to see more from them, obviously, than that Doomfist look. We've seen Piggy on Zarya at times. I think the last time we saw it from the Outlaws, it looked like it definitely needed a little work. There were some rough edges that had to be sanded back. This team definitely is going to be looking to draw on a home crowd, or somewhat home crowd.
Local crowd, I guess.
Yeah.
They're not even.
I know that. I bet there's some people
from here.
A decent trek. I know some people have made the trek, though, for sure. Lijiang Tower, first map in this series. And again, Toronto already had a different game plan for this map as predicated by their roster selection.
And also the Outlaws. What do we see them play today with Piggy in the lineup? Do you see the Zarya compositions? Do we see some Reinhardt? Do we see some Sigma? It'll be interesting what the Outlaws have cooking today.
Yeah, Sigma, maybe if it's a Circuit Royale.
Yeah, Circuit Royale, yeah.
Haven't seen much of that so far this week. Control Center going to be where it all begins. You have to wonder what the Defiant have up their sleeve again. Muse is the kind of player that's always wanted to be very aggressive, and you know, on that Gladiators team, maybe the sort of call was to be a bit more reactive than proactive, but Muse has definitely been unchained on this roster. We expected great things from the rookie last year, right? He and Mag sort of came into the league as two players with fated histories that were expected to step up and be genuine threats, and maybe Muse was a little more muted for much of the year.
And it looks like whenever there's a pause, I always look at the stage, see what's going on. Looks like everybody's all right. So this one might not be a long one. Looks like MPL will get right back into this. Looks like both teams hovering over the Reinhardt base comps.
That's fascinating.
The London Spitfire may not be here in person, but they're here in spirit.
It's time for the Reinhardt mirror match. Piggy versus Muse.
You have Merit playing the Cassidy, so Cassidy versus the 76. 76 really good at pressuring down those shields, where the Cassidy could be a little bit more effective against that Mei in medium range.
Already Ice Block forced out by Pelican, who's playing a little to the right of where Piggy's shield was, so not able to mitigate enough damage.
You also think Muse should have an advantage in this matchup, right? He is a main tank player from Overwatch 1 going up against a off-tank player now, picking up the Reinhardt here in Overwatch 2.
Yeah, it was Jungkook playing Reinhardt for the Houston Outlaws. Many huge moments created from them, especially at the start of the season. But the Toronto Defiant, it's an extended neutral fight here. But as Pelican is the first to fall, the Defiant go up a gear.
You think with Muse wanting to play that aggressive play style, right? Playing it against a player playing the Reinhardt, where we don't know how much experience Piggy has playing it, right? I'm sure there's been a ton of times in scrims where they've had to work on it, right? Split up some of those tank responsibilities. So that'll be an Ant Matrix with a Fire Strike going through right away.
Looked like no connection there, but an early Immortality Field had to be deployed. Oh my, Muse, it was a pretty hefty shatter. He's able to pick himself up, but only for a moment. The sound barrier was employed by Chorong, but it wasn't enough as the damage came back doubled.
Yeah, good counter shatter there from Piggy. Muse connected with 3, but will be Piggy responding with a shatter and a amped Fire Strike of his own.
Crucially, I mean, this is where Iris is at his best. We kind of talked about that earlier when on the Atlanta Reign. His Baptiste was freakishly good. Again, the deployment of the Immortality Field must have been in a place where the Defiant weren't able to destroy it, so they couldn't capitalize on that shatter and gave the Outlaws enough time to respond. Ooh, Merit, little patchy there. Definitely an opportunity to find elimination or force an Immortality Field. Instead, some of the Outlaws pulling theirs out, and they've got to be wary of this tactical visor coming in from outside of the arena. Merit has safe positioning here, but Pelican could be in danger after it comes out of the ice block. It's a blizzard thrown down, but he gets clapped before he has a chance to do anything with it.
Yeah, and Merit ends up using the Deadeye to try and save Piggy there. Piggy gets walled off. They throw a blizzard right on top of him. Just trying to challenge that Deadeye, keep him alive. Not able to do so. Surprised they threw the blizzard there at the end, right? Where Pelican throws it in. So come back into this next fight. Toronto already had the lead. They'll have an Ant Matrix here. Mew's going to get very close to that shatter.
Merit playing in such a way as to not be able to get much value out of Mag Grenade. You really want to be up close, and he's playing longer sidelines using the mid to long range potential of Cassidy. Finale's again concerned about someone wrapping around at the moment. There's now an Ant Matrix online for Iris and Twilight respectively, and those shatters could be a factor. Muse is definitely ahead, but he got charged there. It's going to be an early Immortality Field. Does Muse choose to go for it here? It's Iris. That's the Baptiste presence that we hinted at. It's a personal Ant Matrix to give him the extra damage, and it works.
Yeah, there's an Ant Matrix in the mix for Twilight as well. Does not really matter. As Finale trying to stall this out, it'll be Toronto getting to 99. So coming into this next fight, you got a shatter on both sides. The big thing to look at though is Chorong with that sound barrier. Sound barrier could be huge here.
Last time he had it, it wasn't enough to protect his team against the follow-up from the shadow that came in from Piggy.
A few times they've been able to wall Piggy off, though. And, you know, you wall him off, and look at this. Although on the high ground, that's a really nice position.
Merritt got forced out of line of sight. There's a shadow around the corner. Piggy trying to emulate his previous teammate. Oh! Big slam from Muse. Immortality Field has to be used there. Merritt was looking for a mag grenade connection, but it wasn't forthcoming. Blizzard from Finale. That one is going to put the Outlaws under here. Piggy's forced to look on as a wall comes between him and his objective. He's going to be knocked back by Chorong. No touch. No chance. First round goes to the Defiant.
You see Muse get lifted up on the Maywall and jump over and kill the... It was like a 3-player shatter the Deadeye was going on. It's like some Fortnite stuff going right over the top. Just build them up. So, don't expect that all the time.
No.
Reinhardt coming over the top of the Maywall, the shatter. So, I think you see where Muse, you can really unlock his full potential. You get him playing aggressive as, the Winston-based composition here.
Now the Outlaws,
Toronto, as the Outlaws look like they want to play the Rhine again.
All right, sticking to their guns here. They did that yesterday in a different way. Now they're going to stay with the Symmetra here as well. It only really works with the Reinhardt setup, having a shield to work behind. A very different look here from the Outlaws. And it'll get them onto the point first, Matt, with that TP into the window.
The Winston pretty good, though, against the Sim in terms of getting rid of the turrets. It's how do you attack this? Is Finale putting some pressure from the backside. You're going to have to try and get an advantage for the Soldier 76. Trying to find a lane to be able to shoot from. You have to be so careful, though. Don't want to get split off by the May.
Flank here for Although. A little bit of pressure, but doesn't want to expose himself to Lastro's boot. So now Muse will have to knock on the front door for a time. This is the Defiant splitting their forces a little bit, still wanting to work a Soldier 76 flank. It's risky, and Lastro is thirsting for a boot opportunity.
This is where you would like to have maybe even like a Pharah opportunity here, right? No hit scan pressure on the other side. Pharah really strong and able to like hover on the outside and put some damage down from the opposite way. Make it pretty difficult to make a play. It'll be a Genji swap here though for Finale. So I go with the Genji, a little bit more burst.
You don't have to worry too much about your spacing from the main tank because it's not a Winston, right? That's when it can be a problem. Although bounces Lastro out of the server there as Muse drops in with a nano boost. Immortality Field already deployed and Piggy sleeping. Soon to be with the Fishers at this rate. Now his teammates are gone by the time he wakes up. Just Merritt here, relatively charged up, but once that Ryan is out of the picture, sleeping or eliminated, the Symmetra's effectiveness drops.
We'll see if they decide to stay on the Sim, maybe just because you're so close to the wall, but even if you wanted to move away from it, you get 55% off of that TP and just that lockdown potential that you have on the point. It's still worth. Is this going to be a TP straight to point?
Shatter. Piggy might go for some hijinks playing through the TP.
That's a
a bionic nade! Immortality Field, it's going to take more than that to save Muse. Twilight says lights out.
And as that bionic grenade had to be perfectly timed as that Symmetra wall was coming down.
And there's a Reinhardt shield in the way as well.
Yeah.
How do you make that happen?
I mean, Twilight kind of gets lost, right? Because he goes to San Francisco and he plays a bit there, right? But when he was on the Titans, he's an MVP candidate.
Yep.
Like at that level of player. There's not many teams in the league that have a player that caliber.
TP gets the Outlaws to the point. It's going to be Venn diagram of sound barriers here. Piggy Shatter connects onto 3. That's just what the doctor ordered. And the physician for the Defiant may be a little concerned, but still, the Outlaws now speed boost forward. Piggy says, no, we've done enough here. That'll do. That'll do.
Yep, you'll lose Finale here as he does not make it out in time. Although it goes over to the Ash. So interesting. So they are playing pretty clumped together. So maybe you get some more value out of the Dynamites here. You're still be able to put down some consistent damage.
There's no flank pressure either.
Yeah, still able to put down some consistent damage on the shields and do it at a little bit of a safer range. Nano Blade, though, on deck. Nothing to counter it on the other side.
Just that Immortality Field, which will have to be timely for Mirrors. If it gets forced, that could be a problem. Finale, Nano, and Blade. Immortality Field is taken down, and Lastro lingers a little too close to this Apex Predator. Merritt tries to stave him off. But again, too many teammates falling. Iris across the point is able to find elimination. There's still a Reinhardt in play. The Outlaws have gotten to 99. They're going to have to be satisfied with that.
So the Ashe now could be a big impact. You can play a little bit at a further range. We'll see they keep trying to TP directly to the point. If you do that, you can get a big dynamite, right? Coming through the TP if people actually use it. Last time they, fake the TP. So, see, you do have Iris getting close to an Amp Matrix. So you could TP to point, then Amp Matrix looks like they want to TP right on top of all those.
To catch all those! Oh, they walked straight into a 4-player Bionic Grenade, though. There has to be the Immortality Field used early, but Piggy's able to find, although at least it's a 1-for-1, but the Immortality Field is down, and Piggy doubles down himself. It's 2 for the Reinhardt. Muse has found Lastro, though. Iris needs to step up, but Piggy's stacking the bodies high, and he has an Earth Shatter available. Muse needs to use his bubble wisely here as the Outlaws take us into overtime. Green wall. Old ones remember.
Finale should be able to touch here. You should be able to contest your Toronto. You're going to have a sound barrier here too.
Chorong needs to make it work, but Finale catches a straight Helix rocket in the 180 shatter, and Chef's kiss from Piggy. Now, throw the meal in the fridge. Keep it cool as the Outlaws make a meal of the Defiant.
That was a really nice play there from Houston. A bit of a gamble. Go right on top of Moldova, but they know how much of a damage source he is, and at range, he's going to be difficult to deal with. They go right on top of him, finish him off. You did end up losing a few players in that fight in terms of, you had like 3 or 4 players with a Biotic Grenade coming through, Primal coming down. Seemed like it could be bad news there for the Outlaws, but they pull it out in the end to give themselves a chance here on Lijiang Tower.
What do you make of Merit staying on the Symmetra here? Obviously, the utility is undeniable, but outside of that, is there enough output?
I don't know if you're right here. You see that Toronto hovering this far up. If they are going to run this, I fully expect this Pharah composition to do. All right, so Merit over to the 76. I still think Pharah could be pretty impactful. Pharah with the Mercy, still strong.
Finale playing close towards that central tower, making sure Merit can't work him down. Iris is also a threat. Sharp as attack when it comes to that Baptiste. And an Icicle or two couldn't hurt either. Pelican pressuring.
This makes it so difficult for the Reinhardt. He's not able to go in and dive on anybody, and he's taking damage from the 76 and the Pharah from either side. But the Muse dropping first, though.
Yeah, Finale though now. Impact starting to be felt. The problem is it takes a while for Pharah to get going in these fights, to get in position. You don't have that burst to one-hit combo potential that Echo has. Pelican can use that Reinhardt shield, stay alive a little longer, but there's no Iris.
It's this damage over time, though. It's just this constant poke chip damage coming down from the Soldier in the Pharah. Makes it so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think, look, I mean, Pelican going as low as he did with Iris out of action meant the Outlaws had to back up, but there's a bit of a Lucio. Oh, yes. Lastro contests and banks up another couple of percent here as the Outlaws will have to succumb. Eventually.
Iris will drop, so. Now it'll be Toronto in control of the point. They have to use nothing to flip the point back in their favor as Iris will go over to the Ana now. So the Ana actually will help against that Pharah Mercy, right? The Ana does do a decent bit of damage currently. So, oh man, as you see, Finale getting set up in a great position, hovering right over the top of the Outlaws right now.
Ana switch. No Immortality Field, maybe. I mean, it's curious indeed. We'll talk about it later. This Finale is looking for a place to make this barrage work, but he's put to sleep. Iris finds the miracle dart. Still will fall, sadly, as Muse is able to make use of that primal rage, and it will still be the Outlaws sent out to pasture.
It's not bad for Houston, though, man. Gonna have a res here at the end, but Toronto just kind of everybody hit Q all at once, and now you come in. Yeah, Valkyrie. Which they're obviously going to provide some extra healing boost here, but big ultimates online for Houston. Biotic Grenade early, that's going to force out a block real quick.
Muse with the pleasantries there as the Outlaws are going to group themselves up here. It's going to be Valkyrie in play here as Merit goes for the attack visor, and, well, the Defiant don't have the option to make themselves scarce if they're knocked to the ground. Muse runs into the crit there. but still Chorong with a key res.
Yeah, and the res is huge. Looks like the Blizzard goes down. That's going to result in nothing. So rocket barrage there from Finale. Good damage down there as he's going to switch over to Tracer to get right back into fight. We're looking at last fight potential here for Houston.
Houston going to go for a new look here. Piggy Winston, Pelican Tracer. Pretty traditional looks here. They need to get value out of this sound barrier for Lastro. It has to convert. Here's the speed forward. Lastro trying to stay outside of the bubble, but Piggy is sleeping with that nano, no less. Bionic Grenade connecting on to Iris here. Lastro's sound barrier doesn't help his honor. It's going to be a recall for Pelican here on the point. Finale looks unbothered for the most part. Now attention turning towards him. He doesn't have a recall. Getting a little bit low. The healing comes through. And healing, no less, from Chorong to keep him standing. But for how long? Helix Rocket connects. Finale is down and Chorong will follow.
Toronto will concede the point. Back to the Outlaws. Outlaws have to be perfect from here on out. The scary part is Nano Visor on deck. How do you play around this, right? Toronto, they could just speed right on in, use this Nano Visor, clear out the point. You got the Primal as well. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Not much you can do about this. This is scary for the Outlaws, and Iris already riddled with bullets. Now the chase is on, although able to find Merit. And the Defiant have the perfect combination of ultimates just to steal back into the point. Lastro also won't be given any room to breathe, and a Toronto Defiant have the ultimates they needed. Pelican, almost a pulse here. Can he make use of it? Can he get a player advantage? Not to be. The Houston Outlaws bowled over by that Nano Visor.
There's nothing you can do about that. Nowhere to run and hide, especially when he's getting the Nano, the Visor, the speed boost. It just comes so fast that there's nowhere for you to run there against that 76, although able to pick up 3 there.
We see the Defiant try a few things. There's a Farah Mercy in play, punishes the Reinhardt look from the Outlaws, who are trying to get cute with some of their tank looks, but it's not enough to give them the W in map number 1. The Outlaws need to turn up here. They want to be at the other end of this bracket, surviving in their home state. Stick around, everybody, because map number 2 is minutes away. in the lower bracket, facing the potential of elimination. You can see what it does to these teams and what it pushes them to try for new looks or different looks from both sides here as the Defiant bring news in for map 1 in this series. We get Farah Mercy from Finale. They're ready to adapt to Houston, try to make this Reinhardt Symmetra look work.
They tried in map number 1, trying a little something different there, bringing in Piggy to play those tank roles, but change coming into map number 2. We'll be going to Eichenwald, and it'll be Dante coming in. So Dante we've mostly seen on the Doomfist, so fully expect that Doomfist-centric comp coming in here on the second map.
Present in the Overwatch League in its inaugural season. Dante, been around longer than most, hailed for his incredible flexibility and his work ethic. It was said of him by, the coaching staff over at the Shock when he was on there that this guy could legitimately play everything. And the question is, will it be the Doomfist once more? Will the Outlaws look to that composition, the one that fits them just like a comfy onesie, to try and snap back in this series, or do they need to try something a little different?
It has to be, you would think. If you were going to play the Winston, if you were going to play Reinhardt or Sigma, you would probably have Piggy in. And, Eichenwald has been pretty good for Doomfist players. So I think that's what we're going to see. I think Toronto, they probably have something planned against that.
No substitutions for the Toronto Defiant side of things, so expect to see Muse showing his best in this series. We talked about it. We've seen a lot of different approaches on Eichenwald so far, and more recently, Zarya-based compositions have been pretty popular, right? Just sending the Reaper upstairs with a bubble and seeing what he can come back with. And obviously using Doomfist to make transitions between high and low grounds pretty comfortably is quite useful, especially for a team like the Outlaws. Remember, this is the Houston Outlaws that showed a fantastic Eichenwald game against the London Spitfire. They were extremely good at using Dante to dig that Baptiste of Landon out the back line. So it's very clear that they can play to a couple of different win conditions with the Doomfist. They can be flexible.
Right, but that's against London, who's going to run those Reinhardt-based compositions. I doubt we're going to see that here from the Toronto Defiant. On defense, the Outlaws showing exactly what we thought they would run, right? They're going to be running that Doomfist-based composition. Have Iris play the Moira. So you're going to have the Reaper in here too.
Yeah, I mean, and you definitely feel like, okay, we've seen switches to Moira by a few of those sort of support players so far, and it quite often correlates to fear of being dove and the desire to have that extra step of mobility to avoid just disintegrating when a Genji or a Winston looks at you wrong.
Sal Lastro, get up here on the pylon, get a little bit of a look. Finale, just a jump shot there. Nothing going to come through. Let's see what he decides to play. Okay, so you're going to play Tracer. So no 76. 76 is a dive target sometimes in the background. Going to play the Tracer. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Dante, right? The Tracer's pretty good with the Genji against Doom.
Merit's playing, obviously, the Reaper without a Zarya backup. So the style of play, Matt, has to be really different.
Yeah, way different. The Doom's going to go in, and the Reaper's going to just basically try and follow it up. The Reaper is not the frontliner like when you see it in those Zarya-based compositions. Is Toronto just move through the choke a little bit, pressure, and then they'll back up.
Not looking to overcommit there on that Doomfist. Getting closer towards a Meteor Strike, which is a get-out-of-jail-free card. And although couldn't chase after Lastro, who was limping away, but the Defiant inch ever closer here, looking to try and take things in their own hands until the Outlaws choose to start the fight on their terms. Pelican playing from the fringes here as he and Finale exchange blows, and Finale was getting close to a pulse bomb there. Still it may not matter. Iris is going to be hit with a biotic grenade. No chance to escape. It's Pelican who has to stand tall in the absence of that support. Great walk here. This is bad for Merit. Yep, he'll be chased down. That's the scary part about playing Reaper here, Matt.
Yeah, you do have Pelican still there. Dante coming off spawn. You have the Meteor Strike, you can have Coalescence. Maybe you can get back here and challenge this. You're not going to be at full strength, though. The Outlaws, they move forward a little bit, but then decided, let's not throw anything after this. Let's let them take the point and then play a close D.
Couple of weaknesses just compositionally for the Outlaws get exploited, but they're willing to continue fighting now. Iris is going to come in with a coalescence that's going to require Chorong to dig for the sound barrier. There's a Dragon Blade here, and Iris is already felled by it. Although looking extremely comfortable here on the Genji, makes short work of Pelican, who was really the Outlaws' shining star in that previous fight.
Tell you, I really like this Toronto team. We said it a few times during the season, like probably the best one they've ever put together for Overwatch League, and I think they have a lot of potential, and starting to see them maybe realize that here in Texas as they'll be able to win that fight. You hold on to some key ultimates though for Houston, you should be able to win this next fight. If you don't win this next fight, you're in a lot of trouble.
And you want to maintain control of that high ground if you can. Pelican's like, oh, I've got some overshield, better go to work. Catches a stray, surely from Twilight. And it's going to be picked up by Although as a result, but not a big deal, more of a footnote in the fight for the Outlaws as they break theirs off and the Defiant's behind.
Speed boost, sound barrier, go right in, bowl over the supports. That's kind of the plan there, and they executed it to perfection. So the Reaper trying to sit up on the high ground. You see where Merit is? Gonna maybe just wait, get some information from one of his teammates, then jump down and approach with this Death Blossom.
We'll get to see the proof of concept for this Zarulus Reaper look. Merit needs to make a Death Blossom work, and he won't get any defensive utility. Dante gets chased down there. Good setup. That was Twilight getting involved now, and Pelican another wayward pulse bomb without a recipient. Merit a bit awkwardly sort of out in the open, has to just TP backwards, and again that Reaper looking for a chance to show up.
You know, when the Doomfist has power block, I think teams know now, obviously don't shoot it.
Great.
And you're able to get like Biotic Grenades, Sleeps, the Tracer kind of flanking behind, doing big damage, and right there you saw a power block, and then they just threw a Biotic Grenade at it as a Nano Boost goes on to Muse. He's just looking at, it goes on Although actually, and he's looking for something.
Yeah, he's able to find Lasher at the very least, and that's the Death Blossom for Merit. Cut a little short, only able to find Twilight and then forced to back away. Really have to be critical of that choice here. It's not paying off.
This Pelican will go to Echo, so Echo can help burn some of these players down rather quickly, like jump on in, use that focusing beam with the damage that comes down from the Doom and the Reaper. Is it going to be good enough though with the Tracer in the mix?
Unsheathed and unleashed is Although. Really just warding the Outlaws away. Yeah, it was in every sense of the word, Matt. Unironically so. Finale able to clip Pelican's wings here, and Although is well entrenched in the vicinity of those backliners. Okay, Fade is able to be used there by Iris as that Coalescence fades away. Sound barrier now has to be used for the Outlaws. They've got to dig a little bit deeper here. Muse is going to get a defensive Biotic Grenade, and that's a nice little stick on the corner. It's going to be Iris forced to fade away from that pulse bomb.
And Biotic Grenade hit onto Dante. He tries to get back to the rest of that team, and both flankers there. You have the Genji and the Tracer in position to capitalize.
0.23 meters. The Outlaws have a chance to hold on for Dante to return to the fight there. Iris getting rid of Although is pretty big, slurping him on down, but a Biotic Grenade, that could be disastrous for the Outlaws. The last thing you want to be eating there. It's just not diet friendly.
You know, I think we ran the graphic the last time these teams matched up. It was a 3-2 for the Toronto Defiant. You can take some stuff that we saw from the series yesterday that the Outlaws played. You can take some stuff from that match, right? You can start to put together a game plan tailored for this team, and it looks like that's what they've done.
Still the Reaper look for Merit here. Dante has to get out there. He ejects with a Meteor Strike, quickly back into the fray, strikes off that Biotic Grenade, and Merit gets rid of Chorong here. This part of the map, maybe you think the Reaper can find value without backup, without extra utility dedicated towards it.
Yeah, this is a better portion of the map for Reaper, right? These close quarter areas, you can fight on these corners. Although it's been building up these blades rather quickly. You're gonna have another one here with sound barriers, so maybe you combo those in the mix, then you'll have the Nano saved for a little bit later. We'll see how Toronto decides to do this. They're kind of in the driver's seat right now.
Iris needs to be wary of Pulse Bomb here if he's coalescing, but he's able to strike first and strike hard. Merit's there with the Death Blossom. The coalescence means that it's really impossible to remove the Reaper mid-ultimate. That's what the Outlaws need to do, start to waylay a little bit here. They shave a good 30 seconds off the clock with that fight.
You're not upset with that if you're Toronto. You use nothing. They ended up dumping a ton into that one, so you come back, Sound barrier is the only thing available for Houston. Here, Toronto, you know, you're kind of just looking at some of these ultimates. You have to have an idea that's the case, and Twilight dies right away.
The Outlaws explode there. Sound barriers for both sides, but Twilight got burst down, and that's what we're talking about. Echo doesn't need to ramp up. She doesn't go for that chip damage over the course of the fight like Farah does. You get in there, get your hands dirty, and get the job done.
Although, not an opportunity to use the blade. Pelican takes him out as Merritt getting a kill here as well, yeah.
Very nice.
Now it's started to pick up for Houston.
Echo is favored when you take the pace of the game into your own hands. As long as the Outlaws can be proactive, Pelican will always be able to gain purchase on some of these weaker targets and burst them down with the combo. And those ultimates, you talked about them. Defiant have lost them.
And Muse goes over to Zarya. They're going to play Zarya Reaper here, so... Oh, Finale gets right to the payload, just gets destroyed.
That's the look we need. Duplication of the Zarya here for Pelican. Finally, Merritt gets a bubble. Bit of damage on all those here. He's able to knock Pelican out of that duplicate, but Iris comes in with the suck. It's overtime now, and Muse has got to toddle over towards the car. He's out of gas, as is this locomotive. And that'll be it for the Toronto Defiant. Finally shut down as the Outlaws get aggressive.
Yeah, and that's a good hold from the Outlaws at the end. You want to see that type of aggression. Maybe you can repeat that on offense. The Reaper wasn't really working out there towards the end, towards the beginning, and then once the end hit and you kind of got inside this close court area, the Reaper, I think really probably the Echo was the one that made the difference, being able to burn some of those targets down that the Reaper gets low with that focusing beam. And that's where it starts to really come alive for Houston. So we'll see what they decide to run here off the rip.
From Houston, it was an interesting variation, kind of a hybrid between the Zarya Reaper look and the Doomfist compositions. Yeah, what is the consensus? Dante? Doomtank?
Ready for battle.
Not sure.
No. Doomtank.
Okay. There you go. Thanks for settling that for us, Matthew. Right, so the Outlaws here may have to go for a similar comp. I think like the look with Moira probably feels a bit better for you as an attacker. Again, if you're continuing and want to be proactive. The Defiant also want to, you know, play these sort of two dive DPS, so it stands to reason that Iris has made the move to the Mad Scientist.
Maybe we'll see Pelican go for the Echo. We'll see him on the Tracer probably at the start, but Echo looked to be a pretty strong pick for Pelican there. It was one strong pick from last season, right? Looked really good there as Merritt goes back to Reaper there after firing just a few shots into the wall.
Here we go. Immediately, you know, you can get up pretty close here. All right, Merritt TP into the back. Relatively undetected. Dante also making sure he lands in the same spot here, so.
Pelican goes back and switches to Echo, so this is what I was talking about. Maybe we see him go back to the Echo. They do it early.
Into the Hunter's Lodge we go. And it looks like it's Simeon on the menu. Merritt has to fade away. Wraithwalk rather. And the Outlaws try a bit of a thrust here. It will be turned aside for a moment. Pelican needs to be a little bit careful. Those eyes are starting to swivel in his direction. But Dante gets on a Chorong. That's big. Although he comes a little bit too late to the party, and Pelican gets the stickies.
Dante got a nice punch onto Twilight. Knocked him out of the fight early on.
That's what I'm talking about. They did this against London. Different comps, yes, but the objective is still the same. Get rid of that high throughput support first and do it with Doomfist.
And although we'll go over to 76, so 76 in Tracer, the damage dealer combo for the Toronto Defiant, as this will be pretty effective against the Echo as you see Pelican heading back to spawn. So it'll probably be a swap for Pelican, I imagine. Yep, gonna go over to the Tracer. Bring in a better option. The Echo here going up to the high ground would have been really tough.
Pelican also more easily able to join up with Dante. Now that although it's just toned back a little bit on the dive. Look, Pulse Bomb not there. Finale hoping to, again, body block in the aftermath of it. Spots the Outlaws, though, who are clearly occupied with something else. Getting that high ground control seems to be the order. Oh, again! Dante strikes. The Doomfist starting to shine a little bit more there. He just bulldozes his way through the formation of the Defiant. And again, this Winston set up defensively a little deficient when the Doomfist comes to play.
I don't think it's the Winston defense. I think it's the aggressive Doomfist on offense. You saw the Doom towards the end of this map be effective, and that was when they were being the ones that were starting the fights, kicking it off. So now you see the Outlaws upping the pressure here, and that's when Dante is clicking.
Power block developed here. Big double punch, and Dante minces through Twilight. Again, tough to get out of this position, cancelling that power block there. He knew he had the punch to get out. This is where the specialization on the Doomfist is starting to show up in a big way. All right, that's a time bank and a half.
5 minutes plus in the time bank. Some kills here going down towards the end of this. Great map selection for Houston as they have looked dominant here.
Plenty to work with in this next fight as well. They want to keep this proactive trend going. They've got the ultimates to do so. And they put the Defiant in a one-spite situation. Shell-shocked, stumbling away on the Defiant. Twilight going to get stunned early on here, and a sound barrier from Chorong. Lastro also reciprocates here. They're able to get purchase on Twilight. They lose Iris though, and although Tactical Visor, it's timely as you like. Dante there with a power block though, gets rid of although, and Finale as a pulse bomb. He may not have to use. And Defiant are able to find their feet, even if just for a moment.
Finale tries to chase that kill on Dante. They may be able to just come right in and clean this up. As Dante jumps in, you're going to have a Coalescence coming in from Mirrors here too.
Here's the setup. Here's the Coalescence. Away goes Muse, a little bit low here. Pelican hit with a bionic grenade, but maybe not much to worry about here. As there it is, Muse plucked out of the mix. The Defiant. Not a lot you can do about this one. You just accept your fate as they become nothing but scorch marks.
Lightning fast time there for the Outlaws to tie it up. Dante comes in and plays tremendous there on the Doom. You got to imagine they try and keep him in, but with the Toronto Defiant map pick, could really pick something that gives the Doomfist trouble.
Again, I don't see Dante in a hurry to get out of his seat here. The Outlaws realizing, okay, yes, we may have been exploited a little bit playing our Doomfist composition into the Gladiators, but the Defiant may not have the playbook to counter it. Okay, this one's starting to heat up, everybody. You best not be going too far as map number 3 is just around the corner. What's better than hitting a huge primal rage? Doing it in style. Tune in to watch 5 hours of the Kickoff Clash this weekend to claim your very own Overwatch League Winston home and away skins. Remember, if you're here in person, you can claim those in the Overwatch League app. And speaking of which, Matthew, we are getting some tank swaps, some substitutions. We said Dante looks like he's comfortable there. That's until the map pit came through. And that seems to have changed things a little bit now for the Outlaws and the Defiant.
Yeah, and Toronto clearly showing their strategy is they want to avoid the maps that potentially this Doomfist could be good. Force the Outlaws to beat them on something else, because their pick for the next map for Escort will be Circuit Royale. So see Piggy come back in for the Outlaws, and it looks like the Defiant making some changes as well.
I see. Hisu going to be subbing in here for Finale. Young player was definitely touted to really be the next coming of a top superstar DPS, and is starting to grow into that role now under this roster. We'll also see Hotbar, the self-professed new big boss for Muse.
So Hoppa probably ends up playing something like Sigma. We see Sigma a decent amount of the time on this map. I will say, off of like past play, like you'd have to say Piggy in the Sigma role.
Piggy Sigma's cracked.
Yeah, Sigma's good. It may not be as much of an advantage as the Toronto Defiant might expect.
But again, this map is pretty unique. I guess in a similar way that Gibraltar is, the sort of, the topography lends itself to, compositions that feature like Baptiste, sometimes even Zenyatta. See Zenyatta on this map sometimes. Again, sort of poke cop is really the way to play when you've got a Sigma in the mix. Discord Orb is, adds another layer of complexity to how the sort of, tanks play. Sometimes even we see, Symmetra to try and cover some of these gaps, get to high ground, and May plenty.
I think it's a big map for Toronto as well, in that both Coliseum and New Queen Street are pretty decent for the Doomfist compositions. We've seen teams run those to pretty good effect on that. So you have to pick one of them, right? So you end up winning this, it kind of secures you that game 5 in case things kind of go sideways and push.
And again, we've also seen Reinhardt comps on this map as well. Hangzhou gets busted out just because the sight lines are pretty favorable. Looking at these two teams, Hangzhou probably feels a little more likely.
I actually think, do you play, does Hisu come in, maybe play some Widow, potentially? Hangzhou, Widow, like things like that? Like,
I mean, if anyone, maybe you expect that from, although as, I've seen him on that longer range hit scan from time to time. For Hisu, I mean, Hanzo's definitely a pick that he's been known for. Really played a lot of stuff, like alongside Neist, if you recall. Like, Hisu was obviously filling a lot of the gaps as Neist favored flanking opportunities, playing the Echo quite often. Circuit Royale, though, this will give us a unique opportunity to put these two teams under the microscope on a map that is, like we mentioned before, a little different to a lot of these other escort maps in layout. And Yeah, already we're starting to see the Sigmas locked in.
Yep, Sigma. And when you see this, we definitely, like you mentioned, see the Zenyatta with the Brigitte. And Hisu is it to play that Widowmaker. So he looks like that Widowmaker, although be that flex that goes over to the Genji. What do you think the Outlaws play? I think Piggy is definitely obviously into play the Sigma.
Yeah.
Gonna have that. If you're gonna play the Sigma, you're going to play the Zen, right? What do you get out of the DPS here?
You can play Symmetra here. I think it's much the same principle as playing around the Reinhardt shield. You know, being able to play frontline with that extra layer of protection.
I don't mind this. Like if you ran the double sniper, it's just maybe a Sonic arrow to check above.
Yeah. Also, we get an Iris Zenyatta here. So very similar looks. Double sniper. Punish sort of positioning errors here if possible. See less of this from Merit, but again, definitely in his wheelhouse.
And Hangzhou, you're able to pick up these kills from anywhere, right? Just a random like headshot, it feels like at times. Hangzhou is able to connect with, especially with the Discord to just burn players down with storm arrows, so.
Yeah, playing this corner, you're gonna be pretty careful, but they've got Hopper in such a compromising position, and he's still able to fight his way out of it. Although he's there by his side, and in he comes. Someone must have shown the bat signal because he descends upon Pelican.
They can't really fight inside against Hoppa there. When you have the long-range snipers, they don't have the sight lines to put down lots of damage. Charong able to just swing away on the brig. So Pelican now will go over to Tracer, so this will be an opportunity to finish off some of those kills if you get an advantage like that.
Still a little bit tough. I mean, always a risk going up against Zen, and Brigitte is very good at sort of displacing you as Tracer, moving you back to suboptimal ranges. Able to chase although away, at least, is Pelican. Widow shots ringing out from the background as both Hisu and Merit look to try and gain the upper hand. Again, you can't just push into Hopper right there. Chorong has insane healing at close range, but gets caught out there. Piggy able to punish Hotbar, although, more than happy. Getting his hands dirty here. Will need to cede some ground because they don't have that Sigma shield available.
It's trades for both teams, though, and the shield runs out from Piggy, and that'll be a shot from Hisu to finish him off as Toronto may be able to stop any more payload progress, or really significant payload progress, as the Outlaws will get back on it now, but still don't have their tank in the mix.
Hopper back on the scene now.
I was going to say, I'm surprised Hisu didn't back up.
Very aggressive position now. He's able to relocate, of course, with that grapple. Merits, although knows better. Yes, the dash away, just as the deflect duration is up. Recall there from Pelican. Here's the blade from Although, and everybody trying to jockey back. A defensive Gravitic Flux as well. Catches Hotbar at least. Will drop him fairly low. But the Outlaws don't have the mechanisms to sort of push that advantage any further, and that's a big Gravitic. Hotbar punishes Although, follows up.
What was interesting there, too, is that typically we see when the Graviton Surge is used, that's when we see Transcendence come out. They end up actually popping the Rally instead during that. Keeps them alive, which now you have that Transcendence to maybe fight a little bit longer on the payload if things get a little bit hectic. It's a interesting decision there, because typically like the Transcendence is really the ultimate. That is big there, but maybe they felt there wasn't a lot of damage incoming with that Graviton Gravitic Flux coming through.
No one can hide sunlight.
All right, here it is, in for sight for both Widowmakers. Iris trying to work this shield down and then help his frontline of pressure. And although gets caught, Merit able to clean him up there. Discord Orb assisting, of course. Didn't even need the headshot. Oh my. Okay, Transcendence comes a little bit late for Twilight. What's he hoping for here? Pelican continuing to keep Hisu honest. Hopper's able to stay alive even when the Transcendence kept that Sigma in position to do damage, but is there more from the Defiant?
They use the Transcendence to just march on forward and kill Iris. I don't like that at all. I mean, maybe if you were gonna pop it to save like Chorong, and then you could have like fought with the Brig and the Sigma in the close range. Like I kind of get that, but yeah, it seemed like he was holding it for so long, and you're usually wondering why. It's a bit of an odd use.
Obviously, using it in a short-handed situation doesn't bode well. Hotbar was able to use it to, you know, go aggressive, final elimination, but you're already so far behind in that fight. Pelican is playing the fringes here. I don't think Hisu's looking, but Pelican doesn't actually notice him, still sticks there. And Twilight with that Transcendence, he didn't hold on to. He is going to go down. A banger of a headshot on the Pelican, though, by Hisu, and Piggy's going to have to go for Shaman Hands here. Chorong force right back, and this is the Transcendence. Green light in more ways than one for the Outlaws to start playing a bit further forward. Chorong has a shield bash to try and reposition, but it's unlikely to escape here. Look at the Discord Orb, though. Piggy's taking a face full of damage, but although he gets caught in between, and Pelican's able to find him at a crucial moment. Gravitic Flux here used reactively. Not enough to remove Hotbar, but there's a lot of pressure coming his way. From a safe spot, Hisu gets rid of Piggy now. Hotbar eventually gets run over by his own Hyperspheres.
It's a chaotic fight as both rallies are popped there. Piggy ends up trying to turn that with his Gravitic Flux, as he knew that it was Chorong and Hotba that were quite low around the corner, but the rally able to keep them up through that, as both teams just going wild with some of these ultimates. As maybe Houston thought that it was close enough. The players of Toronto are so spread out all over the place. Maybe they felt they were a little bit disjointed and could take advantage of it.
Hotba wants to start with a Gravitic Flux. Yeah, he's going to pop it straight away.
Oh, that's nobody's home.
Well, Hisu, yeah. Also, Hisu's not in position to, capitalize on that. You want the winner to have their stationary targets just to pop immediately. So I appreciate the attempt to be proactive, but that ultimate goes down the Gurgler. Dangerous, very dangerous. Merritt with 2, that's big. Eris slaps although back now, and Merritt will take to the skies. Toronto get punished as Hopper tries to go forward and start something up. They come away with ashes in their mouth.
I mean, do you need that Gravitic Flux to come up with something? They have no support ults on their side. If it just connects with anybody, take a look here, in for sight.
Stunning work.
That's sick stuff.
Some, assistance there, of course, but even so, that's exactly what the Outlaws were looking for there, especially after being able to sort of juke, we'll call it a juke, Hotba's Gravitic Flux.
There's no reason, he didn't even have to do it that proactive, right? He could have just waited a little bit, like for them to come up around that corner, maybe use it there a little bit safer.
Perhaps the Outlaws' position was sort of misrepresented to them. Either way, we digress somewhat now as Merritt will take a pretty typical position here. And Lastro, he's trying to wrap around there. Hisu takes care of him. Although now knows where Merritt is and is more than happy just to let him know that he noticed him noticing that he's on notice.
Yeah, both supports down here for Houston. Gonna end up losing this. Just can they prevent some of these staggers? As you not want to get baited here by Merritt into a headshot. Ooh, clean though there from Aldo.
Pretty darn aggressive from Aldo, to be fair.
Definitely aggressive, yeah.
37 seconds left in the round here. The Outlaws have been ground to a halt. They don't have great positioning here, not like they did earlier on. Getting that key kill on Lastro there. Hisu really opening out for Toronto to take some real estate. Hopper's pretty reluctant to give it up here. Although, I mean, good discipline.
Yeah.
Doesn't just recall there arbitrarily.
Play the clock, right? 10 seconds on the clock now for the Outlaws. This is the hardest turn. This home stretch is so difficult to get it to the end.
Although gonna LOS with the card as much as he can, and Pelican has a pulse bomb. This could open the fight right up. But the Defiant playing for the high and low ground respectively. Pulse bomb though from although not so good, and again get Tracer with a pulse. That's insanity. Pelican takes down although still a job to do though now as the infrasight comes out from Hisu. A lot of pressure on Twilight, but he's up for the task. Pelican gets that Orb of Discord back and he'll have to look for another way to get into the fight. Hopper might be overwhelmed here if he's not careful. It's going to be a Transcendence to try and keep him up, but he's fell below half health. The rally from Lastro sends the Outlaws forward. Twilight trying to play the stairs, but Lastro had his number dialed in. And Houston get the map done. No time left, and they'll be glad to get it home.
The support ult usage there from Toronto was lackluster, I would say. So you end up popping the rally, you don't get anything with it, nobody really stays alive. The Transcendence.
You pop that to keep Hopper alive inside the Gravitic Flux, and it looks like he's maybe outside of its effect or just isn't getting healed enough by it.
Yeah, and the Transcendence comes a bit late as well. Maybe they thought that the rally would have been enough, a little bit of a panic there towards the end. That's tough there for Toronto because that's like a long stretch of the map where you think you could be able to get a hold in that type of position, right? You just exchange ultimates, you have a defensive spawn, right? You're really just looking for kill trades at that point. Not able to come up with it.
I mean, your mental is absolutely boomed after your Tracer player getting stuck. It's a very rare occurrence indeed.
He had used the recall because he was coming back from trying to get a pulse bomb.
I was just saying he was being disciplined about not sort of using it arbitrarily, and he was caught without it when it really counted. Okay, yeah, we know this one. Very legal maneuver, don't you worry.
Very legal.
I think they're definitely trying to imply their presence above. So, okay, so we actually have mirrored here on that Symmetra, right? So we're seeing the Outlaws go back to that Reinhardt-based comp that we saw from them on Lijiang Tower, even. And that's sort of scouted out by Toronto here as we see the Pharah Mercy look. Again, Toronto did this in that first map.
And Hoppa on the Winston here, so not something we typically see out of Hoppa. But this should be able to put out loads of damage here because this Reinhardt comp wants to play in the close quarters. The Pharah damage with some Ashe damage could end up forcing it out in the open, but Hotba gets deleted.
And this is tough for Winston to play with this comp. Like, where do you go? Do you just wait for Although to like take someone low and try and dive them? I mean, you have like decent amount of burst healing from Iris and an immortality field, so it really makes you think twice about diving at all as the Winston. TP. What is that TP? Okay, Lastro got caught. Ah, this is awkward for the Outlaws, man. Oh, no.
Barrage thrown in for good measure. Iris hit with a sleep as...
What's the plan with that TP?
Maybe they were just trying to like dodge a little bit of a way to relocate from that position because you're out there in the street. The shield's only going to last for a certain amount of time. They keep their Reinhardt in the mix. No Sim. They're going to bring in Cassidy here, who... The Cassidy will get outranged by Hisu, but maybe do some damage this far. Mercy. Hisu's behind enemy lines. Look at this. Hisu's going to come on the sick flank here.
On the Ashe, of all things, Merrin has no idea. Dynamite. That's all. Hisu's now giving away his position, and he lacks the mechanisms to escape in a pinch, but the Outlaws don't seem to mind too much about Hisu.
They're going to have to play card.
They've got to do something about this Ashe. Hisu is a real menace right now, and there it is.
Yeah, and that's a Lastro going back as well, putting some pressure on.
Could be a res there, yeah, based on where, although we're Chorong are pathing, but Hopper was already taken down. Piggy sleeping because he earned it. Ah, yes. Balance stability!
Yeah, that mag grenade's pretty strong. You know, the lock-on at close range.
Shouldn't have worn any metal items, Mercy. That's on you.
So now you come back for Toronto, you'll have a good bunch of ultimates, but Sound Barrier, Blizzard, you know, you get stuck in the Blizzard. There's really, you know, some not great targets to try and go after the Blizzard, right? Maybe after like a Winston leap after he comes in. Maybe a stop a big Primal.
It's bad. It doesn't feel good at all.
Not a great comp to use the Blizzard into.
Still though, the right clicks are consistent, although going deep. Barrage here is going to be answered by the Sound Barrier, and they shut the Pharah Menace down! Iris is the Deadeye in this instance. No chance to really res this safely. Chorong goes in anyway. Hoppa probably creates the right amount of discord to get the Mercy in there. And they save Private, although.
And they get the Bob down in the street. No Ana for the Outlaws. So Bob able to get one. Bob putting down some damage from the side. It's not going to be enough, though, to take this first checkpoint.
Throwback to when we said that Pelican was in a terrible situation this comp. Cast a curse there as he gets run down. A chance maybe to switch off of this, though, to something a little more comfortable. Hisu on the Hangzhou now with Piggy. He's taken them to market.
And it seems to have not been it for the Toronto Defiant.
Hey, don't forget, this is their map pick.
This is their map pick. Which I get you want to force the Outlaws off of Doomfist play, but not let Piggy play the Sigma, right? Where he's really strong, and then play these rush comps, which a lot of teams can execute.
It's go time now for the Defiant. No more opportunities, this is their last chance. Wall thrown up there to try and cordon Hotba off for the rest of his team. Piggy's gonna move forward here. Deadeye creates some space, that's it. Chorong! Merrick cleans him up there as he tries to go upstairs. And he'll go all the way up to the pearly gates. Here's the sound barrier for the Houston Outlaws, and Hisu is too low to do anything about it. Twilight desperately trying to get some touch, and he'll make it to the cart, but he won't be rewarded with very much at all. A slap to the back of the head as the Houston say, no, this is our map too.
It's the Toronto Defiance map pick, but the Outlaws dominate on it. It's Toronto not even able to get point A, their own map selection as
Piggy Ryan, baby.
And also the Sigma. If they're going to force you in a position where you got to play Hotba on the Winston, that is not an ideal scenario. I think if you're Toronto, you probably got to come back with Muse here. I think you got to bring him in to play that Winston in whatever next map we go into.
And again, it's going to be pushed, right? And you mentioned earlier on.
Yeah.
One of two maps here. Houston could quite happily bring the Doomfist back in. You said this had to be a map win for the Defiant if they wanted a map 5 scenario. I'm sure they'll be discussing now, of course, what the oncoming map's going to be. Just going to ask the players as they come off the stage. But the Outlaws now have the advantage, looking to put the Defiant away and advance in this lower bracket. Don't go anywhere.
let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I'm gonna hide on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
All the Toronto Defiant brought a silver bullet to this sundown duel, but it turned out to be a dud as Circuit Royale sees them get clobbered by the Reinhardt setup with Picky at the 4.
Absolutely destroyed there on Circuit Royal. And I picked Toronto at the beginning of this series to win, and I don't feel great about it right now. They do pick Coliseum going into the next map, so we'll have some time to break that down. But I'm more interested is we don't have either team making any subs. Looks like everybody's staying pat in terms of the rosters.
You got any predictions?
I mean, I think if you're Toronto, you're going to end up playing the Zarya-based stuff. Houston, it's interesting. No Piggy, we've seen him play some Winston, we've seen him play some Rhine, like we know you can play the off tanks. Really flexible in terms of what they could do, really outside of the Doomfist.
We know that Merit obviously has been showing up a lot when it comes to the Reaper, so much so that he's been playing it alongside Dante's Doomfist. A scenario in which, you know, there's a world where some of that defensive utility, i.e. the Zarya bubbles, gets dedicated towards this man on your screen, and maybe, just maybe, he's gonna hit different. But again, this is a Toronto Defiant map pick. Again, their last one. Losing this game goes home.
You do not want to go to a game 5 if you're Houston.
The winner takes on a slightly limping San Francisco Shock.
Right. I mean, they've gone to, what, 2 game 5s so far? They've not looked clean whatsoever.
They've not found their sea legs even after 10 maps of play.
No, I mean, not great from the Shock. And no, some of those games, right, they've had to have Proper go absolutely crazy to be able to turn it. So
there were some choice words from the Gladiators about just what they thought the strength was on that San Francisco team.
Yeah.
To paraphrase, they definitely thought that Proper was the main cause for concern, the main threat on that team. Yep. So much so that the others did not pose one. Strong words from the Gladiators team, and they're in a position to make those claims, one would suppose. And the Outlaws would love a crack at them here. Send themselves further forward in this lower bracket.
I also think for Houston, you want to secure yourself as like a legitimate threat to, you know, break into some of that upper echelon in terms of the teams, right? It's, you know, you go out here and you lose to Toronto, who's what, our 6th seed, obviously only separated by 1, but you still think that the Outlaws are a team that can reach that upper echelon, right? With the roster they put together and the big moves they made in the offseason.
And it's a well we get a Zarya mirror here. Definitely within Piggy's reach. Pelicans Tracer Mat, real highlight for the Houston Outlaws. Very, very solid across this entire series. And they've really needed him in a few of those clutch situations to step up. And as per usual, this guy is proving his worth, showing us kind of why the Outlaws were so desperate to get him. Obviously away from that Atlanta Reign roster.
So you get Iris and Pelican over from Atlanta. We know Lastro, a Toronto Defiant player. You kind of take pieces from everywhere. As it looks like both teams. I fully said Toronto Defiant to play the Zarya-based composition. It's really just kind of what do we see from the Houston Outlaws. Pelican can play so many different things. We've seen Hangzhou a little bit.
I like the Hangzhou, especially playing in the neutral part of this map. And also you can do a lot with that high ground as well if you are put in a defensive situation. Pelican's Hangzhou has been really solid.
Long sight lines, the ability to just get those insta-kills, cross map pretty much. In a good spot potentially here with these Hangzhou picks. The Hangzhou opens the entire game up if you're able to get a pick at this long range.
And again, adds a pinch of volatility here as sometimes there's a headshot out of nowhere and it's go, go, go.
You see those storm arrows, those bounce off the wall. Those almost end up killing although. Gets to like one shot there.
Pressure there for Pelican, but the objective's still locked. There wasn't really much point in going forward. Now though, different story. Sonic Arrow is going to make sure that, you know, the Outlaws can keep tabs on Although and make sure he's not trying to flank, right? Sometimes that's an option. Both of these teams trying to make sure they stay well informed about the flanking soldiers.
So the robot's got to be so confused. Back and forth, back and forth. Nobody's made any progress here as Pelican gets himself in a dangerous spot, and 2 kills in favor of Toronto. That should be enough to get the bot moving.
Yeah, Merritt obviously getting caught in some kind of compromising position, and Hisu just adds a kill there at a headshot at long range. So we build a critical mass sometimes in that neutral fight. And the Defiant are the ones that come up with the goods here. Very good start for them. And they can again use that Hangzhou to kind of get favorable position, even if they have to play, you know, overall from the low ground.
Yeah, they can try and control the high ground. They also have the Dragon Strike here to use, potentially split players off, get an early kill. You don't have to exactly combo it with the grab if you don't want to, but in a spot where teams usually back up, Mitch, the Toronto Defiant are keeping this bot moving.
Yeah, they'd rather not, I think, have to, you know, again, take the risk on whether Hangzhou fights a headshot on that neutral fight. They can access the high ground here. Speculative Dragon Strike at longer range from Hisu, and Pelican got him with a Sonic. Hotbar is here though, and he's well and truly charged up. He was the recipient of the nano boost there. Piggy just got carved out of his bubbles, and why not go for the grab here? Why not extend your lead and advantage? Houston subdued early on Colosseo.
Yeah, nice play from Hotbar. This Zarya as the bot's going to get to that first checkpoint. You just have Hisu coming back, so you can still try and keep advancing here. If you're Toronto.
Piggy coming to the fight late, so not charged up, still able to pressure Hotbar down and lets that grab go. Is there follow-up? Oh, Pelican's not there, but the Dragon Strike came through for the old classic.
And I like the idea for Toronto to hold on to sound barrier. You didn't have Hisu in that fight at the time.
I mean, it's not going to save you from Grab Dragon, right?
You got a good push in terms of how far the bot has gone. 65 meters. Why burn it there? You can match sound barrier for sound barrier with your tac visor coming into this. The advantage that the Outlaws will have is that nano boost for the tac visor, but maybe you can you know, line of sight it, get away.
Also, if your Zarya gets charged up, Piggy might receive that as well, as we saw from Hotbar. Legitimate damage threat at 100. And you see Piggy's playing aggressively, gets the nano straight away, but although very quickly moves into a flanking position, this just stops the Outlaws in their tracks. They can't, you know, brute force their way through with Piggy, and essentially, all those positioning shuts down the nano play.
Yeah, and Iris uses the nano, but not with the visor. So now you're going to have the sound barrier coming in for both teams. The Outlaws should last a little bit longer, though, as it comes in towards the end.
Tac visor there from both sides. Merritt, the sound barrier to back up the Outlaws' aggression. Okay, that's a crucial fight to win. Now the question is, how well entrenched can they get? Sort of play on the causeway with that Hangzhou. Keeping Pelican alive is going to be of utmost importance.
They're in a good spot to continue pushing this bot further and maybe even beating the Defiant's push, because nothing really huge coming up now, as I guess the only thing available, it'll be a nano plus maybe a grab here for the Defiant, but Houston, they back up. They don't want to take that fight in that position. That's what a lot of teams usually do, and yeah, against with the high ground, you can't.
Still, they're going to be a little susceptible to Hopper's Graviton Surge if he's able to nail this one. Everyone's going to roll back here. The Outlaws just saying we want the fight in the neutral. We trust Pelican to find keep damage or even picks. Pelican's also building towards Piggy building towards a Graviton Surge of his own.
I was going to say, this neutral battle has allowed Houston to build up some ultimates of their own. Grab Dragon available.
Lastro's the only one going to call him the grab. Hotbar and Choron, though, get eaten up, and that Dragon was hungry. Hotbar's nano boost, though, was going to allow him to stay alive. Piggy's furious.
Oh, it's that nano is so clutch to keep Hotbar up.
Yes.
Hisu with the wiggle there, able to dodge some of those bullets from Merritt. The bot gets back moving in the Toronto Defiance direction.
Dangerous.
They don't even really need more push, right?
Well, look,
2 minutes and 40.
The bot pushes past the sort of more dangerous parts here. They can definitely inch it forward, and they will if they win a fight. So, you know, they're back up, but only a little bit to try and take some favorable positions. Pelican's going to make that pretty problematic for them. Hisu found the Dragon Strike, but it doesn't seem to have bothered the Outlaws too much. Okay, there's information there on where Twilight is, so Storm Arrows get thrown in. Hisu revealed by that Sonic. Lastros is going to chase, as you know, only he can. And the Outlaws are back in the driver's seat.
It's that fight, nothing really happens outside of Pelican getting that first pick. Yeah, everybody starts to just back away there for Toronto. So if you're Toronto, you know, you take it in the middle of the map, but Pelican gets a first kill.
Crucially getting rid of Hisu now, enabling a flank angle, getting information as well as Hopper tries to back away, but Piggy wants to get aggressive. He's got a nano boost and he's put to sleep. Great response from Twilight, and look at this, Hopper just lopes forward, says now we have an advantage, a chance to push again back against the Outlaws. The green tide is halted and the Defiant still have to lead.
Yeah, and although pushes on forward and gets some players with attack visor, Merit the last one to fall, so the bot going back into Outlaws territory as, man, this is looking like we're gonna have a game 5 probably written all over it if this continues. A minute and 20. Almost, the Outlaws almost need to double the time currently. They're getting these first picks, but not turning it into anything.
I mean, what do you do about this grab now? Lastro beats. Okay, comes at a good time. He holds it for just a little bit there. The Defiant have no interest in using the grab dragon combo, it seems. They use them independently of each other quite often. The Outlaws say, okay, well, we're going to have to use a beat here, but it's more than worth it. We need to get on the old dusty trail, man. They need to get a move on.
Less than a minute to go here. I think if you're Toronto, you try and force out that grab dragon, maybe even the attack visor, and then you're playing for that next fight, right? Last fight territory.
Okay, grab's on surge for Hopper. They want to try and get out of this neutral scenario. They need to get the bot moving.
It's totally fine, though, if you're Toronto. Grab dragon for one player. Make it 2 towards the end. You still have sound barrier. You come back. They don't have a nano for the visor. You'll have a nano, and you have your sound barrier. You're in a good spot if you're the Defiant. You're gonna have to get back pretty quick, but also the bot's gonna stop here, right?
Yeah, the butt scratch is gonna cost the Outlaws crucial seconds of advantage. It's gonna get close now. Merit in attack visor position. Good damage on Hopper, warding him away for now. But I mean, you've got to be careful. If Hisu just takes your head off, it's all over. 4 meters separate these two teams. Immediate sound barrier use from the Defiant. The margins are too slim to take any risks here, and Piggy has gone down. Merit chases though. He's found Hisu. Make it 2. He's going to eventually fall as Turon pursues him. Still a lead for the Toronto Defiant now. Iris has to get himself out of this sticky situation, and he has the answer. The sleep dart slows Hopper down. No chance for this Zaya, but still a legitimate threat, forcing away the Outlaws. But Pelican comes out of nowhere. That's 2 of the Storm Arrows, and they're in there still. I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Pelican gets the nano boost and kills everybody.
Immortality field has to be there for Twilight, but it's going to get removed pretty quickly. 0.07 meters, the butt scratch is happening, but the Dragon Strike is there to force the Defiant away. The Outlaws skid millimeters away from victory, and they're back! What am I watching? The Houston Outlaws! Say what's a town without a sheriff? We're not going anywhere!
Dude, Pelican went absolutely crazy. He gets the nano and just goes. He doesn't miss a shot with Hangzhou, I'm convinced, for the last like 45 seconds. Just absolutely dominates the game there towards the end. It takes over when the Outlaws needed to play the most. Pelican, I mean, that's like a moment, you know, we talked a little bit about it, like maybe it gets off to a little bit of a slow start this season. That's the type of moment that turns everything around.
But one of the most fated moments of individual brilliance that I've seen in my many years presiding over Overwatch League matches on the level of Shoes Baptiste in Havana, on the level of EQO's Dragon Blade. The Outlaws trying to console their opponents here is, I mean, again, if you're Hisu, you just can't believe what has happened. You get an early lead, you look strong, you play the conservative, the safe game.
They have like no ults there at the end. The sleep on Hoppa from Iris when he is so low. I mean, that is so clutch. The biotic grenade keeping himself alive, the nano, Lastro there in the mix as well. But at that point, Pelican's the one who's got to finish them all off, right? He's the only source of damage at that time. Nano with the Hangzhou, and he goes on He goes on a running riot there. It's like just absolutely dominates. That was wild, man.
Still a little bit of magic left in these halls yet. Truly incredible moment, and what a great opportunity to get some words from the man himself. Let's go down to the stage with Danny and the star of the show.
Yep, you guys are right. I am here with the star of the show, Mitch and Matt. Thank you very much. I have Pelican here from Houston Outlaws. First of all, before I start, I do want to say we talk about who to interview who I want to interview for the post-match interview, and I was just like, Pelican's gonna do something crazy. Pelican's gonna do something crazy. I was like, I want to talk to Pelican, and I was right. What a crazy fight that was. What was going through your head at that moment? 방금 했던 진짜 거의 신의 한타라고 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네. 아나한테 뽕을 받고 이제 거의 뭐 신들린 사람처럼 네, 막 마구잡이 막 쏘기 시작했는데 좀 그때 좀 현 상황을 좀 설명해 주세요. 어떠셨나요?
그때 이제 우리 자리아가 힐 못 받고 이제 죽은 상황인데 갑자기 나노가 들어오더니 이거는 해야 된다. 이거 안 하면 진다. 그래가지고 이제 심장 쿵쾅쿵쾅 거리면서 이제 싹 다 잡아버리는 이제. 네.
All right. So as soon as I got the nano, I just knew that this was my moment. My heart was beating super fast. I knew that I had to make a really, really big play, get all the kills, as much kills as I can, and I knew that this was my moment and that I had to take this, and I did it. And you honestly won that fight and won the match for Houston Outlaws. That was crazy. All right, let's talk. This was our last match. Let's talk about tomorrow. You guys are going to be facing off against San Francisco Shock, I believe. And I did my research, I looked it up. Week 2, you guys went up against San Francisco Shock, and the match score was 3-1 in favor of San Francisco Shock. So this is time for your revenge. Anything you want to say to San Francisco Shock? 자, 마지막으로 이제 내일의 경기에 대해서 좀 이제 얘기를 해보고 싶어요. 제가 알기로 마지막에 센쇼과의 경기가 3대1로 센쇼가 이긴 걸로 알고 있습니다. 내일 경기 상대인 센쇼에게 펠리칸 선수 마지막 한마디 카메라 보면서 부탁드리겠습니다.
이제 그때는 저희가 실수가 너무 많아서 진 건데 이번에는 3대0 그냥 내버리도록 하겠습니다.
Last time we played, I feel like we made a lot of stupid mistakes, but this time around, tomorrow, we're going to make it an easy 3-0 for the Houston Outlaws. Pelican, thank you so much. That's all we got here. Mitch and Matt, back to you.
I mean, you know, Pelican's not wrong if we cast our minds back over the series.
Daddy's laughing. I have no idea what the hell we just watched. I mean, that was just like, I mean... But yeah, we gotta watch that. I mean, there's gotta be a replay or something coming. I mean, that was just insane. Like, you know, you think back to like Shoes Batiste and EQO's Blade, like those are, they were like sick moments, right? But it felt like it was like a very short. It felt like he was alive on Hangzhou for like 35 seconds alone, just killing everybody.
Just didn't miss a shot. I mean, yeah, I don't think we're using hyperbole when we talk about it.
It was like he had tack visor.
just how huge that moment was. Let's talk about our player of the match. Who do you reckon it is? Yeah, I know. Yeah, Pelican is going to be taking it away. In fact, we had him slated for it even before this happened. And it was on the basis, I think, of his just consistency when it came to, I mean, it was the May first, the Tracer second.
I mean, let's be real. He could have done nothing the rest of the series and he would have won player of the match just off of that sequence of play. He was good the rest of the game, though. His versatility, the May, the Echo, I thought his Tracer was really strong today. But man, Hanzo at the end just... Like, you would just forget everything else that happened in the series. It was just so bonkers. He looked like...
One.
Like, and then he kills this guy, turns around. There's a soldier coming around that, although it's visor, he has visor at that point.
Yeah, he's shot down.
He's coming around his visor. Who's this guy? He's gonna die. Yup, that guy's dead. Let's go top. Let's go kill another person. Shoot a dragon. I mean...
Not often there's justification to nano boost your Hangzhou player, but when he starts doing this, keeping Pelican alive at all costs is absolutely critical. 13 final blows, 6 deaths, and again, his Dragon Strike, a crucial part of like the momentum stopper, combined with the Graviton Surge, the Outlaws were comboing really effectively. What an incredible moment from an incredible player.
There's a good chance that that's the craziest play we see all year. Like, there's a chance that like that play. Like, I mean, I just can't think of like anybody who could replicate something like that. Like just that moment and just him being able to turn up like that and here at this event, like that's a sick moment this year.
Yeah,
I mean that's one we're going to be replaying for a while.
I was really hoping to try and maintain my voice for the course of this tournament. That one might have done it in. Insane stuff here, of course, live from the Esports Stadium in Arlington. We're going to cross over to our friends though after this to break down the day that was with incredible moments. Just truly insane action here from this very place, and some teams being sent home. I want to talk about their stories and sort of how those ended. So stick around, everybody. Watchpoint crew has got you from here.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. It's been an incredible day of Overwatch. And the results, let's just say they were unexpected for many people actually doing their pick'ems. And we couldn't be happier to be wrong because we got treated to some insanely entertainment gameplay and some really, really great pop-off moments from all the teams today. So let's dive straight into the match between the Houston Outlaws and the Toronto Defiant. Nekra, walk us through it. What made the Houston come out on top of this one?
Honestly, there were so many different things that I could point out that Houston Outlaws did to be able to achieve their goal of moving forward in the bracket. But I think the biggest one that stands out to me is we got to see some Piggy tank play. And I was talking about this yesterday that I was really looking forward to seeing if Piggy would, step into the Houston Outlaws match and get some game time. We didn't get a chance to see that, but I felt like maybe Houston Outlaws were keeping him as a little bit of a secret weapon because the Reinhardt play was fantastic, and Piggy also just showed an incredible amount of flexibility. But not only that, I mean, Dante also found success during this match, and I think a lot of that had to do with how well the team as a whole was playing synergistically. I think Dante yesterday fell a lot to just honest sleep darts, bio nades, getting booped away, and just really not being able to find the right value with the Doomfist that the Houston Outlaws were hoping for. But really happy to see that Dante was able to turn that around, and the entire team as a whole had some incredible moments today.
Yeah, I think this series was a very interesting watch because I think it started out sort of as we predicted. This pulse bomb, by the way. Pulse bombing a different tracer, amazing move. Obviously knew that although didn't have the recall available, so can stick that. But like Legion Tower, okay, we kind of expected Toronto Defiant to probably get away with that. Eichenwalde, as I talked about, just int in. Well, Doomfist, Lucio Moira, it's pretty prone to int in, and it worked out for the Outlaws. But then Circuit Royale, I didn't quite agree with taking Houston Outlaws to Circuit Royale because you know that Piggy has a really good Sigma as well to go with that, and they played around it fantastically. And then in Colosseo as well. This is where I feel like the Houston Outlaws kind of broke out of their shell a little bit. Pelican with this amazing God tier play, just like epic stuff from him. And like Matt said, like that play belongs among the kind of Shu Batiste plays and EQO blades. Not quite on that same, I don't know if I can match it with EQO's Rialto blade, but still it kind of belongs in that category of highlights, right? And it was just a very impressive performance from me, from Houston Outlaws, not from me today, because I think that, again, like they broke out of their shell sometimes. You know, as an analyst, I have to base it on past performances, how they played so far this stage, what compositions have they brought out, and so far, like they had mostly committed to the Doomfist compositions, right? They played aggressive, they got figured out. Soya didn't look too good against Paris. But this past week from the Houston Outlaws, they've improved massively. The way they've committed to like Lucio and Moira compositions and just like, well, let's just go in. Like, let's just commit to these Doomfist, Dante Doomfist compositions and just be aggressive because that's what we're best at. And then as well on Rialto being able to take that away from the Toronto Defiant. I think that this Houston Outlaws team, I think they're better than we give them credit. And in that respect, I was wrong. I'm very impressed with what they've shown us.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's great to see that they had so much more in their back pocket. We were worried about maybe a lack of flexibility, but they proved us wrong. And that is just fantastic. Yeah. Exactly. So speaking of wrong, man, were we wrong today?
This is
let's take a look at our Preds once
history
again.
in the making right here.
Just take a look again. Just how misguided our big square. This is the worst it has ever looked like.
This is the worst it's ever looked. What is this?
I actually can't. I've never seen us this horrible.
I mean, today was not. And look, okay, there were no like major super upsets. Like legitimately, we knew Atlanta had a chance, we knew Gladiators have a chance, but Shock and Dallas were number 1 and number 2 seeds. They were the favorites. Unbelievable day, legendary predictions. You know,
I need to print that out. Like that goes into my golden frame.
That's
like that one, I need that graphic just for reasons. But that's the thing, right? We love that that's a possibility in the Overwatch League. The top teams right now, they're a lot closer than I think a lot of us have expected, and that is fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, just because we don't pred for a team to win, that doesn't mean that we think they're bad. We just have to go, as you said, by the numbers, by past performances, and that's really all we can do. Unless you're a hardcore fan. See, looking at you here for the
all the
Houston
Outlaws fans. All the Outlaws
hey,
fans.
they're committed. They're committed, and it works out every once in a while. So we like that. Now, obviously, we had a lot of phenomenal games, and that means that there are a lot of best of the days to pick from. So let's dive into some of our highlights. I'm gonna start this one off. This one's ice cold. I am, of course, looking at that May deflect from Nero. That was just beautiful. I don't know. That did something for me. Go back home, snowball. Absolutely wonderfully played. Onto Sam.
That's nuts.
You have to see it.
Was there like a sound effect there? Like a boop?
Is there a boop?
No, boop. Sorry. Maybe a small one? I don't know. Maybe.
Oh.
Sorry.
Poor little thing. We have it from, we enjoyed it so much that we have it like from 3 different angles. Here's the cinematic angle. That one's just beautiful.
That looks so sad.
I think
In you
Snowball's
go.
still smiling.
In you go.
Off you go.
Oh.
Yeah, I hate to see it. Yeah, I hate to see it. Unless you're on the other side.
That's what.
Then you love
Do
to
you
see
think
it.
Genji that's what he practiced for, like in his training?
Yeah.
Just like goodbye, Snowball.
Yep.
Yeah, they just have like snowballs thrown at him, and he's like, that's the practice range. Yeah, why not? Jonathan, so you were calling out for a best of the day about every 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was.
Which one
There were
stuck?
so many. There were so many. No one. No one got the Pelican play, the last Pelican play. That was absolutely a best of the day. But like there were just so many. We can't hold them all. There's just too many best of the days. What do you do? I got a fearless. Juggle, Primal Rage on Gibraltar. It was just good to see Fearless back in the lineup because obviously Hanbin's got most of the playtime so far this stage. And just seeing here, him doing 180s with the Primal, here juggling Diana, 180, Primal the Brigaway, 180, get Diana, Primal, like that's crazy! Like that's legitimately just 180ing to hit multiple people with like single strikes. He's ludicrous. I love it.
Lower third.
Do you want to read it out for us, Zoe? I can't. I don't think I have the dignity
Fearless
to.
fisticuffs.
Familiar fearless.
Is that even a word?
Yeah, fisticuffs.
Is it fisticuffs? That's a real word?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but it's like a 1920s thing. So Hex would know from his childhood.
Yeah, my age.
Hex, that was already real.
All right, lots of ages happening on stream today. I don't know what's going on. Moving on to brighter things and happier things. Necra, what made you giggle? What gave you joy today?
Well, it's funny that you mention happier things because I'm thinking about Happy. Happy on the Washington Justice, of course, and I know we had a little bit of hopium after their match yesterday, but how could you not after you see this? Bang! Like, what the? Like, out of nowhere. Why is he so good at hitting tracers in the head? Like, this is not the first time that we have seen Happy pop off. I mean, you've got to remember and call out the pre-tweet that we had where Happy was getting juggled around and still managed to headshot a tracer. So, just got to call it out.
That is not normally.
Everything is. Check the PC or
Check
what?
PC.
Yeah, check PC for sure.
Actually, never mind. I mean, they're out, so don't bother. They're going
I
home.
mean, still check the PC. I don't know, just for good measure. Why not? But that was an absolute insane play, though. Like, it's actually incredible how he hits those flick shots, and it actually makes it a headshot. Like, unreal performance. So yeah, kudos to Happy and everyone else who put up such a show, such a clinic for us. Whether they win or they lost, I think everyone had a moment in the spotlight, and we appreciate that. Now, we do, of course, have more games to come over the next 2 days. So let's take a look at the schedule to see what we got in store for you tomorrow. Of course, we're going to kick things off once again with the APAC region. Over in the east, we're going to see the Seoul Dynasty take on the Hangzhou Spark. And then afterwards, it's going to be the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the Shanghai Dragons. I mean, honestly, I think either of those matches can go either way because none of those teams have really dropped the ball at all in their first match.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that any of these 4 teams could win their respective matches. Standout players, of course, like Alpha E for the Hangzhou Spark, Prophet, Seoul Dynasty, Cest from the Philadelphia Fusion, and Lip from the Shanghai Dragons. Like, they all have like legitimate superstars in their lineups that could just turn up any day and win matches for them. So the Eastern region, if you're not watching, like, you're missing out. The Eastern region right now is super competitive and very high level.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you are in fact really not watching, first of all, shame on you, but also don't you worry about it, because we got you. We're going to summarize those games and show you the highlights tomorrow morning. But first, we're going to take a look here at the Western region. We got some more games coming at you tomorrow. The Florida Mayhem will take on the Dallas Fuel in our lower bracket. So one of those teams will be out. Then afterwards, the Outlaws will go up against the San Francisco Shock, followed by the Atlanta Reign taking on the Gladiators, and the last one will be determined later that day. Of course, Atlanta and Gladiators, that is a semi-final match, so one of them will move on to the finals, but who will it be? These games are incredible, and at this point I don't even want to pick anything anymore, because clearly we're just wrong with everything.
Nope.
That's it. That's my assessment of the test.
Necro, do you still have bravery? Do you have any courage left? Any match?
About picking a favorite to win? No, I don't. But if I have one match that I really want to keep an eye on, it's going to be Florida Mayhem versus the Dallas Fuel. They haven't played each other yet, and so I think that's going to be an incredibly good matchup to just see how those teams end up pairing up against each other. And when teams haven't played each other yet in the Kickoff Clash, it's led to some really interesting things. So it's going to be kicking off tomorrow with a good start.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. I think it's fantastic that we got to see so many different looks from teams to what we saw the last 4 weeks. I feel like everyone that just threw something else out which we weren't aware that they were actually capable of. Yeah. And that's going to make it so hard for all those teams to actually rock up in their next match tomorrow and really prepare against that, because it's a short turnaround. So let's see what they got for us, and it's going to be a fun time, that's for sure. You don't want to miss it. Now, that's it from us here on the Watchpoint desk, of course. Necro, thank you once again for joining us remotely. Reinforce, it's been a blast having you in our little party bus.
Oh, yeah.
Again. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
It's been a great all time. But also, everyone watching, thank you so much for joining us for all the action. And, of course, big shout out to everyone over in Texas. I hope you guys had a phenomenal time with one another. We, of course, would love to be there, but we're remote, so that's the best we can do. Either way, we will be back again with the Watchpoint pre-show, same time, same place tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Have a good night.